The Score, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars with a K, the number 4 Kids.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Pick Six, sponsored by Affinity Whole Health. Do what I did. Visit feelgreatillinois.com and learn more about their testosterone therapy and their weight loss options. How do you explain this Cubs comeback? Did you see it coming all along? What was the key part? Besides the obvious, Mike Tauchman, the Palatine Pounder, home run off of Michael Kopech.
I think the key to it was the fact that Mike Tauchman set the tone with grinding out at bats. Ian Happ had a big hit, and it's hard to determine whether the Cubs created their own luck or the White Sox helped them along with their incompetence, because what the Cubs did was manufacture runs and move base runners along without really getting hits. That's how they got back into it, and then Ian Happ delivered. So the key play that will get overlooked maybe all day is that Ian Happ had another big hit, and he is coming along quite well since really bottoming out and looking really lost at the plate. Ian Happ had a very good series against the White Sox. So it set the Cubs up to benefit from Tauchman's heroics. A little concerned if you look at the Cubs, you don't want to get lost or swept away in the fact that they did sweep the White Sox. It was only a 2-game series, and it was the worst team in baseball, maybe the worst team in baseball history. But I still think you needed this. You couldn't afford not to do what they did. If you had lost even one of those games, this morning would have felt a little bit catastrophic to Cub fans because of who it was against. Not because of the rivalry, but because of the quality of the opponent. The White Sox stink out loud. They just do. They're terrible right now. And the Cubs had to do that. So Michael Kopech serves up a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. Mike Tauchman delivers it, and you have the game ending the way it began, with a home run. First pitch and last pitch. I wonder if that's baseball history. The Cubs, they didn't make baseball history these last 2 nights, but they did give themselves a chance to start the climb back. They're 500 again.
This team doesn't quit, and that goes another tip of the cap to Craig Counsell, who I think is instrumental in these 2 wins. And his lineup construction yesterday was great. pinch hitting wisdom the night before was great. And I still can't believe at the age that I am now that I still let this series take me for a massive. I have been in a foul temperament off and on and back and I mean, I don't know that I can handle 3 games in a row or 4 games in a row. Something we might have to get into that. Something we discussed off the air yesterday, which I think has some teeth. You know how this series is handled. Period. But boy, what a absolute roller coaster of emotion for both sides of town. If you still eat, sleep, and breathe the Cubs-White Sox rivalry, if you're a real Chicago baseball fan, that means you pick one side or the other. There is no such thing as, I cheer for both teams. I'm a Chicago sports fan. No,
You tell that to Chris Chelios.
Speaking of Chris
you tell Chris Chelios.
I will text Chris
and
Chelios
do it in that
right
voice.
now. I will text Chris Chelios
No,
right
that
now.
silly
voice
voice.
note.
Did you see Chris last night sitting right behind home plate?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a Chicago sports fan. I cheer for both teams. Then you don't have a say in the Cubs-Sox rivalry.
Did you just diss Chris Chelios?
No. You said I dissed Chris Chelios. Okay. But I will text Chris.
Open to interpretation. So, how do I explain this Cubs comeback? Very easily. They were at home and they were playing the Sox. That's how it happened. They were at home. The massive jolt of energy they got every time they were down and came back, like everything just flipped upside down, turned on its head. And because it was the White Sox are used to losing. They lose more than 3 out of every 4 games. They're 15-47 now. That's how I explain it. Did I see it coming all along? Call me Dionne Warwick in the 80s. Call me Nostradamus. Of course I saw it. You all saw it.
Thank you for being a friend.
Listen, I'm just explaining you what's going on. What was the key part besides the obvious Mike Tauchman home run off of Michael Kopech? Probably the part where they just started balking because they felt like that was the thing to do. We'll balk instead of walk, and now people are in scoring position without really putting much effort forward. Like, I really don't think people understand. Actually, most people do. Like, how momentum killing a balk can be. Hey, we've got a double play situation. No, you don't. You just balk the runners on first and second base. The obvious thing that was going to happen happened.
Go ahead and ask your question, because I'm not going to address this every single day.
Ooh, a new one from Pedro Grifol to the pick 6 rotation. Pedro Grifol addressed the speculation about his job status that Ken Rosenthal wrote about in The Athletic yesterday.
I don't focus on that stuff. It's part of the job. You know, we're not winning. So when you're not winning, you know, speculations get higher and higher. You know, it's a part of what we do. We get signed up to win baseball games, and when you don't, there's always a possibility of a change being made. I didn't read the article. I understand the question. I understand the stories. I get it all. I'll answer the questions, but my answer is always going to be the same.
But you wouldn't talk to Chris about it and say, you know, what about this?
No. Why would I do that? No. I mean, I don't make those decisions, and I'm certainly not going to worry about it.
That is beautiful. After hearing that, how secure do you believe Grifol is?
I think Grifol is extremely secure. He's very much comfortable. He understands he's a dead man walking. And once you understand you're a dead man walking, there's nothing you can do. And by the end of the season, perhaps before the end of the season, you're no longer going to have your job. It's very easy. It's like that time where I clept out of AP English, and I didn't have to take any English in college. But my dad was like, well, you know, if you take AP English, if you take English, honors English, you can graduate with honors. And I was like, okay. I signed up. I read a couple of books, and I realized I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this. And after that, it was like, what's the last day I can drop this class? All right, I'll just keep going to class till I can drop it. And nothing changed, and I dropped the class, and I kept it moving. It was fine. Because you know why? I knew exactly what was going to happen. Pedro Grifol knows exactly how this is going to end. So he's very secure with everything that's going on right now. That's why he doesn't care.
What was your grade in English?
Well, I didn't take any English in college because I dropped the class.
Oh.
I literally didn't have to take it. I already had college credit.
Mississippi State, though.
Say what you want. AP English is AP English. I had 6 hours of English
I'm
credit,
kidding.
and I had 9 hours of math credit.
I went to Ball State. I could make those jokes.
Oh, yeah, the Mac. At least it wasn't the stuttering Mac. Good job.
Wow.
Chirp, chirp.
Chirp, chirp.
I mean, I think Pedro has now changed his tune. Not only did he was asked those questions, and he answered them. I appreciate the answer that he gave, because he could have just been next question.
No comment.
Or no comment, right? He could have, but he didn't. And then he even gets asked, "Are you going to go to Chris Getz and ask him if your job is safe?" I mean,
come on.
Yeah. Let me hold on 1 second. Let me text Chris while
You've
we're
got
sitting
to
here.
ask that question, though.
I don't know about that one.
You've got to ask that question.
I don't know about that.
Oh,
I don't know about that. If you're gonna
back off, Sully, man.
Listen, I'm not tall and I tower over Sully.
Wow.
You can
Sully's
tell
my guy, too.
And you can tell him I said that. Hey, I like Sully. He's fantastic, but I mean, I don't know that. I think that's a pretty obvious answer, that he's not going to reach out to Chris Getz. Pedro, though, is now changing his tune again. Oh, I am so proud of these guys. They played so hard. Wait a minute. So now we're not flat, and we're not this, and we're not that. So who's in charge? Who's pulling that string on the Woody doll?
Right now, it's a struggle, I think, for Pedro Grifol. It has been a struggle all season, but especially now, when your job is being publicly debated and speculated, and there is a report, and it seemed like it was more report than speculation, that Pedro Grifol will lose his job, just a matter of when, not if. That's the way that Ken Rosenthal worded it. So it is awkward, and these are not skilled communicators we're talking about. Pedro Grifol struggles with that part of the job, always has. So it was going to be a little clumsy. It was going to be a little bit uncomfortable, and it's going to continue to be. I think that he's more than likely to lose his job. I would be surprised if he's still the manager by the end of this month. Those questions have to be asked, all of them, to get them on the record, to find out how they feel. I don't know that he handled it poorly, but he certainly didn't say anything that's going to diminish the speculation. And he didn't do anything to give you a lot of confidence, but that's not the purpose of it. He's got to be one of those guys he's going to be the next manager probably fired in Major League Baseball. And I think everyone's just kind of waiting to find out when the White Sox are going to do that. And the fact that Chris Getz declined to comment when asked, I think said a lot.
You wanted that fake vote of confidence?
I wanted something.
I'm fine with addressing these questions, but I'm not going to sit here and address it every day.
All right, Pedro. John Morosi of MLB Network told Parkins and Spiegel he believes the White Sox and the Padres will work out a deal for Garrett Crochet.
I believe he will get traded.
Wow.
The Padres and Ken Rosenthal's report on this, I think it makes a lot of sense, especially because let's remember, the White Sox and Padres already did so much homework on each other in spring training. A.J. Preller wants to make a deal. Crochet doesn't make a ton of money. I like that fit.
All right, your reaction to hearing that. Could the Sox willingness to consider trade offers reflect their quiet concerns over Crochet's durability?
Love John Morosi. He offers opinions, and they're usually informed, and he does a terrific job. So with him saying that did resonate. I also wonder if the fact that the White Sox and Padres know each other so well might diminish the chance that it is the Padres. Chris Getz has to know, their scouting staff has to know that they gave them their best stuff probably in the Dylan Cease trade. All the best stuff is gone. They're maybe shopping off the clearance rack in terms of prospects. I don't think you want to do that if you're shopping and then trading Garrett Crochet. I'd be more interested in what the Orioles have to offer, the Yankees have to offer. I'm all for him talking to the Padres, picking up the phone, doing FaceTime, whatever you want to do. A.J. Preller, come look what we have. But I do think you use that and you leverage it against what the Padres or what the other teams will offer, like the Orioles or the Yankees or whoever else is interested. As far as the White Sox being more willing to deal Garrett Crochet because they wonder how durable he will be, I think it's a very valid question. They don't know, and they'll be the first to tell you, they don't know how he will perform after he reaches a certain innings threshold. And I think that's a valid concern for any team getting him. So maybe the White Sox, if they do trade him, and I don't think that they're going to be that compelled to do so, if they do, I will wonder if it will be related to the fact that they don't know what they have in terms of a Garrett Crochet in September, or if he can be dominant after he passes maybe 75 or 80 innings.
I think that's very interesting. I think a way you might be able to put a barometer on the whole thing is if I were running the White Sox, I would not let him get past 75, 80 pitches a start. He'd be out. I want to preserve him. I don't need to find out right now if he can go into the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. That's not necessary right now. But do you honestly believe that they're going to eventually pay him $100+ million? Probably not. And that means that Garrett Crochet probably will be traded to another team before the season is up.
My thing with this is if Garrett Crochet's in play to be traded, the White Sox are definitely looking at his threshold for pitches because he's pitched 69 2/3 innings this season. That's the most he's ever pitched since graduating from high school. That says something to me right now. He's already in uncharted territory. So if you can get something for him and you're not sure about his durability, that's one thing. My only thing is when you're talking about trading for prospects, you're unsure about their future as well. At least with Crochet, you got a guy who can set the mound on fire at times, and you still don't know how much better he can be, how much more higher the ceiling could be. So he could get you more in the future. Right now, you got to have guys to go out there and pitch every 5th day. And I don't know that they got a whole lot of guys that can go out there and pitch every 5th day. If you remember what the bullpen looked like, it should be a very fresh memory. You don't want to have to go 4 3 2/3 innings with your starters and watch that bullpen set the world on fire. Because they're already in Hades. They're trying to shorten that stay maybe on a series-to-series basis. It's been bad, man, and it can get a lot worse. I know it's hard for y'all to believe. It can get a lot worse. 13 straight losses. I'm looking at that start for Crochet tomorrow. If they don't win that game, because I don't think they're winning today. If they don't win that game, man.
You just picked them to lose today?
I didn't pick them to win.
Yes. Hey, well, here's another question.
That is the voice of Mark Grody. He'll be with you guys at 7:25 talking Bears and talking about one of the guys that he has developed a great relationship with. That is Bears guard Tevin Jenkins, admitting that he reached out to the team about a contract extension, but the Bears were, quote, up in the air about their intentions. How do you feel about Jenkins' contract status as he enters the final year of the rookie deal? Is he a core piece or is he just a guy?
We're about to find out because it's a contract year. It's a prove it year. It's all the things that we talk about in sports when a guy you're uncertain about is having his feet put to the fire. Now, if the Bears play well this season and Tevin Jenkins does his job at a high level, it's not going to matter from his perspective, I think, whether or not the Bears give him the contract or somebody else gives him the contract. He'll have earned a contract of some significance. But it is interesting to see that they approached the Bears, and the Bears are like, we'll put you on hold. Play this elevator music real quick. And
let's do lunch.
Yes, let's do lunch. We'll have our people call your people back, since your people just called us. I'm interested to see how this plays out, but I don't think anything big is happening until, over halfway through the season. So, he's proven himself. There's still some questionable things, and they could be looking to upgrade in another way as well.
And they still have a ton of money sitting there.
That's what I'm saying.
They have money to spend. But again, he also has to earn the respect of Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is in charge, especially on offense. This Bears offensive line could be an issue. And now they're talking about, Nate Davis finally got into some team activities yesterday. He was able to put on a helmet and pick his feet up and down on the field. Wow, congratulations. It is an issue, but he when he plays, he's very good. I love a guy that plays past the echo of the whistle. Okay, I love a guy who will get after a Green Bay Packer because he looked cross at QB1. I love that kind of stuff. The meatball is here. I'm all for it. Give me 2 Tevin Jenkins and the Bears offensive line would be much better. But can he stay healthy?
That's it. Availability. When it comes to Tevin Jenkins, that's the only question you have. He has played almost every position on the offensive line except for center. And frankly, he could play any position on the offensive line, and if he were healthy, I would be okay with that. I think left tackle might be a challenge, but he doesn't need to play there. Although Braxton Jones did miss practice, but that's a different topic. As it pertains to Tevin Jenkins, it's an easy answer when he comes to the table and wants his agent to negotiate a contract extension. You're Ryan Poles. It only requires 2 words. Prove it. Prove it. You have 2024 to prove that you deserve the money you want and the security you seek. Until you can prove it, that you can stay on the field more than 10 games a year, 10 starts a season, we're not talking long-term contract. There's not a commitment I'm willing to make. Not yet. You play well this year. You're part of the everything going in the right direction. We'll find a fair contract to sign with you, and you will be an asset here, and you'll be here for a long time. Until then, no.
I mean, should have had 2 in the pick 6.
How would you describe Matt Eberflus's reaction to the work done by punter Tory Taylor as the Bears concluded their minicamp?
He's like a trick shot guy. I mean, it's like wow, the spin he can put on it. You know, the one he almost had right on. He had a couple on the one, of course, but the spin he can put on it, really amazing. So it's fun to watch.
Did this remove any doubt, if you did have any, that the Bears were in lockstep about using the 4th-round draft pick on a punter?
I don't care why George McCaskey wasn't there. He could be umpiring. He could have been in there. We don't need. They didn't need his vote of confidence or his approval. These guys love this punter. Matt Eberflus sounded giddy, talking about being a trick shot artist, a defensive head coach with a punter who can put it wherever he wants to. It's like he has a pitching wedge and he can just put it like within 8 feet of the cup. That is a weapon, and Eberflus is giddy. And I think you see what Tory Taylor was able to do at a simple minicamp in June. Forget about all the hype accompanying the receiving core and Caleb Williams. The Bears are pumped about their punter. It's a lot of fun. The guy's a lot of fun. That was kind of funny. By the way, we came in, we heard Jalen Johnson. He also, we'll get into it later throughout the show, he had some very good things to say about how players, at least he's not a veteran, that is getting too far ahead of himself as we anoint the Bears in June.
He does freaky stuff.
That is Brad Biggs, who fell in love with the punter.
See?
Him and Mully had a bromance over the punter. So they predicted it, and it came true, and that was fun to do. Listen, he's a starting player, and he could be a definite weapon for a young offense that right now, according to reports, not doing so hot in 7-on-7. So we'll have to wait and see. But one more day of minicamp for Caleb Williams and the offense to get things going against that top 5 defense.
I love Matt Eberflus's reaction, his excitement about Tory Taylor. I'm going to go back to the 2 words you guys were just using to describe everything these days, and that's prove it. I'm not from Missouri, but I try to, cosplay as a Missourian from time to time. Show me, because I need to see it in the games. Now, I saw it on an Iowa team that absolutely needed him, and he was, their best offensive player, even though he's on special teams. So, I want Tory Taylor to be great.
Why would you struggle with making a transition if you're a punter, though? You wouldn't have to struggle with a transition.
I don't know. I just need to see. To see it.
Well, this is a good point. I think the last time we had Brad on, I think which was Tuesday this week, didn't Brad say something about there's a big difference between the college and pro game? Like you got to get that ball off your foot
quicker,
faster.
And he made a point to say he's still working on that.
Right. So I think
that's adjustment. You see that foot?
You know what?
The Thunder Down Under?
You know what?
I mean, come on. That guy.
I think that's a show out in Vegas.
Oh, I thought maybe that was
I don't
Vegas Haugh.
Yeah, listen, I'm just saying, let me see it in the game, and then we'll talk. I'm sorry, guys. I'm skeptical by nature. That's just the way it's going to be.
She'll answer that question better than I can.
Oh, boy. That's the voice of Dan Hurley. And
Watch that underwear.
I think he was asked about the reports that he might be in line for the Kentucky job. That's what he was responding to there. So, based on that, also, what is your first reaction to the Woj bomb that the Lakers are preparing a massive long-term deal for UConn's Dan Hurley? What will Hurley do? What would you do?
I think Hurley's going to take the money. And I'm not just saying that because I would definitely take the money. Listen, I rue the day somebody offers me a head coaching job at any level so they can fire me later and I can catch that buyout on the way out. Like, I want the money. And the amount of money they're talking about, when you talk about a long-term deal for the Los Angeles Lakers, that is generational wealth. Not that he's not making generational wealth at UConn. I get it. But I think if you're a head coach who's done it at the highest level in college, and there's only one more level to go, which is the NBA, and you're saying you could take over the Lakers, this is very similar to a young fellow from Butler University taking a job in the NBA for a storied tradition. Did he flinch? Did he think twice? No, it popped out, and the next day he was the head coach of the Celtics. Like, that's the type of stuff we're talking about here. Because guess what? If it doesn't work out, I can always just go back to college and continue to make lots and lots of money because I'm a master recruiter.
This is really, really interesting. So Dan Hurley just got an extension. I believe he made 5.35, a substantial jump from a $2.9 million. So he went from 2.9 to 5.35. If he goes to the Lakers, I think the bare minimum is 15.35. I think it's a $10 million a year raise. Steve Kerr, God bless him, is making over $17 million a year. I think he's the highest paid
What's
coach
Pop making?
in
16.
the NBA. So
Greg Popovich is $16 million.
Right. So bare minimum, he's going to go 15 is the floor. So his wife has been like, I don't want to leave New Jersey. I don't want to leave New Jersey, way closer to Kentucky than Los Angeles. But for $10 million more a year, so you're talking like 100. And is it going to be a 6-year contract? Right, at least, right?
Hire me to fire me.
Okay.
6 years, $15 million?
You think Dan Hurley is going to be coaching the Lakers in 6 years?
No, I don't think it would work. If I were Dan Hurley, I would take the job because I think Dan Hurley's got an enormous ego. And I think when you're a head coach, a big-time head coach, you got to have that ego. I would take the job in a heartbeat.
Okay.
Because, $10 million more? I'm already making $5 and $10 million. Think about what.
You're speaking my language
do the
right
math.
now.
What is $15 million every 2 weeks?
I understand the math.
What's $15 million every 2 weeks? It's a lot.
So,
lot.
If money were the driving force
here we go.
within Dan Hurley's career, I mean, I think he would have gone to Kentucky for $55 million over 5 years, $11 million a year. That's quite a raise. And if money were the driving force with a coach who feels very comfortable in his environment, values his employer because of the way they stuck with him, and now he has done as good of a job as anybody in the game, in the sport, I don't think he will go. I don't think he probably will find it the same type of coaching. It is so different, as everybody knows. And I think that the Lakers coaching LeBron James, being in that spotlight, yeah, you could justify it. And if he goes, I would respect the decision. That's a ton of money to turn down. It's more than generational wealth. I mean, he's already got generational wealth coaching Connecticut. He's going for a three-peat. He's the best coach in college basketball. But there was once upon a time the best coach in college basketball who did turn down the Los Angeles Lakers. In relative terms, Mike Krzyzewski was ready to get paid, and he did it twice. He turned him down 2 different times.
A different era. That wasn't the NIL era, though. That's one.
That's fair.
Number
That's
two,
a fair point.
Lexington ain't L.A. I was just in L.A. last week. Lexington ain't L.A. I've been to both places.
Not to you and not to me, maybe. But no, I'm not going to say me. Not to you and to a lot of people because of what LA represents and all that it encompasses as a world-class city.
But the Lakers' job.
You could buy a nice racehorse and put it in Lexington for all that dough.
Guys, I'm just saying that when you're in a college game and you're in that environment and you feel comfortable coaching, even with the complications of the NIL and all of the transfer portal garbage and nonsense, I do think some guys identify themselves with the college sport and with that. His dad was a legendary high school coach. If you value that kind of connection, and if you're an East Coast guy, I'm just saying this is not a no-brainer for Dan Hurley. This is something that I think he will agonize over, and if he goes, congratulations. I understand it. I'm just not convinced that it's a slam dunk, if you will, that he'll go.
I see what you did there.
Well, I was pretty subtle. I wasn't very subtle. It's right there, and I don't think it'll be as easy of a decision as you think. It's a huge story. Adrian Wojnarowski, this is a Woj bomb, dropped on us this morning about 5:45. So we'll continue to talk about it if you want. We'll get to the extra point next because you know what? The NBA Finals.
Finally.
Speaking of the association, the NBA Finals start tonight. Mavs and Celtics, we'll talk about it next. It's Mully and Haugh with Marshall Harris in for Mully, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
If you're a real Chicago baseball fan, that means you pick one side or the other. There is no such thing as, I cheer for both teams. I'm a Chicago sports fan. No.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes. Middays.
Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick. Let the bass. Let the bass kick.
Stoney, 25 years ago today, 1976, you wore shorts for the first time. White Sox wore shorts in 76. So 8-8-88, as you mentioned, first night game, 8-8-76, White Sox in shorts. Which one is more important in baseball history, you think?
Oh, I think quite obviously the lights. I didn't wear the shorts. I was injured with the Cubs at that point. So that was a rotator cuff injury in '76, and I was headed to become the first free agent ever to leave the Chicago Cubs. That was the first free agent class. That was the winter of '76. That had the stars of Reggie Jackson and Don Baylor and Bobby Grich. It had a lot of stars in that first class. I was a reluctant free agent, but that's when I went back from the Cubs to the White Sox and became a member of the Southside Hitmen in the '77 season.
But wait, there's more.
I'm an idiot. My bad. There is pictures of you in the shorts though, out there.
No. There couldn't be. I might have gone to the beach that day. No, I don't have any. I never wore the shorts.
Oh, God, it's so good. Because, do I have that right? No.
No, I didn't have that right.
But there are pictures of you in the shorts, and he goes, no. You were Viskurgeon. He was Al Michaels.
Yeah, this is why I can't really hammer somebody who gets something horrifically wrong in an interview.
Spiegs is hiding under the desk. Spiegs told Steve Stone that he wore shorts.
There is pictures of you in the shorts, though.
No.
Do I have that right? No.
All right, so I'm your first contestant.
You are the first contestant. Do I have that right? No.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
It's good teammateship.
So here's my... Oh, come on. This is what this show does. What picture do you have of Steve Stone in a uniform wearing shorts if it never happened?
Yeah, he's not wearing shorts.
That was the problem.
He's wearing baseball pants, but they only go to the knee. He's got the high socks, and my brain tricked me. I was looking for confirmation that Steve Stone indeed wore the shorts. So for my Google image search, I saw something that looked enough like shorts for my brain to go, yep, he wore them.
Was this photo like those optical illusion photos in the mall back in the day where you could stare at it for hours and see different things?
Is it a blue dress? Is it a yellow dress? There's no way to know. Can we play it again? Because texters are pointing out another understated thing. Did you have 1976 as being 25 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, that would be 45 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well let's just hear it again.
Stoney, 25 years ago today, 1976, you wore shorts for the first time. White Sox wore shorts in 76. So 8-8-88, as you mentioned, first night game.
Oh man! And so you were so humiliated by it. You texted Steve Stone last night.
I texted Stoney. Yeah.
God, you are in your own head. I forgot about the Billy Hamilton, Brian Goodwin thing 2 seconds after it happened.
But here's the thing: I texted him to thank him because
that's not true, Dan.
It's definitely not true. I was wearing a jersey at the ball game. I'm lying right now to cover up my insecurities.
I've got really thick skin.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I just told a lie. I just told a huge lie. That's true. That is very true.
Right? We all get up in our own heads about certain things.
Of course.
You know what
I would have texted Brian Goodwin if I had his number.
So I texted Stoney to thank him because if you hear, he saves my ass. He turns it into a good moment because he tells a story about leaving the Cubs as a free agent. So he turns it into mildly compelling radio as opposed
he's a
to
pro.
the complete cluster bleep that it could have been and embarrassing me any further. He left that for my partner to do the next day.
Oh, it's so good. The thrust of the question, even if the premise was correct, was, What's more important, you wearing shorts or
in that
lights?
game. Yeah, exactly.
I miss a lot on Hit and Run. I should be tuned in more regularly. This show is great.
Hey, man, I'm solo, just flying.
I like it.
Trying to land the plane every couple of minutes.
That's really enjoyable.
All right, I'll say it's going to be Celtics in 6. We'll start with the prediction. And I think Jaylen Brown is going to be the MVP.
Ooh.
I do think he's going to be the guy that steps up, is clutch.
Edgy.
Says the right things, got the right edge, and is the leader of that team. And we can remove all of these questions about whether or not this tandem, this duo, can win everything. That's one of the storylines that is going to be which is the best tandem, who is now going to be the best player not to win an NBA title. It'll be Luka after tonight, the final start after the finals. I think Luka and Kyrie versus Tatum and Brown, great conversation. But the best backcourt is Luka and Kyrie. I just don't think they have the best depth. You look at the Celtics, they've had such an easy road to get to this point. They're getting Porzingis back. I think that's going to be a factor. Will he play? How much will he play? He spaces the floor because he can hit the three. And even if he's not hitting the three, he's shooting the three. He spaces the floor, open things up. Drew Holiday. They have so many weapons. They have so much depth and people they trust. So I think that's going to be the ultimate decider. The coaching matchup, I think it's a bit of a mismatch. But I think the Celtics are going to probably be they're too good. They're going to overcome the coaching mismatch. Whether Porzingis or Luka have a beef, that's interesting. They both addressed that leading into it. They don't, apparently. We'll see. Because they were former teammates and they know each other, all those things. But I also, obviously, this is very provincial and this is very personal, I suppose. But if I'm looking for what the emerging storyline will be from these finals, Brad Stevens, architect. He's going to get some respect. He went from, as we mentioned, we're talking about making the jump. He went from Butler to the Celtics. As a coach, he was pretty good coach. Couldn't get over the top. He went from the coaching bench to the front office. And now he's got an NBA champion 4 wins away from being that guy that did it and reconstructed this roster after last season's disappointment. I'm looking forward to that story.
I would love, David, if you would share, not now, but later, about what you just said about that coaching mismatch. I need more on that. I've heard that, and I've scratched my head about it. Also, during the break, I got educated, and I want to get into that more.
Share
if you
your
guys
education.
decide. No, we're tight on time here, but I think there's a reason why the NBA Finals are finally starting tonight, and I had an issue with it, and I asked an expert, and I was told why, and it makes sense, and I'm willing to accept that answer. David, interesting. Jaylen Brown is your MVP for the Boston Celtics. If you go over to Circus Sports Illinois, you get plus 675 on that. That is nice. Now, on the other hand, I think it's going to be Mavs in 7. I think this is going to be an epic NBA Finals. I think Kyrie Irving, as much as I don't want to be right, I think Kyrie Irving is going to rewrite who he is to some, not all, but to some. I think Kyrie Irving is going to hit a shot that's going to win the NBA Finals. And Kyrie Irving at Circus Sports Illinois to be the MVP plus $2,000.
That's where my money is.
$2,000 on the flip side, because the Celtics are thought to win this thing without a doubt. Jason Tatum, minus money. He's minus 130 to be the MVP. That's crazy to me. Not a smart bet. So if you like the Celtics, I think David's got a really interesting one. But if you like the Mavs to win this thing, Kyrie Irving's going to be a big part of it. And at plus 2,000, that's where my money's at. Mavs in 7, Kyrie, the MVP, the storyline is obvious. How does Kyrie respond? These fans are going to get after him tonight. How does he respond to that?
Let's start with that. The compelling storyline. Yeah, the beef between Luka and Kristaps Porzingis, as I yawn through that, that's nothing. The only beef that matters in this series is Kyrie, his middle finger, and the fans of Boston, Massachusetts. That's all that matters. And that's what I'm here for. And I think you are absolutely on the money. Kyrie is about to show out. And that I didn't know about the plus 2,000, but let me tell you something. If I was a betting man, I would jump all over that. Because I do believe that Kyrie is about to make his case. We've already seen him do it once. He did it against the team with the best regular season record of all time in the Golden State Warriors. I don't have a problem with Boston. I think they're a great team. I think they're a world-class team. They're obviously an NBA Finals team. This group has been there before when you talk about Tatum and Brown. But I just think Kyrie's going to be the MVP, and I've got the Mavericks winning this thing.
Wow.
Either in 6 or 7. I think it could be that quick.
That's great.
Because if the Celtics can't shoot, and Kristaps Porzingis already said he doesn't know how good he is in terms of he's not at 100% yet. He doesn't know if he'll get there. The bigs from Dallas cannot be denied. Luka is a problem, and Kyrie is that dude once again.
I like that prediction. I hope it's a good series. I hope it's competitive. The Celtics are playing at a very high level. So are the Mavs. They've been very good on the road. And so they would be the first 5 seed to win. So we haven't seen it before. It would be worth seeing that kind of history made. I just think the Celtics are too deep. We will see. It starts tonight. The big story in the league broke this morning. Wojbomb, ESPN, reporting that the Lakers are targeting Dan Hurley from Connecticut and are far along in the process. We'll talk about what that means just to close the loop on this. We're going to get to the Cubs and the White Sox at the top of the hour because of the big night at Wrigley Field. And obviously, we're going to get to that throughout the show. We've got Mark Grody at 7:25, Bruce Levine 8:25, and Chris Welch, the House Speaker, will talk about public funding for private stadiums at 9 o'clock. He'll be kind enough to join us. But when we come back, Dan Hurley said something about moving to the NBA earlier this offseason that is worth revisiting now in light of the breaking news this morning. It's Mully and Haugh, Marshall Harris in for Mully, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score, always live.
I could feel in the stands, Danny, I'm sure you could too, the massive dislike for the Brewers that Cub fans have.
I hate them.
I mean, that's the predominant rival. And there's something about Yelich, man. It used to be Ryan Braun, Nico. Now it's Yelich. Just like, oh, man.
It's the punchable face.
Yeah, maybe you can educate me. Was there a moment with Yelich, or just that he's been there kind of long tenured player, or what am I missing there?
He was really, really good for a while there. He beat out Javi for the MVP.
Christian Yelich to you, Darvish, said, "Be better than this about the accusation of cheating. Nobody needs help facing you."
That's
right. Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah,
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Well, as someone who's faced you, Darvish, I could definitely use some help sometimes. So. I don't do the player bashing. That's a tough one.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Understood. But the player disliking, you don't have to be specific. But
there's for sure guys in the league that definitely grind my gears.
Yeah, the other thing too is they're 90 miles away.
Correct.
They try to not sell tickets to Cubs fans when the tickets go on sale, but then Cubs fans always invade and it becomes Wrigley Field North. There's like a big brother, little brother thing with Chicago and Milwaukee, and then Wisconsin sports. I mean, the Bucks have been awesome. The Packers have owned the Bears.
God, the Packers, Nico.
It's just a whole rivalry thing with the whole state, to be honest.
Yeah. I think Cubs fans do sometimes or not realize that the players on the Cubs sometimes we don't we obviously are incredibly passionate about the Cubs, but we don't have this deeply rooted Chicago knowledge that the fans do sometimes, even when we mean our best. It's good to hear these things.
That's why we're talking.
We hate him, Nico.
Yeah,
okay?
we-
Spread the word.
Okay. Dang, I would have tried way harder last time.
Thank you.
That's the idea.
Honestly, I mean, I was thinking like, oh man,
My bad, guys.
there's an error or two. All of a sudden, I'm like, do these guys not care as much as I care?
That's right. Okay.
Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. Marshall Harrison for Mully. That was Adrian Wojnarowski from ESPN. The Woj bomb dropped about an hour ago. The Lakers targeting Dan Hurley. Surprising to me because I don't see Dan Hurley as an NBA type of coach. I think his style, his approach, it would grate on players over the long season. He gets away with it in college. I don't even say that's unfair.
Gets away with it.
I don't mean gets away with it in college. It is effective at the college level because I do think that it's a shorter season, and the way he coaches is exhausting. I wonder how that would go over 82 games. We've seen it before, Marshall. I'm naive enough to think it might not happen again. Even though the money is exorbitant, I would be a little surprised if he jumps.
Can I read you this from the Woj story, right?
Mm-hmm.
We just heard from him. All right, here's the thing. The demands of NIL fundraising for non-power football schools like UConn are an especially relentless grind and expected to become even more difficult. That's one sentiment, right? The thing I'll add is, as for the Lakers stars, LeBron James has been impressed with Hurley's sophisticated offensive actions, assuming James returns to LA in free agency. The possibility of using the 55th overall pick in this month's NBA draft on USC freshman guard Bronny James makes Hurley an even more intriguing candidate. If that happens, James gets a chance to play with the son and the benefit of Hurley and his staff becoming responsible for Bronny's pro development.
Wow, they could have a reality show there. You could have father playing with son and coach coaching with brother and father. You could have the Hurleys on the bench and the Jameses on the court. Wow, that would be something that you get the Kardashians involved, and now we got a TV show.
Somebody play the All in the Family theme song.
There we go. So Dan Hurley was asked about this about a month ago or so, maybe earlier than that, but shortly after he won the second consecutive national championship, he was on the Dan Patrick Show, and this is what he had to say about the NBA.
What would make you leave Connecticut?
Maybe just burnout at this point for me, just pushing too hard and probably, just breaking down at some point, just because you just can't keep up the intensity and the energy and the output. And then maybe down the road, if I could grow up a little bit, mature a little bit with the emotions, maybe the NBA, down the road. So
why do you want to do that? Why do you want to do that to yourself? Go to the NBA?
Well, I think college has become like the G League.
Good point.
In a way. I mean, it's not, that's obviously tongue in cheek, but a lot of the college game has changed. You win a national championship, and obviously we're going to do things, go to the White House, do these. We had the parade, you do these things, but you're basically right into free agency frenzy. So it's I'm more worried about burnout than I am going to the NBA.
A guy worried about burnout, going to LA. I know it's California. It's laid back. It's cool. It's the Lakers. And I grew up loving the Lakers.
Resources.
I understand the appeal of the franchise and the uniform and the resources. But if you're a coach concerned about burnout, do you really want to go into the pressure cooker of coaching LeBron and maybe his son in a season that lasts 82 games? That's just the beginning, because if you go to the Lakers, you're thinking NBA title, and you are never off. And you just turned down $55 million over 5 years, $11 million a year to go to what many considered an elite program in Kentucky. Kentucky is to college basketball what the Los Angeles Lakers are to the NBA.
I disagree with that statement, first of all. I don't think Kentucky is what it used to be. How long has it been since
Neither are the Lakers.
The Lakers at least have a title in the last 5 years.
It was a COVID title.
Oh, we're going Mickey Mouse title?
It was bubble. It was a bubble 2020.
Okay. That being said,
it's not Showtime, Marshall. That's what I'm saying.
It's
not Showtime.
Kentucky isn't like anything.
It's not the Kobe.
We just had the coach
Shaq
for Kentucky
era.
leave to go to Arkansas. Like that. Come on, man.
Ushered out the door.
Have you been?
Please leave, Cal.
Have you been to
Please
Arkansas?
leave.
Have you been to Arkansas?
I have been to Arkansas.
Okay, then you already know. I don't need to explain. What's understood doesn't need to be spoken.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe
So listen,
you were going that route with Arkansas. Never mind. We're getting
I'm
off
from the
track.
South. I can
know.
do that.
You're from Alabama. You went to
Exactly.
school in Mississippi, and you're going to diss Arkansas.
Yeah, because Arkansas is below both
That's like
of them.
Indiana guy dissing Iowa or Kentucky. I have no ground to stand on. Neither do you.
I got plenty of ground to stand on. Here's where I'm standing right now. I'm
All right.
standing here
Okay.
to tell you
All right.
that the Lakers' job is an elite job across sports, not just the NBA, but across professional sports. And if there was a job that you were going to leave your college job where you're in position to go for a three-peat and not have to worry about any of that NIL madness anymore, because you now have a front office who deals with all free agency recruiting. He described it to you right there in that interview with Dan Patrick. I think this is a golden opportunity with a golden goose at the end of that opportunity, plus a chance for you to validate that you're not one of the greatest coaches in basketball history.
By winning an NBA title with the Lakers?
My goodness.
That's maybe your best point.
Yeah.
I would say this. I would say the Lakers' job is more similar college-wise to Duke.
Yes.
And speaking of Duke,
yes,
Coach K was a part of this hiring. They said he was like a consultant with this, so that could be ties. Didn't like Hurley used to play, not Dan Hurley, but the connection of the Hurleys with him. So,
So
that could
blame
tie
Coach
into
K
it.
when
I didn't
Danny
say blame,
Hurley
I
gets
just say he
fired
was
a year and a
part
half?
of it. Could be the reason why JJ was so zero and LeBron too.
And Brandon, let's remind people, because earlier David mentioned, Coach K, he turned down. The reason Coach K retired so abruptly as he did is because he was like, I'm out on this NIL. Same like Jay Wright, first wave, I'm out. I coach at Villanova. How do you want me to compete with getting these guys at a non-Power 5 school to come here?
You mean Jay Wright, next coach of Connecticut? Ooh, maybe.
You know what?
Ooh, that would be a Woj bomb.
Yeah, but I think Jay
All
Wright
right.
might go to a Power 5 school where you got to have the resources
Yeah,
now.
I know.
To,
We'll get back to it.
Okay.
It's a fun story to consider. It's a surprise to wake up to.
It's only fun because I get to consider it with you, David.
Thank you, Marshall. Marshall Harris is in for Mully. You know what happened last night at Wrigley Field? Magic happened. The Cubs with a walk-off, a talk-off, if you will. Yes, Mike Tauchman goes deep to beat the White Sox.
Fans don't think it was magic.
You're going to remember this for a very long time. The Palatine Pounder pounded a home run, and the Cubs celebrate.
Why didn't he take his shirt off like Christopher Morel, though?
That's a good question. I don't think that he was asked that. That would have been really epic. We'll talk about it next. Back to baseball. Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Boy, the way Glenn Miller played.
Songs that made the hit parade.
Guys like us, we had it.
A fine hand for Steele, who strikes out 10 in 4 2/3. The Cubs, right here, with a scoreless game against the Marlins at Wrigley Field. You're listening to The Score. The Cubs, right here, with a scoreless game against the Marlins at Wrigley Field. You're listening to The Score. The Cubs.
Put that on a billboard. The Cubs fan. You've got the Cubs fan on The Score.
You hit one off that
video. Yes.
Whether you're old or brand.
It's the Cubs fan and the Marlins for.
Now I can explain if you'd like an explanation.
Sure. Go ahead. Just while you're thinking of an explanation, Studs, can we hear it one more time, please?
The Cubs.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So there's a read. You know how you have these like sponsorships that fit in. There's a read from our friends at Geico that you're supposed to read when they get their 15th out, when they get the final out of the inning. The 15th out is sponsored by Geico.
Oh, that happens in your inning.
Yeah, right. So, and I have forgotten it before when I go to the break at the end of the inning.
You forgot to read? No way.
Yeah. So I always want to try and make sure I remember to get the read in. Now, Justin Steele was taken out after 4 2/3. That would be 14 outs. So we were going to an extra break because there's a pitching change, and I went to grab the read and do the read for the 15th out, and then I realized that it was not the 15th out, so I had to abort my plan to do the read. And that's what you're hearing is me live saying, oh, no, so as the Cubs...
It's just such a good slogan. Cubs baseball 2022. Man.
Let's go check the For You app for more deals.
I thought it was just at a bat where Mike stayed within himself as he does so well. It's one of the things that makes him a tough, consistent hitter is that he always kind of stays within his strengths, and he kept doing it. He sees the ball really well, and so he was getting maybe just barely beat on those fastballs, but enough to kind of get rid of them and get on to the next pitch. And that's what he's really good at.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Marshall Harris in for Mully on this Thursday morning, and it is a glorious Thursday morning for Cubs fans, not so much for Sox fans. 7-6 victory for the Cubs, another comeback. Yes, identical scores 2 nights in a row. Yes, similar circumstances 2 nights in a row. The White Sox get off to a big lead. It wasn't 5-0, it was 5-1. And here come the Cubs chipping away, manufacturing runs, getting big hits, and then the biggest one came, as you heard, Craig Counsell discussing Mike Tauchman in the bottom of the 9th. The game started with a first pitch home run, and that's the way it ended. He went deep, and the talk-off, if you will, Cubs 7, White Sox 6, 13th straight victory, 13th straight loss for the White Sox. That ties a record. They're on pace to lose 123 games. The Cubs, meanwhile, 500, second place in the NL Central, and the Brewers are reeling. Didn't they get swept? Yes.
Yeah,
they got
Phillies.
swept.
The Phillies put them out there. Just woo.
So it's a good day to be a Cub fan. The Cubs go into Cincinnati. They're coming in hot to Great American Ballpark. They play tonight, 6:10 right here.
But the problem is when you say they're coming in hot, let's put it all in perspective.
Okay.
They're going in hot to a red-hot Reds team that just swept the Rockies, fresh off taking 2 out of 3 from the Cubs.
So tell me this, though, and I think people have this reaction to what happened last night. We've heard it on the text line already. Slow down, Haugh. Okay, slow down, Cub fans. 312-644-6767. Tell me if you agree. Well, it was the White Sox. Don't get too excited. It was the White Sox. And I have referred to the White Sox myself as a collection of cast-offs and minor league baseball players. So does it mean less because you only beat the White Sox and you needed to rally 2 nights in a row to do so? Or were you a Cub team that needed victory no matter who it was against, and you got 2 straight now?
Both things can be true. How about both? Why not both? But, yeah, it is the White Sox. So let's not – no one – here's what I'm saying. I don't think Cubs fans, besides David Haugh, are getting ahead of themselves and thinking they did anything great here. They survived against the White Sox. The next series will be much more telling because you have a chance to right or wrong in that you lost 2 out of 3 to the
But
Reds.
imagine how bad it would have been if they lost to the White Sox.
I'm not doing that. I'm not playing your hypothetical game because it's the White Sox.
Right, okay.
David, it's the White Sox.
I know.
It's not like, oh, you know what? They got a 2-game sweep over the Phillies or the Yankees or the Orioles or the Mariners or anybody that's good. The Dodgers.
The level of overreaction in this town, in this market.
It's sports.
From Cub fans, if they had lost one of those 2 games.
Yeah, just one. You're right.
Even one of those 2 games would have been enormous. And it would have been, you talk about exaggerated, the exaggeration of the despair would have been so palpable.
Can we be honest?
We've been talking about it all day long.
Can we be honest? We in the media, this show, would be the leaders in the clubhouse on that as we pick apart every single move, at bat, pitch, decision.
Why are you pointing a finger?
At us. When I point fingers, I only point one finger.
Okay.
You want to see what it is?
Yeah.
This.
No, not that one. Oh, okay.
The thumb. I'm pointing it back at myself. It's about self-reflection, David. I understand sometimes you're part of the problem.
Okay. Sometimes I am.
Yeah.
All right.
I meant
let me reflect on that.
We are part of the problem.
No, I think you were talking to me directly.
But
I'm taking this personally.
But the beautiful thing is, that's what we do. That's why people get excited one way or another. You live and die with these teams from at bat to at bat, from night to night, game to game, from 13-game losing streak to 13-game losing streak.
Wow. So there's 2 things to maybe look at here coming out of last night. Number one, do you think the Cubs can take advantage of this and actually have some momentum going into Cincinnati tonight, because they have the schedule softens considerably. They began this stretch of 23 against 26 against teams that had losing records. Can they continue this and take advantage of the White Sox being on the schedule? And then there's the White Sox themselves. What will they do with Pedro Grifol? Is the Ken Rosenthal report more real than manufactured? And is he going to be a manager that doesn't survive or last the rest of this month? I think. Then the other thing is, how do they get out of this rut? And what is the goal for them the rest of the way? Is it just to bottom out and to start trading pieces for prospects? And when does that process begin? Or do you how do you get even close to coming back from where they are right now? And that is the worst team in baseball.
First of all, they're the worst team in baseball. They will stay the worst team in baseball. They will finish the season as the worst team in baseball. Number 2, the Pedro Grifol, real or manufactured. I didn't need Ken Rosenthal's report. He didn't break any ground.
Yes, you did. Yes, he did.
Okay.
You did, and yes, he did.
How did anything that you read from that article change any perception that you already had about where this thing was going?
That shows a blatant disrespect for what he does, digital media. He is a reporter.
Yes.
He has sources.
Yes.
And he talked to players who did not appreciate what Pedro Grifol had to say publicly. Obviously, guys like Ken Rosenthal, who have reputations to protect and preserve, are not going to come out with that much authority about a report or informed speculation that a manager is going to be fired unless he knows something.
Okay.
You know that.
That's true. That's true. My point was the end was already going to be this. It's like a choose your own adventure book, except for instead of choosing your own adventure, you have like a happy ending or a sad ending, whatever. It was always going to be the same.
You still
ending.
have to have these data points along the way. You still want to chronicle the demise, and you have to do that. And I think this is part of that.
I think what it is for me, because the team is 15-47 now.
Wow.
Like I want let that marinate in those numbers. 15-47. Again.
Hold on, letting them wash over me.
Yeah. They win less than 1 out of every 4 games that they play. Once you understand that, you know where we're headed. You can chronicle, you can be a journalist, and Ken Rosenthal, find out what he does. He's great. I'm not disparaging what he does. I'm just saying, unless you're telling me he's getting fired this week, okay, I'm just waiting. The sands are going through the hourglass.
When, not if, doesn't do much for you because you anticipate that it's going to be eventual anyway.
How shocked will you be if Pedro Grifol is the manager of the White Sox at the All-Star break?
I will be surprised. I'd be very surprised.
That's my point. We don't have that long, but
that's in a month.
All-Star voting has begun. We're just waiting.
Does every team have to have a representative?
His man
still?
Yes.
So who's the White Sox representative?
The milkshake. We've already talked about this. It's the milkshake.
I forgot about the milkshake.
So like
they're back home today. You can get a milkshake.
If you get the right ticket, you can get the milkshake.
The Red Sox are in town, right? The Red Sox play the White Sox.
Four games in a row.
All right, so that's 4 milkshakes in a row. I know that you, you're health conscious. You're not going to drink a milkshake 4 nights in a row.
I haven't had a milkshake in over 3 months, and a milkshake is my single most favorite treat.
Is it really?
In life.
In life?
In life.
Oh, come on. So when you are watching your weight or concerned about your fitness level, you're avoiding milkshakes?
Yeah, there's sugar bombs. Can't do it.
Okay, so I have the same problem, and I don't know if it's like a milkshake, but it's the same kind of thing. The Dairy Queen Blizzard is my weakness.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Now, if I go to Dairy Queen, I can't tell you the last time I had a Blizzard because if I'm at Dairy Queen, guess what I'm getting?
What?
A milkshake. We just went over this. We just went over this.
No, but see, I don't get that. If you're at Dairy Queen, how do you not get the Blizzard? Blizzard is the best thing.
David, what's your favorite food? What's your single favorite food? What's your single favorite food?
Chicken.
Chicken what?
Fried chicken.
Fried chicken.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Kentucky Fried.
Stop it.
We got to up your fried chicken game.
Okay. No. We've been over that.
So is it original recipe or crispy?
Oh, original.
Okay. So if I take you through the drive-thru of Kentucky Fried Chicken and I say, how many pieces do you want, David? And you tell me three, 4, whatever. I get you a
bucket.
I get you the bucket. Yeah. And I get the bucket, right? And I hand it to you and you open it and it's not original recipe. What are you going to say to me?
What are you doing?
Same thing with the Blizzard and the milkshake.
I get it. All right. I'm glad you put it in my terms.
Another question, since we're on the bucket of fried chicken.
Okay.
If you have a brand new bucket of fried chicken, David, what piece are you going to first?
That's a great
I'm curious.
question.
Are you the white meat first, dark meat? Does it matter?
Oh, definitely white meat breast.
White meat breast.
No doubt about it. Even. There's no doubt about that.
Yo, give me the thigh.
Thigh.
Oh,
thigh.
gosh. You guys are not really in that.
There's more flavor in the thigh.
Breast.
Is anybody arguing? Everybody agrees there's more flavor in the thigh than the breast, correct?
No, I don't
know anything about food. We need to get Shane's meats on.
Okay.
Yo, if Shane comes on here, he'll set you straight on that.
He's not driving in a car in Michigan.
Maybe.
I just am still like,
Go
if you're
ahead.
at Dairy Queen and you have all these choices and you're going to get a regular milkshake rather than all the different kinds of flavors of Blizzard, I just don't know how I can respect you any longer.
Wow.
So
now David Haugh doesn't respect me because I don't want a Blizzard. Okay.
Only your opinions.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm exaggerating. I'm kidding.
What was the lesson from Tuesday? Do you remember we had one lesson I gave you on Tuesday.
You gave me so much to think about on Tuesday.
Don't what, though? What did I tell you? Don't do what?
Don't. Remind me, please.
Don't yuck anyone else's yum.
Don't yuck the yum.
You're yucking my yum.
You know
right
what?
now.
That's true. I'm sorry. And I do respect you. You know that. I just am kidding about
I know.
Fact of
I'm not kidding about the White Sox, though. I'm very serious about Pedro Grifol is not going to manage this team past this year. The White Sox are going to have a new manager. It's just a matter of when. I respect Ken Rosenthal and all that he does, but I'm just saying I read the story, and for me, I was like, okay, and
that's good.
I'm waiting for them to target his firing or zero in on his firing. Somebody needs to give me something like that.
You did a really nice job there of bringing things back to the White Sox. I appreciate that because usually I'm doing some of that, but that was skillful.
No,
Marshall.
I want to talk about the White Sox because they're bad and they're awful. And I don't want Cubs fans to get this false sense of security because you were able to come back twice and get 1-run wins against the White Sox.
Well, with the White Sox, what you have are emerging stories. Number one, regardless of the report or not, the inevitability of Pedro Grifol being an ex-manager is real. I also think there's an inevitability about guys are going to be likely to deal. We heard John Morosi on with Parkins and Spiegel. And yes, he said that Garrett Crochet will be traded. He predicted that. Ken Rosenthal reported the Padres are sniffing around. What I also thought was interesting was that when Morosi talked about Luis Robert Jr., and he's going to be a guy that obviously has to stay healthy for him to be shopped. And we saw him now in back-to-back games against the Cubs stay healthy. I do wonder if he will be shopped. So when John Morosi was on with Parkins and Spiegel, this is how he addressed the possibility of Luis Robert on the trade market.
Well, you said the two words that are most notable, assuming health. I just don't think the industry trusts his health enough for the White Sox to get enough back for a trade to make sense right now.
It's an excellent point.
That was my point. I mean, it's 2 years of control. He becomes a free agent in 2027. But, like, he hasn't done enough. He hasn't proven himself. Again, he's pitched the most innings he's ever pitched this season, 69 2/3.
Well, that's Crochet. He's talking about Robert as well.
Oh, okay, my bad.
So Robert with the health issue is going to be something that is, you're right about both guys. Do you wonder if you get Crochet, how durable will he be down the stretch? And you worry if you get Luis Robert Jr. and you give up the King's ransom that it will require, how long before he ends up on the injured list? So that's a difficult reality. So those are the White Sox issues. The Cubs, I think, have a different set of issues, and I think that they are related to the bullpen, obviously. Hayden Wesneski gives up a go-ahead home run, or a game-tying home run, to Paul DeJong last night, second night in a row that he did that. You also look at the lack of a power bat. We've talked about that. Pete Alonso on the trade market. They also discussed that with John Morosi. Pete Alonso likely to be dealt by the Mets. But I want to know this, and I wonder if Cub fans agree. The starting pitching, tell me this is just a blip. Tell me this is the exception, because the rule has been great. The rule has been the starting pitching is the strength of the Cubs. But Jameson Taillon didn't have it last night. A night earlier, Shota Imanaga was okay, but he was just okay. Ben Brown didn't have it on Sunday.
Coming off his worst start. Yeah.
So I wonder, every spin through the rotation, is this going to be something where you start to reevaluate just how good the starting pitching is?
Well, we're waiting for guys to come back, right? Like Jordan Wicks you talked about. And I think Craig Counsell, one thing I appreciate about him when he talked about Shota, in fact, he's like, some days you get roughed up. Like it's the first time all season he got roughed up. Now it's been two straight where he hasn't looked as strong, but Christopher Morel at third base had something to do with the fact that he gave up 4 out of his 5 runs and they were unearned. I think I'm okay letting it play out, a couple more turns in the rotation, as you say, but we'll get close to the trade deadline and we'll be able to make a better evaluation on the pitching staff as a whole and the starters individually as a part of the rotation. I'm not as worried about the starting pitching right now as maybe some people are, because you're going to get roughed up from time to time.
It's going to happen. Yeah.
Cy Young's not out there.
Yeah, and they have been very good overall, and Assad goes tonight against the Reds, and he's been terrific. So
exactly.
I think he could maybe be the guy that returns or restores some of the normalcy that we've gotten used to with the Cubs starting pitching. So Javier Assad goes against the Reds tonight down in Cincinnati. Let's go out to the phone lines, 312-644-6767. The Score listener line, Frankie Z is on the road. Good morning, Frankie Z.
Good morning, boys. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hey, I want to take a little bone to pick with David just quickly here.
Oh, please do.
When he said my beloved Brewers were
reeling.
Look, they go into Philadelphia, they lose by 3 very close games, well-pitched games, well-played games. I don't know if that's reeling. Yeah, they lost it, but last time I looked at the standings, my beloved were 5 games up. The other thing I'd say is this. The nice thing about the Brewers is they're really not prone to long losing streaks because you don't go in the slump with speed, and they've got so much speed. It's beautiful to watch. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know that my Brewers are right there, first place. They're not reeling, but they'll be back. Over and out.
Thanks, Frankie Z.
It's the difference between playing the Phillies for 3 games and scoring 2 runs in 3 games, as opposed to playing the White Sox in the previous 3 games. And by the way, those games are a little closer than Brewers fans are probably more comfortable with, even though they swept the White Sox.
I stand by any 3-game losing streak, regardless of the opponent. That defines reeling.
The Phillies are the best team in baseball. The offense is struggling. You can't score 2 runs in 3 games and think you're okay.
You lose 3 straight games,
but I think his point about pitching is right. They've got speed and they've got good starting pitching. They only gave up 7 runs in that series.
The Brewers are 10 games over 500. I have a ton of respect for the franchise, the organization. I love their manager. I've known Pat Murphy for a very long time. He's terrific. But you lose 3 in a row, you're reeling. Come on, Frankie Z. It's not an insult. It's just reality. Julian is on the south side. Julian, welcome to Mully and Haugh. How are you?
First time caller, man. Appreciate the show, man. Y'all the best.
Thank you. What's up?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I just want to say, man, I think this is the worst coaching job manager I've ever seen in baseball in the Sox history. I'm for real. Like, I'm looking up. We had Tony La Russa, and then Robin Torre. Like, at least his team gave effort. You know, like it was first defense, and then everything else set itself out. You know, but like I really think he's doing a horrible job. I think he should get fired right now. I'm not even gonna lie. And like the stuff he's putting on the baseball field, I think he should get fired. Like, if you're not gonna fire him, then what are we doing? You know?
Thanks, Julian. Appreciate the phone call.
Listen, if you're a White Sox fan watching what you've been watching for the last 2 weeks, how can you think that?
Let's face it, last 2 years.
Okay, but
last 2 years.
But he brought up Tony La Russa, and like that's what we were coming. Remember, people were like, "I can't wait to get rid of Tony La Russa because he can't manage."
Yes,
this is like different because this team has so much even less talent
when Tony
than that
La Russa
team.
was the manager, the problem we felt like many of us was the manager. They had talent. It was underachieving. It was injured.
Is that what he said?
Sorry, Tony. But yeah, the problem was the manager. And then really the bigger problem, big picture wise, was the way the manager got the job when Jerry Reinsdorf hijacked the process and really undid a lot of the good that had been done with the White Sox and really killed the buzz that had been building. This was a team that had World Series aspirations. And then they brought back Tony La Russa. And since then, the vibes have not been good. The baseball has been worse. And here we are. Now they're on a historically bad path. Good luck with that. Still want to talk about the White Sox? Sorry.
That was very, first of all, accurate.
Sorry.
I think you kind of summed up with that concise explanation how White Sox are trying to feel, but they can't quite verbalize their frustration. But you did it in a very clinical way.
Okay.
Like, they're doing it in a more artistic way. You were just like, here are the cold, hard facts.
217, are the Sox reeling? Yes! And they have been since 2021. Thank you. Really.
They've gone to the playoffs since
Let's talk
2021.
football. It's Bears time. You know why? Because Mark Grody, everybody's friend.
I do love Mark Grody. I'm not going to lie.
And I can't wait to talk to him about Tevin Jenkins, because have you noticed that every time we talk about Tevin Jenkins, we can't do so without mentioning how good of a relationship he has with Mark Grody? We did that again this morning during the Pick Six. And we'll talk to Mark Grody next. He has the latest from Bears minicamp, which wrapped up on Wednesday. It's Grody time next on Mully and Haugh. Marshall Harris in for Mully, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Bears. Today on the Parkins and Spiegel show, we react to Game 2 of Cubs and Sox. Plus, Dave Wanstead checks in because he's not doing.
My goodness gracious, has Christopher Morel been a great player for the Cubs, and now he is up and he is there for good. Why did it take so long?
Good question.
Why 8 of 11? Why not more for the whole damn? They played 40 games, something like that, right?
Where was he in April?
Thank you.
He was in Iowa. He needed to work on some things. There wasn't a room for him on the lineup. Really? I think the better he hits, the more you wonder. And so he has done, to put it into context, modern records, whatever the case may be. You think about Cub power hitters who've started seasons, the first 11 games. Ernie Banks, Andre Dawson, Dave Kingman, Sammy Sosa. Christopher Morel has more home runs in his first 11 games than anybody since 1901, right? That's how far back it goes. Where was he in April? I love that he took Kimbrel deep. I love that he went the opposite way. He's doing everything right. Now, in the outfield, in the field, still there are challenges, but you've got to find room for his bat.
Well, and I mean, he's a guy that has been consistent, and I don't know how long he can keep it up, but this is historic. I mean, it's crazy that the first Cub in franchise history, and that began in 1901, to record 8 home runs in the first 11 games of a season. And by the way, he's scored a run in every one of those 11 games.
Yeah, and that is also historic. This pace, he's bringing it in terms of intangibles with his charisma, and he's producing at the plate. It's probably the hottest streak he will be on all season, but you do wonder what the ceiling is now. You do wonder where this is headed. Once the league, again, adjusts to him, how does he adjust to that?
Baked potato. It's Grody time, and that means it's time for Mark Grody with Mully and Haugh. Bears. On 670 The Score.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Marshall Harrison for Mully. And yeah, you know what that music means. It means it's time to bring in the man whose voice you heard.
I'm so confused.
Asking Tevin Jenkins about his Wendy's order back in the day.
People get baked potatoes at Wendy's still?
Oh my god.
That's a thing?
I don't know. I think they do. I think they actually do. I think that is a
chili.
thing. And chili. You get a lot of things at Wendy's. Wendy's is fantastic as well.
All right.
Mark Grody knows.
Son of a baconator for me.
Mark Grody knows all, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Good morning. And Marshall, actually, I was questioning myself about that yesterday. It came up in the media room yesterday. It's perfect you played that because the baked potato issue came up again. And I was like, I don't know if they still do serve baked. Apparently they do still serve baked potatoes. When I was growing up, and all three of us are about the same age, that they obsessed over that in the Wendy's commercials for a while, that they had baked potatoes because that was different than the rest of the fast food chain. So yes, can confirm you could still get a baked potato at Wendy's.
That's the kind of information we get from you, Mark.
Yeah, I think you back then you could get chili on the baked potato. That was like the thing.
Oh, absolutely. You get the salad bar, the whole thing. Big day today, guys. This is the final day of the Bears mandatory minicamp. They will start early today. They're going to be on the practice field a little bit after 10 o'clock. And we will get to speak to Caleb Williams today. So it's going to be a big day out there at Hallis.
Looking forward to that. Let's go back to Tevin Jenkins for a moment before we get to what Caleb Williams looked like yesterday and how he might conclude this morning's practice. Tevin Jenkins said that he approached the Bears about a contract extension. He's entering the final year of his deal. And I think he referred to the Bears' stance as being up in the air. I understand why they would not want to commit necessarily right now, Mark, but where do you think that stands and where do you think that's headed?
Yeah, I think that my gut is that Tevin Jenkins is probably going to have to play out the season just because, and it's not necessarily because of the durability factor. That's definitely part of it. I just think it's a matter of whether or not Ryan Poles and the Bears want to commit the big dollars again to the guard position where, they've already committed some money to Nate Davis. And from what we have been seeing in these OTAs, at least, and lots of things can change between now and the start of the season. I think Ryan Poles is trying to show that he's got lots of different options, not personal to Tevin Jenkins, but we are seeing that with Ryan Bates being here. And I do think he's going to be the center. We've seen big, 6'7" Matt Pryor out on the field. Jatari Carter is still here. And obviously Nate Davis is here as well. So, it's a decision that Ryan Poles has to make. I think one thing in the favor of Tevin Jenkins is the fact that Ryan Poles although he didn't draft Tevin Jenkins, Ryan Poles is the one who figured out where Tevin Jenkins is best suited to play. And it's not on the outside, it's on the inside as a guard. And, Tevin Jenkins, from my conversations with him and with the collective media, is, really embracing guard. There was always that part of him that used to say, yeah, I'm doing whatever the team wants me to do. And, that in the peripheral, he probably would rather be a tackle. That has changed. He says he sees himself as a guard. I think he's a valuable asset. The other part that I think is in his favor is they made it clear that, he is part of this core right now because he was part of the group that was in the welcoming committee for Caleb Williams. So it seems like he has been embraced on this team. Now it's just a matter of business at this point, I think, more than anything.
Do you feel like he understands that? And when I ask that, I mean, like, this is a guy who played 12 games last year. He played 13 games the year before. That's been his max out. Obviously, the best ability, his availability. How do you feel like he's looking at this situation in a prove-it year? And is it something he's embracing, or is he disappointed that, he says, we reached out and we didn't hear back on contract talks?
Yeah, Marshall, I think he's disappointed. I mean, I think that he would prefer to have heard from the Bears. I mean, this isn't one of those things where, he's thinking I can be anywhere. He wants to be with the Bears. He wants to be here long term. So yeah, I do think that he is disappointed. Like many players, as they should. He thinks highly of himself as a player. I think he thought that he should have been a Pro Bowler last year. And I think that he's going to do what he has to do this year to, as you said, to stay available. He has, every single year he seems to do things in the name of making his body right, like refining his diet, doing the yoga exercises and all sorts of different things that he has done. But yeah, I mean, that's obviously a huge part of it. Playing, 15 games this year would be really good, I think, for Tevin Jenkins, and continue to thrive like he has. I mean, and the part too is, he's really been a good guard in the NFL. I don't know that he's been a great guard. I don't think he was probably Pro Bowl worthy, but he has been a stalwart at the position and may have even for a short period of time last year, looked better even at the right guard. So it also comes down to, and I haven't even mentioned this, like, I don't know what Tevin Jenkins is asking. I don't know what kind of money he's asking for. I think that is going to be the test of it. And I doubt that Tevin Jenkins is going to give any kind of home team discount. I mean, why would he? This is his life. But there are several different factors that go into it. And it's, not too out of the ordinary or uncommon relative to what other players go through.
Back to Caleb Williams. What do you expect to hear from him today, wrapping up the mini camps and heading into, I guess next week there are OTAs, but this is the last mini camp portion of the or practice of the offseason, Mark. And how did he look yesterday? I understand he threw a pick to Tremaine Edmonds, and then he connected with Velus Jones. So there were some mixed results again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is symbolic of what we've seen from Caleb Williams. Like I've seen the special and like why he is who he is, and relative. And I'm trying not to make the same mistake that I think I made with Justin Fields, and that is to constantly reference his college work and say, "Oh man, he did this and that and that. Why isn't he doing it here?" Like, forget all that. Wipe it away. But in terms of the scouting reports, like yesterday in that microcosm, we saw bad interception. That was 2 days in a row where it was bad interceptions. The one to Kevin Byard, and then the one yesterday where he throws it right in the middle, short pass. I mean, Tremaine Edmonds certainly was not not drifting back or anything. It was a very short interception. Tremaine Edmonds gets both his big paws up there and takes it in for, I think, a would-be pick six, which is hard to tell because they're not tackling and they're not in pads. But you see, as you said, the pinpoint pass to Velus Jones in the back corner of the end zone. And that was a special play. I also saw, and I get that we're talking about those two plays, but in 11-on-11, I started to see a really nice connection with Rome Odunze. The 2-minute end of game drill was good. He got the team in position for a field goal, marching them down the field. Of course, you would have liked to have seen more out of that, but started to see some nice sideline passes to Rome Odunze. Keenan Allen started to get involved. We've already seen a decent chemistry with DJ Moore. So yeah, you're definitely starting to see some more of that. What was the other part of the question there, Haugh?
How he's going to summarize today.
Oh,
his
yeah,
mini camp experience.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm guessing he's going to be pretty honest with us. I mean, like I said, there's good and bad to ask him about. I mean, we're going to be anxious to see if he agrees with Matt Eberflus on the double hitching on both of the interceptions and what he saw in those spots. I want to know how comfortable he is with his receivers. And then I think the biggest thing right now and Tevin Jenkins was just absolutely great talking about this yesterday, and that is the cadence issues, which should not be alarming. I mean, it's just part of the process. Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields both had issues with the cadence and had to get that right. I don't know that anybody was as forthright or as honest about it or as descriptive about it as Tevin Jenkins and with those two previous quarterback regimes. But I'm very anxious to hear what Caleb Williams thinks about that, how long he thinks it's going to take to get that right, and what he's going to be doing between now and training camp after that last OTA to get that particular part right. So I think there's many different directions to go with Caleb Williams, and I'll expect that he'll be very descriptive, as he always has been so far in answering these questions.
First of all, I'm just so thankful that we're not hearing from Caleb Williams on day one of minicamp, that they're waiting till after the third day of minicamp when it's over to get his thoughts, his reflections, and to kind of learn about his process. Well, I'm just curious, the way the schedule's set up this offseason, mandatory minicamp, then we're back to OTAs. Is there going to be kind of a shift? Because obviously that's not mandatory next week. How do you see this laying out and the way it's affecting how they're developing Caleb Williams and everybody else, really?
Yeah, I would expect that there probably will be a lot of veterans missing the final OTAs. That's just the way it is towards the end of these things. And we know that there's been a bunch of guys that held out of the OTAs to begin with. I guess people like to hear this kind of thing. And I know, again, going back, drawing from experiences with Fields and Trubisky, Caleb will do what they did. Most likely they will pick a time and Caleb will get together with Rome Odunze and Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, and they will throw to those guys. So that's always a good thing. It's this is nothing new. It happens all around the NFL where quarterbacks and receivers get together. I don't know the exact value of it other than getting to know each other better and just getting a feel. But that will happen. But I can't wait until training camp when we have the actual padded practices and there's tackling and all that, because there's so many unanswered questions, still so many things that, especially on the defensive side of the ball, obviously running backs, that Matt Eberflus simply cannot answer right now, or his answer is we got to wait till they get the pads on and everything is at full speed. But yeah, this is definitely winding down the off-season program, but there will definitely still be, maybe one or two more solid practices.
60 seconds, Grody. Tory Taylor made quite a splash. Matt Eberflus talking about him as a trick shot artist. What did you think?
Oh, I can't do that in 60 seconds, Haugh. Come on, man. I need about 5 minutes for that. Why you got to do me like that, Haugh? No, he looks great out there yesterday, and he has looked the part. I can't say that I was maybe as obsessed with watching the punter, being that there was a guy named number 13 out there. But yeah, I mean, this is the guy. You drafted this guy in the 4th round, so there's a certain expectation. We know how good he was at Iowa, so it's been a really good start for Tory Taylor, and I look forward to seeing what more he can do.
You don't sound that excited, to be honest.
I mean,
you don't sound excited at all.
It's the punter.
It's still.
Look, I thought we did this already, like when he was drafted, and he's
on displays in front of you. You can observe.
He's got an Australian accent.
You're just mad because I put a cap on your time.
Yeah, I am kind of mad about that. You guys get all this time on the pick six. You guys ringing that bell on me way too early.
Wow.
I mean, this is ridiculous. The amount, but yeah, hey man, I'm excited about Tory Taylor, but it's still the punter. So I'm a little bit more concerned about other things, but I'm glad you asked, David.
Punters are people too, Mark. Next thing you know, I'll remember this when next October you are asking Tory Taylor his Wendy's order.
Oh, I will be, man.
Yeah.
And he'll know all about the baked potatoes. He won't even question it.
I want to know what flavor Aussie pie he prefers.
That's a great question. Yeah, what do the Aussies put on their potatoes?
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate the time.
Later, guys.
Mark Grody covering the Bears at Haugh. They wrap up today. It was one more day. Mini camp is 3 practices, 3 days in a row. Today they conclude, and we will hear from Caleb Williams. That'll be interesting.
Listen, I just want to know his perspective on the growth and everything else, because we can sit here and talk about it and what people see and, he was good up and down, whatever, how you want to put it. I want to hear what he thinks, though.
Looking forward to that. We'll have plenty of that later today, throughout the day on The Score from Caleb Williams. We'll talk about it tomorrow. On Friday, Mully is back. But when we come back, I want to revisit the story that broke this morning. Danny Hurley being targeted by the Lakers. There's been some other developments, some other opinions being offered, and we have a lot to look at in terms of what he might be leaving, and we might disagree on what the possibility is.
No, we definitely disagree.
Okay, then we'll talk about that next. Marshall Harris in for Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
There's no offseason for Bears talk on The Score.
We've got some entertaining, badass wide receivers. Keenan Allen.
They look like a top 5 defense. They sound like a top 5 defense, too. Defenses are annoying, especially at practice.
And last year, there were 10 different Cubs that started in the leadoff spot. That's the fourth time in fourth time in 6 seasons since Dexter Fowler left that 10 different players had that spot. That spot can mess with you. We watched it with Schwarber here. It's like, do you try to draw more walks? Do you stay yourself? All that. It's like, so have you thought about like how to stay kind of mentally strong in that spot and not have it have an effect?
Yeah, honestly, I've probably hit second the most in my life. Leadoff is going to be the only thing that's really that different is just that, like the pregame prep, like literally the 20 minutes leading up to the game. I do feel like there is a little bit more like just being ready to be the first hitter of the game. You just kind of got to start everything a little earlier and then give yourself a second just to be actually ready when that first pitch starts. And obviously I didn't walk that much last year, and I have in the past, at least at league average rate. So I know that I can. That's a hard thing to be like, I'm going to set out and walk at an 8.5% clip this year, and then it'll be more valuable. Those things are a product of a lot of other factors, and something I'm aware of. But yeah, tough in the sport to force those things, just like it's tough to force homers. They kind of go together, and just continue to be a best version of myself. And I would love to own that spot and be there and help our team solidify that. And we'll see where it goes.
Since 2016, Cubs haven't had the same player lead off more than 56 times in a season. I'm taking the over on you, Nico Horner, to lead off more than 56 times. What do you think?
I appreciate it. I mean, I think that would be a nice sign for myself and for the team if that's true. I think a lot of things would be lining up in a good way, and so I'll take that one for sure.
and certainly major ramifications for the UConn program, back-to-back national championships. You know, Dan Hurley has become the most sought-after coach at any level of basketball. He was not willing to listen to any college jobs, you know, after winning that second championship, but he is willing to listen to the Lakers. They have communicated, and those talks now are going to pick up over the next few days.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score. Marshall Harris is in for Mully today. That was the voice of Adrian Wojnarowski from ESPN reporting this morning that the Lakers have targeted Connecticut head coach Dan Hurley, who is the coach of the back-to-back national championship teams at Connecticut and now has become the target of the Lakers head coaching search. Woj has a relationship with the Hurley family that dates back to 2006, probably before that, obviously before that, but he wrote a book in 2006, A Miracle of St. Anthony, a season with Coach Bob Hurley and basketball's most improbable dynasty. It just reflects to me, Marshall, that Adrian Wojnarowski, who is the king of scoops, but he's not going to break something like this without being sure about a lot of things because I'm sure the respect and relationship he has with the Hurley family. So there's something to this. It just is a matter of Dan Hurley making a decision, perhaps, if he has one, a choice between the success at UConn and maintaining that and going for a three-peat, or the allure of coaching at a place like the Lakers in the NBA.
Well, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire. And right now, Woj sounds like Smokey Robinson singing in the background, because my favorite part about that report was he gave you an actual timeline. He said in the next few days.
Yeah.
Like they're going to be advancing talks. That tells me that we're at a point now where this isn't just speculation like we just had with J.J. Redick, right? This seems more cemented, if you will.
A lot of layers here because I think we see college coaches make the jump or try to in the past, and it has been a difficult leap to make to find success. We're in a town, though, where an example of Billy Donovan, now regardless of how you feel about where the Bulls are as a franchise, regardless of how you feel, frankly, of him as a Bulls head coach during his tenure, Billy Donovan has been a very good, in my opinion, NBA head coach. Has not won a championship, but he has been good enough to justify leaving the college sport and the game at the time he did. What else was he going to accomplish at Florida? I think that's probably what drew him to the league, to Oklahoma City. He turned down the Magic, if you recall, and he went from Oklahoma City to Chicago. And I think that we just saw him turn down Kentucky in those overtures because he felt comfortable in the NBA the way a lot of guys do once they make the jump. Haven't been a lot that have had success doing so. He's one of them.
It's crazy because you look at his stops. OKC, he left because they were starting a rebuild. I think the Bulls need a rebuild. Like, he might have been better off just staying at OKC, all things considered. But, yeah, you're right. He won back-to-back championships. Very familiar with the situation that Hurley was in. Again, a different era, though, a different time in the way you recruit and the way you get players in your program with the transfer portal and NIL. That 1-2 combo has just turned college sports, but specifically basketball, into something different than what we saw 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
No doubt about it. The landscape has changed since Billy Donovan made the jump. Certainly it has changed since Brad Stevens went from Butler to the Celtics, which was considered an extraordinary quantum leap of faith there. And you go back to Larry Brown, who's probably the guy who was the most referenced example of a guy who went from college coaching to the NBA and had some success. You know, it's not a very long list, though. There's not a very long list of guys who have gone from college coaching to the NBA and thrived. So Dan Hurley would be trying to buck convention and defy those odds, and I think they would be long odds. What's this mean to LeBron's future? What does this mean for Danny Hurley's approach to coaching NBA players in a way that might be different from college players? There's a lot to consider here. I don't think it's as simple as just saying, well, you know what? It's the Lakers. They're going to pay him $15 million a year, $12 million a year, and it's easy because he did turn down Kentucky, and I know Lexington isn't Hollywood, but I do think that comfort level has to be considered. He might think it's time now. Might think it's time to move on.
Listen, if you had aspirations as an NBA head coach, and this was the opportunity that presented itself, it's just hard for me to believe that a better opportunity is going to come than this one right now. At the height of his college career, he's done everything he's needed to do in college. Like that job, that goal.
Okay,
it's been reached.
But let's look at the Lakers as a job in the NBA.
Okay,
LeBron uncertainty. You might have to draft Bronny and bring in that reality show. Anthony Davis, not what he used to be. Is this a good job?
That could be the case for any NBA job, because of the fact that if you are one of the best teams right now, that's saying right now that you got to hurry up and win or you're out of here sooner. But to tie into that, I think Dustin mentioned it. David, you mentioned it earlier too. Could this be the trend going forward with the NIL because of the fact that, you know what, you heard Dan say, I'm burnt out from this. So could a lot more coaches be burnt out and just say, you know what, let me just jump and make the money and see, and then come back later?
Until it becomes the new normal, I think that's a good point. I think coaches will find ways to navigate this more in a way that they maintains control and gives them some normalcy. There's always going to be the only constant in college basketball now is change,
right?
And every
year to year too, not even like 3 to 4 years.
Chris Holtman was a guest on the radio broadcast. The new coach at DePaul last night sat in during the third inning, I believe, with Zach, Ron, and Pat. He's got a roster full of transfers. They're all new guys. Welcome to campus. What can you do for me? Can you shoot the three? Is every college basketball, the roster construction resembles the job and the task that general managers face with the NBA. You're not dealing with contracts. You're dealing with scholarships. And everything's year to year.
But
so
you say you're not dealing with contracts, but you are dealing with the NIL money and like, can I give this guy the money that he wants to come here through the transport portal? And can I hold on to him next year if he does develop as I think I can develop him? Or is he going to jump to a bigger school or a different school where he has a more pronounced role or a team that's ready to win now?
It's a good point. It's an excellent point. And I wonder where this all is headed. Maybe you have an opinion on that. 312-644-6767. Or maybe you were at the Cubs-Sox game last night. What was that like, Cubs fans, Sox fans? I think that you had a very different feeling and vibe as you left Wrigley Field late Wednesday night. We'll talk about it all. We'll reset with the Bears. We're going to hear from Caleb Williams today. Marshall Harrison for Mully. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey, Chicago, it's Craig Counsell.
It's Nico Horner. It's Dansby Swanson.
Deep drive to left center off the bat of Swanson.
What's wrong with Andrew Vaughn?
There's two questions. That's a very important one.
Get his legs back? From where? Where are his legs? From where do we need to retrieve his legs? Legs, plural. It's one thing to say his knee hurts. He's got some swelling in his ankle. He bruised his heel. Legs need to come back? He's 24. Where did his legs go? Where can we find them? Deserved? He's the second worst hitter in baseball. And he deserved the at-bat over players who are considerably better at baseball?
He's imagining a high leverage situation later when there's one in front of him.
And he's saying, I would have pinch hit for Sheets later. I got to be careful saying that. Pinch hit for Sheets later. I would have used him for a situation that ended up not. This is the same thing that happened the other day with the pitchers. I have to use my bad player in the high leverage situation now because I have to save the good player for something that isn't going to matter. This is backwards. This is criminal. This is exactly what you don't do.
This is like I can't, man.
How many times?
How is Tony La Russa making the manager's position matter this much in a negative way too?
Where are Andrew Vaughn's legs?
Where are his legs?
Did you see Larry's at-bats?
Yes, I've seen a lot of them.
They're terrible.
They're awful because he sucks.
His at-bats are the second worst in baseball. He's awful. You know who's not awful? a guy that's a borderline all-star.
Andrew Vaughn ranks of those 217 in WRC Plus. Of the 217 in the major leagues, Andrew Vaughn ranks 38th.
Nice.
Not 216th. Andrew Vaughn's 38th in that being able to hit stat. In the how good you are at hitting stat, he's 38th. The other guy's second from last in the league. You're seeing his at bats? What the hell are you talking about?
We saw him.
Deranged old coot.
And we all knew what was going to happen. And if you want, you could just look at the percentages and you go, Leury had 2 good at bats. What's the likelihood that he's going to have a 3rd good at bat? Not very high.
It's not very high.
Because he's the 2nd worst hitter in baseball.
Did you say his at bats? I'm going to pinch him for I was saving him. He was going to pinch him for Sheets later. What? What are you talking about later for? Watch the game. You're not going to have a later. There was no later.
You were losing.
You're not entitled to a later. You're not entitled to that. You're not saving Joe Kelly. You don't use Jose Ruiz because you got to save Joe Kelly for something that's not going to happen.
I'm watching Lurie's at bats. You see Lurie's at bats?
Yes, they're bad. He sucks.
They're awful.
He's a bad baseball player.
Deep left center. Back goes Robert. Cubs win the ball game. Tauchman has given the Cubs a sweep in this 2-game series against the White Sox.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
They're all tough, but obviously this is a rivalry, and to take a 5-0 lead and a 5-1 lead and not be able to, to finish it is frustrating.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Marshall Harris from CBS 2 in for Mully today.
Yep.
That was the voice of Pedro Grifol, and that's the other side of the ledger. There was celebration, there was giddiness and glee. Mike Tauchman with the talk-off, if you will. Home run off of Michael Kopech. Give the Cubs a 7-6 victory. The second straight night they came back, and in the latter innings, won the game. So the Cubs are back at 500. They're back in action tonight in Cincinnati. Javier Assad, Hunter Green, the Great American Ballpark. Pregame right here on The Score, 5:35 with Zach. 6:10 first pitch, Pat and Ron. Cubs feel like they may have gotten a moment there, 2 in a row. They can build off that, take advantage of the Reds. They should win this series. White Sox, meanwhile, hosting Boston.
Why that sigh, David?
Jake Woodford's on the mound tonight. Another unknown. There's so many unknowns, and there's so many unknown and unproven players that the results become inevitable. And this is a team now in the midst of a 13-game losing streak. And it's got to be tough to be a Sox fan. As much as you understand what's happening, as much as you understand how long it will be before you're good again, it doesn't make it any easier to take. And you heard the frustration. And I don't need to tell you as a Sox fan, as somebody who, has been a Sox fan for a long time, this is rock bottom. And I think if you say that and you're, unless that's optimistic, this feels like rock bottom.
It feels like what rock bottom could be, but you understand that they could still fall further. And what I mean by that is you're in a situation where clearly it's a rebuild, right? And you want to make sure that you get the right pieces back for whatever you trade and you make the right decisions and that the players are developed capably in the minor leagues. And nothing that's happened over the last, let's say, 5 years has shown us that that's going to be the case. There's no evidence that that's what it's going to be. Remember, Chris Getz is the GM, right? Chris Getz was in charge of the minor leagues.
Player development.
What do you see? What do you see?
You don't see players developing.
Yeah.
So now, some of the players that they have gotten in recent trades are players worth investing a little bit of hope in.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is, you say it's rock bottom now. The losing is going to continue at a just a frenetic pace. The development is really what you're hanging your hat on. Not just the development of the players that you've already acquired and say like the Dylan Cease trade, but the guys you're hoping to get at this year's trade deadline.
Yes.
Knowing and understanding no one on this team of value is going to be on this team when they're good again.
And there's no benefit in bottoming out, not because of the draft realities. You're not going to be higher than 10th next year, even if you are on pace to lose 123 games, which would set a major league record. So in that context, it's all a process, and you wonder about the next step in every step if you're a Sox fan. And one of those steps inevitably will be changing managers. It will be a matter of when, not if, according to Ken Rosenthal, who wrote that on Wednesday in The Athletic. He followed up on that on the Foul Territory podcast when he addressed the Pedro Grifol job status this way.
Well, what I wrote about was what he said last week when he said the team was, I'm not going to say the exact words, even though I know you guys would love me to. He said they were bleeping flat. And whenever a manager questions a team's effort, a player's effort, publicly, that can cause a problem. And generally it does cause a problem. It cost you some of the clubhouse. And in Grifol's case, the team is now 15-46. They've lost 12 straight. They haven't won since this happened. He probably is headed for an unfortunate reality that all managers eventually must face, and that's the loss of his job. So that was kind of the gist of what I wrote about, just where those comments fit in the context of the season. Is this his fault? No, it's not his fault. Not entirely, that's for sure. And in fact, I said in the column, he might not even be the fifth or sixth biggest reason why they are where they are. But at the same time, there's a new general manager there, first year for Chris Getz, and ultimately Chris Getz might want his own guy. And you might ask, well, when's this going to happen? Why doesn't it happen right now? It seems that they are waiting till later in the season when they are ready to bring up some of their younger players. And then at that point, maybe they'll want a new environment. Now, you could say, well, if they keep losing now, why not do it now? They might, for all I know. But keep in mind, owner Jerry Reinsdorf has a powerful voice with this team. Obviously, he's the owner, and he is an involved owner. So it's hard to predict when this might happen, but it certainly isn't looking good for the team, for Pedro Grifol, for anybody involved with that organization.
Now, granted, that's a very sturdy limb on which Ken Rosenthal stands. And I know that you're not necessarily taken or struck by the significance of it, but when he talks with such certainty from a place of authority, it suggests to me that somebody's talking to him who would be in a position to know. And when we change managers or coaches in this town, in a market like Chicago, I don't think you want to get to the point where you just shrug and like, oh yeah, we expected that to happen. This is a big job change. I don't know what impact it would have in this season. The suggestion would be none. If I'm Chris Getz, I would make the change eventually, sooner rather than later, appoint Charlie Montoyo, the interim manager, to play out the string. Tough job to do that. And then reassess where I am organizationally at the end of this year.
I guess that's why you probably look at me and say, well, you don't seem like you care that much. But my thing is this. They're bad. They're going to continue to be bad. They're not winning anything. Pedro Griffol's not coming back. What are we waiting for?
Well, that's a good
What
point.
is Chris Getz waiting for?
It's a good question. And you wonder, and we'll get to some of the realities in a moment, but 815 asks a pertinent question. Why would anybody want to take the job as manager of the White Sox? Who are they going to be able to get? I wouldn't want that job.
I'll tell you why. There's 30 big league managing jobs. There's 30 of them.
Well,
There's only 30 of them.
That's the obvious answer. Yes. It's still it's a privilege to be a major league manager.
Why did Pedro Griffol want the job?
Because it was
one of 30.
Something he always aspired to do.
And there's plenty
Absolutely.
of other people who would aspire to be a major league manager.
I don't doubt that, and I wouldn't ask that question necessarily in the way that the texter did, but I would say this. I think the job will be more attractive in October than it is right now. And I think the job will look better looking forward. Or if it doesn't, then we have real serious problems.
You say that, but
they're going to be in a better position to understand what their plan is and how well they're going to be in a position to execute it once they make some of these trades and set up their farm system. And you find out how these players are developing finally, if they are.
But that's taking into account that you believe that players who are developing right now in the minor leagues are going to be ready to go in the big leagues next season. Is there a giant slew of players?
Or the next two. I mean,
but what I'm saying is, if you're a person, back to the text line's question, why would you take this job? It's like, that's not even the question. The question is, what's attractive about this job? Why is this job appealing?
It's not appealing because of ownership. I'll say that.
And that's what I'm saying.
There's too much uncertainty there.
Even if you were to take the job and you're saying, oh, well, they have a plan. I know what the plan's not. It's not to go out and spend money and get guys in here who can play at a high level.
That is not the plan.
That's what I'm saying.
This is not a franchise that spends a lot of money.
It's not the Mets plan.
It's not. Yeah, you don't have any Steve Cohens here.
It's not even a small market plan.
Well, it's a small market approach to a big market team. That's always been the knock against the White Sox. But before we get too far afield, Pedro Grifol, obviously before Wednesday's game, we'll talk to Bruce at 825 because he was there, but he was part of the questioning. Paul Sullivan from the Tribune also wrote about this. Paul Sullivan also had Chris Getz's response into the speculation. Chris Getz, the general manager, declined to comment. Pedro Grifol, not in that position to do so. This is the way a pregame conversation went with Pedro Grifol when asked about the Ken Rosenthal story.
This is part of the job, right? And I go ahead and ask your question because I'm not going to address this every single day. And I'm
shrug it off.
I'm fine with addressing these questions, but I'm not going to sit here and address it every day. But I don't focus on that stuff. It's part of the job. You know, we're not winning. So when you're not winning, you know, speculations get higher and higher. You know, it's a part of what we do. We get signed up to win baseball games, and when you don't, there's always a possibility of a change being made. I didn't read the article. I understand the question. I understand the stories. I get it all. I'll answer the questions. But my answer is always going to be the same.
But you wouldn't talk to Chris about it and say, you know, what about this?
No. Why would I do that? No. I mean, I don't make those decisions, and I'm certainly not going to worry about it. My concern is making sure that this team is ready to play tonight, making adjustments from yesterday, and trying to see if we can snap this losing streak. That's no fun, extremely painful because we've lost some painful games. But I'm certainly not going to make this about me and my future here. I'm not going to decide that anyways. I don't make those decisions.
Pedro Grifol, pregame Wednesday, answering a series of uncomfortable questions, but necessary ones in light of the Ken Rosenthal report. The only thing that probably I didn't buy necessarily, or I was skeptical in hearing, my sense is that at some point in time, Chris Getz and Pedro Grifol will have a conversation, if they haven't already, about where he stands and how secure his job is. I would think I would want some peace of mind of where my boss is when things are getting tough and how
things are already tough.
Well, then my sense is they've had this conversation at some point in time.
Well, I would think most GMs and managers these days talk every day.
Well, I know.
In some shape, form, or fashion.
So
you want more of a direct.
No, I don't want it. I understand why he would say that. I don't think it's necessarily
privy to the public.
Truthful. I think.
Yeah, the conversations are going to be privy to the public.
No doubt about it. And I think that you want to respect some of the privacy there. I get it, but he has to say that they haven't discussed it. I get it.
But
here's why I doubt that they haven't.
Here's why I'm not really concerned about it. Right? Pedro Grifol knows where he stands.
Mm-hmm.
He's not making it out past this year. It's just a matter of when. Now, if he wants clarification on when, but to me, that's a resigned feeling. Like, just do the best you can every day, and we'll let you know when it's time.
Well, he did sound like a manager resigned to his fate, and it's not
Yes.
going to be good. And I think so that pivots to, if you're a Sox observer, if you're a Sox fan, this does seem inevitable. What is less than inevitable is, well, who are they going to be able to trade, and what can they get in return? Paul DeJong is great. He's got 10 home runs, and he's a solid guy. I don't know what he gets you in return except for maybe a prospect. You always have the possibility of getting, a Ben Brown-like guy in return. That's the hope. But the big names, the only big names that you're going to be able to deal, Garrett Crochet, Luis Robert Jr., Tommy Pham is a name. Tommy Pham batted third for the
He's
Diamondbacks.
not a name. He's an attitude.
He's an attitude. Tommy Pham's a way of life.
Yes.
Tommy Pham is an approach.
And maybe things would have gone differently if he hadn't hit the IL before this series.
Oh, please.
Whoa. You're not going to just miss Tommy Pham in 2 back-to-back one-run games?
You think that Tommy Pham would have made a difference in this Cub series?
In a one-run game? He's been their most consistent player this season. Yes.
Still the White Sox.
There's a reason why, I do all kinds of fighting in the off season.
Now I'm scared.
I'm prepared to somebody up. So you can take it as what it is.
I think you're disrespecting Tommy Pham's influence on the White Sox.
Stop trying to get me beat up.
I think you're literally disrespecting
Come
Tommy
on,
Pham.
man.
Look at their record with him and their record without him.
Okay. Let's agree on this then. Tommy Pham, impactful enough player to be traded.
Yes.
All right. He's third on the list of names that would be worth discussing if I'm an opposing general manager, if I'm AJ Preller, if I'm any executive out there looking for the White Sox.
He's third?
What do they have to deal with? Yeah.
Ahead of all the pitchers?
I'm asking, if I'm calling Chris Getz and I'm a contender.
Right.
I want to know.
What's up?
Hey, what's up, Chris? Sorry about the way things are going. Stop hiring people from Kansas City. Just a tip. Luis Robert Jr., are you serious about dealing him? What would it take? How many of our prospects do you want? Garrett Crochet, same deal. Same question. Both those guys are kind of in the same category, even though I think Crochet might be more likely to be dealt than Robert just because of the health issue. And then I'm asking about Tommy Pham. I don't know if there's anybody else on this roster that you would be thinking, well, you know what? Got to have him. Makes a difference. Tell me if I'm wrong. Who is that? Who would that be? No other pitcher is going to be that impactful. Michael Kopech? No way. I mean, Michael Kopech is a throw-in.
I got it. Fetty. On a very, very good deal, you have control over him next year, too.
Well, you are really loving Eric Fetty's first 2 months of the season.
Starting pitching is hard to find. It is in shortage.
He's still fourth on my list.
Behind Tommy Pham.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's going to agree with this. You'd rather have Tommy Pham knowing his, let's call it Kennedy Carter-like history. You got that? You got that parallel?
Wait. Just for the record, it's not me that is criticizing Kennedy Carter here this morning.
I'm not criticizing
Marshall
her.
Harris brought her
I'm saying
into
she has
the discussion.
She has a past having played on multiple teams where she did not last, as Tommy Pham did. And it wasn't because of ability for either one of them.
It's a good debate. All right, maybe so.
What was Tommy Pham doing this time last year?
He was getting ready. I have to look at who he was with. When did he get traded to the Diamondbacks?
He was, I can't remember when he got traded.
He's been on 8 teams for a reason. I get it.
Yes,
but if you're looking for a spark in your lineup, you're going to be
okay. But Eric Fetty could be a solid rotation piece. I'm not saying he's winning the Cy Young. I'm just saying.
All right, I'll allow it because I don't want to get caught up on.
Wow.
So let's say Fetty or Pham. The list isn't very long. I just think that when you talk about the White Sox, now you're wondering about how big of a splash you're going to make before the trade deadline. What would Garrett Crochet bring you in return? And I do think that the Garrett Crochet question becomes bigger about how much you trust him beyond a certain threshold of innings. So once you start to use him past whatever innings limit you mentally have placed on yourself, are you going to try? Are you potentially willing to trade him before you get there because you're concerned about his durability?
Well, my thing is, if you're trading for Garrett Crochet, it can't be like he's going to help us this season, can it? Because he's already pitched more innings than he's ever pitched. Like I said, past high school.
Well, that's why what Dustin said makes a lot of sense. I'm looking at Garrett Crochet. I am even more conservative than I may have been at the beginning of the season because your season is lost. And now, if you do end up talking yourself into a trade and get an offer you can't refuse, you want to be sure that he's not compromised. You want to make sure that he's at his best and his strongest, and he still has, many innings left to pitch. So you put him on a 75 to 80 pitch limit.
Yeah, and if you're a team trading for starting pitching, I don't think Garrett Crochet makes a lot of sense to help your push this season as a starter, because we are already in an uncharted territory as a starter. Remember, how shocked was he when he was named the opening day starter? Like, we didn't know he was going to be a starting pitcher at the beginning of spring training.
Texter says you could get more for Fetty than you could for Tommy Pham. Don't
Smart
disagree.
texters out here.
Well, okay, I'm saying you would. I'm agreeing with you because of the contractual situation. Eric Fetty is 2 years, $15 million contract. It's pretty affordable contract.
That's a great contract
for a pitcher of control. Tommy Pham's a rental, a guy that may or may not fit into your clubhouse, depending on your clubhouse. He may have already played for you. Maybe you know him well based on the teams that are in contention. So I do think, though, but Marshall, going back, what is the only reason Tommy Pham is here with the White Sox? To sign and flip him. If they didn't think that they could trade him, he wouldn't be here. He wouldn't be in the middle of a brouhaha. He wouldn't be here at all. He was brought here to trade. That's a single purpose.
And he's on the injured list, so let's see how quickly he comes back.
How injured is he really, you think?
I think he hurt his ankle sliding into home plate.
I think he hurt his feelings. Or hurt somebody's feelings. I don't know.
I think he wants to hurt somebody's feelings.
I know. Probably everybody's.
I love Tommy Pham. That's just me.
Well, Bruce was there. Bruce Levine was with Pedro Gaffol asking the questions, and we heard what he had to say. Bruce was also at the game last night, and he spoke to Ian Happ post-game on the field for the score. Bruce works hard, and he'll join us next. It's Mully and Haugh, Marshall Harrison from Mully, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
There's no offseason for Bears talk on the score.
Do you know how many plays in NFL games at critical moments aren't exactly right? A lot of them. All of the best laid plans and all the headset communication and everything else, having that ability to be calm and flexible in those.
Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick. Let the bass. Let the bass kick.
Stoney, 25 years ago today, 1976, you wore shorts for the first time. White Sox wore shorts in 76. So 8-8-88, as you mentioned, first night game, 8-8-76, White Sox in shorts. Which one is more important in baseball history, you think?
Oh, I think quite obviously the lights. I didn't wear the shorts. I was injured with the Cubs at that point. So that was a rotator cuff injury in '76, and I was headed to become the first free agent ever to leave the Chicago Cubs. That was the first free agent class. That was the winter of '76. That had the stars of Reggie Jackson and Don Baylor and Bobby Grich. It had a lot of stars in that first class. I was a reluctant free agent, but that's when I went back from the Cubs to the White Sox and became a member of the Southside Hitmen in the '77 season.
But wait, there's more.
I'm an idiot. My bad. There is pictures of you in the shorts though, out there.
No. There couldn't be. I might have gone to the beach that day. No, I don't have any. I never wore the shorts.
Oh, God, it's so good. Because do I have that right? No.
No, I didn't have that right.
But
there are pictures of you in the shorts, and he goes, no. You were Viskurgen. He was Al Michaels.
Yeah, this is why I can't really hammer somebody who gets something horrifically wrong in an interview.
Spiegs is hiding under the desk. Spiegs told Steve Stone that he wore shorts.
There is pictures of you in the shorts, though.
No.
Do I have that right? No.
All right, so
No.
I'm your first contestant.
You are the first contestant. Do I have that right? No.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
It's good teammateship.
So here's my. Oh, come on. This is what this show does. What picture do you have of Steve Stone in a uniform wearing shorts if it never happened?
Yeah, he's not wearing shorts.
That was the problem.
He's wearing baseball pants, but they only go to the knee. He's got the high socks, and my brain tricked me. I was looking for confirmation that Steve Stone indeed wore the shorts. So for my Google image search, I saw something that looked enough like shorts for my brain to go, yep, he wore them.
Was this photo like those optical illusion photos in the mall back in the day where you could stare at it for hours and see a different thing?
Is it a blue dress? Is it a yellow dress? There's no way to know. Can we play it again? Because texters are pointing out another understated thing. Did you have 1976 as being 25 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, that would be 45 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well let's just hear it again.
Stoney, 25 years ago today, 1976, you wore shorts for the first time. White Sox wore shorts in 76. So 8/8/88, as you mentioned, first night game.
Oh man! And so you were so humiliated by it. You texted Steve Stone last night.
I texted Stoney. Yeah.
God, you are in your own head. I forgot about the Billy Hamilton, Brian Goodwin thing 2 seconds after it happened.
But here's the thing: I texted him to thank him because
that's not true, Danny.
It's definitely not true. I was wearing a jersey at the ball game. I'm lying right now to cover up my insecurities.
I've got really thick skin.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I just told a lie. I just told a huge lie. That's true. That is very true.
Right? We all get up in our own heads about certain things.
Of course.
You know what
I would have texted Brian Goodwin if I had his number.
So I texted Stoney to thank him because if you hear, he saves my ass. He turns it into a good moment because he tells a story about leaving the Cubs as a free agent. So he turns it into mildly compelling radio as opposed
he's a
to
pro.
the complete cluster bleep that it could have been and embarrassing me any further. He left that for my partner to do the next day.
Oh, it's so good. The thrust of the question, even if the premise was correct, was what's more important, you wearing shorts or whites?
Yeah, exactly.
I miss a lot on Hit and Run. I should be tuned in more regularly. This show is great.
Hey man, I'm solo, just flying.
I like it.
Trying to land the plane every couple of minutes.
That's really enjoyable.
Bruce Levine is going to find a special guest, and let's send it down to Bruce. Take it away.
All right, Pat and Ron here with Ian Happ, and there's no walk-off home run without your contribution. Huge hit, and the way that you guys worked the White Sox pitchers tonight was something, really.
Yeah, I mean, Starter did a great job for us to stay with it. Great at bats. We did it yesterday, and to do it again today, that's just huge, and it's a really good team win.
That is fantastic hustle from Bruce Levine. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Marshall Harrison for Mully and Bruce Levine, our baseball expert, man on the scene everywhere. He's everywhere. Joins us right now on the Score Hotline. Good morning, Bruce. How are you?
Good morning, guys. By the way, the record for losses in a row in Major League Baseball history, 23 by the 1961 Philadelphia Phillies.
Bruce. Why are you doing that, Bruce?
Wow. I'm doing it in honor of my old friend Les Grabstein, who would like to fill people in with all the minutia and all the history that he had that no one else did.
13 straight for the Sox is a franchise record. The Major League record still within their reach, 10 away, I suppose. But let's start with the Cubs. Let's start with the happy story last night, Bruce. We heard you tracking down Ian Happ. He did have a big game, but it was all about Mike Tauchman, the talk-off, if you will, grinding out at bats. Bruce, as we sit here this morning, June 6th, Mike Tauchman has the highest WAR of any Cub player. How surprised are you with that?
I'm not surprised. It's been going on all year. What I am surprised about is, as good as Tauchman has been, and what a great story for the Palatine Pounder, right? I mean, it's just a great story for a guy that's really persevered through some difficult times at age 33, being the highlight year for him. But it just underlines some of the difficult times that the Cubs offense have had just to get going this year. You look at some of the numbers, and certainly the Cubs are not the only team that are going through bad offensive years. This stood out even more because of the fact that, the Swansons and the Haps up until now, and some of the big boys, being injured with the Bellinger injury and the Ohtani injury, they just weren't hitting. And Tauchman has been tremendously consistent with on-base percentage and just playing up to every bit of his potential every time he's out there.
I got to ask you, Bruce, because we've been talking about this all morning. It's a 2-game sweep. Sweeps are always good, even though it's only a 2-game series. They score 7 runs in each of those games. They had scored 7 runs a couple of games ago against the Reds. Is this a launching point for them in terms of the offense, which has struggled for the majority of the season? Or is this just, hey, you were able to beat the White Sox?
Well, Marshall might be even a C. You gave me A and B. C might be the weather's warming up, the Cubs are healthy again, and they're starting to hit to their potential a little bit more. You know these guys aren't going to hit no home runs or not slug at any point. That's not what the metrics tell you. The baseball cards say they're gonna hit X amount of home runs and drive in X amount of runs and have an OPS of X. It's usually pretty close. So from all of that, I would just say they're starting to catch up to the talent that they have.
Bruce, do the Cubs have a starting pitching issue now that they've had 3 starts from guys who have been consistent, kind of have tough outings?
No, it's just the baseball season. Okay. So, we always talk about on Inside the Clubhouse with you and me, David, on Saturdays that, starting pitchers, you have 32 of them, probably 12 times you're going to have your best stuff if you're a good pitcher. 10 times you're going to have, your average stuff. And the rest, you're just going to have to really scramble. Last night was, a scramble night for Imanaga. It was a scramble night the night before where the offense is just going to have to pick you up. It stood out more for the Cubs because their starting pitching was so good and the offense was so bad that you were leaving a lot of games on the table. That's been frustrating to the Cubs themselves and the fan base up until now.
Leaving games on the table. That is the theme for the team that plays on the South Side. The White Sox now, as you mentioned, not just 13 straight losses, tying a franchise record, but within grasp of the all-time record of 23 straight losses. You see what they've got coming up with the Red Sox coming into town, followed by a brutal, what looks like it might be a brutal West Coast road trip. You were there for the whole conversation with Pedro Grifol. What was your takeaway from the back and forth between him and reporters?
Something that my mother always used to tell me when I'd ask her about something that was frustrating me and she couldn't do anything about it. I'm doing the best I can. That was her way of moving on to the next subject and the next thing that you have to do. In other words, at certain points, his teams, you can't say the last 2 nights the Chicago White Sox didn't play hard and that they weren't scrapping for runs. They were. They're just not a very good, constituted the way they are, they're not a good team. So with that said, I think with Grifol, it's just, frustration of we're doing the best we can. It's not good enough. The reflection is certainly going to be on me, the coaches, the front office, Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner. We're just having to wear it. And I don't know what's that like, what that is like. I've been around a lot of losing Cub and White Sox teams, long streaks, but there's no good way to wear it because you have to come to work the next day and meet the media and face the fan base, and it's just difficult. So I think a lot of people feel firing Pedro Grifol will be the answer to some solution. There's no short-term answer to the White Sox problem other than getting better talent.
Bruce, this is a question that maybe has come up before, and it certainly will again. It's only June 6th. But if the Mets make Pete Alonso available in trade conversations, what might a Cub package for the first baseman look like?
Well, first of all, that'd be a question for Hoyer and his budget, going over the luxury tax. They're right at the line. So are they willing to go over the luxury tax that much, $20 million player? That's number one. Number two, it's probably going to cost you 2 or 3 young players, guys like Trianos, maybe Cassie down in the minor leagues. You're going to have to give up something that you really like and something that's considered not too far from Major League ready. I think that's why, as we've learned over the years, teams build through their farm system not only to, of course, build your franchise up but to make those trades that you need to fill in. The question back to you, David, and to you, Marshall, is this the time? If you make a trade like this for Alonso, 1-year deal, and you're trading away 2 guys that might be playing for you the next 8 or 10, is this the time? Is this the team that's ready to win the World Series?
I would say no, emphatically for me. But David, you have an answer on that?
I'm mixed because if you get Pete Alonso here as a rental, it's not maybe worth what you'd have to give up. But I think if you have a chance to keep him here, that's a different equation, a different conversation. So I'm going to table that. I think you can talk your way in. You can talk yourself into it.
I think the luxury tax component of it is something that's understated. But I'm glad you brought it up, Bruce.
Yeah, no, look, it's realistic. They're right at the edge. Any dollars they spend on player acquisition now will put them over the luxury tax. Then it's how far over, how much in penalty do you want to pay? Fans will say, well, you have 38,000 against the White Sox on Tuesday, 40,000 on Wednesday. Money shouldn't be an issue, but money spent the right way is what we've been hearing out of the offices on the north side for the last 3 or 4 years, and that's been the charge from Mr. Ricketts and his family to Jed Hoyer and the front office. Since Theo Epstein left, the charge was build me a farm system. Let's get good players there. Let's wear it for a year or two, couple of years here, and then start plugging in. So I'm up and back on it. That's why I asked you guys, is this that time, or are you just trying to compete in a bad Major League Baseball season where there are 20 teams that are hovering around 500?
There's no bad season when you make the playoffs because of what you're capable of doing once you get into the tournament. I think it's going to be an ongoing conversation. Bruce, I wanted to ask you, though, while we have you, about last night. Post-game, was there any conversation in the Cub clubhouse about what happened to Nico Horner? I think that if you're watching on TV, you saw, the thing that umpires hate about how he got squeezed. He got squeezed, and two of the 3 strikes were outside of the zone, according to what we were watching on television, the TV feed and everything that you could see as a viewer. I think that Nico Horner must have said something because that was a very quick hook. What was the post-game conversation like, and what did you think?
Well, we talked to Nico, and he was a little bit embarrassed, not because he called the umpire out only, but the fact he's never been thrown out of a game. And when the Cubs had their walk-off, he said, "Oh, I'm sitting here in the clubhouse high-fiving myself." It's like he was a fish out of water dealing with that. But frustration boils over sometimes, and if you question balls and strikes in such a way, David, that you say, WTF, where was that ball? Again, you're crossing the line, and you're going to get thrown out, and I believe that's what Nico did.
Always more exciting, Bruce, to talk about the buyers than the sellers at the trade deadline, but we do have a major seller in town in the White Sox. Dave and I are trying to come over here and build up a tab of who we expect to be gone from the White Sox when that trade deadline goes by. Have you started your own tab of who you expect to be gone? And can you share that with us?
So every scout that I know that's come in to watch the White Sox over the past 5 weeks, they've asked me about the makeup of Michael Kopech. Okay, they can see the 103 fastball. They want to know what type of guy he is, how he's straightened himself out off the field. And I can tell you, Michael's a terrific young man, and he has come a long way as far as maturity as a baseball player and a human being. It's been a long road for him off the field as on. Very similar in some ways to the Tim Anderson saga, only, Michael is intriguing to people because he throws 101, 102 miles an hour. So they're doing, I would say, the most interesting player for the White Sox, and the one that's of most interest is Michael Kopech. And if you go 8.1 miles from guaranteed rate to Wrigley Field, is that the best landing place for him, the Cubs, and the White Sox?
Oh, Bruce.
As far as moving product one way to the other. I think if you think about it for a while and you start looking at the Cubs farm system, that indeed might be the best matchup.
I don't know. Can't they do better than somebody that's going to definitely let you down at some point? He's been so inconsistent.
He has only been a closer for a very short time. If you look at the experiment of Michael Kopech, you'll see for a while they were trying to get him to throw 2 innings at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Then coming in the 8th inning and trying to go to the 9th. I think what they've learned is Michael Kopech pitches in the 9th inning, and there'll be, for the Chicago White Sox, there'll be days in between where he doesn't pitch. That's not a bad thing if you're trying to trade somebody that has an arm that very few people have out there. Okay, so failure now doesn't necessarily mean it's failure in the future. I equate him very much to Bobby Jenks coming over in that story out of nowhere to be a closer and learning how to do it. And I think that Kopech in the right environment is going to be a good bullpen pitcher and probably a good closer.
What you said about the right environment does intrigue me. The Cubs with the pitching infrastructure, the lab, the people, I think it does present an opportunity if you're Michael Kopech to maybe resurrect your career.
Consider one thing. If you're a failed starting pitcher at one franchise,
Mm-hmm.
you go with a clean slate somewhere else, and you are now, hey, you're a part of our bullpen. We're winning here. You're going to be a part of it. It's a different dynamic, much different. And I think he has the ability to continue to get better.
Bruce, great job last night. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Take care, guys.
Bruce Levine, Scores baseball expert. Interesting thought on Michael Kopech. Let's talk about that when we come back. I wonder if I'm too quick to dismiss the potential or possibility, and I know that Dustin Rose has a thought. We'll get to that next. It's Mully and Haugh. Marshall Harris is in for Mully, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
670 The Score is always live on the free Odyssey.
Americans are playing it anytime and any place they can. From driveways to airports. From parking lots to home garages. There are pickleball songs.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this thing called pickleball, where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
And pickleball weddings. And a whole following of folks who say this game has changed their lives.
What was your life like before pickleball?
It was black and white before pickleball, and it was living color after pickleball.
I bet it was.
Pickleball is dividing people all over the country.
Dan, you got bad allies. You have got the worst collection of allies. Mary Carrillo, I can't concentrate because this pickleballing is too. A former, world-class tennis player is out here I can't concentrate with all this pickleballing going on. Come on, fam.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this
That's the
thing
worst
called
part of it.
pickleball,
No.
where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
No. That has to be burned.
No, these are your allies.
No, not
These are
all
the
of
people.
them.
These are the people that you are in bed with, sir.
I will be happy to align myself with people who don't like the noise of it, because the noise it's objectively bad. It sounds bad. It's sort of like it's Radiohead. You're like, oh, Radiohead. No, that sounds worse than pickleball. That's worse. That's worse. No.
Boy.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Keeps getting worse.
I traveled through enough neighborhoods where there are other sounds that are going on that are a lot more disturbing than having
that was
white
texted
people
yesterday.
playing pickleball.
That was texted yesterday. It said pickleball sounds are white people gunfire.
I'm told by Adam Sunzinski, who frequently is a producer on Bulls Radio, that Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington are big pickleball fans.
I'm not surprised by that. I don't, Mike. I don't even have to turn around. I can see you reaching for the drops.
Let's play some pickleball in Beantown.
Through two pitches, they're both fastballs. Most of the league knows I'm going to be predominantly fastball. He was ready for it, put a good swing on it. It's unfortunate. I mean, with the run that we're on, or skid if you want to call it that, these moments are put under a microscope. I think that the overall baseball being played lately has been a lot better. Unfortunately, I've been in some positions where I've given away a couple games when we played good games. That's the job, though, and with the role that I'm in right now, you want to be the guy on the mound, win or lose. Unfortunately, tonight was lose.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Marshall Harrison for Mully. That was the dejected voice of Michael Kopech after giving up the game-winning home run. The talk-off, if you will. Mike Tauchman takes Michael Kopech deep. Cubs win 7-6. Michael Kopech's career has been wildly disappointing with the White Sox. He came to town with so much hype, and he was the centerpiece of the Chris Sale deal, along with Yohan Moncada. But Michael Kopech had the talent, the arm, the personality. He was intriguing. He was compelling. He was all the things, and he has been disappointing. 16-31 overall, 4.32 ERA. I remember his first start. The electricity at Guaranteed Rate Field. And now he's been tried in the bullpen, demoted out of the rotation this year, and we have seen not good results. Inconsistency, lack of command. He does have the stuff, Marshall. He does have the velocity. The fastball that Mike Tauchman deposited in the left field stands was a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. He can top 100. But I don't know about this idea that the Cubs should trade for him because that would fix their problems in the bullpen. I think it might just create more.
My thing with him has always been control, right? He led the league in walks last year, and he just never seemed like he was fully in control on the mound. And especially as a starter, you remember how disappointed he was at the start of the season at the outset when they let him know, hey, we're going to move you to the bullpen, and he was going to have a chance to pitch in high leverage situations, which when you throw 100 plus, you're suited to do.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't worked out that way. He's looked electric at times this season.
He has.
But the times have been so few and far between because the White Sox aren't usually in a situation where they're trying to get a save.
That's the thing that I want to factor in, and I want to be fair. And I don't want to, even though all that I said about him remains valid, I believe, and fair, he also is a late-inning relief pitcher, a closer, if you will, on a terrible team that only has 15 victories. So how many games can he save? The White Sox have blown 22 leads Major League Baseball. So I think that when you look at Michael Kopech's value to another team, Texter suggests Tampa Bay would be a better fit because they have pitching infrastructure and it's a smaller market. I don't know if this market has as much to do with Michael Kopech's situation because I do think he has matured. I do think as you saw him, he faced the music last night. That's a very small thing in the context of a bigger picture. But it is something. It is progress and growth. I am intrigued a little bit by what the Cubs could do for him once they put all the information in the pitching lab or all the information in the computer and what comes spitting out. What is the plan and the approach? And maybe less pressure on him, less scrutiny on him, less demanded from him.
Well, my eyes were open when Bruce talked about the fact that that's the player that scouts are asking about the most in terms of makeup and trying to get behind maybe the numbers of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Like the talent is certainly there, the arm talent, but I think people want to know what's going on inside of his head, his mental approach to the game and how he handles things. And as you said, last night, challenge was accepted by Mike Tauchman. It's a walk-off home run. He only threw 2 pitches. Disappointing, but it'll be interesting to see how he and the rest of the White Sox bounce back. I mean, they've lost 13 straight games, and he's a part of that, and he hasn't had a chance to do a whole lot.
They're at home tonight against the Red Sox. The Cubs back in action in Cincinnati with Javier Saad on the mound against Hunter Green against the Reds. Pregame right here on the Score, 5:35. First pitch, 6:10 with Pat and Ron. I wonder this, too. This is maybe aside from the Kopech conversation, aside from everything that happened last night, has there ever been another time in Major League Baseball where we asked this earlier in the show? The first pitch, home run. The last pitch, home run. Chris Kampka, you up yet? Jay Kuda, what do you think? Can somebody tell us, is this a Major League first? What happened last night? Has there ever been another game that began with a home run and ended with a home run? There's got to be, right?
I think so.
You think so? You think you might have seen one of those?
Nah, I'd remember.
But also, what about the first pitch and last pitch aspect of it? That throws another.
That's what I mean.
Another layer on it.
The first pitch home run, the last pitch home
But I
run.
mean, starts with a home run could be like it could be 10 pitches in. I'm just saying, like
first pitch. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Last, okay, I'm just
The
making
first pitch,
sure. I
last
mean,
pitch.
that's a whole nother. I think that's also rare, though. What you brought up, right? I mean, first batter hits a home run, last batter hits a home run. That's probably not so rare, but even rarer than that is first pitch, last pitch.
So Corey Joltz might be the answer to a trivia question. Same with Mike Tachman. Corey
They could
Joltz.
put that on Jeopardy Masters.
Well, I'm looking right now. April 3rd, 2018, the Cardinals began the game against the Brewers with back-to-back home runs from Dexter Fowler and Tommy Pham. You like that, right? You
Yeah,
like
I do
that?
like that. I do like
then
that.
in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs and the Cardinals leading 4-3, Kristen Yelich homered to tie the game, and Ryan Braun hit the next pitch for a walk-off home run. This is the only Major League game to begin and end with back-to-back home runs. So we know that, like, we started and ended on a home run. I don't know about the first pitch, though.
The
That's
first
all-
pitch
that's
would
all.
be the thing then.
I'm going to look it up
Because
right
as
now.
long as we have had batters, I figured that would be the case. A leadoff homer and then a walk-off homer. Well, that's happened several times. The back-to-back aspect, it makes that one rare, the example you cited. The first pitch thing would be interesting. First pitch and last pitch.
I'm working on it right now.
We will do that during the break as we prepare also for our next guest. House Speaker Chris Welch spoke on WTTW earlier this week about how this is not the political or economic environment in the state of Illinois that has a big appetite for public funding of private sports stadiums in regard to the White Sox plan in the South Loop and the Bears plan on the lakefront. We will talk to House Speaker Welch next here on Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
How do you know the score?
I know the best Chicago sports talk is Mully and Haugh on my way to work in the car.
You're going to love it. How do you know the score?
Bernstein and Holmes. Well, I work from home on my smart speaker.
Don't knock it till you've tried it.
How do you know the score?
Parkins and Spiegel in my office on the Odyssey app.
These 26 players got here because of the will to win. The fact is that they never gave up on anything. And if they take that attitude each and every day, you can't erase an 8-game deficit. You can't erase 9-21 in one game. But you don't have to do that. All they have to do is win today. And to a man, they have to go out with the idea of winning today. If they can do that.
Did he just give us both TW and
went?
went? Let's go! White Sox! Yeah!
That was the moment that it all came together.
TW
And went.
Yeah, let's bring that back. I got to make sure that we got
Our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
Today!
right now.
Went.
Whatever is necessary today.
Our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
No, that'd be wint. That's not win, Coach.
That may be one of my favorites. Like, of the oldies, that is my favorite goodie.
Let's
We are joined in studio by Illinois football coach Tim Beckman. What is an Illini fan? What is it fair to expect? Short term, long term?
You'll never say or ever get a number. I mean, this is the game of college football, and there's so much that's involved in each and every football game. But I want to see consistency. We were not that at all last year on the football field. Let's get better every game, and our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today. And we're taking one day at a time to get ourselves better.
How have you been received with the coaches? Yeah.
Win. W-I-N.
But the today
whatever
makes it
is necessary.
How have you been received by these coaches in Illinois?
I just love the fact that you called him out on it.
You're such a penis.
Well, and his boss is sitting next to him. Mike Thomas, the AD,
wouldn't it be
was.
went?
Well, because
he was saying whatever is necessary
Today.
but not whatever is necessary today.
But it didn't work for me.
None of the stuff that he did works for anybody. That's why he's not going to be here anymore.
Your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Well, I got to tell you, as we've said to the Bears over and over again, and to the White Sox, and also to the Chicago Red Stars, there's just no appetite to use taxpayer funding to fund stadiums for billionaires.
Even after the election?
Even after the election. I just think it's things that we have to focus on, that kitchen table issues. People want to make sure their groceries are affordable, their rent is affordable, that they can have a roof over their head. The last thing they want us to be talking about is stadiums for sports teams.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Marshall Harris from CBS 2 is in for Mully today. That was the voice of our next guest, House Speaker Chris Welch, who was on WTTW earlier this week, talking about the stadium projects proposed by the Bears and, to a lesser degree, the White Sox. White Sox in the South Loop, the Bears, of course, on the lakefront. And we welcome to the Score, on the Score hotline, our next guest, House Speaker Chris Welch. Good morning, Chris. How are you?
David, good morning. I'm great. How about yourself?
Great. Good to talk to you again. Really appreciate your time this morning, and enjoyed your interview earlier this week on WTTW. Let's start there. From your former baseball player at Northwestern, you're a big sports fan. You know that there was a time that this was not necessarily as big of an obstacle as it appears to be in Chicago. There are cities, there are examples where the public subsidies were part of these projects. You look at Minneapolis, you look at Indianapolis, you look at Las Vegas. What is different about Chicago, and how are the priorities in the city and in the state maybe in conflict with what the Bears and maybe the White Sox want to do?
Well, David, first of all, let me say that it's not 1987. We're not going to stop the clock on the floor at midnight and pass a deal that will, use taxpayer money to build a new stadium for billionaires. Here in 2024, unfortunately, there's just no appetite for what these teams are seeking right now. And that's not a lack of them trying. I mean, they put together some spectacular proposals. The pictures are beautiful. They hired some really powerful lobbyists, well-known lobbyists in Springfield, and they've been down there talking to folks. But there's just no appetite to use taxpayer money to fund stadiums for billionaires.
Chris, it's interesting that you brought up it's not 1987 anymore, because I'm trying to, in my mind, do kind of a timeline of when did this shift happen? What was the breaking point, the straw? Because you look at what salaries were for professional athletes and how much teams were getting in media rights deals back then. It almost made sense for the subsidizing to take place. Frankly, the teams weren't worth as much as they are now, and they weren't bringing in the kind of money that they were now. How much of a correlation do you see over time with those facts compared to what it was like back when the last set of stadiums were being built maybe 20, 30 years ago?
I think one of the big things that's changed between 1987 and now is our focus on equity. Equity is at the center of everything we do. And David knows I've been on this show a number of times talking about name, image, and likeness and making sure athletes get what's due to them. Equity is extremely important. And so when you're talking about these things, how does it benefit taxpayers? What's fair for everyone? Not just these teams, but you have to say what's in it for taxpayers. When I think of equity, particularly in this conversation, let's not forget it wasn't just the Bears and the White Sox. It was also the Chicago Red Stars. We have some dynamic women's sports teams around now. Look at what's going on with the Chicago Red Stars, the WNBA Chicago Sky. Are we going to build stadiums for men's teams but not women's teams? Those are things that have to be a part of the conversation. And I've shared that with Kevin Warren and Jerry Reinsdorf. And you have to have equity at the center of all these conversations.
We're talking with Illinois House Speaker Chris Welch about the stadium projects proposed in Chicago by the Bears, by the White Sox. And Chris, the other side of that, of course, comes from Kevin Warren, the Bears president, who addressed business leaders in the city a couple days ago, and they will claim, okay, what about the development that they claim isn't happening? What about the jobs this would create? And they would counter what you just said with the opportunities that would exist to maybe create more chances, so there would be that equity. There would be more opportunities for people that don't currently exist. How would you address those types of things?
You know, I do know that labor supports these proposals by both the Bears and the White Sox. There's no question that they would create some economic opportunities in terms of development. But, you know, when I look at this thing from the lens that I look at it, how many black and brown people are going to be wealthy as a result of these projects? Who's building these stadiums? Are there contractors from Chicago that are building these stadiums? The drawings that I saw from the Chicago Bears were done by architects from Minnesota. You know how many architects we have in Chicago? You know, love to put people in Chicago to work. This is about Illinois and the city of Chicago and making sure that whatever we do lifts up the state of Illinois, not folks from outside the state.
I think you bring up great points there because Chicago, as we know, I've taken that architectural tour multiple times, enjoying what this city has to offer. Looking forward, I think the biggest question I have for someone in your position is where do we go from here with the realistic contributions that can be provided? Is it a non-starter to say there just won't be any public funds helping at all, or the ask was too great, period, for both the Bears, the White Sox, the Red Stars, whoever is looking for help? Is there a path, whether that be directly contributing to building or the infrastructure that would be necessary to make it make sense?
You know, that's a very good question, Marshall. And I think it's not my job to make it make sense. It's their job to make it make sense.
Okay.
They really have to be the ones to help create that appetite, to create the environment that people would want to do this. And they haven't done that so far. I mean, I think they might need to spend the summer and fall going to member districts and sitting down with members and educating them on why this is a good proposal. I don't think they've done that yet. I mean, we know in Springfield environments change. I haven't seen it change yet with regard to these projects. And I don't know exactly what they need to do to get it done, but I think that that's their assignment.
We do tend to lump them together, and I think that's part of our responsibility to make sure that people realize they are separate. You talk about the Bears on the lakefront with the challenges that may present with the Friends of the Parks and some of the other things of building a dome stadium at Soldier Field, according to the presentation, the renderings and all of that. And then there's the White Sox proposal in the South Loop on the 78, where it's related Midwest and the $9 billion proposed investment, and that would be an anchor tenant for that project. Is it too easy and convenient, Chris, to lump them together, and do you view them as very separate entities and projects?
Well, you know, I don't think it's our job in Springfield to choose winners and losers. And you have two teams right now fighting over the same pot of money. And I think that, number one, those two teams need to get together and convince us why either one of these proposals are good and why we should choose one or the other. I don't think we should have to choose between one or the other. You know, I mean, we're believers in the city, we're believers in the state, big Bears fans, big Sox fans. But you know what? I'm also a big fan of women's sports. I'm a big fan of the Red Stars, and, you know, they need to be a part of the conversation. And I've said to both of those teams that they need to bring the Red Stars to the table as well. I'm not sure if that's been done yet.
When you talk to the Bears specifically, how do you address the Arlington Heights issue? It seems inconceivable to some of us outside of the inner circle that they have owned this land. They demolished the racetrack, and they are setting their sights on the lakefront in the city of Chicago. Do those things come up in conversation with Kevin Warren or whoever you're dealing with the Bears? And what would you tell them to do if it's not working with their plans in the city?
Listen, I think the world of Kevin Warren. I think he's really sharp, smart, was a great hire by the Chicago Bears. And he will tell you that the Chicago Bears need to stay in Chicago. on the lakefront. It just makes so much sense for so many reasons. The Chicago Bears, their identity is Chicago. And, you know, I do think that since he's been on board, that's why their focus has been trying to figure out a way how to make a deal happen back here in the city of Chicago. Where does Arlington Heights fit into that? I'm not quite sure yet, but, you know, they've torn down the racetrack. They have a whole lot of property that's very valuable property. And I'm sure someone will be interested in buying it if the Bears stay in Chicago.
If I'm reading this right, Chris, the way you're laying this out, you know, right now they're trying to court you guys for the public money, and there's just, as you said, it's been words that have been thrown around, not an appetite, non-starter. I'm gathering all of that. Given what you've said and what you've heard from everyone involved, whether that's Reinsdorf, whether that's Kevin Warren, the Red Stars and their ownership, how optimistic are you that this is going to work out and that the White Sox are going to get a new stadium and or the Bears are going to be able to stay on the lakefront and or that the Red Stars are going to have a facility to play in?
Well, I don't know what other cards they have to play. I love to see additional information from both teams. I definitely think what they have out there right now has not created the appetite to get this done. So they're going to continue to need to show movement on this thing. That'll dictate how optimistic I become. But right now, definitely this past spring, there was no appetite to get anything done. And it's up to those teams to change that environment.
Talking with Illinois House Speaker Chris Welch for a few more minutes here on the Mully and Haugh Show. Marshall Harris in for Mully. How would you describe the sense of urgency surrounding this project? Kevin Warren has said time is money, and he's exactly right when it comes to the Bears specifically. But the waiting, we know that's not going to happen. It didn't happen for the General Assembly adjourned for the summer. It's probably not going to happen this calendar year. The urgency would seem to be increasing. Do you sense the same thing?
Not from my perspective. From my perspective, you know, here we've been home for a little over a week from Springfield. We just signed into law yesterday a $53 billion budget that takes care of families all over the state, places priorities with regard to health and education. And we're talking about sports stadiums. You know, I think the taxpayers across the state want us talking about how we're going to make life better for them. And, you know, talking about sports stadiums don't do that. You know, I think they really want us to be focused on kitchen table issues and how to make life more affordable for them.
The whole kitchen table issues has really become prevalent, not just Chicago, not just Illinois, but this is more of an economic nationwide thing, right? Like where you're talking about inflation, you're talking about shrinkflation, however you want to chop it up. Things have gotten harder for everyone, especially the shrinking middle class and people who aren't even at that level of socioeconomic status. I mean, overall, sports aside, I mean, how much of a challenge has that been for this group at this time?
I think that is the challenge. When we're having conversations at the doors, when we're having conversations with the folks that send us to Springfield to represent them, you know, they're saying, please don't give the Bears or the White Sox taxpayer money. You know, it's hard to explain that to everyday folks right now.
Right.
I think these owners need to put something on the table that makes it easy to explain it to your neighbor why you did it. And so far, we haven't been able to do that.
Do you sense from the Bears, and maybe even the White Sox to a lesser degree, but I think that Jerry Reinsdorf has at least alluded to, he does plan to make a personal investment in any project on the 78. Do you sense from the Bears a willingness to do that more than they have committed, to up the ante, if you will, and say, well, if it takes us selling a portion of the team to create the kind of capital necessary to invest our own money, our own equity into this, to defray the maybe public burden, that they're willing to do that? Do you sense any of that from the Bears?
Well, I know from the press conference that they had a few weeks back at Soldier Field, Kevin did announce that the McCaskey family was willing to pony up money. I got to imagine if that's where they started, there's more room for them. And I think that those are the types of things you got to show taxpayers they're the ones that's going to have to kick in some significant investment, and not just the McCaskies, but Reinsdorf too. And so far we haven't heard him specifically talk about what he's willing to kick in. But they're going to have to put some significant skin in the game, I think, to change the environment.
So we appreciate your insight and your perspective on the stadium projects. But, Chris, the NIL movement is something that you were in this studio about 5 years ago, I believe, talking about, pushing through. Illinois passed legislation the same day California did, if I recall correctly. Just have to get your perspective on how far and how fast this has developed into what's changed college sports. Caleb Williams is the best example of what happens when the NIL is executed to the point that maybe you projected back in 2019. He comes into the NFL already a celebrity because of the NIL movement. How have you taken in all of this, and did it go the way that you expected?
I've enjoyed watching it. I saw it, and I'm proud to have been one of the main sponsors of the legislation in 2019, and proud of my friend and leader Cam Buckner for picking it up and carrying the torch since I moved on as speaker. I mean, you look at Caleb Williams, you look at Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, you look at Deion Sanders' kids, and listen, they're all getting what they deserved. I thought, the universities and so many folks have benefited off the backs of these athletes for decades. It's only about time that the athletes are finally getting what's due to them, and I'm really proud to have been a part of this in Illinois.
One more thing before we let you go, Chris. The NCAA, the Power Five, agreeing to a deal to directly pay players. NIL kind of set the table for this. Now we're just kind of advancing it, if you will. What are your thoughts on that? And do you feel like it can work the way the NCAA is set up now, or do you feel like more changes and evolution is going to happen with these Power Five conferences specifically because of college football and everything else?
Well, I think the game is always evolving. I think the conversations always need to be had. I mean, again, when we talk about equity, it's not just in professional sports. It has to be in collegiate sports. When you think about the money that's being made in collegiate sports, why shouldn't athletes benefit from that? And so, but I want to make sure they get it right. And so that I do think more conversations need to be had. And I'm just really, really happy to see where this thing is going.
All right, before I let you go, can't let you off the hook without a baseball question. People know you did play baseball at Northwestern, so you're an expert on the topic. The Cubs just beat the White Sox 2 games in a row. Is that something that, well, you know what, this is momentum they take to Cincinnati, or it's like, well, you know what, it's the White Sox. So how much momentum did you really create?
Well, let me tell you something. It's the White Sox. It's a rivalry. So those 2 wins with big hits from Ian Happ and Mike Tauchman, that could be the spark that they need, because, boy, they've struggled the last 6 or 7 series, and they just need something to get them going, and that might have been the 2 games that they needed. Let's see what happens in Cincinnati this weekend.
Hear, hear.
Boy, those White Sox, man, they need to just blow that thing up and start from scratch.
Oh, they're going to. I don't know if it's going to be soon enough. But
it might take a while. I don't know which will come first, the new stadium or the team worthy of the playoffs, because in both cases, a big rebuild awaits.
Yeah, well, if you put a good product on the field, that might help you change the environment. But that's not my decision to make.
That's true. Thank you so much for your time and your insight. Really appreciate visiting with you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you both.
House Speaker Chris Welch on the stadium projects with the Bears and the White Sox, the climate in the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago, and what sounds like non-starter if the Bears or the White Sox are planning on the type of public assistance that Kevin Warren has suggested. It just doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
David, here's the thing. Everything he said there made complete sense to me as a taxpayer here in Chicago and Illinois. Like that's the thing. You have to understand the economic climate that we're living in, the present, and everything he said makes sense. Now, if the Bears want to, as you said, ante up, the White Sox ante up, come with different.
Well, that's what I heard pretty loud and clear.
Yeah,
that's what I heard pretty loud and clear, that if they are willing to increase their own personal stake in these respective projects, for the record, Jerry Reinsdorf, I think, has indicated that he plans to invest. I don't know if they have a specific number. The Bears have committed $2.3 billion of their own money, the McCaskies.
And you see how much is still left to pay if they
half,
commit the 2.3.
at least half. So I think what you heard was a willingness to say, all right, we may be able to listen and to help make this happen, but we need to see more of a financial commitment from both parties involved. Dustin, you had a thought?
Well, just that investment, the Bears are not allowed to buy that land for that stadium. So that's a pretty hefty payment for a lease. That's all I'm saying. They're not allowed to. And now, what if the city, which owns the land, right? They own the land, were desperate enough to sell the land. Then what?
I think that's
what's it going to be? What is that space going to be without the Bears?
I think that's the big part of that is why the Bears are trying to get a cut of everything that happened in that stadium.
That's right.
So that makes sense. Those two things together.
That's a deal they want to strike.
Yeah, but you're right.
I think it does. It's still, everything's still open for negotiation. And if
but not that, I don't know that that's open for negotiation.
Well, I think everything's a negotiation right now. I think what you heard from him, and he's the House Speaker, is that it wasn't a hard no. And when he's saying the Bears belong in Chicago, that to me left the door open because he's not saying they should go flee to Arlington Heights
and
where they own the land.
He didn't say the White Sox belong in Chicago, did he?
I heard what he said about the White Sox loud and clear.
What did you hear? 312-644-6767. We can talk about that, reacting to what House Speaker Chris Welch had to say about the stadium projects. We can talk about the big story that dropped this morning. A Woj bomb broke that Dan Hurley, the coach at Connecticut, is being targeted by the Los Angeles Lakers to come coach LeBron James, perhaps. That is another story. Whatever you want to weigh in, Marshall Harris is in for Mully. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Hey, Chicago, it's Cody Bellinger.
Get out the tape measure, long gone. Second deck for Cody Bellinger.
He wanted to go be out in these streets. And as a grown man, he should be able to go be out in these streets. But he went out in these streets, some woman attacked him. And I mean that in the best possible way. Like, she didn't, like, he wasn't getting robbed. Like, this nice lady was like, hey, you know what happened, like, yesterday when you were watching Christopher Morel and he saw Wilson Contreras and he jumped on Wilson Contreras?
That's what happened to me.
That's what happened to Ray.
And then he was caught.
And then he was caught, and he fell off a riser.
That's right.
So is it a fractured elbow that we're talking about,
Okay,
Ray?
so it was dislocated here for Twitch, since I get to hide it under the desk, but here for Twitch, there you go. You got to see the little wrap. It was dislocated because when I hit the floor after this young lady jumped on me, and she was a little taller than me, she wasn't really thinking about the logistics of that. And we fell forward. I hit my elbow first on the floor, and it popped out the socket. So that sucked. So it was dislocated. They popped it back in, and it's fractured. So that's the diagnosis for now. And I'm going to see a bone specialist on Saturday. Exciting.
See a bones.
Yeah.
So they haven't decided yet whether it's just casting or a surgery?
Correct.
Okay. Did they give you happy things
They
to
did.
make you feel better?
They did.
Next time, go to an accredited hospital,
Yeah,
please.
man.
Instead of like,
I'm just gonna have to put this out there on these airwaves right now. This
Back
place,
alley hospital. It's like he has to knock on a door. He has to bang on this storm door. The guy
And I have
slides
to-
open a peephole.
and
What do you want?
And Ray, did you tell them about the first place you went to? You got rejected.
I got
because you weren't
rejected.
hurt enough.
I wasn't hurt enough,
Because he
man.
wasn't a gunshot
You
victim.
went
That's
to
right.
someplace owned by like the Bulgarian mob.
That's right.
What the hell, man?
Oh, wait. I forgot the best part of the story. What was the name of the place that you were at?
The slippery slope.
There it is.
Appropriately named.
Now the
So-
slippery slope takes another victim.
That's right.
And then Ray went to Kmart to get his
Basically,
elbow looked
because
at.
Go to the hospital.
Because this wrap I have in my arm right now, this is the third version of this thing. The first time they put it on, it was like too tight, and my arm was swelling up, and I could tell it was too tight. So I went back the next day, and I said, "Hey, you got to fix this thing." And
You
then they-
must place your arm in body of live sheep.
Right. So then they kind of straightened it out a little bit and put it in the sling in a different way. And then as I was here
Old
towards
country style.
right. And then as I was here towards the end of the day, it was swelling up again. So I went back like, what the hell is going on here? So this is the third version of this wrap. And the young lady that put this thing on didn't know how to put the sling on.
Notice,
I had to
he
explain.
didn't say nurse.
I didn't.
Hi, everybody.
I didn't put any respect on that title. I'm sorry. No hello nurse. That I had to explain to her how to put the sling on. She was putting it on the wrong way. I was like, where the hell am I?
She was wearing nothing but head to toe camo and Kevlar.
Yeah, so
Poor Ray.
Was there a doctor there called Dr. Nick?
Yes, that's him.
You have bone failure.
We're popping it back in, everybody.
He's like a balloon.
And losers. And you have two teams right now fighting over the same pot of money. And I think that, number one, those two teams need to get together and convince us why either one of these proposals are good and why we should choose one or the other. I don't think we should have to choose between one or the other. You know, I mean, we're believers in the city, we're believers in the state, big Bears fans, big Sox fans. But you know what? I'm also a big fan of women's sports. I'm a big fan of the Red Stars, and, you know, they need to be a part of the conversation. And I've said to both of those teams that they need to bring the Red Stars to the table as well. I'm not sure if that's been done yet.
Welcome back. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Marshall Harris in for Mully. That was House Speaker Chris Welch. We just had our interview and time with him. Real enlightening stuff from the House Speaker. I heard a couple things. Obviously, you heard there his desire, which we have heard from other politicians and people involved, of the White Sox and the Bears to maybe align their interests or maybe collaborate more than they have. I don't know if a partnership makes sense, but that does seem to be the political rhetoric that we're hearing about that. I also heard, speaking of political rhetoric, the door not closing. And maybe this is just what hearing what you maybe
want to hear.
You want to hear sometimes, but it sounded like the Bears in Chicago is something that the House Speaker would support and wants to have happen. Asked him about Arlington Heights, and it was a little bit different equation. I think when you talk about that desire to stay in Chicago, it also would include what I think we could interpret also we're hearing from him, the Bears adding to their own personal investment. So $2.3 billion, ton of money. But if you need more, sell part of the team to create that equity. I think that would be the way. And if Kevin Warren is hell-bent on staying in the city, I think that's going to be the mechanism the Bears have to use. That's going to be the lever they have to pull to be able to create more equity so they can invest their own wealth into this project. It's not coming from the state. It's not coming from the city. The government subsidy part of this is a non-starter. So I think that you heard a willingness to cooperate from a legislative point of view, but the financial ask is too great right now, so it's a negotiation.
I just wonder if the financial ask being too great, if that's just going to be the way it is from now on, like because of where we are.
It could be, but Marshall, remember this, and I think this is something I didn't want to get into with him because it kind of gets distracting. But this is an all-sports radio station, and all the sports in town we have to remember. And the Chicago Cubs are as big of a driver of tourism and attendance in Wrigleyville. The Chicago Cubs, Wrigley Field is a tourist attraction in the state, in the city. It's a great place. And the Chicago Cubs got $0.
They also have 81 game dates a year.
Okay, so do the White Sox. He's talking about the White Sox here too. I mean, the Cubs didn't get any money for all of the $1 billion they did in renovation to Wrigley Field, and it's not lost on the people involved here. I think they have.
Oh no, I get that part, but I would say this: the Cubs are a national brand, the White Sox are not. We'll start with that. So, like Wrigley Field being a tourist attraction, however you want to put it. Look at what's around Wrigley Field.
You're right. I guess I'm relating maybe the Cubs more to the Bears right here in terms of the
and Bears. That's probably more applicable just because if they do get this built, it'll probably be more similar because of all the different events, concerts, everything else that will be held at that stadium if they get it done on the lakefront.
I really don't know yet how it makes sense, and this is what I would need somebody to explain in more detail. Well, I think that the Bears and the White Sox aligning their interests in having some sort of quasi-partnership, as House Speaker Welch suggested, doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Because they're not using the same site. They're not. I get
there may be a race for the same funds, and they may have to come to some sort of agreement into who gets what and how they divide that pie. But I don't know if, and maybe that is the partnership he's referring to, and that's okay. I don't know that the suggestion that they are going to be in lockstep with each other as they pursue their separate stadium projects makes a lot of sense. Or if it doesn't make sense to me, help me understand it better.
No, I think I'm in the same boat with you to understanding how it's going to be sorted out. And I also agree, though, with Speaker Welch that that's on them to present something more palatable.
Oh, it's totally on them.
And so, like,
it's totally on that's
and
their
we
responsibility.
heard that from the beginning, right when the White Sox announced, hey, we're going to try to do this thing at 87. It's like, oh, well, y'all need to, figure out between you and the Bears who wants what, because we only got so much and we ain't got a lot.
I was surprised that he included the Red Stars in the conversation as much as he did.
But weren't we already talking about possibly the old site of where the Sox play becoming a soccer stadium for the Red Stars?
Yes. Maybe that's part of it.
I think that's why it was worked in. I mean,
it's a very complicated puzzle to try to put together. And I think when you have the House Speaker, though, being as bold as he has been with the rhetoric that they have used and chosen, it's not accidental, it's intentional. And his point is well taken about the priorities both in the city and the state not being stadiums for billionaires. It just isn't.
I'll say this. I didn't think the rhetoric was bold at all. I thought it was just very cut and dry.
Well, okay, but being I don't want to quibble over semantics.
Oh,
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. It was very matter of fact. It was cut and dry, but I do think it was maybe a bold decision to be as unrelenting as they have chosen to be here. They're not giving an inch. This is not going to happen in terms of the public and the government assistance part of it, the way that the Bears maybe envisioned. Now, the White Sox, I think it's in my head, these are separate projects. The White Sox are part of a $9 billion private or investment into business development in the city of Chicago, and related Midwest is a big part of that. And I want to know how those things are intertwined. The Bears, to me, is very separate. The Bears can't leave Chicago. You don't want that to leave Chicago. The Bears also own a bunch of land in Arlington Heights.
They have a fail safe.
They have a backup plan.
Right.
They have a contingency plan that makes a lot more sense to me than trying to bang your head against the wall and figure out a way to get the government to help you fund a stadium on the lakefront that God has kissed. And you're talking about make no small plans, Kevin Warren. Yeah, okay. Make realistic plans. That's what I want to hear next. That's where the urgency exists.
If you only had to pick one, though, between the Bears and the White Sox, I'd say I'm more focused on the Bears than the White Sox.
Without question.
And, it's not close, though.
It's not close because of the size, the relative sizes of the projects. You know, the Bears are talking about a $5 billion project. With the White Sox, it's not that big or immense, but it's still significant.
Still costly.
It's still very costly. But I don't know, what you don't know is that when we're talking about the Bears wanting to increase their stake in this by selling minority shares to create more equity, the way the Cubs did. The Cubs sold 10% of the Ricketts family sold 10% of the team to create the capital necessary to make $1 billion in renovations. This is the Bears blueprint. You want to talk about a playbook, if you will? Get that one, because that's the one that's going to bring you touchdown. If you want to strain the metaphor even more, that is the way that I think legislators are telling the Bears they're going to have to go. It's going to have to be your own money. It's not going to be the government's. The public is not going to foot this bill. Not this time.
The Cubs, though, are essentially a real estate company, whereas the Bears won't be getting real estate. That's the biggest difference I can see between what's happened and what they're trying to make happen. And I think that's a pretty big deal.
The Cubs invested $1 billion in Wrigleyville and at the corner of Clark and Addison in the building there, the structure there, Wrigley Field. The Bears are wanting to preserve parts of Soldier Field, the colonnades, but also build in the south lot a new structure. So it's not all that different when you're talking about just the geographic realities. They're both kind of reinvesting. The Cubs reinvested in Wrigley Field. The Bears are reinvesting in that location. They just want help in doing so, and that help is not coming anytime soon. Anytime soon. It's a non-starter. You heard Chris Welch. You have heard it from the lips of Governor Pritzker. It's just, I don't know how much longer they have to wait.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So knowing the timelines and what he's saying, going back to the drawing board in the fall, the spring, all of that, what percentage chance would you say the Bears build in Arlington Heights versus the Bears build on the Lakefront front now, knowing everything you know right now? What are the?
I think that's a great question. It's a good way to crystallize it. I like that. But it's unanswerable until we know how willing the Bears are to do what I just described. The Bears are worth $7 billion, between $6 and $7 billion. The Cubs were worth $5 billion. Why would the Bears get handouts that the Cubs didn't have access to? So if you're the Bears right now, you've got to be privately, I don't know how private you need to be about this, but you have to be quietly or not so quietly seeking people to invest in your team. You want sellers for sale, Chicago Bears. Want a piece? Pony up. That will be the way this stays in Chicago. If they can't do that, or if they are unwilling to do that, you better start getting used to the idea of Arlington Heights. That's the way I would interpret what we just heard. I just think that it's inconceivable and it's implausible to think that the Bears are going to get what the Cubs couldn't get. Even though it's a different climate, it's more difficult now.
It is more difficult now than it was
when
then.
they were doing it.
It's definitely more difficult now than it was then. I guess my question is understanding the minutia, and it's not minutia, it's major, of if the Bears put the money in, what are they getting back in terms of whether that's dollars at the box office and everything else that goes on inside said stadium? Because they're not getting the land. Like the Cubs at least say, we own this land. We own all this.
Okay, that is one of those things.
That's my
publicly owned
thing.
Private stadium. Yeah. That's something to be negotiated, I think.
Okay, yeah.
But Marshall, what they get in it is that they get a chance to stay in the city of Chicago, an NFL stadium that they it allows them to profit from it being a destination for
Other
concerts,
things.
events, Final Four. We know the rhetoric. We know the drill. We know what they're going to say.
And
they're definitely going to profit from that. If they weren't, they wouldn't be bothering with.
But
this.
aren't they going to profit if they build in Arlington Heights? I guess that's
Yes.
that's why I'm struggling to understand. Like, I understand in principle why they want it on the lakefront. I get all that. But push comes to shove, if you're not getting what you need from, federal, not federal, but state and local funds, you've got your own land. You could just go build out there.
You do. But this goes back to a different part of the story, a different part of the equation. It depends on who's driving this, who's making this decision. Ted Phillips was the team president when they bought the land at Arlington Heights. George McCaskey was very involved, and the McCaskies seemed very content with building in Arlington Heights, creating their own stadium and printing money, because that's how you make money in the NFL is you own your own stadium and you pocket your own profits.
We've seen teams do this everywhere.
Absolutely. Kevin Warren comes in about a year ago, and since that point, his presence in this is, to me, the biggest driver why the Bears seem hell-bent on building on the lakefront. Is it a personal quest? Is it a vanity project? We can have those debates. This is what we're here for. But I do think that when you look at what has changed, that has changed. So that, to me, is as big of a factor as any involved here. People don't want to talk about it because it's personality-driven, and the economics don't add up. So I don't know why his personality continues to drive this.
I don't know,
because the numbers don't add up.
But see, I don't know if the economics don't add up or they can't add up. Those are two different things, right? Like, you could say they don't add up right this second, but does that mean
they add up if you're willing to spend?
Can they add up? And
the Bears can afford this.
Okay,
if they wanted to.
But how important is it to keep the Bears on lakefront? If yes, you can profit, but you can make way more profit out in Arlington Heights. That's really the crux of it, right?
That's a judgment call. That's a value issue. It depends on what you're
valuing.
valuing.
It's a guesstimation.
Yeah,
it's not
what's important to you. What is more important to you?
Right.
The McCaskey family, the Bears,
the legacy
Bears
of the Bears,
staying in
the
Chicago,
history of the Bears,
or making more money at Arlington Heights.
All of that.
If you're a businessman, it's going to Arlington Heights and pocketing all the profits.
Yeah, in a second, but it isn't that simple. That's what I'm learning.
Kevin Warren
through
seems
this
like
process.
a hopeless romantic that wants to build on the lakefront because God kissed the lakefront and all those things.
McCaskies are also a little bit in that.
Okay. It's a fascinating conversation.
Sentimental position.
217. God bless your blissful ignorance, David, but there will be public funds paying for all of this. The Bears and Sox are just trying to get the biggest bribe.
Squeeze.
Come on.
You say bribe? It's got to be bribe? Okay.
I think he did say bribe.
I mean, it's
who needs to get bribed? Yeah, they're trying to figure out who needs to get bribed. That's an old, Texans have their say. That's great. This is a very big conversation topic.
I love big conversations with David Haugh. I do. That's genuine. Like, that's me.
You had some really good questions of House Speaker Welch.
As did you.
That was a good conversation. Really enjoyed that. All right, Dan and Layla. It's a Layla Thursday. How about that? What a treat. Layla Rahimi, Dan Bernstein in next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Cubs legend Ryne Sandberg, 10-time All-Star, Baseball Hall of Famer, and soon to be immortalized with a statue at Wrigley Field.
Friday night, June 21st, 6 to 7 p.m. The Score presents A Salute to Sandberg, a one-hour special hosted by Mark Rohde just days before the unveiling of Rhino's statue on June 23rd at Wrigley Field.
Be a part of Wrigley Field. That means so much to me.
Mark will be joined by Rhino himself, along with Andre Dawson and other special guests.
Fight me out of here!
A Salute to Sandberg, Friday night, June 21st, 6 to 7 p.m. Only on the official radio home of the Cubs, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score.
Thank you, and go Cubs.
Diamonds Direct has done it again. This month only, get ready.
I'm getting killed on Twitter, Lawrence. I'm getting killed like I'm Caitlin Collins.
Did your source die?
The loophole was closed.
He will be after today.
Raj closed my loophole.
This is supposed to be Danny Parkins' day.
I don't have a scheduled guy anymore. My guy thought he was still a scheduled guy, and then he woke up today, and he was no longer the scheduled guy or girl, and And now everyone on Twitter is dunking on me, and it makes me upset. and
Danny's going to be lashing out in all directions.
Well, but then I come into work today, licking my wounds, looking for support from my Score family, and Speegs is out here retweeting things about how it's Danny Parkins Day, and then Ryan Porth comes in and he goes, "Hey, got something to show you." I'm like, "Cool, what do you have to show me?" He goes, "Kevin Lapka made this," and it's a graphic because apparently they'd spent a bunch of time making graphics for me scooping the Bears schedule like I've done successfully the last 3 years.
So you with a hat that says press on it?
So he made it's like a cemetery with a gravestone with my name on it for Danny Parkins schedule scoops May of 2020 to May of 2023.
Think how hard he worked on it.
He sucks.
Well, he's just doing his job.
No,
you suck.
No. Well, sorry.
That's on point. That's on point. But here's the thing. I feel bad for Danny. I feel bad for Danny.
No. Yes, absolutely. He didn't need to make the graphic with the gravestone.
Oh,
that's too far.
Yesterday, like after I finished doing the promo, and Ray is like, "Hey, should we put Parkins on tomorrow?" And I'm like, why would we put Danny? And he's like, "Oh, the schedule stuff." I was like, "Oh, okay." I said, "But will he have it by the time we're on?" He's like, "Well, he should have it." And I was like, "Oh, all right. Well, let's book Parkins for the show. Once he gets the schedule, we can make it like a big deal."
Yeah.
And then Ray was like, "Yeah, so we're not gonna do that today."
Yeah.
transition a little bit.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. A lot of people to thank today, starting with Marshall Harris from CBS 2.
I'm thanking you for the opportunity to be a part of our conversations.
You're welcome. It was fun. You didn't even bleed today. So how hard did you work, really?
Yeah, I'm done bleeding. I'm done bleeding.
Thanks, everyone who texted and called and emailed all of the contributions to the show today. And thank you most of all for listening on this Thursday, June 6th. Also like to thank our producer, executive producer, Dustin Rhodes.
Yeah, we're happy right now. Let's get it.
Oh, that lasted a couple innings. Thank you, Brandon Fryer, for bringing that back.
Now, White Sox fan, unfortunately, I am.
Thank you, Ozzy.
That just reminds me of his McDonald's story last night on post game.
The McDonald's story?
Yeah, where he's talking about how he gets heckled basically by a Cubs fan every time he goes to McDonald's. Like one of the workers, I guess, is a Cubs fan, and like he just wants his McNuggets. And now you're gonna take this trash talk too.
Ozzy is the best thing about watching the White Sox game. Pre and post on NBC Sports Chicago. Time now. It's a Layla Wednesday, but on a Thursday. Wednesday. You were busy yesterday.
Yeah, I hosted a NASCAR event for City Club.
Yeah, little NASCAR's coming back, and you're right in the middle of it again.
Yeah, Jeff Banke was there, the president of NBC Motorsports, and Marty Snyder, who I think just does a fabulous job. I always liked his basketball work,
When
too.
is NASCAR again? When is the race?
July 6th and 7th.
All right, thanks for the warning. Dan Bernstein's here, too.
I could give a crap.
Wow.
What the?
Wow.
The drops are getting more and
Dan
more
Hurley.
savage.
It's Dan Hurley.
Yeah, Dan Hurley.
That's the big story
You know-
today.
Yeah, it's just the latest in Laker desire, isn't it?
No, I
Is
think
that
there
what
might
we're
be
calling it,
something
Laker
to it.
Desire?
Isn't it Laker desire?
There's always a number. They'll make his number, and he'll be miserable after he
He'll be
takes that
miserable.
job.
If he
Yeah.
doesn't.
But the bag will be secure.
Right. You better really like
Dan,
money.
how long will it take for the misery to hit? How you give him like 2 months?
Yeah, but the thing about Danny
Now,
Hurley
LeBron
is
waits until midseason, man.
Danny Hurley strikes me as like an old-fashioned coaching masochist. Like, you know, the guys who were cut from that cloth, like Thibs. Like the job's supposed to be miserable. That you're not doing a good enough job.
They're not happy unless
If
they're
you haven't
unhappy.
worked yourself into like an absolute frenzy.
Yes,
Yeah.
and you know you have to be a miserable misanthropic maniac, and maybe he's one of those guys, in which case he'll just heap it all upon himself and cash those checks.
You also just described Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, but Jimmy's got a little more vainglory about him.
But it's the same, like, if I'm
Jimmy
not
thinks-
miserable, I'm not working hard enough.
Yeah, Jimmy thinks the pain eventually gets you somewhere. I think the coaching mentality is a little more nihilistic and Sisyphean than that.
I won't be surprised if it takes a number that makes him the highest paid coach in the NBA. But I also
That's wild.
he's not wired for NBA coaching. It doesn't seem to be, at least. I don't know Dan Hurley, but it would seem his approach.
We're about
would
to find out, though.
be contrary.
It's gonna be
and
fun.
I also remember when Billy Donovan, didn't he accept the Magic job and then he turned it down and returned to Florida? So I could almost see Dan Hurley say, "Yeah, schedule the press conference," and then never getting on the plane to LA.
Because some people just call him like, "Dude,
Don't.
don't." But coaches are not wired like we're wired.
LeBron's final 2 years are going to be a reality show, a soap opera, a lot of drama.
Is that you're putting a timeline on his career?
I would think probably 2 years.
He's 40.
Yeah.
I would say
Vince
2
Carter
years.
played until he was like 75.
He will play with his son, some way, shape, or form. He'll find a way to
His
do
son's
that.
not an NBA player.
In the G League?
Somebody will find a
Look
way.
at
It's the
Thanasis.
NBA.
They'll
It's
play
a
a G League
TV
game
show.
together?
I don't want to look at
Your
Thanasis.
favorite player, Thanasis.
They'll
he's
find
hurt.
a way.
He's hurt now, right?
They'll find a way to make it happen, and then he'll walk away. I think that's what he's probably holding out for. But if you're Dan Hurley, the next coach of the Lakers, they shouldn't hire him as much as cast him, because it's going to be a reality show.
Can I ask you two something? Did you not feel like a tinge of jealousy being like, look at the Lakers? They don't care. They'll just fire whatever coach. And then they'll get another coach because they actually want to make personnel changes. And then I just sat there looking up at my popcorn ceiling wondering, why don't I live in a place where they want to make coaching changes? And then the music set in.
Well, because they have a star player in charge. That's the difference.
Yeah.
But they also have a front office and an ownership group who's willing to
spend money,
do things.
Actually, that's it's not that the Bulls aren't willing to spend money. They're up against the luxury tax order. They just spend money on the wrong thing.
It's not even the Bulls who I'm necessarily subtweeting here, although it kind of is.
It
It's
definitely
everyone.
is. It definitely is.
Look
Come on,
in the
Layla.
mirror.
It is.
Look out that window.
Yeah, that was pretty passive aggressive. but that was direct.
We all knew.
I mean, but I actually wasn't necessarily thinking about the Bulls. I was thinking about, I don't know, the teams in season and team really being one of them. And frankly, there are changes that need to be made on the Bulls, but it's more on, to me, a personnel
I hope
issue.
the Bulls spend more money this offseason, this summer.
They don't have it.
But I hope the biggest expenditure isn't Lonzo Ball paying for Angel Reese's fine. I hope they spend more money.
That's
than
only
that.
$300.
Lonzo Ball's putting himself out there, guys. Like
He is.
He's making himself.
He's going to be there opening
Does
night.
that mean he's going to be ready to play basketball at some point?
I think he's trying to
At some point. I didn't say.
I think he's trying to reacclimate the entire thing. You know?
Dad's giving me this look.
I'm telling you, if he plays at a YMCA, it's a medical miracle.
He's not playing.
Play horse at the
Every
YMCA.
time somebody references Lonzo Ball as being a part of the plan, it means the plan is bad.
No, it's
It's
not.
flawed.
Like they need to get out from under that deal. So they got to do it, but they can't because see what I would love to see happen. I would love to see some sort of renegotiation of his deal pursuant to whatever the league will let you do. I know you can't circumvent the cap. And I understand it, but there has to be a good faith arrangement by which the Bulls can get out of what they owe him, but still say, you tell him if you get better and you come back, you can be part of our plans. I don't want him just incentivized. I want him to have every resource, every opportunity under contract to allow himself to come back.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's almost as if the NBA, or at least this particular situation, might need a similar structure to what we saw Marian Hossa with the long-term injury relief, or there's some sort of conclusion or something. And I know there are exemptions.
But they had to make up a fake thing for him.
Oh, well, is it?
I don't think it was fake.
Because
there's allergies to the jersey.
Remember the book came out.
He was breaking out.
He had a skin condition.
Okay. Yes.
You don't buy the skin
Dan,
condition?
you know hockey equipment.
Rashes are tough.
Come on,
It's
Dan.
pretty
This
gross.
is very dirty.
Marian Hossa had a skin condition.
Uh-huh. Yeah, this is the remember the Goop. This is from the Goop and the whole thing going back.
Didn't he talk about this in that book?
Yes, he
Hossa?
did.
I get
He
mailed a
has
lot of
to.
hockey books, and I
He
don't
wrote
know
that
why,
book.
but that
if
was
he
one
doesn't,
of
he
them.
gives back all the
He
money.
had specific detail. I interviewed Marian
But the
Hossa
team, I'm talking
at
about the
Union
team
League Club.
structure.
They got
about his book. He had
Yes.
specific detail about the pain he endured. You
he
think
better-
he's
Dan's
making
not
that
buying
up?
it. Dan's not buying
He
it.
better. Do you remember when the
David,
Orlando
nobody
Magic?
cares about our group hosting events,
No, I
man.
don't know. I know.
Except for the fancy people in those rooms.
When the
apparently.
Orlando Magic put
fancy.
Keith Tower on the injured list for an entire season with a non-healing
Keith
skin
Tower.
lesion.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Keith Tower.
Non-healing.
Keith Tower.
We have STDs right now being transmitted through ringworm. That's a story that came up this morning, and maybe I looked it up for high noon. Like, I don't know what the hell's out there.
He had they called it a Keith Tower an entire season on the IL with a non-healing skin lesion, and the fact is, in the summer when he got to training camp, he had sunburn.
What?
Yes.
Well,
That
first of
doesn't
all,
disqualify Marian Hossa's skin condition.
First of all, the sun is a very established endocrine system disruptor, which you should actually acknowledge.
It is what?
Wow, that was a
Man.
shot. Yeah,
Layla.
shade.
It means it causes
As in
cancer.
stay in the shade, Dan.
Endocrine
That's what she's
system
telling you.
disruptor is code for cancer-causing
I
agent.
understand what it.
Dan just put me down a rabbit hole.
I'm
though.
black
Keith
in
Tower,
America. I'm
Notre
still
Dame
explaining
big
to
man,
people I
right?
wear sunscreen. They're like,
the
what?
ginger.
That's crazy
and
to
he
me.
got sunburned. You're a big redhead goof
It's
dope.
also theoretically you tan
Couldn't really-
easier because you have more melanin.
Yeah,
Whatever.
but
Do you remember? Because they used to have used to bring in bodies against Shaq, and they kept trying to find enormous people to practice against Shaq. So they brought in Keith Tower. Do you remember Gert Hamink out of LSU?
Yes.
They kept bringing in these sparring partners.
Early 90s obscure big men for $500, Alex.
Obscure guys to practice against
daily
Shaq.
double.
Speaking of that, did you guys see the video of Micah Parsons and CJ Stroud trying to do sumo wrestler warm-ups?
Yes.
It was really interesting.
That's
like
a good,
they have
that's
no
a good podcast.
They have
good
no
buddy-
flexibility.
They should do like
Sumo
a buddy
wrest-
film together.
They were funny together, but they have CJ Stroud was definitely more agile. Like Micah Parsons needs to work on his flexibility, man. That's what
I'd
keeps you
still
playing
take
in the
him.
league.
Yeah, I'd still take them.
Hear me out. Both of them are really good.
Both of them are really good. C.J. Stroud doesn't know what he's talking about though when he's talking about quarterbacks. That's ridiculous. The Eli Manning, Aaron Rodgers.
I'm good with his opinion on that. We've been over this.
His opinion on that
Two
was
rings.
only stated because he wants people to think of
Hold
him
on.
as a team player that wants
Two
to win
rings in New
championships.
York versus having to live in Green Bay.
Oh gosh,
I'm good.
If you could tell him,
right? You're a legend in New York, or you live in Green
he
Bay.
didn't say the city, the municipality.
Those are the careers.
You're a
Those
legend in
are
New
the
York. You're a
careers.
legend in your own mind.
You're an NFL quarterback. You want to throw 100 interceptions or 250 interceptions? What was the disparity?
I want to
I don't
win.
care. I want
I want to win
touchdowns,
2
baby.
Super Bowls. That's what I want to do.
I want to be the best quarterback that I can be.
Okay, Dan Marino, you enjoyed not winning the title.
That's like, to me, that's the weakest argument of sports that you could ever offer. That Dan Marino had an unfulfilling career. Dan Marino was a great
What are you
quarterback.
talking about?
I'm
That's
just telling you
the
what I
center
want.
of every.
I want to win a championship.
That's the center of like every
I want to go to Disney World.
first take like debate.
It's
is
so
that
stupid.
Whether or not you have a championship.
Exactly.
Caitlin Clark. That the whole discussion centered around that concept.
And it was a dumb conversation.
Ask Charles Barkley about it.
Yes.
I do think Dan Marino is.
Who'd
a
you
great
rather have, Charles
quarterback.
Barkley or who's the guy that won all the NBA
Robert Horry?
titles? Yeah, Robert Horry. Robert Horry or Charles Barkley's career?
Don't look at me.
Yes, come on, Layla.
Hold on,
Houston, Layla.
That's different because Robert Horry wasn't playing quarterback. He wasn't.
That happened.
He wasn't driving the
played
proverbial
basketball.
bus.
That
He's playing
happened because we were
basketball.
trying to figure out whether or not Daniel Gafford, who's starting in the NBA Finals tonight, was getting fewer minutes than Luke
fired
Cornett.
up. She's fired up today.
He's in the NBA Finals.
We know who he is.
Well, look, the Bulls didn't.
Get Layla around a bunch of NASCAR
If only they
people,
had
she
tried
gets
for
fired
Danny
up.
Hurley earlier.
Man,
I do like cars and stuff.
you do like cars and stuff.
Let's face it.
You definitely come in here a little bit more animated after you talk NASCAR.
You know what happened? I also like just if I don't get a lot of sleep and I have anything up my
You
cross, so
never
to
get
speak,
sleep.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're always awake.
What's
I'm
that
hostile.
like? What
I'm
is that like
hostile
going
in the
without
morning.
sleep? What does sleep deprivation feel like?
Yeah, as a
Does it
morning
impair
show
your
host,
judgment?
how does that? As a morning show host and a parent, how does that work for you?
Yeah, pretty much 6 years of impaired judgment. That's how.
Sweet.
Yeah.
But you fought through it. That's all.
That might have been Marshall and
Am I
me and our
done?
crew on Saturday.
No, I'm just saying, like,
Marshall's talking in the past tense.
no,
here.
I'm saying
No, you're never done parenting.
you're still
You've never
here.
done parenting. No, that's right. You
No,
know that.
Parenting is a life sentence.
Even after graduation
Dang, life
of.
sentence?
I feel
That's
like
about-
my parents
that's about-
decided they were done for a while.
My great
They're like, "You're
grandmother,
good."
my great grandmother used to say, "Parenting is a life sentence." That was always and she was what 94 when she finally gave it up.
That just reminds me on the ticker last night on SportsCenter. It just said Cubs beat White Sox, sentenced them to 13-game losing streak. And the word sentence was it's like, are they in jail?
Double
Like,
secret probation.
You know what? They kind of are in some sort of baseball prison. And really, they're
Well,
pretty bad.
Don't worry, they're gonna let Pedro Grifol out soon.
That would be
Okay.
Why bother?
Why are we calling him Pedro
Compassionate
Grifol?
release.
Like
Grifol.
it's
I just
ALL.
I can't.
Like
I'm
Nelson.
from Alabama.
Wait,
I know.
When
it's
we all
Grifol.
said
I know
Nelson
it's Grifol.
Aguilar instead of Aguilar.
I'm just talking down south. People are like, is your accent gonna come
another
out? That's
gripe.
fine.
She is really loaded
No,
today.
that's
Isn't
cool.
she?
I've
good.
worked with this woman side by side. I'm
10
good
years.
with it.
So wait, it should be what? Pedro.
It's Grifol. It's Grifol.
Pedro
Like
Grifol.
foal, like a baby.
Yeah, Pedro Grifol.
Yeah, I just said Grifol.
So
Fall.
many people
Sometimes
say
it goes
Grifol,
fall.
and I'm like, where'd the A come from?
Sometimes I say Layla. Sometimes
Do
I
I
say
have to
Leela.
roll the R? Grifol?
This is going to be a great show.
I
This is
just
gonna
looked
be
at
a great
Marshall because I'm like, you've never called me that. I've known you for 10 years.
show. What else do you have today?
Are we celebrating our anniversary anytime soon?
We've got a lot of sound, a lot of Bears stuff today.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, obviously the Cubs and the Sox is the big story, and just sort of neither one of these teams is great, but the Cubs avoided disaster. One team's historically bad. Essentially, to me, the headline is Sox avoid disaster.
Socks?
Excuse me, Cubs avoid. They didn't lose to the
They
Sox.
did. That would have been a catastrophic
They
event.
didn't lose.
Yes.
This was all about just
I agree with
don't
that.
lose to the Sox.
Loss prevention.
Loss avoidance. Just don't lose, and they didn't. I'm still not real sanguine on the Cubs' hopes at the moment because there's just too much.
They got 100 games to figure it out.
Shakiness. shaky.
Like the whole Hector Neris, I can't.
But you will.
I have no choice. I have no
Hector's
choice.
a joyride. You just don't know where you're going to end up.
Oh, it's a ride. I wouldn't say it's a joyride, but you're going somewhere.
That's what I'm saying.
You might
Joyride, you don't know how that's going to end. You might crash into a building.
Oh, every time he comes in, I just want to throw up.
It's because he should throw the eighth.
I don't
He
know
should
about
throw
that.
low leverage, whatever that is.
Throw less balls. How about that?
Yeah, strikes are good, but sometimes they get hit really
Yeah, well,
hard.
unfortunately, old JMO threw too many strikes and ended up with 10 hits.
Yeah, and a lot of them were little dinky ones, though.
Yeah, but they were hits.
Mark
Yeah,
Grody will
yeah.
join us at 11 because it's an early Bears practice today, so he'll have that report for us. We've got high noon. We've got Joe Girardi scheduled for 12:25. Jason Leisure at 1. But there's a ton of Bears sound, Cubs sound, a lot of things we're going to dive into.
Have a great show.
This is the official radio home of the Chicago Cubs.
Get in the air, deep left center. Back goes Robert. Cubs win the ball game. Hockman has given the Cubs a sweep in this 2-game series against the White Sox.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's David Haugh. June 20th is summer solstice, the longest day of the year.
I'd never been more nervous seeing that Bears helmet in Lambeau Field. To me, it was, a big game feeling, like a huge game feeling for me. And obviously that's from growing up here in Chicago, but also just the week of practice leading up to it, there was more intensity. It was more tempo in practice. It had a bigger feel to it because it was Bears Packers.
That's not my favorite story from your Packers days. Lawrence, you've heard him tell this story about when he got locked out of his hotel room.
That was in Champaign. That was a game in Champaign. And it was Monday Night Football, so I was nervous, and I wet my bed, and I put all my sheets together. And because when you're on the road in the NFL, you can go down to, you're staying like the Ritz and stuff. You just call someone, they fix everything for you. We were staying in a hotel in Rantoul, Illinois. Okay, so we weren't downtown Chicago. And so I had to get rid of it. And Aaron Campman was my roommate, and Campman played for the Packers a long time, played with me at Iowa. I wasn't going to wake him up. So I put a towel on and walked downstairs, and there was no one anywhere. I mean, it was the middle of the night. I mean, it was no one. So I went outside. I was going to throw the sheets in the dumpster, and the door closed behind me. There was no handle on the door. So I'm in the parking lot at 3 a.m. with just a towel on. I walked around to the front. And I walked in, I said, I'm Matt Bowen, I play for the Green Bay Packers. And the lady at the desk did not believe me. Did not. So I had to get a way to find team security to come down, to let me back in. I went back in, got cleaned up, and just flipped the mattress over and slept on a mattress. And then I played a football game the next day. Now, look, I didn't play that poorly. I made some plays. I was good on special teams. I had one pass interference in the end zone on a throw from Jim Miller. I had one pass interference in the end zone that I was beat, so I grabbed the guy. But besides that, I played pretty well. And that was a game we opened up when Favre hit driver on the deep ball, and things just started rolling really well for us. Yeah, that was an interesting trip to Champaign. A lot different than this past weekend, I'll tell you that.
I'm Matt Bowen. I play for the Packers. I don't. No, you're not.
No, you're not. No, you don't.
And I don't care. You're frightening me. Matt Bowen, thanks. This is great. by Team Hochberg. Visit their website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show.
What do they like to talk about? Iron sharpens iron.
No, it's steel sharpens steel.
Iron sharpens iron. That's the way I heard
Montez Sweat yesterday said iron sharpens iron.
So,
iron sharpens iron.
See?
But
take that, Bernstein.
That's not the idiom.
I know.
Iron helps us play.
Someone hit you up. Proverbs 27:17. You use steel to sharpen steel.
There it is.
Tell him this is all crazy.
Homer, I'd like you to remember Matthew 7:26. The foolish man who built his house on sand.
I'm not supposed to be quoting the New Testament.
Why are you not allowed to quote that?
I would say I recognized it, but I don't know it.
Haven't you learned anything from that guy who gives those sermons at church? Captain, what's his name?
Have you accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior yet?
Not yet.
Maybe.
It's early in the day.
See?
Translation issue. There are some Bibles that will say steel sharpens steel, others that translate it as iron sharpens iron.
You owe me, Montez Sweat, Studs, and all of the authors of the Bible an apology.
Thou hast forsaken my church.
Bernstein and Holmes. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
The conclusion being something sharpens something, and it's either New Testament or Old Testament or somewhere in there.
Hi, yes. I would like to know how many authors that applies to. Like, how many
All of
books are
them.
we talking here? Are we adding in the Book of Mormon? Because that might be an entire
iron sharpens
state,
iron.
you know?
All the authors of the Bible.
Oh, no. We're going to be here a while.
All of them. Whoever started it.
including the books that the Catholic Church chose to omit.
No, the Catholic Church included those. They
Oh no, there's
included
other ones they still haven't put in.
The 7, though, that you're... Oh, we're not doing this morning.
We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And you're thinking, well, wait a second. I thought we had Wednesday already. Where's Layla? Because we moved things around, and Lawrence is celebrating his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Lawrence.
Happy birthday. So he's 40.
Happy birthday!
He's 40 Hans
40
Mollman years old.
He's 48, 49.
I have no idea.
Because I know he's not quite at the big one yet. Not at the big number, the half a century mark.
Since we're not athletes, I don't pay attention to ages. You think you're like 97.
No, I'm all right. I'm okay. I'll be 50. This is my Doug Buffone birthday coming up later this month.
All right. Well, as long as you're okay with that.
What? It's better than the alternative. I mean, you can't get mad. It just is. Nothing you can do about it. So I'm not gonna worry about it. So I don't have much left to do in life. So if I were to, fall off a cliff tomorrow, what difference would it make? It really doesn't matter at this point.
You have kids. Have some
Right.
empathy.
But that was the point. So now they're there. They're here. I've made my replacements already, and members of the replacements.
They care about you. So have some empathy for their feelings.
Yeah.
Yep, that's how that works.
Talk to them. Our producers
I
are
do.
Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Kevin Lapka, and Peter Hansen.
Wait,
right?
is that the intern?
Have you met the intern, Peter Hansen?
What are we calling him? Something Wint?
We were going to call
Lil
him
Wint.
Lil Wint.
Little
But, but we should find out what he wants to be called, and we should call him that.
Maybe Mbop.
Because we don't.
But Terry
no,
said
Hansen bit.
Our motto's win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
That works because he went to Illinois or is going to Illinois.
Oh, that part I got. Just the
Just connecting the dots.
The Terry connection of naming interns is something that is amusing to me. Also, they get paid now, right? Interns get
That
paid
was an
now?
accident. The naming of interns was an accident because of Johnny Jackass. Because there was a guy that looked like Johnny Knoxville. Was it a Batacola? Because what's the guy's name? Johnny Jackass. And he meant Johnny Knoxville, and then it just became, so then any intern, we did the imitation of Terry, like, oh, what's his name, Johnny something, and then that became the tradition to give every intern a Johnny name.
When you said that, the riff immediately played in my head. Was it just me? The little riff chord to begin that show.
Down, down, down.
Yes. Da, da, da. Yep, that's it.
mentioned the plan today was to give you plenty of Bears and plenty of Cubs and Sox and stuff. But to me, the Cubs avoided losing to the White Sox. Bottom line, they're 500. You can figure out everything in their competitiveness and all that stuff later. But you dodge 2 bullets like Neo at the end of the Matrix, just contorting yourself as they're all whizzing by and digging furrows into your clothing with each shot. You're like, did it. Didn't lose. Go Cubs, go. Play the song.
Yeah, that's it, right? You like to say the get out of there before they change the score on you.
Yeah, get it.
I have a couple different viewpoints on this. From the highlights exist on TV in a vacuum standpoint, it's great, right? It's great. They came back from being down 5 runs and being down 4 runs, and they were able to withstand all of that. You also got a nice little answer home run 2 nights ago from Luis Robert that hasn't landed yet. Then you have the one from Paul DeYoung that was pretty solid. But once again, to me, if you're looking at these 2 teams, knowing what we know about them, all of your concerns were exemplified in both. All of them. I like Eric Fetty. Nice to see his performance. Unfortunately, the White Sox bullpen happened. Michael Kopech versus Mike Tauchman is something we'll get into later in the show specifically. The Cubs bullpen is a concern. Jamison Tyone giving up hits, if you're worried about that. Once again, everything you might have been concerned about became evident in these 2 games.
And there were just a couple of little moments that also exemplified sort of where we are with both of these teams.
Correct.
One with Ozzie Guillen and one with Craig Counsell.
Yeah. Typically we save the sound nuggets and the operable word here being nuggets for later. But nothing says this year's...
Explain it again with those nuggies.
Exactly, Andy Reid. But I feel like nothing explains our current state of baseball better than 2 pieces of audio, one by a former manager and the other one by the current. Should we start with Ozzie? Yeah.
I'm a White Sox fan. I am. Everything I have in my life, my kids' career, everything I have, is because of the White Sox. I earn it. I earn it every second. But
in your blood.
Yeah, but they give me the opportunity and all the stuff. I'm a White Sox fan. Unfortunately, I am. And when I say stuff, I get upset, I get happy, whatever it is, it just, that hurt. They hurt the team, obviously. I'm not going to say they know what hurt the player, Pedro. That hurt myself, too. And it's a funny thing, but I can pay to get hurt. Some people pay to get hurt.
Yes. White Sox fans are feeling the pain.
Yeah, no, I get paid to get hurt. To hurt myself. I said, that's a hurts. That's a pretty hurt when he's hurt, but you hurt good. No, it's not. Yeah, I get paid to do that, but I got feelings. I'm a White Sox fan. I don't want to be embarrassed. Every time now I got to go to Caquio. Hey, Ozzie, what happened yesterday? Hey, Ozzie. The McDonald kid. Can I say the real McDonald?
The McDonald.
He work in McDonald.
Okay.
Capitan, every time get in my car, hey, I want the chicken, whatever, chicken McNugget. Chicken, I want chicken McNugget, abuelo. Look at that. Hey, friend. First thing I go, hey, Ozzie, how you doing? We beat you last night. I like, yeah, you guys. The kids from McDonald's, he see me every day.
Wearing you out.
No, he's just kicking my butt. I'm a White Sox fan. Unfortunately, I am.
Did we figure out if this was Tony La Russa or Johnny Cash yet? Ozzie. Ozzie.
I mean, is that really a question?
This is a movie. Ozzie's trying to get his grandson chicken nuggets, and the McDonald's employees out the drive-through window trolling him.
And believe me, I'm not judging at all. I love McDonald's, and I eat there probably too often.
I wish I had the snack wrap.
And my McDonald's happens to be great.
Mm-hmm.
The one at Addison across from Lane Tech is a fabulously run McDonald's.
When I want to treat myself at O'Hare, it's McDonald's breakfast.
Well, or anything. Just don't be the person that gets on the plane with a big bag of McDonald's and sits down next to you and just starts shoveling. Come on.
But
You couldn't have done that before you got on the plane?
the concept of somebody hanging out the McDonald's drive-through window trolling Ozzie Guillen about the
Hey,
Sox
Ozzy. I
losing.
liked his impersonation. So meanwhile, on the other side of town, I don't think I've heard this yet.
Okay, so Christopher Morel hurt his foot. That's a problem, by the way. That's a separate problem that we'll get into. But man, if Craig Counsell didn't make an epic dad joke.
How's Morel doing? We called the tow truck. It didn't get there in time. That's a bad dad joke. I apologize. No, he's just we've seen him foul a number of balls off that foot, and he gave it about 3 or 4 days rest, but he got himself pretty good that one. We called the tow truck. It didn't get there in time.
Okay.
Yeah, the rim shot made it sound good. We got to play that on the second reference. The first one with just the silence is.
Yeah, my advice: if you're gonna do the dad joke, this is
you
me
did the dad
as a dad. Don't announce that it's a bad dad joke. Just use the line, say the line, let it hang in the air. Wait for your response. Just wait. Live in that silence. You gotta love the awkwardness. You didn't say, "Well, that's a bad dad joke right there." Come on, man. Lean in.
That's Craig Counsell in a nutshell.
Yes,
He's like this very unassuming, disarming guy. Even his swing when he was playing wasn't very threatening. Like that's just who he is.
The opposite.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of my point. Like everything's just like, that's Craig Counsell. He's like subtle. But the dad joke for some reason just got me. I was like, no.
When we come back, let's see how the White Sox counterpart to Craig Counsell answered the question, "Are you going to get fired or something?" That's next.
How do you know the score?
I know the best Chicago sports talk is Mully and Haugh on my way to work in the car.
You're going to love it. How do you know the score?
Bernstein and Holmes. Well, I work from home on my smart speaker.
Don't knock it till you've tried it.
How do you know the score?
Parkins and Spiegel in my office on the Odyssey app, and then in my car on my way home.
Ooh, we're in a frenzy. Ooh, we're in a tizzy. How do you know the score?
Pat and Ron calling the Cubs game from my downtown office in the Odyssey app.
And how do you know the score?
I watch on YouTube and Twitch every day with Mully and Haugh, Bernstein and Holmes, and Parkins and Spiegel.
Get to know the score your way today.
This segment is sponsored by Kane County Cougars Baseball. The Kane County Cougars bring the area's best baseball experience back to beautiful Northwestern Medicine Field this week.
Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick. Let the bass Let the bass kick.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like God is in control of everything. When God has a plan for you, He gonna put you in the plan, and He gonna make you go through the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations. But when it's your time and He put you in position, you just gotta go execute it and make the best of it. So that's what I plan on doing.
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
No, not really. Because,
Hell yeah.
I mean, honestly, I've been in this situation a lot in my life. This is not my first rodeo. This is not my first go-around. I've been thrown in the fire plenty of times, and I've excelled. So, I mean, I'm taking the same approach, and I don't expect anything different.
Mike Wallace-Grote. Were you shaking your head at God?
Just surrounded by heathens everywhere.
Oh, my
everywhere.
God. I heard that one, Grote. I heard that one.
I was serious when I said you need to listen to
I heard that one.
I was walking out of Palace Hall today. I'm walking out of Palace. I knew the question was weird. Trust me, but I was kind of like, I had to do my work.
Not weird.
I had to get out of there, so I wasn't really like. I know other reporters were talking about it. I figured I walk out. There's Herb Howard. There's Herb Howard.
Were you kind of shaking your head at God?
You asked 4 questions in a row. There were other reporters around there?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Were you shaking your head at God?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God?
Were there any Snickers?
Yeah.
Were there any?
There were smiles when I said that, because it's a very weird thing
What
to
happened
ask.
with Deontay's face when you posed that question?
No, he was straight face,
Very
man.
straight face.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm rushing out of Hallis Hall. I come up the stairs. I see Herb Howard and a bunch of his coworkers from the Bigs, and they're looking at me. They're shaking their head. I'm like, what? What? They're like, yeah, we're looking at you. They go, you better be careful driving home, man. Hands on the wheel. You are cursed. You talk about God like that.
Lightning in the sky, right? Looking out this window.
I'm like, oh, okay. I guess that one did hit. Do we have Mooney?
Yeah. You're kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though.
What's that?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Meaning what?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Oh, it's so great.
You gonna ask Flus a God question next time?
Please do.
I think I
Please
get one
do.
God question a year.
No.
Or I'd get a talking to.
No,
you know?
work it in. Work it in.
Yeah, I'll
that
see
could
what
be
I
your
can do.
beat.
They have a chapel at Haugh, so maybe I need to spend some time there tomorrow.
All us
Yeah,
God
just-
guys are accustomed to you types. We're used to it. We'll
I
deal with
understand. Hey, look, well, I'm not going to give you my church resume. Forget it. I stand by what I asked.
Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
I can't tell you how proud I am of these guys. These guys are playing good baseball, man, and they're giving us everything they got, and that's all I ask them. That's all I ask them to do every day. Just play as hard as you can, and that's what they're doing. There's really nobody to blame here. These guys, everybody here in this locker room is busting their ass to win a baseball game and get back on track.
Bad luck, wind been blowing at my back. I was born to bring trouble to wherever I'm at. Got the number 13 tattooed on my neck. When the ink starts to itch, then the black will turn to red. I was born in the soul of misery, never had me a name. They just gave me the number when I was young.
So Pedro, pick a lane, Mr.
I love how we all just laid out for that.
Well, number with the Mr. 13 tattooed on your neck there. Pick a lane.
Flat.
Right. Which is it? So when Kyle Bradish gets out there and shoves, one of the best pitchers in the league, shoves against your terrible team, not only are they effing flat, but given a chance to explain, I'm doubling down on that. And your players are like, yeah, whatever. No, you're wrong. Shut up. You're stupid. And now, well, they're doing their best out there. They're by gum, they're trying. What? Which one are you?
I don't necessarily know that he has to be super consistent after there was some pushback from the clubhouse, which only happens in
pushback from the clubhouse.
Rare cases. I'm trying to be diplomatic here.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, well, managers say stuff sometimes. We don't know what this guy's talking about, but so.
But this has been the sentiment for a while now. AJ alluded to that at the beginning of the season with us. You know that. And you know exactly what they're alluding to when they can't say everything, but they say enough.
Well, and that's the thing. Fire him or don't fire him. It doesn't matter. That's so we can say all we want and all the speculation. Well, this can't stand. Something's got to give. Not really. I mean, it can, but it's not really going to do anything. It's not going to move the needle on anything significant. So we might as well just ask Pedro. Hey, Pedro, there's reports that you're going to get fired soon. What's the whole deal with that?
This is part of the job, right? And I go ahead and ask your question because I'm not going to address this every single day. And I'm
shrug it off.
Yeah. I'm fine with addressing these questions, but I'm not going to sit here and address it every day. But I don't focus on that stuff. It's part of the job. We're not winning. So when you're not winning, speculations get higher and higher. It's a part of what we do. We get signed up to win baseball games, and when you don't, there's always a possibility of a change being made. I didn't read the article. I understand the question. I understand the stories. I get it all. I'll answer the questions. But my answer is always going to be the same.
But you wouldn't talk to Chris about it and say, what about this?
No. Why would I do that? No. I mean, I don't make those decisions, and I'm certainly not going to worry about it. My concern is making sure that this team is ready to play tonight, making adjustments from yesterday, and trying to see if we can snap this losing streak. That's no fun, extremely painful because we've lost some painful games. But I'm certainly not going to make this about me and my future here. I'm not going to decide that anyways. I don't make those decisions.
Okay. He's got a little Jerry Lundegaard in him. I'm cooperating with the interview. Ma'am, I've answered your questions. Now I can go out, I can do a lot count if you want.
I mean, I understand why he said what he said. The problem isn't in the response to that question. The problem is in when you called your team flat, for example, when you very much have a hand in trying to figure out who this team is.
You can't unring that bell.
When the pinch hitter that you didn't have in the lineup was the one who manufactured the one hit, you have a hand in that as well, right? Like, that's partly your decision. But it all goes back to me to something else, man. The person who was the most proud of hiring him is now gone. And that's an indictment on everybody.
I also want to know about the relationship that Getz might have and what promises were made at the lower levels of the organization and what so many of these decisions are in large part going to be based on what Getz is whispering in the ear of Jerry Reinsdorf. Because that's how he got the job in the first place.
I don't know that this is related, though. This might just be, Jerry, he doesn't fire managers except for the one time he decided to bring his best friend in.
Well, but now there's nobody. It's all about controlling the whim of Jerry. So you've got Getz and you've got La Russa. And the way this team is being run, there's no checks and balances anymore that are coming from a place of any sense. That's why it's so. I underestimated what getting rid of Ken Williams would mean to this team. I did.
I heard that.
I underestimated it.
I heard that was a valid thesis because of the importance of having somebody push back with your employer, and that's hard. And also just with what you're seeing.
It's
but
almost like
something had to be done there with the both of them because you knew there were conflicting reports on who was deciding trades.
You know what Kenny was for the organization that is lacking right now?
An ombudsman?
You know what he was like a spouse. To say someone to tell you, don't wear that. Someone to tell you, don't forget this. Or you have an idea and somebody who can be wise enough to say, hey, you don't want to do that.
He was like that with Jerry.
Yeah.
That was the relationship he had with Jerry.
Yeah, just somebody to say, sleep on that one. Sleep on that one. Or
conciliary?
Yeah, but more so kind of that longtime spouse who had your best interest in mind, knew you well enough to know, oh, it's one of your things again. Okay, let's talk about that next week and find a way to carefully indulge some of these things and listen while also making sure to walk back down the hall and be like, all right, we're going to put this in the drawer for a while and not act on it.
And the frustrating part is on June 6th, most Sox fans came to the realization already far earlier that this was discouraging, that this was a situation that is too far gone. The discussion of firing Pedro Grifol, yes, I understand that Ken Rosenthal acknowledged the if not now, then when. But to me, it's more about the just the malaise that people have.
That's what this
the acceptance.
They're out of the organization's out of energy.
The critical mass has been reached.
This is end stage stuff. Wherever this is all going, it's all wound down.
I mean,
it's out of energy at this point.
Did you feel that way when Boylan got hired with the Bulls and before they made the front office changes?
That's a good question. I would have to.
That's the best example.
I was bothered when they hired him, when he wasn't just when they took the interim tag off, and I'm thinking, well, what are you watching? What are you doing? 'Cause then that just made it feel like they were asleep at the switch. But just to finish the initial thought, Getz was nominally in charge of the minor leagues.
Yeah,
and they had to fire Wes Helms. They had to fire Omar Vizquel because there were miscreants. There were horrible things going on, abuse and mistreatment. There was a cancer in the minor leagues on Chris Getz's watch, and yet the it guy, the managerial prospect, was Justin Jerschley. And I don't know where things stand about where and when they feel it's time to push that button. Because you could put Charlie Montoyo out there and whatever, and he could half sleep his way to the end of this season.
I mean, Charlie Montoyo has an established resume.
Right, so why would he even want to bother?
Well, he's here.
I know.
He agreed to the job. Going in that if you agree to be the bench coach on a struggling team, there's a very good chance that you're going to get the call to be the manager. You know that.
If he wants it, that's fine. I just wonder if they have a larger plan to reinvigorate something. Where's this going?
That's the problem we have. It's like, you didn't like the team you had last year, but this is the team you do like?
And the fact that
I don't like our team.
Like what? I sit with that all the time.
And the most important baseball decision maker on the White Sox remains Tony La Russa. So
at least Eric Fetty's still there and Garrett Crochet. The two dudes who I expected to come through. Garrett Crochet and Eric Fetty. Thank you guys.
But they shouldn't be there. They should be traded as soon as you can possibly trade them. When we come back, let's bring you the moment in Chicago sports last night from multiple perspectives. That's next.
Cubs legend Ryne Sandberg, 10-time All-Star, Baseball Hall of Famer, and soon to be immortalized with a statue at Wrigley Field.
Deep left center. Look out. Do you believe it? It's gone.
Friday night, June 21st, 6 to 7 p.m. The Score presents A Salute to Sandberg, a one-hour special hosted by Mark Rohde just days before the unveiling of Rhino's statue on June 23rd at Wrigley Field.
Be a part of Wrigley Field. That means so much to me.
Mark will be joined by Rhino himself, along with Andre Dawson and other special guests.
Fight me out of here!
A Salute to Sandberg, Friday night, June 21st, 6 to 7 p.m. Only on the official radio home of the Cubs, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score.
Thank you, and go Cubs.
This segment is sponsored.
This is what someone told Mully and Haugh about the strength of the 2024 Chicago White Sox.
Mike is in Northbrook. Mike wants to say something. Hi, Mike.
Well, respectfully, I'm sick of all the negativity about the Sox. You know, there's some good things about this team, starting with the fact that they have two of the better power hitters around in Luis Robert and Jimenez, and they still got Moncada, who was looking better, and they got Benintendi. And aside from that, there's an old axiom about baseball: be strong up the middle. Well, look at them up the middle now. They got Maldonado, they got DeYoung, they got Lopez, and they got Roberts. That's real solid up the middle. And by the way, that makes a pitching staff better. And by the way, they still got Dylan Cease. They still got Kopech. They got some hope, I'm not saying for sure, in this guy who was the number one pitcher in the Korean League. You guys just mentioned, and they mentioned at the time, when Lance Lynn was traded, I can't remember. Yeah, they still got Andrew Vaughn. Yeah. I mean, so what I'm trying to say is I look at teams at the end of the year who's in the World Series, and I'm not seeing always teams that knock the heck out of the baseball, even though the Sox have some guys that can do that.
They're going with the Diamondbacks.
Mike, I appreciate the phone call, and I apologize for Mully being so negative about the White Sox.
See, you mean like the Rangers?
I do not appreciate the phone call because it's a terrible phone call.
You don't think the Rangers hit the ball out of the yard? Did you watch the World Series?
Look at the teams that win. And your whole strong up the middle thing, which first of all makes no sense. Second of all, you named 3 minor leaguers.
Well, and if you're naming pitchers and you're starting about good things about the White Sox, you get one pitcher deep before you get to big question mark, and then
not big question mark. Yeah. You get one pitcher who's going to be gone, and then the next one's been terrible.
And maybe this guy that was good in Korea,
whose name you don't even know,
Moncada.
I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this.
Is that Moncada? Maybe that's Moncada. Because Moncada plays third base.
You can't be tired of disrespect and then not know people's names and think bad players are good.
And I'm sick of all the negativity about the Sox. You know, there's some good things about this team.
There's really not.
on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
It's a walk-off.
Michael Kopech missing high to Mike Tauchman. The next pitch. It in the air. Deep left center. Back goes Robert. Cubs win the ball game. Mike Tauchman with a game-winning home run. Listen to this crowd.
Apple home run, Tauchman. He gets a heater out the way. And we talked about the ball carrying here at Wrigley. This ball just rides into the bleachers in left center, and the Cubs going crazy around home plate.
That is your WSCR call of the Mike Tauchman walk-off. And after the ensuing party and everybody takes their turn dumping various liquids upon him and anointing him with oils and beating him with olive branches, let me say something about this.
Whoa.
I'll say this. Mike Tauchman's, as far as baseball hair goes, I know we talk about Dansby Swanson, the Dansby Swanson salad, and Ian Happ and the work he's had done to fix the power alleys that he's had and on the billboards.
And he's hitting for power.
Throw Nico in there. Nico's got good hair.
Nico.
Nico does have good hair. Yeah.
I will say this: Tauchman, the more stuff that he endured yesterday, and then he'd do the little tousle. He would just rub his, and usually at some point it looks bad. It just looked varying degrees of good. What? Who does his hair? Maybe he just has good. He just has good hair. But guy dumps a Gatorade container in your head. Okay, I'll just go like this. Oh, and it looks like he's ready for a magazine shoot. And then another guy comes out with water bottles, whatever. And then it's okay, that's not fair.
It's like Kopech too.
But that's not fair.
Kopech's I'll do a man bun today.
Yeah, I don't know. These damn baseball players. So here's how it sounded.
Life is tough
on Marquee Sports Network.
Drilled towards left center. On its way. Ball game. Cubs win. Mike Tauchman walks it off.
That was Boog Shambi on the call. Then you hear the chords of the song begin to play. Well, how does it sound in Espanol? Miguel Esparza, his radio call.
Una bola hacia los strikes. Swing, le pone el bate, la manda volando hacia el jardín central. ¡Se fue! ¡Home run! Mike Tauchman la botó. Y los Chicago Cubs ganan el partido. Marcador final 7-6.
There it is.
Miguel is fabulous.
Yeah.
He's great. He has a wonderful call.
And here was how it sounded on NBC Sports Chicago.
Tauchman is 1 for 3 tonight. A line drive to center going back. The Cubs walk it off in the ninth. Opposite field home run by Mike Tauchman. And just like that, after a pretty good battle, the Sox, unfortunately, saw the lead dissolve, and one pitch, both games 7-6 Cubs. I said it felt like deja vu earlier in the game. And that's exactly, unfortunately, how it ended. But long turnaround, get your rest anyway. Boston comes to town, and we'll take a look at this one again. As this fastball down the middle, our Ford home run replay, and 2 7-6 losses for the Sox here at Wrigley Field. White Sox had a 5-1 lead tonight. They had a 5-0 lead yesterday and not able to hold on, losing both games here in this crosstown series. Have to hear that song again.
Yeah, and
you've heard your max this season. Congratulations. You've endured.
Yeah, and truth be told, I kind of agree with him on the song.
I was there for the Bodie
Have to hear
walk-off.
that song again.
You know, the one against the
He
Nationals.
might be a wanker, but he's right about the song.
The walk-off grand slam. You know, that epic
Yeah,
moment
yep.
with Herb. It was me, Herb, and Melissa Rokitis. We had a good baseball lunch bunch going for a while. And to me, like at that time, even though I was still hosting Sox pre and post game regularly, at the time it was like incredibly epic. Like everything just laid out for the moment, and you just sat there and took it in. There are times when it's simply iconic.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just not. I just don't like the song itself, independent of what it is. The party is fun in the way. It just. I'm not a huge fan of the song.
Yeah, I mean, I can take it or leave it, but I'm the wrong person.
Have to hear
say,
that song
you know?
again.
I'm a Cubs fan, and I think the song is very cheesy. But I will say, when I'm at Wrigley Field and the Cubs win, I'm like, hell yeah. Even now that they pump it in on Marquee, I'm like, you know what? I like this.
Yeah,
on
I
the
think
Cubs
that's
win.
how
I'm
I
into
feel.
it.
That's how I feel about Bear Down. The song's really cheesy and just stupid and old, but man, do I not blast it after every win.
Yeah, but at least Bear Down Chicago Bears has the structure of an old-fashioned fight song. Like that is a type of song that makes sense to me. It's an old version of a collegiate fight song. The Cubs thing is half a folk song, and it's a little twangy, and there's weird references in it. I don't know, but okay, but that's a debate not for today. And I know that people love Steve Goodman, but I also don't think it's that representative of Steve Goodman.
I just didn't like the weird emo song they would play after the Sox games at home when they won. What? It wasn't My Chemical Romance. What was it?
Victorious by Panic at the Disco.
Yeah, we can do better.
You know how we do better? By bringing in Mark Grody, Bears. Because more Grody means more Bears knowledge and entertainment, and he's going to tell us how practice looks today. Next.
The Bears.
The Cubs sweep the Sox in the first half of this season's Crosstown Series.
Hit in the air, deep left center. Back goes Robert. Cubs win the ball game. Mike Tauchman with a game-winning home run. Listen to this crowd.
Keep it here as we react to where both teams go from here. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's official radio home of the Cubs. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Grand Geneva Resort.
Then I talked to Mike Tauchman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Tauchman,
Gotta
the
tell Palatine you,
Pounder.
On the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
You got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah,
sure.
man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
Does he think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? You know, who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff. I was
Quarter draft.
super excited.
I got Southport round one.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay?
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You gotta warm him up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You gotta just a little bit of rubbing around.
Break the ice.
Yeah, like loosen him up first.
Yeah.
Loosen him up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is like, hustling, thinking about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. I was like, oh, yeah, we get the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the Pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Tauchman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah. There's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
He hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock?
Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score.
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Bears. Mark Grody covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
Can I get a couple minutes with you here, man? I ain't talking today, man. I'm sorry. Okay.
Host of the Daily Score podcast.
The reason that I look even more adorable than I usually do is because we're doing the podcast today from NBC Sports Chicago, where I just had the opportunity to talk about the Bears.
Mark Grody with Bernstein and Holmes.
Whatever the Bears suck.
On The Score.
Mark Grody is out of the Bears' noisy practice field to tell us what he sees. As a reporter, that's his job, and he's going to do it right now.
Yay!
On the Score Hotline. That's presented by Circus Sports Illinois. Download the Circus Sports app today. He's on Twitter at Mark Grody Sports. All right, now we get to hear what music is being piped in, and the players are dancing and practicing and stretching. What are you seeing?
Well, actually, Dan, you guys could tell me what this song is. I'm not really sure on this particular one. But you guys have entered the chat at a very good time out here because the Bears have begun the best part of practice, which is always 11 on 11. So while I can't be too specific about things going on, I will tell you, though, that I think it was the very first play, unless I missed a play, the Bears worked a little trickery. The starting quarterback threw the ball to a screen pass to a starting wide receiver who threw the ball towards the end zone to a starting running back for the Bears. Yes. So it was quite a thing to see.
To be human Shazam, the song you are hearing is Like That, which is all part of the epic Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef that features Metro Boomin, Future, and Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, wow. You know, shame on me being how loud that beef has been. I probably should have known something about it. I'm a little behind, though, Layla. You know that.
It's okay. Just look up that one, and They're Not Like Us. But I forget. What's the official title? Isn't it Not Like Us?
I think it's Not Like Us.
Yeah, but I do the whole thing.
Sounds windy up there. Is wind
from the beef.
Is wind affecting the ball flight?
Yeah, it might be because I've seen a couple of incompletions in 11 on 11, and yes, the wind is whipping right now, and I'm throwing up a blade of grass right now to see exactly which way it's going, and yeah, the wind actually would be at the offense's back right now. But there was at least one sideline pass to Keenan Allen that was incomplete here just a couple of moments ago. 7 on 7, mixed bag again, I thought, for Caleb Williams. Velus Jones and Roma Dunze both catching touchdowns in the 7 on 7 period if you take 7 on 7 seriously. And it would appear that Tyson Bagent just threw a short touchdown pass, and he's holding his arms up in jubilation.
Can't wait for Tyson Bagent to be on Hard Knocks. How's the state of the offensive line? If you're seeing 11 on 11, who's there? And I do want to ask you about your conversation with Tevin Jenkins because I think it's very valid.
You know, the second string, the Bagent line is in right now. I can tell you that Ryan Bates was centering the line today. I think it was Coleman Shelton yesterday. Braxton Jones, I don't believe is practicing today for the second straight day. We were not told specifically what's wrong with Braxton Jones, but Matt Eberflus said it was no big deal. I saw Matt Pryor again playing left guard, so that means that Nate Davis, who was riding the bike earlier, is at least not participating in the full team drills. So yeah, you've got, as far as your regulars are concerned, I think Ryan Bates is going to be the center. Darnell Wright is out there playing right tackle. And Larry Borum, by the way, was the man playing left tackle on that first unit. But once they get back in here, I'll take a look again and see if it lines up like that still.
Is there any concern about Braxton Jones's injury because it was his neck? Is there still any lingering issue there? You think that it could come up in discussion, or is it just me being worried about left tackle because I'm me?
Yeah, Layla, I think that definitely could be part of it. We don't know yet, so I mean, Flus would not let us know what exactly was going on, other than to say that he was, said it was precautionary, and I know when we hear those generalities, we tend to become skeptical, but last year, that's the way they were. You know, any little thing during offseason or training camp, they were putting guys on the sideline or telling them to sit down, all in the name of getting ready for the actual season. So I'll say that, you know, we got to keep an eye on it, but there doesn't appear to be alarms going off. You know, I think the very interesting position on the Bears offensive line, based on what Matt Eberflus told us yesterday, is Nate Davis. And, you know, he did not sound like a man committed to Nate Davis being your starting right guard. And maybe that's just trying to get the message out to him that they need him practicing and they want to see more from him. But, you know, we've seen all sorts of different guys out here. You know, I mentioned the big, tall Matt Pryor. Ryan Bates has played some guard, and we know that he's probably even more adept at playing guard than he is at center. Jatari Carter has been out here. And I don't know if you guys have listened back to that Matt Eberflus from yesterday, but he said basically was being very vague about that, and that's something to keep an eye on, I think.
Why did Eberflus, in his opening statement yesterday, choose to present this sort of, I don't know, loose description of what their athletic training and medical ideas are right now?
I don't know. The only thing I could think of about that, Dan, is that sometimes, and I haven't necessarily heard this lately, the public criticism. I know in the past when like the medical staff or any of the training staff or any of them have been uttered out of any of our mouths or in print, there seems to be this very fast reaction from the Bears and from Matt Eberflus to over-compliment them and talk about how great of a job that they're doing. So I'm just guessing here, but that there is some precedent for that in the past, and you know, going a little bit over the top. But specifically yesterday, I'm not sure.
I think it's all pretty valid in discussion. Matt Eberflus, one thing that I do really like that's happened the past 2 days is he's telling you his plans. You know, he's telling you exactly what he wants to work on right now. So they plan for how they're going to have the shorter break and the shorter off season. I think the OTAs after minicamp play into that. And then getting ready a little earlier in training camp because they have that Hall of Fame game. Like, I appreciate him saying, this is what I want to do. This is what we're doing today. Those things to me are really good to hear from a head coach.
Yeah, I think that's gone along with a growing theme from Matt Eberflus, and that's just to be a little bit more organized, be a little bit more forthright with the media. I mean, he's still going to be frustrating for us at times, I'm sure, in terms of trying to get information out of him. But I think, you know, symbolically and famously, when he was asked, like, is Caleb the starter, and he didn't even hesitate to say there's no game playing going on this year. You know, there are very few spots on this team that are open, and they're being forthright and honest about it, because Layla, this is a year in which, in some form or some way, the Bears are expected to win this year, whether that's just being above 500, being in the playoffs, winning a playoff game. This season, the plan for this season has absolutely changed in this what has been a rebuild, and now they are here to actually win games. And so you better talk differently, you better do things differently, because the excuses are running thin.
How is this related to the changes the Bears have made in their communication staff?
Well, like the Bears overall and the sort of new look from them.
More than sorta.
I mean, hiring Ted Cruz, even though he's not in a PR role directly, I think does influence.
Yeah, but
like,
I
had a bunch of people reach out to me and talk about how great of an executive he is in that.
But like moving out some longtime people, it seems like, and I'd love to know, is Eberflus a part of this? Because I've got this sort of working hypothesis I brought up yesterday. As much as we have had fun with the beard and the hair and his glow up and the new look.
Oh, and Dan's gonna have fun later.
It does seem to me like Eberflus is at least open to or trying to find a way to present information more clearly.
Yes. Yeah, I think I said last night, I got you now, Dan. Yeah, I think Matt Eberflus is very clearly getting some extra coaching. From whom it's coming, I'm not really sure. I can tell you that Ted Cruz was out here earlier today, and he was shaking hands and having conversations with everybody, all of the Bears reporters that are out here, and there's probably about 30 of us standing out here right now. Also for, and this is not new, but Kevin Warren was out here again today and going up to every single reporter and shaking hands. Another little thing that has been occurring was, as you said, with a lot of this new staff is so far, and this could change once the regular season hits, they have been more patient with they have let the interview subjects, when the players speak to us in the interview room, they let them go longer, and they're not so quick to say, eventually they'll say 2 more, 3 more, but they are not so quick to do it this year. That has been something that we have been, as a media,
that's awesome.
Discussing.
That's great news for everybody. It's great.
Yeah.
It's great for fans. It's great for those players.
They're more taken in context.
Yeah, it provides more
That's
context.
so huge. We want to get to know these guys.
Yeah, exactly. And they are, there is kind of a different language being spoken out here to us, and they're and I am anxious to see if it changes at all, but I think that there are some really good steps to be a little bit better to the media, because I think they understand how important we are and the power that we possess in all of this, and being a conduit to the fans and everything that you want to talk about. And it has been bumpy in previous years.
No, I think that to me has been my biggest takeaway. Like 7-on-7, okay, some impressions can be made, right? Some. You can make some impressions from 11-on-11 when you don't necessarily know who's actually available. I'm more concerned at this time of year about A, what's your plan? So that's great that Eberflus said it. B, who's participating and why. I am looking at things like if there's a lingering injury, because sometimes they do kind of show up at this time of year. And then also, like, B, what you were saying, how is everybody talking about each other? What are we getting from Jalen Johnson, who spoke yesterday? What do we get from Kevin Byard, who's new? Yeah, I want to hear more representation out of the guys who are there, who are speaking, who have things to say today. Of course, we know Caleb Williams is talking today, so I feel like all that kind of comes together here.
Yeah, it does. It does. And, I think the players are coached better too, I think, like from a PR standpoint, and not everybody is going to be totally and completely compliant, but it feels better right now. But I always call this the happy time of the season, where guys are much more willing to talk, and there's bigger picture questions. We're not necessarily asking about individual blunders, although Caleb Williams speaks today, and he's going to get asked about the couple of the interceptions that he threw the last 2 days. I've not seen him throw a pick today, but there's going to be some real questions for Caleb Williams, and this is just the start. This will actually be, it'll be interesting with Caleb, because this will be the first time that we are actually asking him about individual plays that went wrong or plays that went well as well.
Well, and his cadence. Like, to me, I want to know what is the difference for him in executing a cadence from college to the NFL, because that seems to be the discussion right now too.
Absolutely, that's a huge thing. The last 2 days there have been issues. I've not seen a penalty yet today, but again, Tevin Jenkins did a great job of explaining, like, actually going through in a very theatrical way, describing what he needs to do in terms of being louder or stressing certain words within his cadence. So they do realize that this is going to be kind of a little bit of an issue. And I'm laughing right now because I'm being waved in here. Thank you, Charlie. I appreciate it. See, I was talking about how good you guys are this year. See how I do that? See, I just hope I don't get in trouble now after I said all these nice things about, for telling you guys about that trick play. I don't know. I tell you what. So
I thought that the wizard was Torrey Taylor. That's what I was told.
Oh yeah. No, trick shot Torrey. Yeah, he was putting on a little bit of a display yesterday. So now I think, I'm still allowed to stay on the sideline. They are gathering up here for another 11-on-11 session, which means that we are literally 5 yards away from the sideline. All the players are, I see Tyler Scott and Dante Pettis and Aviante Collins and, but Bill Murray. Bill Murray is here again this year. Little nugget on Bill Murray, Chicago Bears offensive lineman. I'm told that he is the smartest man on this team.
Interesting.
Wait, what about the Yale guy?
Yeah, they just got an offensive
No,
lineman from
no.
Yale, Amagaji.
Yeah, well, we can't just typecast guys just because they went to Yale.
That's
doesn't mean
true.
that they're the
Stupid
smartest
people
guy.
can go to great universities.
Oh,
That is
yeah, half of
absolutely-
them are in the Senate, actually.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah. So yeah. What else you want to know?
Are you a cheetah or a rhino? That's what I want to know.
I think I am trending towards rhino. I think that I did have some cheetah time in my life, but I don't know. I think I'm somewhere in the middle right now. What should I want to be though? Like isn't the rhino, Dan? Isn't the rhino a little bit more dangerous than the cheetah?
Well,
Yes.
I think the rhino.
100% yes.
That if you, depending on poachers, I think the rhino's got a little easier life, maybe, because you're in danger of getting poached. You are protected. And you don't have to run down your prey. I just think it'd be to wake up as a cheetah. I think there's just a lot of pressure.
Isn't that Tyreek Hill?
But if you wake up every day what do you got to do today? I'll be home around 4. I got to run at 60 miles an hour and chase down an impala. So it sounds like you wake up with a lot on your plate.
Right, and they are very cheetahs are very stressed out cats. They actually are. If you go to some of the wildlife parks, they actually put dogs, canines, in there with the cheetahs to calm them down because they're very stressed out. Probably
would
because
you
they
be
know
stressed
they're the
out?
smallest of the. They're the small cats. They're the smallest of
They
the cats,
have a really
right?
small meow. It's less bass than Dave the cat.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Ask Dave.
Yeah,
This is your assignment. Ask Dave if he's a cheetah or a rhino.
Dave is a rhino.
Dave is
I think
Dave is
so,
a
too.
rhino,
I
man.
think so too.
Oh yeah, Dave is a rhino. See,
even though he's a feline, he's probably closer in spirit to a rhino.
Wouldn't you rather be a rhino
Yeah.
just because of the power? Cheetahs are fashionable and they get to sleep in trees and stuff and yawn, which I enjoy. But the power of the rhino would be the draw here to me.
Yeah, and you'd be
Dave
covered with
is
armor.
Dave is more sloth, actually. I think right now that's what Dave. Which is I am thrilled to report that. So that we've had these weight issues with Dave the cat, and I'm actually going on vacation at the end of this week, and I'm going to be gone for a while. Which means I don't have to give in to giving him the extra food. So this is going to be a serious test for Dave with his caretaker.
Yeah, because Dave is getting what he wants because he disrupts your sleep because he knows if he yells at you in the middle of the night, you feed him. Dave has you figured out.
Exactly. It's like in Ferris Bueller's Day Off when the guy with the car is like, he's just going to keep calling. He's going to keep calling if I don't get up and go over there to see Ferris. And that's what it is with Dave the cat. I try to fight it at 5:30 in the morning, and I'm like, no, it's not going to happen. And I'm like, okay, because Marky Mark needs sleep.
Thank you for saying that
like
and not
having
something
a
else.
Toddler is what it sounds. I mean, seriously.
No, it is. It is. This is like revenge for me.
Sounds
when,
like having a toddler. When the 3-year-old or 4-year-old comes in and starts poking at you and says, "I was picking my nose and now my nose is bleeding," and you're like, "Oh God, okay, here we go." I mean,
see, Dan, I have eluded all of that throughout my life, and when I make fun of my brothers and sisters-in-laws when they have to deal with this stuff, this is the world getting back at me and say, "Oh, you don't have a kid, but you got this precious cat now," and I'm going through some of the same things. But unlike a child, I get to leave my cat for 10 days with a relative stranger.
Wow, Brody, 10-day vacation.
And Kitty College isn't $90,000 a year. If you want to send the cat to Kitty College. Yeah.
I need to hear more about this.
Yeah, no, that's very true. That's very true. Yes.
Groats?
The Bears practice has just ended, guys.
I was gonna ask.
Perfect timing. The full team right now is huddling in the middle of the field and
Thanks be to
probably
God.
getting a little pep talk from Matt Eberflus, and we're going to talk to Flus, and we'll talk to Caleb Williams here in just a little bit, and I'll be reporting back at 5 o'clock with Parkins and Spiegel.
Looking forward to it. We'll turn that Caleb Williams audio around as soon as we get it as well. Thanks, Mark.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bears.
Bears.
Are you a cheetah or are you a rhino? Bears.
I really like the idea of like being fashionable and sleeping in a tree and running fast.
I think
but the rhino, it has more fun.
I'm probably if we're talking about the.
I think that cheetahs have a lot of fun too. I don't think that this is.
They're
I
either
think you guys are
sleeping or they're
giving
running
cheetahs
60 miles an
enough
hour.
credit.
I've always said like a dream job for me would be a linebacker because your whole job is to just wreck somebody else's plan. Like whatever their offensive plan is, your job is to just make it make no sense. So I love the idea of being destructive.
I think I'm
so
probably
therefore
more
I would want to be a rhino.
I guess if I had to pick an animal,
I can confirm being a linebacker is really fun. By the way.
Yes, it just sounds like so much fun. All you do is just chase people down and just stop whatever they're doing.
An animal of the savannah, probably a hyena. I think because
do they make fun of stuff?
Maybe they laugh, right? They laugh a lot, and if there's food, they'll eat. You know, like, they don't kill their own. They don't have to run and get it.
See, they're like vultures though.
Yeah,
they
but they're not as
eat the
gross.
scraps that the lions don't want.
But I'm the guy that drinks day old coffee and buys the stuff in the back of Mariano's.
So you're saying you're already like a hyena,
right? Aren't I?
You're a Mariano's hyena.
If I'm buying discounted meat and day old baked goods, it's kind of fits.
Well, it turns out that one Matt Eberflus has asked quite the existential question. Now, hasn't he, Dan?
He is. Now, I got a kick out of the opening statement here because we get text or emailed the transcripts. So I have the transcript of his opening statement. It's one paragraph. It's not even, it's barely punctuated, but it's one paragraph. And I'm going to put this to the test and maybe provide a little bit of advice to my guy if he really wants to get better at this stuff.
Yeah.
Because I think he can.
I just need you to leave me enough time for the rebuttal to this.
Fair enough. I'm going to read it straight through. No editorializing. I'm not going to do an impersonation. I'm not going to make fun. I just think that the way he strings words together is an interesting insight into the thought patterns.
I also agree, by the way, that having a toddler or having a pet is like having a toddler at times. Kind of.
And I actually told the story wrong. Because the way the story would go is, my nose is bleeding, my nose is bleeding, my nose. Were you picking your nose? No. Were you picking your nose? No. Were you picking your nose? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
If you stop sticking all this stuff up your nose isn't going to bleed as much.
We wouldn't have a radio show.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Nico Horner here live from Wrigley.
You guys must still believe you have time because the math says you do.
Yeah, the belief is really high. You know, when you believe in yourself and you believe in the group and it's not showing up, the belief hasn't wavered, which is awesome.
Craig Counsell, do you still know that you guys are better than what you're showing?
We got to play better to win baseball games. That's clear. There's 100-ish games to go. The best way to do this is to have the guys here figure out to just do a little bit better. All of us just do a little bit better, and that's the best way to fix this.
Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored.
All the sentences I could have predicted today.
Yes. One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
What? What was that?
That was a basketball game when they're giving a tribute to his dog.
Play that again.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
So it's a basketball game. They're giving a tribute to the dog. A steal happens, and that guy just dunks it on a fast break, and the color guy's like that?
so mean. Was she run over? And he doubled down. It was like that. Was she run over like that?
In case you didn't understand what I was trying to say.
Apparently it was a cat.
How does the guy also forget the name of his beloved pet? Herbie, one more time, right at the beginning, he forgets the name of the pet.
Yes. One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
If you think it's a person to begin it with, then that makes it even worse.
That's why I thought it was a child. I thought it was a 12-year-old girl.
No, it was a pet. Or
At
else
first,
we wouldn't do that.
Oh my God!
Doesn't that strike you, Ranger, as something that Ostrowski would do?
Oh, say something like that? Yeah, because he's just a bad
I love
guy.
Joe so much. I love him so much because he allowed the beautiful, and Joe's gonna join me in the next segment. But the beautiful thing about Joe and like the whole like nighttime crew, he was the bad guy so that I didn't have to be.
You know what?
It's so great.
You delegate that really well.
Being the bad guy?
No, yeah, you delegate that. You be the butthole so that I can be the nice guy.
Well, sometimes I don't have to. Sometimes Herbie has stuff that he wants to say.
Oh.
And then he says it.
Herb's a top 5 bad guy.
100% Ostrowski would have done that. 100%.
It was only a dog or a cat or whatever.
By the way, did you guys? I'm looking at. I don't usually look at Twitch, but it's up, and so I'm looking at it as it fires through. Yes, the answer is yes. Just because of our conversation yesterday, I am wearing my Target purchased Nirvana T-shirt today.
Yes,
underneath
I love it.
My second best hoodie. So I feel good about this today.
Your second best. And how often do those rankings come out, and what are the criteria?
Well, I had to say the second best because yesterday I told you guys I was wearing my best hoodie, the blue fatigue from Target.
Did you know that Dave has a command in Twitch?
Does he?
Yeah,
I've
you
seen a
can
couple.
do ! Dave, and the Nightbot will reply with a witty reply automatically.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's basic code and it's fun. Maybe just for me.
How do you guys keep? I don't know. This is probably not good for me to be trying to follow
Wait.
Twitch and the text board.
Hold on. So Nightbot is literally a bot?
Yes.
So when it says Grody's man cat
who is not fat.
So there's
There's one for Dan. How many
Where I
things
take the
Dan is
fun out
taking the
of
fun
things.
out of? That one is a little bit more difficult of a code because it counts. There is also one for Shane. There is also one for Boylan. And I believe one for Matt Nagy.
And now they're
Dave.
accusing me of taking the fun out of Nightbot. I didn't take the fun out of Nightbot. I'm just learning that Nightbot is actually not a human being and is an actual algorithmic bot. I didn't take the fun out of it.
Exclamation point, Dan.
Taking the fun out of Nightbot.
Dan Bernstein, when you write a book, and I do think you should write a book someday.
Seconded.
Taking the fun. What would this will get the Twitchers going? If Dan Bernstein was to write a book, what should it be called? I mean, taking the fun out of something, right? I mean,
How does this get us closer to winning a championship?
Yes. That's probably it. Actually, that's probably it.
And
I'll
then you're
track
like,
those throughout the show.
narrator, they were really far away from winning a championship.
Right. It didn't.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
Really just ask the guys to really just to define their style. define what their game is. And that's really just a conversation piece to be able to work with the coach as he does his exit interview with his coach tomorrow. And I'll get a chance to look at those things during the course of tonight and tomorrow as well. And just to see if we're on the same page. Because the guy should be able to see if he says he's a cheetah and he's really a rhino, then we're not in the same ballpark. So we are working through that right now. And that's just being, communication and having a good relationship with your partner and your coach.
Yeah, Dan.
See, I can already tell that the transcript has cleaned it up because he just said that's just being communication, but they took out the word being in the transcript. So they are making this sound better, clearly. But I like the mixed metaphor too. You're a cheetah, you're a rhino. We're not in the same ballpark. Why are the?
If he says he's a cheetah and he's really a rhino, then we're not in the same ballpark.
Okay, let's do the word association.
Why are we in a ballpark with any of them?
But here, because he's talking about animals, but really he's making a metaphor about football players. We just all asked the question: are you a cheetah or are you a rhino? Like Studs is a cheetah; he runs fast.
Right, he does.
Yeah.
I've seen him run. Like his casual running is fast.
Not today.
My dream job is to be a rhino because I just want to wreck people's lives and destroy things.
Oh, you can do that anyway.
I can. So I would prefer to be a rhino, even though cheetahs have a lot of fun. You see, what's your being here? What's your column?
What's your being? I still think mine's hyena.
Okay. And the Mariano's hyena specifically. But that's if you had to choose one or the other, if those were your only options.
I'd probably choose cheetah just because rhino poachers are such a problem and they'll saw your horn off and all that.
Won't they?
That's got to be emasculating. So I know that Matt Eberflus is making an effort to continue the glow up on a lot of levels.
I don't know. What's up yours?
We love a man who wants to have growth.
Yes.
We do.
I just got a kick out of, for an opening statement on a June 5th press conference, I just found this interesting. Good to see everybody again. Today you guys saw that Cole and Braxton didn't practice. That's just precautionary. When guys feel a certain way, a certain thing, they get with the trainers and work on that so they can get ready for summer conditioning because that's coming up here pretty shortly. I know that the guys are working with the strength and conditioning staff right now in terms of their plans for the summer. They're really individualized plans. They do a great job with those guys. I think that our strength staff does an outstanding job. We have guys on the tables. We measure and do all of these things to know their bodies so that when they come back, there's always change because of the conditioning and making sure they're in balance. Because I think that balance and flexibility equals speed. We're really big into that. I think that the guys do a wonderful job with that, and our guys are going to work on that. They actually said, give me your 3 strengths, and then also your 3 weaknesses that you need to improve on this offseason. It doesn't have to be physical. That can certainly be mental. It can be emotional. It can be a lot of things that you're working on just being a whole person. They got them back to the coaches today, so I'll have a chance to look at those. Then really just ask the guys to define their style, define what their gain is. That's really just a conversation piece to be able to work with the coach, and he does his exit interview with his coach tomorrow. I'll get a chance to look at those things during the course of tonight and tomorrow as well, just to see if we're on the same page. Because a guy should be able to see that if he says he's a cheetah and he's really a rhino, then we're not in the same ballpark. We're working through that right now. That's just communication and having a good relationship with your partner and your coach, being able to do that. And I asked the coaches to do that too. All of the coaches are doing it for me, what they can improve on, what do they feel their strengths are, what do they feel their style is. I think those are great conversation pieces we can all have together so that we can bring our team closer together and that we're always investing, always improving, always growing everybody in the organization, players, staff, and coaches included. I think that is the big process that we go through this time of the year. Okay. Guys are buying into our style. That style is real. And they have to understand when we come to training camp that we're going to obviously have the ramp up the NFL provides, and then we're going to start going. It's just, okay. There's a little Trestman in here. A little bit of the growing the man.
We're going to do everything we can to go get that precious ball.
Yeah, because I was going to say, Dan, as somebody who gauges media availabilities as to having some sort of direct correlation to team success, we all know who your press conference winner is.
I haven't heard any of that. I didn't hear all of it. I heard a lot about most of it, but what I did hear, I did not hear any of that.
That's your winner.
No, my winner's Mike.
If he says he's a cheetah and he's really a rhino, then it's not. We're not in the same ballpark.
It's true.
If I had to
We're in
pick
the safari
one,
of life.
if I had to pick one right now in the NFL, Mike McDaniel. That's without a doubt. I like the way he's got a little Eric Spoelstra in him. I don't know what it is about Miami.
You know where he went, right?
Oh, he went to Yale, didn't
Yep.
he? Okay.
Well, then.
But he sounds like a normal dude. He doesn't sound.
He does not sound like a normal dude. Okay,
he does.
He sounds like a normal dude.
Sit up
who
straight
went
when
to
you're
Yale.
saying
not.
that.
Yes, he does.
He sounds like a weirdo. And if that's what you mean by he sounds like a normal dude because he sounds like the rest of the majority of the population, then okay, fine. But he does not sound like a normal dude.
Like he's
Compared
not
to
like out of
coaches.
Central Casting football coach.
No, he's the opposite. But
Matt Eberflus is Central Casting football coach.
correct, which is sort of why he's got that whole like replacement level coach vibe going on. But my advice to
According to Dan, who thinks press conferences are football games.
No, it's just the whole thing in the post. It's not just press conferences. It's when we've heard his speeches. I say I can't wait for Hard Knocks. I cannot wait for Hard Knocks.
Once again, I'm going to say that a man who is a bad liar is a man I appreciate.
I think,
and there takes a little bit of lying to be a football coach.
Ryan Pohl's a bad liar.
I love that. Please keep staying.
I don't
bad
think
liars.
Ryan Poles lies to us. He just tells it like it is.
Right. It's not in his job. It's not. It's less about lying and more about not telling the whole truth.
Yeah, but remember how Ryan Pace did it, where he'd be like, "Well, we have
He'd lie.
tools to be able to not sign Allen Robinson."
But he would lie though. Ryan Pace about the Kevin White thing. Like
We're fired up about that.
I never forgot about the whole Kevin White charade.
And listen, I fell for the Matt Nagy thing too, especially after John Fox. I appreciated what I thought was transparency and what I thought was a lot of open discussion, but it turns out that really also was a celebration of his ego. So like to me in this case, like give me the coach who's a bad liar who doesn't have as much of an ego and actually wants to change for the sake of improvement. What's the problem here?
But why lead? Why with the opening statement that's going on? He clearly wanted to say something about, I don't know, with strength and conditioning and give a compliment to the strength and conditioning people. It just sounded interesting to me that he just sort of chose to put, and it's a survey, I guess. They're giving everybody a survey about what they want to get out of everything, and that's awesome.
I also think he's letting you into the process. Like, hey, these guys are receiving treatment. I think that the people who are doing this are really good. Like, it's a little stream of consciousness, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I would advise him that less is more when it comes to some of these opening statements.
I don't know. Sometimes I appreciate when somebody just tells you what they think, what's on their mind, because then I'm like, okay, well, that's a little bit of a lens into what they're working on. And, you know, so much of what we talk about is injury.
Yeah, that's true. I'm also the guy that always says that you can't really tell anything about your NFL team until you know in the start of November who's left on your team.
Yes. And when we consider the offensive line availability in that whole discussion, I feel like it's pretty pertinent.
Well, the Nate Davis thing, and also too,
we understand his mom passed away last year. Like nobody's calling him out for that. But this is a new year, and there's an expectation there, and they paid him a lot of money to have that expectation too, and it concerns me.
See, I understand all that, but like I'm doing my best to afford him in particular a lot of grace. Like last year, I don't really blame on him at all.
Yeah,
like
I feel
there was
the
a
same
lot
way.
of things outside of his control and outside the Bears' control that happened to him last year. Now, the reason he's not practicing with the full squad is I think we needed that to be answered. And I wish the Bears would get out in front of that because they did him a disservice last year by not at least getting something off the record somewhere to inform the media about what was going on.
And there were a lot of examples of that. You're absolutely correct.
my other issue with some of the stuff, anytime you hear neck, like with Braxton Jones,
Oh, I thought you meant the song that they play at like LSU. And
No, when you hear a neck injury, my first instinct is always that is code for something else.
it's a concern. It's like when you hear a pitcher has elbow inflammation.
Right. If you're talking about anything involving the head and the spine and all that
But we don't
stuff
know
in
if that's why
football-
he's sitting out now.
Right.
But these are the things. These are the things I pay attention to this time of year. High noon is next in.
I've been saving a story for you.
Do we have the same story? Is it gross?
No, mine involves a rambunctious and troublesome mammal.
Replace mammal with insect. Let's go.
If he says he's a cheetah and he's really a rhino, then it's not. We're not in the same ballpark.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books.
Let's go to Hammond and welcome Ryan to The Score. Hey, Ryan, what's up? Interesting.
Is that a caller version of being rickrolled?
It's like a ringback tone, I think.
Is that a-
Obviously,
feel like
that
that's-
wasn't there when I streamed it.
So some bit has happened.
No, I think maybe he put us on hold while
Starships are meant to fly.
Yeah, maybe he put us on hold while he's at work. He put us on hold.
Alrighty then.
I thought it was a rickroll thing.
Yeah, no, we're not
God.
getting rickrolled. He had a point.
He had a thought. Well,
You there, Ryan?
No, he's not there.
Bilal, you there?
Bilal, you there?
All right, man.
All right, man.
All right, we're going to get rid of Ryan.
Yeah, let's get rid of Ryan. 1 for 2. All right.
1 for 2 in terms of fighting a human.
Yeah.
I go to my guy Skillet out there in Effingham.
Okay, yeah, sure. Skillet. Where you been?
Hey, I just been driving my 18-wheeler around. I just got one opinion on this hire.
Okay.
You get some management that's going to put on a no-name coach like that, and to me that just kind of sounds like they're trying to save money. And I don't know if that's the recipe to win a division when Rodgers is out the door and the Bears are as good as the Vikings. I mean, they're knocking on the door here. They got a real shot at it to win. And I think that if you get a top-notch OC, then this head coach's hire is just a moot point. But now look at this guy, Urban Meyer. I mean, he didn't really do nothing that wrong.
Okay.
And all he has to do is go coach this Fields kid again. He won a national championship with him. Why wouldn't you pay him $10 million and go try to win a division?
Where are you really from, Skillet?
Thank you. All right. Well,
In NFL news, Urban Meyer, what a piece of crap.
The less lever has been pulled.
The less lever.
Love the less lever. All right. Well,
Skillet. Effingham is where they have the giant cross down there, right? Off the highway. And so Skillet.
There are 3 of them. 3 wooden crosses on the right side of the highway.
Is
I
that
think.
there? Yeah. There's a few
all right,
of them.
1 for 3.
All right.
That's a music reference you didn't get.
James Holmes. Middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
It's high noon. You think, well, Layla Rahimi's here, so that must mean it's Wednesday. No, she's here on Thursday. Lawrence has the day off. He's celebrating his birthday.
Happy Hans Mollman birthday, Lawrence.
Happy holidays. And we discussed last night's Cubs-Sox game outcome. The Cubs avoided losing to the White Sox. That's what that is. You should have lost the games to the White Sox, and you didn't lose to the White Sox, and you got through 2 White Sox games without losing to them. And the White Sox have lost 13 in a row.
And the Cubs won their first back-to-back games in a month.
That's amazing.
That's bad.
We heard Pedro Grifol's response to questions about when are you going to get fired. He's like, I don't know. At some point I'll get fired.
Happy holidays.
And Mark Grody reported on everything that was going on up at Hallis Hall. We also were just trying to put together the words of Matt Eberflus to figure out where he is. And I'm waiting with bated breath for Hard Knocks to see what kind of character he is on Hard Knocks, and whether or not Kevin Warren is actively elbowing everybody else out of the way to get in front of the cameras the entire time.
I'm gonna laugh, but it's pretty simple and appropriate. Okay, so quickly, because we don't have much time. It's like a combination of all of the bad things together. You've heard of cicadas, you've heard of STDs, you've heard of zombies, and you've heard of fungus. And all of them are finally together at once.
Oh, where the hell is this going?
Yup. It's like the story screamed, Layla, do this for high noon. A sexually transmitted disease that is said to turn cicadas into zombies and causes their private parts to fall off has been detected in southern parts of Illinois, studs, and expected to reach the Chicago area within weeks. It's everything.
Is it
It's
transmissible
everything.
to humans?
This is like a club on Saturday Night Live with Bill Hader.
Okay, this only affects cicadas, though.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, I
would. The infection is a white fungus called Massospora cicadina, which makes sense because cicada, that takes over the male and causes the gonads to be torn from the body. The chalky spores that are released
Stop enjoying this so much.
are spread to other nearby cicadas.
Okay.
So here you are underground for 17 years.
We've made it!
And then you find out all these
my
things are
dong
happening.
fell off. Damn it.
And that, my friends, is the meaning of life. There's really not much more to this. Just know it's on the way. Oh, the fungus is also the type that it can make you have hallucinations. So the birds that would eat the infected cicadas might have some hallucinations, which is bad because what if they catch this? And we all know bird disease of jumping to humans is common.
We have another bird above the door. I got rid of the other nest, and she came back and built another nest in 2
Nature
days.
has visited you?
This is the second nest.
What would you like? When nature
the
visits
Bears
Dan.
Center.
Yeah, when nature visits Dan,
Yes.
we get sports things.
And there was a rabbit's nest in the backyard, and I didn't know it was there.
Well,
But
that
they're
doesn't count.
But they're gone now.
Brian, can I see that paper for a sec? Huh. That's odd. I thought that would be big news.
You thought what would be big news?
Well, there seems to be an absence of a certain ornithological piece. A headline regarding mass awareness of a certain avian variety.
What are you talking about?
Oh, have you not heard? It was my understanding that everyone had heard.
Heard what?
Brian, don't! Oh, well, a bird, bird, bird. Well, a bird, bird, bird.
Yes, there is a bird back, and this robin above our door is chunkier than the other robin.
I love a chunky bird.
Yeah, this one's chunkier. So
There is a chunky cardinal that hung out at my aunt's house.
Oh,
he was living life.
Yeah, somebody on Twitter was only posting photos of fat cardinals,
It's adorable.
and not like big round-looking cardinals. But that's not why you called. Either way, let's just call it again. Remind me not to. So if I eat a cicada, am I going to get this?
If you hallucinate and you've eaten a cicada and you have a hallucination, there's a good chance you got the fungus that'll turn you into a zombie and make your parts fall off.
So it's The Last of Us. It's the plot from The Last of Us.
That's fine. Nobody's going to be bothered by that either.
Art imitates life, imitates art, imitates life.
All right, do you remember Otter 841?
No,
From
sounds
Santa
cute.
Cruz. Otter 841 is described as the subversive sea mama with a surfboard vendetta.
Hell yeah!
We haven't seen her for 5 months. She came back on Saturday during a surf competition.
What?
Yes. 1 minute, Carl Anderley was sitting on his board, quietly keeping recreational surfers out of the competition zone. The next, 841, was behind him, lurking on the back of his surfboard.
The otter was back to surf?
Yep, this is what she does.
This is the cutest thing.
So he said, I'm going over in my mind what I should do. I didn't want her to bite me. I didn't want to be the guy fighting an otter in the middle of a surf contest. As 841 began indulging her favorite pastime, using the nearest surfboard as a chew toy, Anderley opted to slide into the water and wait it out. Despite attempts to tip 841 off his board and back into the water, the 6-year-old sea menace stayed put for a full 15 minutes.
Wow.
Otter 841 achieved worldwide notoriety last summer after attacking surfers, stealing surfboards, and generally seeking revenge against all aquaphiles. The still extremely cute marine mammal evaded repeated attempts to capture her, having learned how to outwit humanity while being reared first at the UC Santa Cruz Research Center and then at the Monterey Bay Aquarium.
She was created in a lab?
From whence she was released.
Wait, so she was created in a lab and all she wants to do is surf? This is my hero.
Yep, she can be identified by her blue tracking tag. And she's
She
back.
has a piercing?
She's back. And did you see the picture? I caught a tagged fish. Did you see that?
No, I'll check it out.
I caught a bass in the river and it had a tag in it.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, and it's a Shed Aquarium Purdue University study.
Ah.
It was so cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
So wait, tell me more about this cool otter.
So she's 841 and everybody knows her. And she obviously, it's a sort of a superhero origin story because she was kind of raised by and around humans, so she doesn't have any fear of them.
She's too cool for school.
You say like being, you're just messing stuff up. That's what she does. She bothers surfers. The surfboards come out and she gets out there and feels she's entitled to either chew on it, climb on it, surf with you. Just be ready.
This otter is my hero. This is my new supervisor.
So we know that Caleb Williams is speaking or has.
Will not. Yeah, he hasn't yet, but he's about to.
He is about to?
He will soon.
What do you guys think we should do?
Tevin Jenkins.
I think we should hear Tevin Jenkins talking about cadences.
I also have a question about him that I think we need to discuss.
Okay, next.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
House Speaker Chris Welch on the stadium projects with the Bears and the White Sox, the climate in the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago.
It's not 1987. Unfortunately, there's just no appetite for what these teams are seeking right now. And that's not a lack of them trying. There's just no appetite to use taxpayer money to fund stadiums for billionaires.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you
All right, so can we talk to you about your relationship with Mark Grody, our Bears beat reporter?
Oh, Mark.
Go.
All great things. He told me earlier, I'll say all great things.
He said to say great things. All right, because we wanted to ask you in particular, because you guys have had a few interesting interactions. Like he asked you about the baked potato at Wendy's. That seemed like a ridiculous question to us. How did you feel like when he asked you about the baked potato?
Oh, I never even heard of that. I didn't even know it was a possibility. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Right. It was a bizarre follow-up question.
So Baconator, large strawberry lemonade, large fry. You get a 10-piece spicy nugget, and then for filling, maybe a frosting.
Baked potato.
Like, what a ridiculous thing to ask.
Yeah, I never heard of anybody getting a baked potato at Wendy's before. You know, shout out to Mark with all that. You know, he put me on a baked potato at Wendy's, but you know, I don't think I'm gonna get it anytime soon.
Yeah, because you're not eating Wendy's these
you're
days,
eating healthy,
right?
Exactly.
Oh,
hey, I'll try my best.
Good for you.
Hey,
don't we all
have a cheat day once in a while?
Yeah, don't we all, Tevin? I feel you.
What's your cheat day these days? What does that look like?
You just heard it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's still the cheat day. Okay, my bad. Thought maybe better restaurants in Chicago had upgraded, but all right. Then wanted to play because this was an old one with you and Grody, and we still make fun of him to this day with how he ended this interview.
Well,
give your fiance a big hug and take good care of her. And I really appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much, man. Let's do it again soon, okay?
Yes, sir. I really appreciate you.
Did Mark Grody need to remind you to give your fiance a hug?
Or did you hug her for Mark Grody? That's what we've been trying to figure out ever since.
Hey, come on now. Hey, he's trying to help me out. You know, he's trying to help me in that part. I'm giving Mark all the doubt right there. Hey, I understand. I believe him. And I love that he reminded me. You know, hey, everybody needs that reminder.
That's good. Yeah, you got to express love, right? Affection. That's good. And now she's your wife, so it worked. Maybe Mark Grody's advice helped in that
good
way.
point.
Hey, guys, I'm telling you. You might be onto something.
Mark Grody has wisdom.
Get in the air, deep left center. Back goes Robert. Cubs win the ball game. Tauchman has given the Cubs a sweep in this two-game series against the White Sox.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
It's just about him working on it, him experimenting with it, and then the guy's getting used to his cadence rhythm. You know, his cadence and rhythm is different than other people's. His voice inflection, is different. So that's just the process of those guys working together on it, and that'll happen.
Okay. It sounds silly and superficial. Say, well, why does it matter? It matters a ton. The rhythm of an offense and it matters to football people too, especially offensive line coaches. about the way they all move together, the way they coordinate their movements. I mean, the stuff I know
Snaps out of the shotgun.
you've heard the same things I have about they want them to always be walking shoulder to shoulder together, eating lunch together. Tony Wise he was fixated on the huddle break. He always thought a really well-run offense, when you had the cadence of I'm misusing the word cadence, when you had the rhythm of the play called in the huddle, there should be that sense of ready, break, and good huddle break, guys, good huddle break. And I asked him, like, here's what the huddle break is. Like, no, because that shows that everyone's listening for their cues. He also said you don't have anybody leaving the huddle early, because a really good opposing observer will notice certain wide receivers, it's like, oh, this play's going to me.
Yep.
Will run out of the huddle before they get their other responsibilities called. So that was just a little scouting trick I learned. So this idea of cadence at the line of scrimmage, especially with the motions that are used and in packaged plays with the check with me's, that's where the checking is going on.
Absolutely. It's crucial. It's kind of akin again to the Moneyball concept of, infield is very hard. First base is very
incredibly hard.
Yes. And that's something that has to be worked out right now. To me, that's again one of those checkpoints you're talking
It's not
about.
that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
Yeah.
Hey, anything worth doing is.
Wash remains correct, by the way.
It's incredibly hard. So Tevin Jenkins talked about snap count and how they think about making sure that they're responsible on the same page and all paying attention.
I feel like we're gonna have a little rough spots right now. Yeah, we got things we gotta get on, like cadence wise and everything. But that's been pointed out. I mean, we can't not acknowledge it. We all acknowledge it right now, and we're gonna definitely get on top of that. But so far, everything else has been great.
With the cadence, it takes a while, but from an offensive lineman standpoint, what is the process of learning how Caleb kind of calls things in his voice?
It means a lot. I mean, that's what engages us to get off that ball, and that's what's emphasized in this offense. We communicate to him what we need from him, and he has a lot of things going on. He's running the whole offense, but one thing that we always try to tell him is voice louder, emphasize even if we're going on 2, emphasize that second hut, to make the defense draw off sides, get a free play, and those plays that we got last year, that we got that free touchdown to DJ, that was on a free play, the emphasis on that hut, the defense thinks it's real, so to get off, and just communicating to him that those voice inflections are very important and everything.
This might sound dumb, but obviously you guys are practicing that, hearing him out on the field. Is that stuff that's also going on in the classroom of just straight up vocal exercises for you to hear what it sounds like?
Yeah, we do walkthroughs in the indoor area and just working on cadences, and I mean we have one of the best move teams on the whole NFL. Billings is probably top voice of doing that, and he's got us a lot, and that's one thing that we got to get better at. And the one thing we always do is in the ITC, what we do is try to imitate that move call with him doing his regular cadence.
How do you do that? Sorry. How do
you want me yelling him?
Just yelling at him?
No, you want me to yell? No, you want me to yell like Billings?
What does it sound like?
Move! And then, you get back into the cadence. You try to say ready, and then Billings yell move, and then you try to not jump off sides and get used to him hearing him back there getting loud.
That's fascinating.
That is coaching, baby.
No, that's sexy football there.
It's all of it.
So Billings is going out of his way to upset him.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I like that.
Do you remember us talking about when it was Bernstein and Rahimi, us talking about Mitchell Trubisky not knowing what a hard count was?
Yes, he literally did not know.
Little did we know what chaos that would predict later.
Well, didn't he end up being good with the hard count though?
Perhaps.
And when I say good, I mean he got people to jump. He ended up being okay
but
with
then,
I
it.
know they tried a lot. I know they tried to get people to jump. I don't remember the success rate.
It's also after the fact. Too many times I've at least twice they would get the free play and he'd throw a 6-yard check.
Yeah, and it would be.
Yeah, that was the other thing. He would get the free play, but then
Yes.
not like do
Yes.
the thing you're supposed to do.
Yes, like just chuck it as
Loft
far
it.
as you can down the field. Rome's down there somewhere.
And the 6-yard check would not even be in the vicinity of the receiver.
Right, it's 3rd and 8 or something. You're throwing even a completed 6-yard check. Like that was my frustration. If even when they got him, you may get Bears fans know that when Aaron Rodgers would do that, your heart sinks, and you know it. And you go, oh God, and to communicate the fact that we've got it. That's practice. That's a call. That's an understanding. That's an awareness, and that's primarily on the quarterback. But just think of if you get 4 of those in a season,
Hidden yardage.
what that can do. Put
Yeah.
in points.
Yep,
Hidden
absolutely.
points.
To me, all of those details matter.
Caleb Williams just finished up speaking, and our brilliant producers at The Score have turned it around for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the media availability just concluded of Bears quarterback Caleb Williams.
Hey everybody, good seeing y'all. It's been a while, I guess. Feels like yesterday. You all good? Everybody ready? Here we go.
Caleb, when you were going through the pre-draft process, you said you wanted to kind of feel out compatibility with the organization. You've been here 6 weeks now. As you kind of get your feet on the ground here, what are some of the things they've put in place around you that you feel good about as you get your career off the ground?
Yeah, one I'll say is obviously, we got people like Keenan Allen, DJ, DeAndre Swift, offensive line. That's been the biggest part for me is the teammates. And then obviously when we get out there, the ebbs and flows of practice and things like that. This whole thing, this whole process, just starting for me, being the Bears QB is obviously new for me. So them being graceful and encouraging has been huge for me. That's, I would say, probably been the biggest thing for me. And then just talking to people like Brett and Tice that's, been in, whether it's here last year or whether it was, Brett with all the other QBs that he's been a part of, that's been the biggest thing. And then just finding a routine, whether it was a day that I didn't like or a day that I did like, the day before, getting up, getting in here, going over what I need to go through practice the right way, have a good positive attitude because I'm leading, not just 10 other guys, but the team. And so, just finding a routine and having the guys around me to help encourage.
In what ways specifically have you felt the grace and the encouragement?
Yeah, I mean, even through text message, call, even on the practice field, them just believing, seeing, and seeing the vision that we all have, and being graceful with me, knowing that I'm pretty tough on myself, but they see right through it and understand that. So it's been big for me. Like I said, having these guys around me, and them being graceful, texting me, reaching out, calling me on the practice field, coming over, congratulating when things go good, and then when things don't go our way or whatever the case may be, coming over and saying whatever they have to say, and encouraging.
Caleb, we've seen you at Wrigley a couple times,
Yeah.
the Sox game and the Sky game. What have you learned about Chicago fans by kind of being in that element?
Yeah, they're great. They're always showing up to, whether it's Sky, Sox, obviously Bears, Cubs, and things like that at Wrigley Field. So they're showing up, showing out, and they put on a show every single time.
When you end up in a bar and there's a Green Bay Sox,
Yeah.
what's that like to just be kind of in that mass of people and knowing that everybody's looking after them?
Yeah, be myself. That's how I go about everything, and enjoy. I said in a bunch of interviews that I'm going to be and be a part of the community, be out there, enjoy, let everybody see you. Just another human. And like I said, so just being out there, enjoying, being myself, and being a part of, like I said, the community, being out there and supporting them.
How do you some of your struggles with the cadence has been discussed over the last 2 days? What from your perspective has been the struggle?
Just finding the green line is right in the middle of where we need it. So everybody can be on the same page. That's the biggest thing. And so that the center can hear me, the right tackle, left tackle, right guard, the back, left guard, wide receiver. Everybody can hear me. So it's just finding the balance between it all, not being too loud on certain plays and things like that, not being voice too low.
So just working practice wise, just working through it. Obviously in college, a lot of teams are clap cadence. And so just, it's been 4 years since I've been verbal. So it's just, getting back to the verbal cadence is really what it is.
How do you measure the progress that you're making right now? What standard are you applying to kind of figure out if you're moving along at the rate that they want you to and that you want to?
Yeah. First, I ask questions. I ask questions to coach. I ask about my progression. I ask where he wants me to be, where I should be. And then obviously I have my own goals set for myself. And that's to be perfect. Obviously, you strive for something like that. And you don't ever reach it, but you keep striving for it. Whether it's a day that I like, a day that I don't, there's always good and bad in it. And so, just finding my balance and reaching and striving for my goal. And a big part of it is just sticking to the routine, enjoying the process, enjoying my teammates, being a good teammate, going out there and working my tail off.
What do you expect when you get into the process of trying to get a contract done with them, doing it without the agent?
Yeah, I'm not handling that. I've been focused on these past 3 days of mini camp, the OTAs before that, and rookie camp before that. So I haven't been focused on that. Polls and my team has been focused on that. I have lawyers and attorney, to handle things like that, so that I can, be free-minded on the field, enjoying coming into work every day and working my tail off.
How do you feel like you've done up there your first couple of weeks as an NFL quarterback, maybe compared to what you expected?
I didn't come in necessarily with expectation to, to be and seem like a 13-year vet. I came in to work my tail off, show the guys that I'm here. I'm working my tail off. I'm progressing, and trying not to make the same mistake again. That's the biggest thing. Day in and day out, is trying not to make the same mistake over and over and learn from them. And so I think that's been my biggest, thing for me, and also understand that I'm leading the organization and the team. So, just having that mind set and being in that mind state, and just trying to find my flow.
Was there anything specific?
With all of the first that you're going through right now, what's been the biggest challenge, and what, if anything, has come along easier for you than maybe you expected?
The challenge right now for me, I would say, would be one would be the cadence of putting it all together, because there's a fine line for it, and then the other part was just getting reps of whether it's me being in the huddle and things like that. The verbiage that we use, it's all new to me, like you said, and so that's the challenge. Is just like I said, trying to be perfect and work towards that. And understanding that when I don't do it, being neutral is really important, and being calm and understanding, let's redo it. We're gonna keep working through it, but not make the same mistake again. And then something that's been, you say, easier. I don't have it's the NFL. I go versus the top 5 defense. I got a lot of great guys on the opposite side of the ball. This job is tough. Playing QB is tough. And so, I wouldn't say it's necessarily been easier or anything like that. It's just, it's been work, working my tail off, getting after it day in and day out.
Was there anything specific during the 3 days that you felt you got better at?
Yeah, I'd say I feel that I've gotten better at the cadence. I feel that progression-wise, going through all the reads, throwing a little bit better with anticipation, get more reps with the wide receiver, that obviously helps. And so with all the reps that we've been able to get and obtain, it's been huge. And so just like today, I feel like progression-wise, being able to throw a little bit more anticipation was a little small step for me.
Caleb, are you able to see, just even in this stage of practices, with the skill players they've put around you, the receivers, Swift, Cole, that there's just going to be a lot of options, that you will have options, you will have windows and targets?
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty awesome. There's obviously, I feel that there's a light at the end of that tunnel. Right now we're working with our head down, and we're building. And so, just having that moment with myself, I do it every day. As I sit there and say, we're going to be pretty damn good. And so just got to keep working, keep going. And we're all excited. So it's really important to have that mindset. but also have the mindset of like, let's keep going, let's keep working, let's get after it.
Why do you make the top golf guys stay open so late?
I heard about this. I actually haven't seen the clip or something. Cole actually came to me at lunch and said he talked about it, but I couldn't. And let's put it this way: Cole beat me. Cole did not win Topgolf. Let's put it that way. Cole beat me. You see how Cole was. He said that he won. He just beat me. Brett Rip won. I was competing to catch up to Brett, and then the game turned off. I got cold, and after that, I tried to reset it and all of that, and I ended up coming in third place instead of second or first, which I was shooting for first. But Cole did not win the game. Cole beat me. Let's put it that way.
That was Caleb Williams. I still think that the Topgolf thing is going to be on Hard Knocks.
Oh, 100%.
I think it's absolutely a work for Hard Knocks, and we'll see what happened there. They wouldn't be talking about it if they weren't building up something that was a bigger deal than they made it seem like it was.
I don't know. Caleb's everywhere. He was at Old Crow and Wrigley the other day.
We'll react to some of that in just a bit, but first, Joe Girardi is going to join us to talk about the Cubs and the Sox and what that's been the last couple days. Next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment sponsored by Kane County Cougars Baseball.
Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick. Let the bass Let the bass kick.
A horse got loose on an airplane.
Get off my plane.
I've never understood having to turn around for something like that. Why not just continue going to the destination? It can't be much farther than turning the plane around to bring the horse back to New York.
Depends on how far they're going.
Well, it's a New York to LA flight.
So yeah, I don't know if the dispatcher really did anything for the guy. Like, yeah, you're clear to land at Kennedy. And so yeah, that's what about the story.
Got it.
Damn it, get him back in his stall.
You got this.
We have live animal horse on board the airplane.
It's good clarification by the guy. We got live animal lizard. Right. We got live animal. I'm tired of these mother bleeping snakes on this mother bleeping plane.
Yeah. We got a live kitty cat that's just loose here. All right, keep flying. Why are you calling me?
Don't bother me. You got a 2,000-pound horse on the loose, though.
Bigger issue.
I'd want to tell somebody too.
Yeah.
But anyway, what that story doesn't say, though, Danny and Shane, is that the
and listener,
the pilot made several attempts to try to get someone to help.
Really?
But thankfully they were able to get it, but it took a few tries.
Is there a horse trader in here? Like just on the plane? The pilot's just announcing, hoping someone's going to be able to come in and subdue this horse?
Yes, sir. We are a cargo plane. We have live animal horse on board the airplane, and the horse managed to escape his stall.
How the hell do you get a horse from Ireland to here and ready to race?
We don't have a problem as of flying-wise, but we need to return back to New York. We cannot get the horse back secure. Horse on board the airplane, and the horse managed to escape his stall.
But I'm healthier as like a baby horse.
We don't have a problem as of flying-wise.
Do we need to explain these references to Anthony Herron?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
I'm enjoying them.
Okay.
So I don't get them all, but
Okay.
so don't feel like you need to slow down and explain them. But
The second one was when we had Velus Jones on the show after he was drafted.
All right.
But the questions were about, how old he was as a rookie, and he said that
But I'm healthier as like a baby horse.
Which makes a lot of sense now, right? You've seen how wobbly the legs and arms are of a baby horse, right?
Yes.
makes sense
Yes.
now.
Yes.
It does.
Wobbly
It's
like
got
a baby
context.
horse.
I'm all about context. That does add up now.
Right. And then do you know?
4592, guys. Yes, sir. We are a cargo plane. We have live animal horse on board the airplane, and the horse managed to escape his stall.
The hell with them. And the horse that rode in on them.
Thank you, Grabber.
Yeah, perfect.
No one here is as good at their job as Tanny is at his.
Obviously, yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, no, it's not close. But my favorite one still is Connor. It's still Connor McKnight.
How in the hell?
He's asking. They're doing a story for the. They have a guest on for the Kentucky Derby.
Okay.
And he's asking how you get the horses there, because it was an international.
Ron Majors was the guest, by
Yes,
the way,
Ron
which makes it a really nice wrinkle to this whole thing. Yeah.
How the hell do you get a horse from Ireland to here and ready to race?
Well, it's even more interesting than that. They fly them. They put them in a plane.
Put them on a plane. That's how they get here, Ant.
It's still so interesting.
It's the most
What's
interesting
more
part
interesting
about
than
it.
that?
As opposed to them swimming.
Yeah, exactly.
Cubs win! Mike Tauchman walks it off!
Sometimes a good team finds a way to win games. Sometimes a bad team finds a way to lose games. And somewhere in between those facts, I think we have the last 2 days of baseball on Chicago's North Side, and I'm not sure which one it is or if it's either. Joining us to talk about that now is Joe Girardi of Marquee Sports Network. He is a 4-time World Series champion who joins us now on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Hello, Joe. How you been?
I'm good, Dan. How are you?
I'm okay. It's just certainly entertaining. The last couple nights have been fun.
Oh, yeah.
Fun and wild. I don't know about the overall quality of what we're seeing, but it absolutely delivered an entertainment product. Are there any conclusions we can draw?
Well, I've watched a lot of games in my career. I've played in a lot. I've managed a lot. And sometimes teams just don't play as well as they can, but you still find ways to win. And that's what the Cubs did against Chicago, the White Sox, who have really struggled for a lot of reasons. You know, there's injuries. They've traded away a lot of players. They're waiting for some youth to step up. I mean, there's a number of reasons. I mean, I look at that, I think it was the 7th inning where it was a hit by pitch, a walk, a balk, a wild pitch, another walk. And all of a sudden the Cubs have first and third with 1 run in, and they haven't done anything. They haven't put the ball in play. And that's really tough, on the South Side, what they're dealing with and how bad they're struggling. They did get Luis Robert back, and instantly their offense got better. So, I mean, maybe better days are ahead. But the Cubs have not played well the last month.
Yeah, Joe, you were not lying about that. That's for sure. We looked it up, and the 2 games for Crosstown were the first time that the Cubs had won back-to-back games in a month. How would you describe what went wrong this past month for this team? I immediately think about the offense, but of course there's more to it.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Offensively, they weren't scoring runs. You know, I'm looking at the month of May, some of their losses. They lost 2-0. They had a 3-2 loss. They had a 3-0 loss. You know, and usually when you score 4 or more runs, you have a pretty good chance to win. And they just weren't doing it a lot. You know, there were some people that were out. There were some people like, when I look at, say, a Suzuki, you know, I'm a big believer that when you have a rib cage issue, when you come back, you might be healthy, but you're not the same person you were before you got hurt, because you don't have the same strength you had before you got hurt. I think it takes time, 2 to 3 weeks, sometimes even a month, till they find their stride. And I think he's starting to find it. But they're in a very competitive division. They're in a very winnable division. And they just have to play better. Defensively, you know, they have not been the Chicago Cubs they were last year. And I find it interesting. 2 of the last 3 games they've won, they've given up 4 unearned runs and found a way to win those games. So I don't know. I don't know what you say. The offense found ways to get it done, but they have to get better production when it comes to slug. They have to get better production when it comes to their bullpen, and I feel like they get in trouble when they walk people. And they have to hit with some runners in scoring position, because that was a bugaboo in May. No slug, no hitting with runners in scoring position.
And I feel like those two go hand in hand, Joe. It's an indication of a more healthy offense. So therefore, if you have guys who have somebody over a 500 slug, you know, Luis Robert does. But if even if you just have one of those in your lineup, chances are you are hitting better with runners in scoring position. I feel like those two can be related in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, I think they can be too, but I think you can win without being great with runners in scoring position, but you can't win without slug. Mm-hmm. You can't. I mean, I look at the Yankees. Aaron Judge was not hitting the first month, and he came back, and it changed everything. In the month of May, he did hit, and it changed. So if you get 2 guys that are really hot, like the Yankees had in Soto and Judge, if you could get, you know, Morel and Bellinger, or Bellinger and Suzuki, you could do a lot of damage, and you don't have to do it with runners in scoring position. You just got to find a way to hit doubles and hit the ball out of the ballpark. And you have to remember that Wrigley Field is not the best place to hit in the month of April and May. It's 2 different ballparks. April, May, the wind blows in a lot. The conditions aren't favorable for the hitters. I think they're favorable for the pitchers. And then June, it starts to turn around, and we're starting to see some higher run production at Wrigley Field. We're starting to see some more home runs at Wrigley Field, and I would expect that to continue.
But there's an issue with the current run environment as well. And there are a lot of people who track these things who are watching some of these tells. And now that we have StatCast data, we can understand, is the ball flying? Are barreled balls flying the way they should? And the answer, at least for the month of May, was no. Some of that may be weather related. Some of it may be ongoing inconsistencies with the ball. And, you know, you talk about that, the slug aspect. Slug is expensive, and projecting it is not necessarily so easy. I'm wondering, did the Cubs underspend on that? Were there bats out there that said, look, that maybe we need to give us a little insurance in that regard?
I don't necessarily think they underspent. I think they expected guys to perform at a higher level than they're doing right now. I think you expected more slug from Dansby Swanson. I think he expected more slug from Christopher Morel, more from Bellinger. I just think that guys haven't performed up to their capabilities yet. That doesn't mean that it won't even out, because it usually does. Guys can have a bad month, a bad couple of months, especially when they're in and out of the lineup, and it could change. But, yeah, slug can be, like, top-notch slug is expensive. You know, when you get the guys in the 950 OPSs and above, that's really expensive. That's Ohtani and Judge and Soto and Mookie Betts and Rafael Devers and those
Gunnar
type of
Henderson.
guys.
Yeah.
Gunnar Henderson. Well, he's cheap right now, but he ain't going to be cheap forever, right? But and you got a bunch in the Braves. You got Acuna Jr. You got Riley. I mean, you got Olsen. I mean, there's guys. Harper. They're expensive, yes, but you can put together a bunch of 800 OPS guys and be really successful. And I look at the Cubs lineup. If they're going to be successful, it has to get deeper and more production everywhere. You look at the best lineups. I look at the Phillies. I think the Phillies have the best lineup in baseball because there's production up and down it. I think the Dodgers are top heavy. I think the Yankees are top heavy, but there's potential there. And I think some guys can perform at a better level. I think they're second with the amount of runs that they scored this year. But you have to have deep lineups because the same guys can't do it every day. It's impossible.
I agree with that. There is a depth piece of this that has to work on some level. And maybe not everybody's perfect, but you still have some hit producers scattered throughout your lineup. I also think your experience here is pretty crucial. Let's take the last 2 games as an example. As a former catcher, how do you assess what you saw out of both the Cubs and the White Sox when it not just came to offensive production, but the importance of just what you talked about, scoring runs when the hits weren't there for either team and how many extra outs they were? Like, to me, that was an example of how crucial the catching position is and how you're just so much more far and away at the top of the league when you do have really good, really consistent catching talent.
Yeah, I think that running a game is something that is really underrated in the game of baseball because it's not a stat that we can really measure. How well a catcher runs a game, how well a catcher gets the most out of a pitcher, understands the right pitch at the right time, what's working for that guy. Because a lot of times, you'll have all the information and some guys wear the wristbands. But if the pitcher's not performing that pitch at that time, you can't go there. So are they prepared enough to go someplace else? Do they understand where they can go? Have they watched enough video? And I think it's really important. But it also comes down to talent. You have to have talented pitchers to get a lot out of them. And I think the Cubs catchers have done a pretty good job of getting the most out of this staff because when you look at it, it's not a starting staff that overpowers you. It's a staff that gives up a lot of contact in a sense, weak contact, but contact. And you have to figure out ways to not let other teams score. And they've done a pretty good job for the most part. I mean, I think their pitching has been more consistent than their offense, and that's got to continue. I always say that you see the real pitching, what you really have when it gets warm, when it's June, July, and August. You're going to find out what you really got because April and May, it's not favorable for hitters, and they're just getting into their routine. So, but I think the catchers have done a good job. And, God, would you love to have more offense from them? Yeah. But I've also said that if the other guys were having big years, we wouldn't be talking about their offense.
We're talking with Joe Girardi on the Bernstein and Holmes show. Layla Rahimi is in on this Thursday with Lawrence off today. The idea of Wrigley playing as separate parks and the idea of the weather cuts both ways. And watching Shota Imanaga throughout this year, I saw a lot of hard contact that turned into outs. And saw a guy who is working without overwhelming velocity, he's effective up in the zone and relies on some fly ball outs. Life's going to be tougher for him. And we knew this was coming. He knew it was coming. And we're starting to see it a little bit here. I was talking to Boog about this last week, Joe, where we saw the Brewers, where I thought it was a little bit of the old Mark Burley plan of, look, guy's going to throw strikes. He's going to be around the plate. Don't let him surgically pick you apart. Get out there, see it, and get up in the box and swing at it. And I thought the White Sox also had a pretty good plan against him. What's next for Shota? What is his adjustment to the adjustment?
Well, I think the adjustment was he's made more mistakes That's what I've seen, right? He was really good at the fastball at the top of the zone and the split at the bottom of the zone. We're starting to see more splits thigh high, and we're seeing fastballs that were at the top of the zone that are a lot of times they're ending up inside to right-handed hitters, and he's not living along that line at the top. So for him, that's the consistency, being able to keep that same deception that you had by where you're locating the ball. I don't necessarily think his stuff is a lot different. I think, though, where he's locating it has been different the last couple of games, and that's why he's gotten in trouble. And the other thing, I think you make a great point, right? If you're throwing a lot of first pitches, fastballs, and you're throwing up in the zone, guys are just going to be ready. So I think you have to start mixing more. You know, there's a lot of pitchers that will have their fourth pitch, like a slow curveball that they can just steal the strike with because hitters don't expect it.
That used to be the Twins thing, right? Wasn't that? It was always a big Minnesota Twins thing where they'd throw a little dumper curveball, just a flipper right on, right over the middle of the plate, and guys are like, oh, okay, I guess you got me on one.
And every Japanese-born pitcher that I managed had the ability to do that. And I was like, man, that's really important. Like, and we get all these stats when you're putting together game plans, and you'll see a lot of times it will say on a hitter, takes first pitch curveball, takes first pitch slot, right? Mm-hmm. So you see that. So if you have the ability to do it, I think it's important that he starts using it because he's still seeing teams for the first time, but there's more video, and they start to look for patterns. Hitters will look for patterns in what you do, and they'll ask for percentages, how many first pitch fastballs does he throw? So there's more of a book on him, even though maybe you haven't seen him. There's at least information of what you can expect. And he's got to make sure that he's creative because he relies on deception. He does not rely on power. He relies on the fastball not coming down as much as a hitter perceives it's going to because he's kind of a drop and drive, and he's shorter in stature, and it kind of hangs up, and they think there's going to be more of a downhill plane, but there isn't. So he's got to locate better, and I think he has to mix better.
Joe, thank you as always. Much appreciated.
Well, have a great day, and hopefully it's another win for the Cubs and the White Sox tonight.
Oh, very nice of you, Joe.
So
Egalitarian.
Yes. So diplomatic, this guy. That's Joe Girardi, our guest on Sports Radio 670. When we come back, I know your eyebrows raised when Caleb gave a response to the Brad Biggs question about his contract.
Yeah, he hasn't signed yet.
Right, he's not signed.
That's kind of an important
Caleb Williams
detail.
is not signed.
And we'll find out after the break who else in the first round is not signed.
So let's talk about it. Let's go through that answer again and discuss that subject because I think it's worth keeping top of mind.
Oh, yeah.
On the score.
Hey, Chicago, it's Craig Counsell. Swinging a line drive right center field. Cubs win the ball game. Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10-2 on 670 The Score.
This segment is brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you.
On Instagram, a picture. I think you were a kid wearing a T-shirt with the bear on it. Was it intentional or
no? It was not intentional. I didn't see the bear on the front, but it was kind of funny when I saw the reports about it.
Hell yeah, Grody. Let's go! Mark Grody. Now, if we ever needed somebody to punctuate the absurdity of all of this, God, that was awesome.
That's so great.
That is breaking the fourth wall. That's like a Deadpool moment. That's Caleb Williams talking, and Grody's got the microphone, and he goes, bear. Not bears.
Just doing a bit.
Play that again.
That report that you wouldn't, and then you posted on Instagram a picture. I think you were a kid wearing a T-shirt with the bear on it. Was it intentional or
no? It was not intentional. I didn't see the bear on the front, but it was kind of funny when I saw the reports about it.
Man, you talk about a man of the people. You, the Score listener, Mark Grody is there for you.
That's right.
That's what that is. He is standing at the combine holding a microphone talking to Caleb Williams, and he did that for you. You better appreciate that, man.
So great. So great.
Hey, man, Grody just won the damn combine, in my opinion. Forget Caleb Williams.
I agree, Ray.
That is fantastic.
He just won the combine.
It's 10-2 on 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
Working really in red zone today, so I thought it was better than the first time we were in the red zone. I think it was last week maybe. and him understanding the concepts and where it is. Again, it was windy today, so there were some balls that were flying a little bit wayward, but I thought for the most part, I did a nice job.
I knew the wind would be an issue. I knew it. You could hear it when we talked to Mark Grody. You can hear the wind whistling over the speaker in his phone as we heard all of the awesome music, and we got air horn. So that's good.
It's not fun when you're wearing a dress outside either.
I'll take your word for that.
Yep.
You're doing like, what is it, the 7-year itch?
No, I'm not
move?
cute about it. I just hold it down
Oh,
on both sides.
You just have both hands walking down the street?
And the key is to always wear shorts underneath.
Or a skirt.
I wear shorts.
Wait, underneath the dress?
Mm-hmm. Every day.
Like bike, like compression shorts?
Not compression necessarily, but
because I like those. I was mad when they went out of style because playing basketball in those was always great. Nobody wears them anymore, do they?
I mean, I think so. I don't know.
Because that used to be the thing for a while in like the early '90s, having the lycra things. They
I
were all
thought
wearing.
those were just bike shorts. Yeah, guys wear them under their basketball shorts.
Now they're wearing full leggings. Though.
Yeah, same deal.
I always thought looked strange, but yeah, there's like now.
I have running leggings. You gonna judge me for that?
Apparently so.
They're amazing.
Should I wear them?
If I could wear just them and it be socially acceptable, I would.
Isn't this a Modern Family episode where like Cam wears his bike shorts and the whole time they show him like pixelated?
Yeah, like when the guy would show up to play basketball in just those without other shorts over them, that was always a little
unstable.
Weird. Yeah, that was always maybe kind of.
This is not why
so
we
it was
called.
windy. That was Matt Eberflus talking about how they were doing in the wind, and Caleb Williams answered a question about his contract and the fact that he, at the moment, does not have a registered, certified NFL agent, and he remains unsigned.
Saint Omni.
No, it's not Saint Omni. It is no man anagram. So here is what Williams had to say when Brad Biggs asked him about it.
I'm not handling that. I've been focused on these past 3 days of mini camp, the OTAs before that, and rookie camp before that. So I haven't been focused on that. Polls and my team has been focused on that. I have lawyers and attorney, to handle things like that, so that I can, be free-minded on the field, enjoying coming into work every day and working my tail off.
Okay.
You know what that sounds like to me? A smokescreen.
For?
I don't know. Why isn't it signed yet?
Well, let's provide proper context here. Would you like the full list of first rounders from this draft who have not yet signed a contract?
You know, I would. You know why? You said we would talk about it in the previous segment.
Okay. Don't hold your breath. Jaden Daniels, Joe Alt, Michael Penix Jr., Roma Dunze, J.J. McCarthy, Dallas Turner, Amarius Mims, Jared Verse, Chop Robinson, I don't know how to say that first name, Mitchell, the Eagles' first-round draft pick, Brian Thomas Jr., Terrion Arnold, Jordan Morgan, Graham Barton, Darius Robinson, and Ricky Pearsall have not yet signed a contract. That is the majority of the first round.
So you're basically saying don't worry about it.
Adonai Mitchell.
Yeah.
I did that in one breath.
That was very impressive. Yeah, I feel you on that. I do. But I also am one of those people who keeps an eye out to see who's been signed. Like, that was very much on my mind, especially given that Caleb Williams has talked about how he's not a traditionalist. So how much is this going to affect things? Let us all get real attached. And then
if it gets to August 15th and he's not signed, then it's a problem.
I like that. I like that deadline.
I won't be here at that point. I will be moving the kid into New Orleans into he actually got
Dan just announced his retirement.
No, he got his dorm assignment yesterday. Sounds cool, actually. They have it's a brand new building and they got suites and there's like a 2 and a 2 and they share a bathroom.
Just make sure it's got really good air conditioning and can withstand, 175 mile an hour winds.
That's my biggest concern.
Yep, should be.
Hurricanes.
Should be.
Absolute biggest concern
that
I have.
I don't miss living in Houston and worrying about that. All right, so say you are at Tulane.
Yeah.
And Caleb Williams hasn't signed yet. Are you even thinking about it?
No, I'm not worried.
Okay.
I'm really not. I think we would no. Not yet. No. I'm not going there yet.
All right. I feel like it's going to come down to like contract language potentially or clauses or something along those lines. And if that's the case, give people what they want.
We got some breaking news here. Breaking news on 670 The Score is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. It's a press release from the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yes.
The Chicago Blackhawks today announced that Rick Ball has been named the club's television play-by-play announcer.
I really like Chris Foster's.
Ball will join color analyst Darren Pang in the Blackhawks broadcast booth.
Pang Ball?
Ball Pang? Pang Ball? Okay. Ball, 57, joins the Blackhawks after spending the previous 10 seasons as the television play-by-play voice of the Calgary Flames on Sportsnet.
Oh, he can tell us about that crazy catwalk they've got up there.
He has served as play-by-play announcer for Hockey Night in Canada's national broadcasts. Okay. I don't know anything about him. He certainly seems like a qualified hockey voice.
Yeah, my favorite of the Canadian announcers is Gord Miller. But we'll do some reading. We'll see what this is all about. Definitely an experienced guy. I really enjoyed Chris Foster's. I really enjoyed his call. So I'm sorry to hear that part of it, but always looking forward to hearing somebody new.
Let's do that hockey. Okay, we'll have someone else then doing that hockey. Rick Ball.
There's a lot of opportunities for punnery here with Rick Ball and Darren Pang.
And the fact that Ball is a broadcaster who calls a sport without a ball.
Yeah, we've got some work to do on the pun side.
Okay, did anybody see this coming? Was this?
I did not.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't believe. I don't know
for
hockey
the record,
broadcaster
I
politics.
did not.
I don't know how any of this is supposed to work, or why would he want to not be in? He's a Canadian native. Why move everything to Chicago and not stay in Calgary? Oh,
I like the city. I get it.
Okay, Jason Leisure.
You get to announce a pretty upwardly mobile team.
Soon enough, you'd expect.
I give it one more year of struggle before it hits. It's just my 2 cents.
Before the Bedard thing arms itself, and then off they go.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah,
of
maybe that's the thing.
improvement
Maybe he wants to call Connor Bedard's.
Yeah,
career.
it's not just him. It's like Frank Nazar. It's the fact that they've got a bunch of draft picks this year. They've got 2 in the top 20. Sorry for the unintentional hockey.
No, but you go too deep in Blackhawks. That's impressive.
I mean, they signed a bunch of the current veterans to those 2-year extensions. I'm thinking because they want to figure out the youth first. And yeah, we need more shots on goal in the first period, guys. That's a big concern of mine.
It's hockey over here.
I have to watch games for work.
Next up, Jason Leisure will give us his thoughts on all the Bears stuff happening and with the conclusion of veteran minicamp. So we'll figure out what he thinks mattered next on The Score.
Today on the Parkins and Spiegel show, we react to Game 2 of Cubs and Sox. Plus, Dave Wanstead checks in because he's not doing something at 4 o'clock. And Mark Grody with a Bears report from Haugh as mandatory minicamp wraps up. And Caleb Williams speaks. Parkins and Spiegel at 2 on The Score.
If your garage floor concrete looks bad, if it's stained and cracked, or worse, you got a bad epoxy job or chipping paint, that makes your entire garage look bad.
Who is going to be the surprise breakout star from Hard Knocks? Is it's some rookie we don't know yet? Probably.
Of course, right? It's someone we don't know, but there's so many new. Caleb and Odunze will be huge people, obviously.
It's either Jalen or Tevin.
Oh, Tevin.
They're both great personalities for it.
Our guy, Jalen. Yeah, Tevin, you're so right about Tevin. This is a moment for Tevin. There's so much stuff that they could get out of. All we got to do is tip them off about Baconators and skyscrapers and more.
Well, there's an opportunity for Grody to become the de facto breakout star given his adjacency to Tevin. Like, he's always hanging around Tevin getting gold, so they can use Grody as a vehicle to get the gold out of Tevin.
I think that's going to be a big part of it, man. Like which local media is it? Like, is Grody going to ask the silly question that goes viral from it? Is it going to be Mark Carman?
It'll be Potsy.
Potsy.
Yeah.
There's going to be a Potsy moment for sure.
It's gonna be great. I mean, they'll use local, like the score will probably be featured. Maybe it'll be Up the Dial because they're the Bears flagship. Who knows? But like, there's gonna be local media weirdness.
I was gonna say that Grody has to get back to doing his hair like the Floose, but the Floose doesn't even really do his hair like that anymore. I think Grody should grow out the facial hair and go single white female all over the Floose. Just like show up. Whatever the Floose looks like, that's what Grody has to look like at camp.
It's going to be excellent. This is just ripe for content. And I mean, man, the Bears continue to be the gift to the offseason content gods. Thank you, Bears.
Jewel Osco. Check the For You app for more deals.
Let's go now. You fired the first shot. Let's go, man.
Jason Leisure.
I'm here in the studio at the Score. This is a very, very special honor for you.
There's reporter for the Chicago Sun-Times.
HITS, they all stand for try hard. So for the coaches, it's now H is for, hey, don't do that. I is for, I wouldn't do that if I were you. T is for, that's a bad thing to do. And S is for, stop, you're fired.
I don't know if I really look at it that way, Jay.
Co-host of the Sports Adjacent podcast.
I was driving to my dad's house
before recording this. I was like, man, I'm really in the mood for a beer. Just one. And then I remembered, like, all the beer at my dad's house is gross.
Jason Leisure with Bernstein and Holmes on the score.
Let's talk Bears with the Bears reporter from the Chicago Sun-Times, Jason Leisure. He is on Twitter at Jason Leisure. He is on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline, circalasvegas.com, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score.
And I accidentally thought he was pitching for the White Sox the other night. That's Jordan Leisure. Sorry, Jason. Somebody was like, who's on the mound? I'm like, oh, it's Jason Leisure. Wait. I apologize.
He doesn't spell it the same way, does he?
No, but it's pronounced the same.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so you could also be a reliever for the Sox. Just go with it.
Couldn't we all?
Right. I was just going to say,
Yeah.
that's not saying much.
Yeah.
So what mattered over these 3 days? Veteran minicamp. They were here. There were recognizable names doing football enough things. What do we know about the Bears that we didn't know before?
Well, every step of this, Dan, is important for Caleb Williams. And this is his first time, these last 3 days, his first time practicing with everybody out there, all the skill guys. Now, granted, then even there were some injuries here and there, like Cole Kmet was out for 2 of these days, I believe. But none of that is considered serious by the Bears. I think that he is seeing a path. Caleb Williams is seeing a path to being a successful rookie quarterback because he's out there with Odunze and Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, Cole Kmet for one of the days, and you're seeing that there are going to be options. This isn't going to be like the 2022 season with Justin Fields where he drops back, everybody's in his face, and there's no one to throw to anyway.
I think that's a valid point. I asked this to Mark Grody, and I'll ask this to you. This is pretty much just your opinion, but should we be concerned about Braxton Jones given the injury he had that he suffered earlier last season?
I wouldn't be right now because there's still 3+ months before the season starts. There's just so much. There's so much time for everyone to recover and be 100%. And there isn't really much question about who's going to play. There isn't any question about who's going to play left tackle. It's not like he's in a position battle where somebody is legitimately challenging for that job.
Did you get to really watch Caleb Williams, and how did you watch him? What did you see?
I am mostly just kind of watching from the standpoint of, very broadly speaking, how does it look? I don't think this is the time to nitpick and to be a real tough grader on him. There's so much. He has another week of practices next week with the rest of the rookies before they even come back in July to try to have training camp. And that's going to be choppy at the beginning too, probably. Where you're really looking for competency and a very fluid, functional offense is a week into training camp. Then you would expect to see things looking a lot sharper. I was enjoying watching Caleb Williams make some of the throws that you saw him make in college. And granted, it's not the same because they're not at a full speed defense. They're throwing balls into the end zone and they're telling everyone, hey, don't jump. Nobody leave their feet over this. We don't need any injuries like that. But you're seeing some of the odd arm angles where he can make it work. You're seeing some really good ball placement. You're seeing him throw into tight windows on the sidelines. He's thrown to DJ Moore a lot. You get the sense that he's kind of seeing how this is all going to work today. And he said today, Dan, that, yeah, you can see that just from these practices. You can see when you drop back, there's going to be choices out there. You're not just going to be looking around for trying to find someone open and there's nothing. But that he tells himself every day, when you look at that we're going to be really good this year. And he also knows that there's still a lot to go to get to that point. There's still so much that he has to work through on his progressions, on fully grasping this offense. And the cadence has been a thing this week. Caleb Williams was talking about that, saying it's been 4 years since he really used a cadence consistently because they were on clap cadence in college.
Oh, so that's so he didn't have to actually say anything.
Yeah. And they were running out of the shotgun doing clap cadence, and it's a new, not new because he was doing it in high school, but it is an adjustment to get back into, okay, I need to have a cadence that everybody, the other 10 people on the field, ranging from the center who's right in front of me to the wide receiver who's out at the sideline, that everyone is able to hear and knows what to expect and isn't caught off guard. There is a little bit of a process to that for him. All those little things need to click for him to be able to take advantage of all of these skill players they've put around him.
To me, it's like picking up a series of clues. You know, like maybe you see a little bit more of what Shane Waldron's offense is going to look like based on spacing on the field. To me, 7-on-7 won't give you a ton because I think there's just an innate nature for guys to just try to get open. You know, that's kind of the process behind 7-on-7. Maybe you're testing vertical leaps versus somebody else, but other than that, it's kind of hard to gauge. But when it comes to at least 11-on-11, you can try to see a little bit about spacing. You can try to see a little bit about cadence like we discussed. What are the clues that you're picking up about not just say wide receivers being in different places on the field and anticipating where they're going to be, but also just, is it a structure thing? Is it a quality of people getting off the line of scrimmage faster thing? Like, is there anything you're picking up already?
I think you just have guys that can get open.
Right.
I think you have so many guys that can and do it different ways. When you have Keenan Allen can play inside or outside, depending on what personnel they have out there. You've seen DJ Moore do a bunch of different things. And the early reports on Odunze from the Bears are that he is a lot like Caleb Williams. He's running ahead of schedule. He's ahead of where you'd want someone to typically be at this point. And we keep forgetting about Rome Odunze because they drafted somebody else number 1 overall. If this wasn't a year where you drafted Caleb Williams, like the long awaited prospect at number 1, and you had only the number 9 pick in Rome Odunze, we'd be so hyper focused on him. But he also has a little bit of room because of the wide receivers that are there. I don't want to say ahead of him, but that are more accomplished in DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. So that Rome Odunze's progress gets overlooked a little bit.
We were having some fun earlier with Matt Eberflus's opening statement yesterday about cheetahs and rhinos and him starting to talk about what was that sigh?
Because I just go ahead. I don't even understand. Wouldn't both be good? Wouldn't either be good?
I guess
a cheetah or a rhino.
I know. But
Dan, what about? Hold on, hear me out on this. A tight end. He's got the legs of a cheetah, the body of a rhinoceros. Mm-hmm. He's got the head of an eagle. You know, the vision, and then maybe like some moose antlers or something.
Just for fun. Yeah. Just put them on there. So you
I don't know what we're going to do with them. We'll figure it out later.
He has the sensibility, unfortunately, of like an angry badger, and it all just goes to hell.
Or a sea otter that climbs on surfboards. We don't know. But I get what he's saying, because this goes back to Lovie Smith, and ask Alex Brown about it when he was playing for, what was it? Dick Duran, I guess.
Happy belated, Alex Brown.
He was at like 275, and then Lovey's like, no, you're 240 because you're a speed guy. And when he started talking about flexibility and speed, how much of this is actually a number and a player saying, look, I've always played at this weight. This is what I do. And they're like, no, you're going to play at this weight because we want you doing this, this, and this. Is that what we're talking about?
It depends on the player, because nobody, I don't think, in this building is planning to tell Keenan Allen what he needs to do after 12 or 13 years, and a borderline Hall of Famer right now, probably a pretty good candidate for the Hall of Fame. But it also doesn't apply only to the rookies. I think a really interesting guy to watch in the category that you're mentioning is Montez Sweat, because the Bears saw a lot of untapped potential when they traded for him. They still liked what they were getting. They still liked how he had played, but I think they looked at him and saw, we're not sure if Washington that organization has gotten the most out of this guy. They think that there's a lot more that can be done. And they were saying this at the time, and they continue to say it now. There's a lot more that can be done with Montez Sweat in terms of his physique and his conditioning. And physique-wise, I mean, he showed up looking like an action figure. I mean, he showed up in what looked like pretty good shape. But I think you have seen guys come in, and I am always skeptical when I hear this, but I've heard so many players say it now, either comparing Matt Eberflus's practices to other teams they've been on or the practices under Matt Nagy and John Fox. You're hearing guys say repeatedly that these practices are more strenuous. These practices are more full speed all the time, and you have got to condition better to be able to do these practices compared to other teams they've been on. So that's where I think you'll see everything coming together for someone like Montez Sweat, where there is untapped potential. He can get even better than what he was last year.
I mean, that says a lot too about the lines. Like, how is this conditioning going to affect both the offensive line and the defensive line? Ryan Poles said that years ago, that he wanted the offensive linemen to be skinnier, for lack of a better word. Like, I don't even know if that correctly depicts what he was trying to go for, but to withstand the practice that you're discussing, that would be in line with it. I also think about the players that they are trying to really develop. Like, Zach Pickens is a big year. Obviously, it's a big year for the middle of the line total, trying to figure out who those guys are going to be. Do you have your three technique as well? So I feel like those things, they do come together in a way that is worth a discussion.
Yeah, and you're stuck with what you've got on the defensive line, for better or worse. I mean, they'll probably add another pass rusher, and Yannick Ngakoue would be a good candidate for that, who's available and cheap, assuming he's recovered. But you've got those guys for this year. That's your group. And the bigger decision you have to make, like you're saying, Layla, is, are these guys a long-term answer? Pickens and Dexter, are they a long-term answer in the middle of the line? As far as the offensive line and that their conditioning, that's a little bit of a concern to me too, because you already have Braxton Jones missing time. You have Nate Davis missing time. And this was an issue for them. This has been an issue for them in the past, where they had so few offensive linemen really 100% ready to go. Not with injury concerns that you're not sure if they're going to play during the season, but they're taking such a cautious approach during the preseason that you don't have enough offensive linemen to safely put the starting quarterback out there in a preseason game. And Caleb Williams will benefit tremendously from being able to play preseason games. The Bears want to be able to play him in preseason games. You can't have starting offensive linemen getting hamstrings and calf injuries and things like that, and then you have to pare down what you're going to expose Caleb Williams to because of it.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the line of Mark Grody, who was on earlier today. And I appreciate you also mentioning Jervon Dexter, because I'm still going through the thought process from your last question, where how much change can you instill in somebody who's 6'6"? That's the height kind of dictates the athlete. Yeah, exactly. That's it. The height is going to dictate who you're getting here. And they have a couple of players in the trenches like that, to me.
It's a key area for them to figure out too, because the Bears are talking about themselves as a top 5 defense this year. And we would all look and say they're pretty good. Top 5 is a lofty goal, but I think once they got Montez Sweat, they were a top 10 defense the back half of last season. But
it's easy to say that, but turnovers to me dictate the true strength of a defense. That's how the 49ers advanced to the Super Bowl.
And it all starts with pass rush. I just can't think of elite defenses that I've seen that didn't have a great pass rush, a great defensive line. Think back to the last time the Bears were a really great defense. They had Mack. They had Leonard Floyd, which is a solid number 2 pass rusher. They had Hicks, who's basically a pass rusher up the middle for them. I mean, they had a great pass rush. It's going to undercut the progress they've made in the second and third level of their defense if they don't get a good pass rush.
Yeah, so you can try to reinvent Montez Sweat to me or fine-tune him, but you better not do too much, because that is your one known right now when it comes to having pressure up front that makes the entire thing go.
I think it's mostly an endurance thing with him. They want him to be able to play more. I don't think there's a ton they want to change about his makeup.
I also wonder if you can't sub him in a little 3 technique.
You don't have enough guys. You don't have enough talent to get that creative, I don't think.
Okay.
You need him in that spot. Who takes his spot I think you've got to keep him on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, just like a little situational flip that you might want to do to show you getting depending on what you're playing behind him. He's so skilled that I think you could ask him to disrupt that gap every once in a while. I mean, I know it may sound silly, but Dexter, depending on how they start, they swap out. You have him come off the edge. Maybe he's a little more comfortable there. Just an idea.
It's easy to fall in love with a 6'6" guy if he has a swim move. Real easy.
Just an idea.
He's got the body of a grizzly bear.
Stop.
Oh yeah, the Twitch chat has been going off. I just saw the phrase "buoyancy of a manatee." Like they're having their own show. It's amazing right now. But you're right, Jason. We forget how many times we asked why Montez Sweat wasn't on the field in crucial downs last year. This would make a lot of that make sense.
Layla, if I said the Washington football team drafted a guy high, would you bet on them to have fully developed and fully realized any player's potential? This isn't like he's coming from the Steelers or the Ravens or the Patriots even or something like that.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. It's how I feel about like White Sox and Reynaldo Lopez. Like, you think the Braves might have a different opinion of a guy? Yeah, I'll listen to that. Thank you.
Exactly.
The buoyancy of a manatee is my favorite.
So everybody's off now for how long?
Well, everyone but the rookies. So the reason that they're doing it, usually these off-season practices are 4 weeks. So it's 3 weeks of OTAs that are optional, and then ending with 3-day mini camp, which is mandatory, and you get fined if you don't show up. This year, the Bears start training camp a week early because of being in the Hall of Fame game. So in order to give everyone but the rookies their full summer off, they structured it this way, where it's 2 weeks of OTAs, then mandatory mini camp. Now everybody can go home except the rookies come back next week for OTAs. And I was wondering, like, will they even have enough guys to practice? And it sounds like not really. They won't really have enough guys to actually practice, especially on the line of scrimmage. But they aren't going to have any non-rookies hang around. Matt Eberflus said that's going to be exclusively rookies, and it's really going to be trying to kind of regroup, re-emphasize what they've been trying to teach these guys about the offensive concepts, the defensive concepts, and get those guys on a plan for the summer, physically and mentally, as far as how they're going to train and what they need to show up ready to show fluency in July.
Jason Leisure, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Jason, you have the adaptability of
a chameleon.
Yes.
And the wings of a pterodactyl.
But the the adorability of a salamander.
I feel like even just playing this game kind of forces me into a little bit of just a hint of a George W. Bush.
If nothing else, maybe it gets you some more adjectives to use in your writing. I don't know what the goal is exactly, but sure.
With the talons of a condor.
Oh, that would be a good one.
He's really a rhino. Then we're not in the same ballpark.
You want talons of a condor, like as a receiver? That would be an admirable trait.
Yeah, I just
and just in case it's ever helpful, the pointy horn of a narwhal,
and maybe the infectious bite of a Gila monster. See if that works too.
I want the scaly skin of a Gila monster.
Oh, I'm well on my way there.
I don't want to be approachable.
Oh, my heel.
Then you could be a skunk if you want to be.
I already am.
Thanks, Jason Leisure.
I'm sorry, Jason.
No, it's okay.
It's a conversation you should have with your kids. I feel like kids would enjoy this.
My favorite part about the Eberflus cut, though, is the ballpark thing. Like, why are they in a ballpark? If we're doing animal metaphors.
No, that made sense because he was saying like speed versus strength.
You're thinking too much about this. How often do people say we're not in the same ballpark? It's ballpark. It's just an expression that people use. You're trying to criticize him is what you're doing.
They're still going on Twitch. The posture of a kangaroo. Toxicity of a koala.
But I've gone out of my way to not mention koalas because we're not setting him off today.
Why not?
Mike Talkman, whether he meant to or not, and I don't think he meant to do it, but he kind of ethered Michael Kopech in more ways than with just the bat last night.
I like how his brain works. The brain of a Talkman.
Next.
There's no offseason for Bears Talk on the Score.
Not too caught up in Caleb Williams being up or down. I like to see Keenan Allen out there with that wide receiving trio. Montez Sweat returning. The attendance being what it is, 100% attendance is to me the biggest development from minicamp because it tells me that Matt Eberflus, like him or not.
My favorite Studs drop-in of the day is when Dan was going to break. And you guys were, I assume, already late for break if your guys' clock is anything like ours. And then Studs goes, and another thing about koalas.
Yes!
If Stephen A. Smith would have said what you would have said, it would have had 2 million views on Instagram.
To me, koalas are preposterous.
There is no explanation for the koala having survived as long as they have. I'm looking right into the camera, and I'm saying to you, koala, you do not want to make an enemy out of me. It was unbelievable.
You eat nothing but eucalyptus, which is poison to you, and yet you eat it anyway and make yourself sick.
The koala makes no sense.
It was the best executed take of the day.
It was fantastic.
There was no doubt about it.
It was flawless. Like in a just world, it would be made as a promo that Russ would have running on an endless loop on the stream.
Were you talking about how chlamydia is taking out the koalas? Was that the story?
We learned that after.
Okay, because chlamydia is apparently killing Australian koalas.
Good. Get
All
him out
over.
of here.
Studs wishing chlamydia.
It's about time something caught up with them. That's all I'm saying.
It was a great take, Studs. Honestly, top notch. I have no notes.
Why are they evil?
For some reason, I thought you would appreciate
Oh no!
It was
Get him
amazing.
started, Speaks.
Okay.
You've gotten him upset about a few things, but it was like retroactive and things that happened to him, like the Ashton Kutcher incident.
Oh, well.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that'll always be my favorite contribution that he's made to the score airwaves.
Studs
But I feel like that left a mark, don't you? I feel like that damaged.
He
Studs.
definitely likes me less because of it.
Well, I mean,
Because
get in line.
I know,
really.
but I just encourage it to be played at all times.
Yeah, but I wonder if it's made him gun shy at all as a producer.
I don't think so.
All right, good.
But his,
I mean, if the koala take is any
his
indication,
take was that they've cheated the evolutionary process.
oh,
That somehow they've slipped through the cracks because they have nothing that preys on them. So
Because they're always sick.
Right, they live a life where they eat something that poisons them, but nothing eats them because they've become poisonous, and yet they're always sick.
So they really shouldn't exist.
I gotcha.
And Bernsey, I could tell, didn't want to agree with the Studs take. And then he was like, he's boxed me in. And it was just...
I'm telling you, there's no way to argue against this point other than they're cute. It bugs me.
All right.
Hey, man, a lot of us...
A lot of things have gotten by on being cute.
That's right. Getting through life on charm is a real thing, even though you can't do it.
All right, Studs, is it your take? Or have you heard this from someone else? Be honest.
I developed this take because I read about koalas.
Yes
really
is the
random. I read about their life cycle on some random post that came across my way like years ago.
All right,
and I just like think to myself, I'm like, so why do they exist?
All right, that's your take then. That's great. I'll remember it forever.
Danny wondering if it's his take is also
I can see it being
not a way to get him to like you
That's
more.
so inside baseball.
Like he took it from Bill Hicks.
yeah, I was curious if this was on
The
some
take
sort of
was
document.
so good. Danny had to know where it came
I wanted to
from.
know the source material of the tape.
2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. An Odyssey station.
Taubman is 1 for 3 tonight. And a line drive to center going back. And the Cubs walk it off in the ninth.
Was Jesus Christ? Yes. Come to Jesus meetings. Christ never played baseball. Huh?
You trying to say that Jesus Christ can't hit a curveball?
Well, the thing is, that wasn't a curveball.
The vision of an owl. You actually don't want that.
No, vision of an owl, yeah. Intelligence of an owl, no.
So sad.
That's the biggest mistake we make. The wisdom to look owlish. The idea of a wise owl. They're really not bright birds.
They're so cute though.
They're adorable.
So
they're adorable. They do have wonderful vision.
Okay, so you want the vision of an owl, the fluffiness of an owl, the buoyancy of a manatee. We're gonna keep this going. I'm sorry. It's just.
Are you a rhino? Are you an owl? Are you a manatee? Coach, you're confusing me.
Rhino.
So after the game last
Yar.
night. Stop with unnecessary yars. After the game last night, Mike Tauchman was interviewed on Marquee by Taylor McGregor. And as he explains his thought process here, my first thought, if you're Michael Kopech, is just oof.
You know, I have a couple at-bats off Kopech. He throws really hard. He's got a great fastball. So, you know, in that situation, it's like I personally feel like trying to be ready for anything else is foolish, I guess. So, you know, just trying to, you know, get a pitch down, you know, because with that velocity up in the zone is tough. And, you know, I felt like I put a good swing on it, but you never know. I mean, I played regularly long enough to know you never know. And just, you know, hoping it got over his head and I can get myself in the scoring position.
That was half of what he said, because that was after the game. That was in the post game. On the field, he mentioned about allowing the pitch to supply the power, which is fascinating, but that whole idea, it would be foolish. It's a major league hitter. A major league hitter saying it would be foolish to do anything but sit on that fastball.
I also think it is such a fascinating concept that a big league hitter can be so good that they can use the velocity of a 100-mile-an-hour fastball to their advantage. That is a concept that blows my mind.
Well, that's always been the case with the difference between light velocity and heavy velocity.
Oh, yeah.
And when a ball doesn't move, and you
That's
feel
it.
when it is straight as a string, it's hard to survive. There have been guys who throw even back when before everybody threw 98, whether it was Matt Thornton or Alan Embry. I'm just trying to think of guys who were fine, but you know, Aroldis Chapman has had, but now he's throwing 104. But when
Aroldis Chapman is a freak of nature.
And when he has gotten into trouble at very high velocities, it is due to lack of movement. Something right on the line. That's batting practice. It's batting practice at 75, and it's batting practice for these guys when they dial themselves up to a hundo, because it's not moving.
Yeah, they adjust. Their eyes see it immediately, and that's a Greg Maddux principle. It's why he wanted to mix speeds so much and mix up pitches, is because you don't want them adjusting. And they can adjust to 100 if they see it and there's no sort of break on it whatsoever. Like you just can't fool hitters anymore with just velocity like that.
So you got to be rooting for Kopech, because he's exactly, if successful, exactly the kind of trade bait that could help your team.
Once again, do you believe the White Sox are the end-all be-all on pitching development and prospect development and the use of a player?
No.
There it is.
But that's not.
He's a perfect candidate for a change of scenery.
but not for a contender. Not for this. Not for a deadline deal.
No, you'd have to take a flyer on it. It would have to be like a Braves. It's like a Brave situation with Reynaldo Lopez. Like there's got to be a specific need, but not too much of a risk.
Yeah, that's an off-season move. I don't disagree with you at all. But I just, at the deadline, you want safe, known, what am I getting kind of commodities.
That's not him.
No, it's not. And here, let's hear from both of the people involved. But first, this was the other Talkman cut from the immediate postgame.
Mike Talkman getting the shower, well deserved after this one. Walk me through the at bat.
I mean, that's a hard throwing pitcher right there. So, I mean, I'm trying to be on the fastball. There's no reason to be on anything else, and just trying to get it down and kind of let him supply the power, and was able to put a good swing on it.
Ouch.
I mean, that's a takedown,
Yeah,
even
right.
if it wasn't trying to be.
I was having this argument last night with Jason as we're watching. I went, oh, God, that's so insulting to Kopech. And he's like, Dad, he didn't mean it. He totally didn't mean it. He's not. He said there's no way he was trying to diss Kopech.
No.
And I think that's true. I don't think he was just telling the truth.
He was dissing the pitch he saw.
He was telling the truth. More than the pitch he saw, because he wasn't looking for any other pitch. When he says on the fastball, that means I am absolutely presuming I am getting a fastball, and I don't have to overswing, because if I make contact in this park on this day at this time with my swing, it's going to go.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong, clearly.
It's the typical batter approach we're seeing to Kopech. Stop us. Stop us when you've heard this before. It explains the high pitch count every time he's on in the ninth. We want him to succeed, man. But this Talkman nailed it.
So here's what Kopech had to say after the game.
I threw 2 pitches. They were both fastballs. Most of the league knows I'm going to be predominantly fastball. He's ready for it. Put a good swing on it. It's unfortunate. I mean, with the run that we're on, or skid, if you want to call it that, these moments are put under a microscope. I think that the overall baseball being played lately has been a lot better. Unfortunately, I've been in some positions where I've given away a couple games when we played good games. That's the job, though, and with the role that I'm in right now, you want to be the guy on the mound, win or lose. Unfortunately, tonight was lose.
Losing 1 or 2 or 3 in a row, as proud as you guys are and as hard as you guys work and stuff, what is it like being on this kind of streak right now?
It sucks, man. There's no easy way to put it. It's a difficult game that we play, and when you know that you've got a lot of talent and you've got a lot of guys that care and want to win, and you don't see it panning out for you, everybody kind of feels for each other, night in and night out. You have guys that are going out there and they're putting up great stats, and they're doing what they need to do, and on an individual basis, and then we can't rally around that or whatever. I don't want to put anything on one portion of the game, because there's a lot of things that could be cleaned up, but unfortunately it's just the position that we're in right now, where it seems like things just aren't meant to go our way, and so we have to kind of keep our head down and keep doing what we know how to do and prepare for tomorrow and try to win tomorrow. That being said, 12, 13 straight, whatever it is, it's not fun, and we all want to win. That's why we play this game.
Stand-up stuff from Michael Kopech, and you just got to feel terrible for him.
That's it. I don't know why. I think it's just because I'm invested at this point, and I feel like I was there for the debut, and I want to see this conclude in a way that's productive, and it's not for lack of trying. I want to see him succeed.
And for a guy who's also worked really hard on his own emotional consistency and emotional well-being, he certainly sounds like he's not in the best of places, and that's just too bad.
It's a bad combination for him when it comes to the team trying to develop his role, the one he's in right now, and what his perceived value might be. Like he's somebody who can benefit from a change of scenery. If nothing else, just to see him succeed the way you hope he can.
How about a nice story when we come back? And that is the return of the boat show. David Bodie, after a long Cubs professional career, finds himself back in the major leagues now.
Did we not call this earlier? Did we not say in spring training, what does that guy have to do to come back? Something's missing. It's only a matter of time. Maybe it took a few years.
We'll hear him talk about it when we come back on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, it's Craig Counsell.
It's Nico Horner.
It's Dansby Swanson.
Deep drive to left center off the bat of Swanson. It's got a chance. Gone.
You're listening to Chicago's #1 sports station and official radio home of the Chicago Cubs. This is Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by BBQ Authority in Lisle. BBQ.
You know, I'm waking up. I'm hitting the Peloton at like 4:30 in the morning, Colorado time, and I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? The crosser was open, and I'm like, bud, the crosser was not open when he hits the top of his drop, so he moves on to the cop route. But there's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad, and I tried to handle it gently. You know, I tried to handle it gently because, like, listen, the first thing in his bio was he was born in 1952. And if my grandpappy's on Twitter roasting somebody, I hope they handle him gently. And I tried to. He got real mad about it.
Dan, I'm going to make this bigger than it is, but also I feel like it's completely accurate.
That is the universe harmonizing with itself.
What just happened was, I think, the evolution of this radio station. We're not the only show that has a tape guy because we have a better sense of all of the things that are connected to a quarterback's performance. And to have...
And the listener has a desire
to
go to that level now.
To now
really know why, what, how.
Yes. And so for those two things to meet on social media, where our tape guy
is getting screamed at on Twitter because
from the guy who used to host in this
he's
time
a running
slot.
back.
That,
and he called him grandpappy
yes.
too. Like that part of it. Like
yes.
Like somebody give Papa his tea and tell him it's nap time.
That is someone isolate that part and send it to Terry. Because I would love to know like I would love for him to react to that.
And the 708 texter who immediately snapped into action by saying, does Tim Jennings ever try eating jardinera off his shoes?
That was an amazing moment in score history.
trying to come through. And the pitch on the way. Bodie drives one in the air. Deep center field. Back goes Taylor. It's got a chance. It's a grand slam. A grand slam for David Bodie. And the Cubs have won the ball game. Can you believe it? Wow. David Bodie with a grand slam. The Cubs beat the Nationals. An incredible rally. Cubs win. Listen to this place.
That was a fun night.
Yeah, I forgot the name of it, but there was a term for 3-2, 2 outs, down 3-0, like that grand slam.
Wasn't it ultimate?
Something like the
that?
ultimate grand slam or something like that, but it really was
That just means you have extra eggs at Denny's.
It was a story, but does that mean you get extra eggs if you order ultimate?
I don't know. I haven't been to Denny's in years.
I learned something the other day, real quick. I know we got to get to this David Bodie sound, but I learned this. If you get a tuna sub at Subway, usually they do 4 scoops, right?
Really?
4 scoops of tuna for a foot long, 2 for a 6-inch.
Oh.
So, and they say, like, do you want to order double meat? But to me, double meat's too many. Double meat's 8 scoops.
Oh, God.
And it's a lot of money and it's too much.
Balls
So
everywhere.
the one guy at the Subway said, I said, it would be great. Can you do like 2 extra scoops? So it's 3 on each half? He said, yeah, we can do that. And then he charged me half. So I asked my regular Subway, can you do this? And she says, yeah, that's just called deluxe. I said, what do you mean? She goes, yeah, if you order the tuna sandwich deluxe, it's just 2 more scoops.
Yahtzee.
Like all this time? All this time? I now I know this?
Oh, we could have a lot of fun with like late learning of things right now. Like how I didn't know that sleeves had mittens. I'm sorry,
or that
guys.
wasn't a specialized pocket.
I'm from a different climate, okay? I don't know how to think about things for necessity when it comes to clothing and like keeping yourself warm.
Yeah, always look for the possibility that there's something else that is designed either that you can
I just
pull
thought it
over
was
your
like a
head or
pocket
pull-
for my key or something. I was like, oh, that's neat. No, it's a mitten.
That's what it is.
You were right, by the way, about the ultimate Grand Slam.
It was the ultimate Grand Slam?
The ultimate Grand Slam? Very
There's
good.
a place.
It does sound like a breakfast.
There's a
Really
place.
does. Like tuna, or not tuna, but like a sausage link or something.
There's a place in Rockford that's like similar to Denny's kind of place. I think it's called Machine Shed.
Oh, the Illinois Machine Shed.
I definitely have to go to Rockford.
But anyway, if you order your food and say I like eggs at the end, they'll bring you 2 extra eggs with your order.
Yahtzee. Wait, so there's a disembodied hand that gives you €1, and there's a Machine Shed machine where you just talk about things you like.
And they're not that far. They're both
Fact
off of State
machine.
Street, too.
I am missing out.
We went there after my buddy's bachelor party several years ago. It was life-saving. And
Yeah.
that's not why you called.
Don't they have really good biscuits and gravy?
I can't remember.
I need the disembodied hand handing me the €1.
It
was really good.
Yeah, it's like the Lorax. What was it? The Onceler? What was it? The hand that comes out of the thing in the Lorax? That's what Uncle Nick's is like.
Hell yeah.
Here's your spanakopita. Here it is. It's good.
Is that kind of how like the baseball gods were with David Bodie? They were like, hey, this guy's been hanging out the whole time.
Well, let's find out in the words of David Bodie himself. He spoke with Zach Zabin about his return to MLB.
It's great to see you. It's great to see you and me doing this interview. That's for sure.
How hard was the last year and a half for you?
Yeah. So many emotions, so many difficulties, so many positives, negatives. A big help that kind of reflected on it was when I saw Zobrist about a month ago. He just kind of shared that like you learn more about yourself as you go through life in like situations like this where it's like, yeah, at the end, like, is it life or death? No, but you learn more about yourself and more about tough situations that you necessarily don't want to be in, and then you keep showing up and you learn about your values and what you want to keep doing and proving to yourself and proving to people of like who you are as a person first and foremost, and then as a ball player too, and just be like, you know, keep sticking it to the grindstone. A lot of tough days, a lot of good days. You know, that's the next step in the journey of my life. So
You've always been a story of perseverance.
Yeah.
That's what got you up
Sure.
here the first time. But what drove you this time?
I've been thinking about that, and like the quick and easy answer is my faith. But to elaborate on that, what that means is whether Colossians 3:23, whatever I'm doing, do for the glory of the God, and keeping my I'm not perfect, and I didn't do it perfectly, and I have a lot of days where I threw a fit, or I handled things poorly, or whatever. But at the end of the day, I wanted to keep my witness of okay, be the same guy. You've committed to being the same guy from rookie ball on to the big leagues, and then when something like get DFA'd and those things, and you're still with the organization, doesn't change. My role still of a human and what my values are as a believer and as a person who works hard and is thankful for what I've been given, and this is where I'm at. So continue to be that same person wherever you are, even if you don't like the situation, and keep going. And so, there were moments where I'm like, this is never gonna happen again, and that's okay. So be here, be with the guys that I'm with, be around the people, help them in any way you can, and continue to push the envelope of my baseball capabilities to go be back in the big leagues.
Introspective stuff from David Bodie there.
And the way he was able to self-question in a productive manner, I think is pretty valuable,
Mm-hmm.
Again, we talk about growth, and I feel like he's had to probably do a lot of that evaluation, and the concept of being patient and being okay with it is not easy. So to be here and have that is it's really cool.
Helps to have the 5-year, $15 million contract.
Money is good. We like money.
That I'm not trying to be cynical.
No, of course not. But
I do think that his decision to sign that contract was a really good one.
it was absolutely good. But here's the other piece of it is there's also ego.
Mhm.
An ego is priceless. And so that money might not be the biggest thing, but it ends up being so much more valuable because he's got a perspective that I think is so cool.
I was a little concerned after where we picked up that interview with the first two words of the first question.
There was a very dramatic pause. Maybe Dan and I laughed.
Maybe we did. And what of it?
Maybe we goof off for a living.
And so what? I just wasn't sure where we were going with the husky voiced Zach Zaidman asking a question.
The heart attack, Hector.
Not that. That's my problem. Heart attack Hector's my issue. I think he's been put on earth to torment.
Just try it. What's the harm in him throwing the 8th inning? Just try it.
Doesn't matter what inning.
Try it.
I can have anxiety any inning. That's my great skill. That's my marketable skill.
The anxiety,
machine.
the non-discriminatory anxiety of Dan Bernstein.
It's like the Hulk in Avengers. He's like, it's my secret. I'm always angry. That's my secret. I'm always anxious.
Do you remember when we wanted to do the tournament of anxiety? Where there were 1 seeds and minor seeds?
1 seed is Aaron Rodgers with a free play.
Yeah, and for me, the 8 seed is did I turn off my curling iron? 4 seed is the pause before the sports minute. What the hell, man?
How about did I take melatonin or not?
See, for me, that would be a 20 seed.
But I take it do I take it? So I'll set it here. Maybe I won't get tired, but I'll take it anyway. And then I'll take too many. It's like I forgot. I forgot. If stand in the shower, I forgot if I washed my hair. But there's no anxiety. You just wash your hair again. You're not ingesting a chemical.
See, the beauty of the tournament of anxiety is they're all different for people.
Mm-hmm. When we return, Parkins and Spiegel.
But not me. Sorry, I got to go to work.
Oh, again?
Yeah.
This is bull crap.
The meetings need to be meetings and not emails.
Ugh, sucks for you.
Bye,
All right,
guys.
Bye.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If your garage floor, I don't know if it's gas money or beer money, And the guy
Beer money, probably.
How did beer money birth such great
And the
moments
guy-
in Chicago sports culture?
It's the funniest
So
thing ever.
many.
It's
So
it's
many.
the self-described like Bears super fan who like immediately asked who's the Bears all-time leader in sacks without missing a beat. He goes, Brian Urlacher. Like,
no.
no. And-
You want to hear it, Layla?
Yeah.
All right, here you go.
Jose from Logan Square. You ready?
Ready.
You're a big Bears fan?
I'm here every year.
Every year.
2000. Everybody knows me here.
This is your first chance to win some gas money. Here you go. $10. What jersey number did Walter Payton wear?
34.
34. $10. Easy. You gonna keep playing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I thought so. $20. Which Bears player holds the franchise record for sacks in a season?
Brian Urlacher.
Richard Dent. The sack man. The guy's name's the sack man, Jose.
You're right.
The sack man's his name.
Sack machine.
First of all, he says he just can't wait to say something as wrong as Brian Urlacher.
Sack machine.
And then he says, "You're right." That's the host of the game show who literally is holding cards with the answers on them.
I mean, I'd have probably said the same
So yes,
thing.
he's right. And then he says,
Not Urlacher, but you're
and his
right.
nickname was the Sack Man, and his response was Sack Machine. And it just became a thing.
They really got to bring that show back.
I started laughing in the hall of the hotel because right next to my room was the
Sack
big,
machine.
The big sign that said "Ice Machine," and I laughed every time I walked.
I still can't get over Theo Epstein pausing after saying 83 at the
I know,
parade.
I know.
Like, I don't think we talk about that enough.
She's 83, and then there's like the
Dramatic pause, and I was like, oh.
Deep left center. Back goes Robert. Cubs win the ball game. Tauchman has given the Cubs a sweep in this 2-game series against the White Sox.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! Is Ryan Griffin still in Italy?
No, you didn't see him?
I didn't see him out there.
He's slinging the ball out there, bro.
Yeah, bro. Thanks to Mark Grody, Joe Girardi, and Jason Leisure for being our guests today. Thanks to Layla for sitting in for Lawrence Holmes. Our producers were Ray Diaz, Adam Sudzinski, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Kevin Lapka, and Peter Hansen, the intern.
He's slinging the ball out there, bro.
We give credit to Peter because he's all things. He doesn't work in any individual department. He's shadowing everyone. He's the shadow.
Yeah, we went from no intern to one intern who has to learn everything.
Right.
Which is the way it should be. That's how it should be. That's how you learn everything.
And I was with Ray just before Ray said it out loud. I said it to myself. The nickname should be Mbop. Hey, Hanson. Hey, Mbop. Come on over here. Mbop the intern.
That's not bad.
I like it.
Okay.
I mean,
right.
did you come up with a better one?
Well, he's University of Illinois. Somebody said Lil Wint would be
That's
good
not
for
bad.
him.
That's pretty good.
I mean, a lot of
Lawrence
people do go to University of Illinois, just for the record.
Lawrence seems kind of anti the nickname.
Yeah, I think we
are we too progressive as a society in 2024? We can't have nicknames.
I think we should let it come naturally.
Or is forcing it? Does it make it hazing? Is it the kind of thing where you're gonna have this diminished standing because we're gonna call you something because you're just a lowly intern kind of thing?
So then let's call him president.
They are supposed to come naturally.
President Warren.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And our intern, President Warren. That accomplishes two things.
Yeah, it really does. Confuses the listeners. Makes us unable to be sued because it's who could you want to be more than President Warren? And then he would have to wake up at 4:30 in the morning every day
on his own accord.
I did hear in transition, or I heard the open, which was entertaining, where about iron sharpening iron.
And steel sharpened steel. And it was a matter of which translation of the verse.
Right. It was the first time to my memory that you've ever challenged anything in the Bible. Do I have that right?
I mean, iron sharp as iron.
It's the first time, I think. But iron sharpening iron is I like that. It feels stronger because iron.
Steel is sharper than iron. Or steel's stronger than iron.
Is it really?
That's the point.
Is that steel is sharper?
Yeah. No. Well, stronger. Yeah, because you've heated up the iron, you've removed the impurities.
All right, I pull back on my entire theory. Forget it.
Yeah,
I like
which
steel
one does jet
sharpening
fuel
steel.
melt? Steel beams?
Steel beams.
If you believe that.
Right.
Yeah.
Steel is forged. Like we take the you ever watch those videos of the guy that makes the incredible katana swords out of random chunks of scrap metal?
I am a sucker for metalworking and ironworking videos.
Look,
absolutely.
We all have our things.
I have a friend who does that. He's an iron worker, and he makes the stuff that people use to display their stuff. Like when you go to a jewelry, like a craft fair, and somebody's displaying their jewelry on these weird little stands, he makes those stands.
Well, there's a video. It starts out.
I was invited to an iron pour. It was one of the coolest things I've ever attended in my life.
That's really cool. Well, this video that I saw is a link of a chain, like a massive, like a oil tanker's anchor, like the biggest link in a chain you could possibly imagine, and it's just like rusted out iron. And he takes this single link, and it's the process of turning it into a finely tuned, like Hattori Hanzo samurai sword.
Yeah,
fun to explore. You read things, and that's part of the fun of being online.
Hey, man, that's Pat Hughes.
It's really cool.
Remember Pat Hughes? Like Pat Hughes came by his curiosity. Honestly, he told me on the PBP about him and his brother watching their father reading their school textbooks for fun and like looking at each other going, Dad is reading our textbooks for fun. What's wrong with him? And now Pat Hughes is like one of the most curious men on the planet, constantly reading, constantly learning more.
Is he still kicking your ass at Wordle?
I haven't played in a while.
Or was it Words with Friends?
Words with Friends.
Words with Friends.
Yeah, Words with Friends. He was absolutely destroying me for it. It was embarrassing.
Did you have an encyclopedia in your house?
Absolutely.
Which one?
The World Book.
So do we.
Yeah, the World Book. And so, and yeah, it was just things that you would read around the house.
And then every year when the yearbook would show up,
you should try it, frankly,
for the World Book, where it was everything that was each year there was an update.
Oh yeah, the new yearbook.
That was a huge deal.
Big day.
Yeah,
big day around the house.
It was like an A, a B, a C, a D. You had 26 editions. Is that what you're
Of
talking
the
about?
World Book.
The World Book
but then
sat
the
on
new
a
year
shelf
would
and
be its own thing.
Yeah. And each year it's like this had to be added to the encyclopedia.
Yeah.
And then you'd go to someone's house and they had Britannica.
Britannica, yeah.
And right next to that was the baseball encyclopedia at my house. Was literally right next to the World Book. And you'd go and sometimes you'd just thumb through the baseball encyclopedia.
Is what I'm talking about, right? A, B, C, D, E, F.
Yeah,
like
not every letter has its own. Some were combined.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, and on a rainy day, that's what you would do. Is you just go in and be like, oh, okay, let's thumb through the B's today.
Browse.
Let's thumb through the S's and learn stuff.
You remember the absurdity of the baseball encyclopedia? It was baseball reference in one book.
Yep.
It was so ridiculously thick and heavy. It was easily the heaviest book in our house.
We used it in the old score.
Oh yeah, totally.
The book.
Yeah, I remember we had a neighborhood friend who had won at bat in like 1958 for the Philadelphia Phillies, and every time he'd come over, my dad would open up the baseball encyclopedia to his at bat.
Page 1407.
Whatever it was.
Then did he look up John Pachorik?
No.
Perfect batting average.
1 for 1.
I believe he was 3 for 3.
Nice.
In his one game.
Who was the Cub who got hit in the face and that was his one at bat?
Yeah.
Oh, they brought him Adam Greenberg.
Adam Greenberg.
They Marlins brought him back as kind of a gimmick years later, didn't they? But for a long time, that was his one plate appearance.
He got hit in the head, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
and badly injured.
Yeah. Like never recovered from the concussion. Yeah, that story was insane.
Right, that's tough.
Yeah.
That would have been better in Field of Dreams if Moonlight Graham just got obliterated by a fastball and that was it.
It's the alternate ending. Right. It's a DVD bonus feature.
Right. So then he's dead and then she chokes and she ends up dead because he was dead.
Yeah.
Then everybody goes home and we don't have to watch the rest of the movie.
Several people saying that Forged in Fire on the History Channel is an entire show about metalworking, like you're talking about, and the building of swords and such. Let's go.
I mean, there's a show about everything.
There really is.
That's insane.
So I met a dude the other night who loves to go fishing. His whole family went fishing for tuna, and they caught one of those gigantic tunas. He referenced Wicked Tuna, the TV show.
A show about tuna fishing.
It's a bluefin.
Yeah. So but I hadn't realized the absurdity of it. Like, in order to keep it from fighting, they have to take their time as they're dragging it onto the boat. 1 hour to drag it onto the boat, because if it fights, then it burns off the fat, which is a big part of what you need.
The deliciousness?
And to have it weighed. That's what gets you paid. But I didn't realize. So 17 hours to wrestle with the fish, 1 hour to then drag it onto the boat, and then the people who rented them the boat get to keep the fish and sell it. So you're paying for the experience of doing it, and then you don't even get to keep the fish. This sounds like a racket. And you, as the premier fisherman here on the score, I wondered what you thought about it.
I would tell you this. Having caught a tuna, not a bluefin, but having caught a yellowfin tuna, I would tell you this. It is much like what Dorothy Parker says about writing. When she said, I hate writing, I love having written. I love having caught a tuna. Catching one is a nightmare.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
It didn't sound fun as he's describing it to me.
On my bachelor party, we did deep sea fishing in Cabo, but it was a crew of people that helped us do it all. And then they have a bunch of lines out, catch some stuff, they'd get it all hooked for you, and then you reeled it in. I'm like, we're not really doing anything except drinking in the ocean.
But sometimes those fights are brilliant. Like I having caught sailfish, when a fish is on and you're in the chair, and this thing is tail walking.
That's so cool.
And you're watching it take these massive leaps across the sky, and you're fighting. That's fun.
Yeah.
Hauling a tuna up from the bottom of the ocean that would much rather not come up from the bottom of the ocean.
That doesn't seem fun.
And
It's lifting weights.
I was out with the captain one time, and we were in the Gulf. And
was Tennille there as well?
It was Captain Daryl Dragon. You're right. And we were catching kingfish and Spanish mackerel and having a blast. And he takes this huge gob of like fish guts and puts it on a massive hook and puts it over the edge and drops it down. Like, what is that? He goes, oh, I'm just gonna have this out in case we catch a Goliath grouper. And I said, oh, okay. And he goes, you better hope we don't catch one. And I said, what? He goes, you better hope we don't catch one. I said, why? He said, because your back will just be ruined. I go, then why are we fishing for it? What do we do?
Is it cool? Like, is it if you actually do it at the end? Is it a big fish, a trophy fish?
Oh, Goliath groupers are. The reason why they're fun is they used to be called Jewfish, actually. Did you
say that on the radio?
They have horns?
Well, it was the derivation of the term was not great. So it was eventually retired. The one at the Shed Aquarium was called a Jewfish, and that's how I knew it. But now they changed the name to Goliath grouper. Is when they come up and when you release them, what people do, they're harmless to humans. You get in the water with it. Traditionally in the Gulf, like people, you jump in. And as they're taking off the hook, you swim sort of with it and compare yourself to it.
Holy!
And they're 400 pounds. I mean, these are giant, and they're super curious. They're spear fishermen get them because they'll come up and they'll be like, "Hey, what's with the spear gun?" Because that's just how they are.
Wow!
But
did you catch one?
Thankfully, no.
Okay, good.
No, we caught a ton of mackerel, but we did not catch a Goliath grouper.
I'm going to just put you on my shelf. I don't need an encyclopedia. You know everything. That was a hell of a story.
No, I was like, why are we fishing for it if we don't want to
Goliath
catch
grouper, also known as the Jewfish, also known as the thing I can't say, but I can say Jewfish.
Do people do that, like human taxidermy? That's frowned upon, right? You're talking about putting Bernstein.
He doesn't have to be stuffed.
He doesn't?
No, I want him to be able to talk and tell me stuff.
It's about time this came up.
The philosopher Jeremy
See?
Bentham.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Look him up. Look
I will.
up Jeremy Bentham taxidermed. I believe he had himself taxidermed.
My wife loves
Jeremy
her father and is afraid of him dying, of course, as so many are. And she believes that when he dies, she would like to have him stuffed and just put him in the corner so she can just have him nearby and just kind of have breakfast with him every week the way that she does now.
Throw a coat on him when you walk in.
Come home from work. Hey, Pops, how are you? And he's just sitting there in the corner, fully stuffed with a smile on his face. That would be how you stuff him, one would assume.
They put Bentham's head in an air pump suspended over sulfuric acid to preserve it.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
So,
just his head.
I mean, it's getting towards Norman Bates territory, obviously.
The answer is no. You can't. You
can't?
It is frowned upon to taxiderm human beings.
Just frowned upon.
I mean, should it be?
We do a lot of things that are frowned upon.
What if you agreed? What if her father agreed? What if a dear loved one, soon to be departed, said, you know what? I would enjoy that. I would enjoy being stuffed and just hanging out in the corner of your living room.
Could you imagine if, like, the Cubs statues were like...
Wow. It's amazing.
We went to see Ron Santo. The statue? No.
It's
actually him.
There he is.
Yeah.
Well, they did it with the gorillas from Lincoln Park Zoo, right? Could you...
Tanny.
Gorillas. Sorry. I took care of it, Danny. You're still setting up.
There's one at the Field Museum.
I'm just surprised Dan didn't do it himself.
The gorilla. At the field, it's Bushman. Is that by Cracky?
Yeah, exactly.
I believe
he's not playing first base as much as he did at the beginning of the year.
They're looking for matchups.
I think they taxiderm. I believe they stuffed
Bushman is a bad matchup, especially if he's dead and stuff.
Bushman.
This guy here is dead.
Cross him off, man.
This Bushman.
This Bushman, glad they pinch hit wisdom for him the other night.
Because Doug Buffone and I were doing a show from the Field Museum. And I remember, like, during a break or something, I asked asking something about Bushman. Then it devolved into an entire discussion of how good a player Bushman would have been if he could remember a defensive assignment.
God, Doug was so game for anything like that. He
was Bears pregame.
awesome.
That's all we wanted to talk about.
He is awesome. Yeah, he absolutely loved it. Was he a part of your weekend show when you used to do the cartoon character football team?
That was Doug. Not only the best one we ever did, I think, was the biblical team.
Yeah, I remember the Bible team.
He was completely in charge of the New Testament, and I learned so much. I had no idea how conversant he was.
Yeah, folks, this is Bears linebacking legend Doug Buffone was in charge of New Testament characters for the all-Bible football team.
I was like, let me tell you something, little buddy. You could have Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego.
All on the line?
He had a whole thing of like, that's a personnel grouping. He's like, when those guys come, that's a situational personnel grouping of Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego.
Yeah, those Saturday morning Bernstein solo shows.
That was Bernstein Buffone.
It was Bernstein Buffone.
That's so good.
Oh, absolutely delightful. Happy birthday to Lawrence, by the way.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Barabbas. That was the other
Barabbas.
Doug was big on Barabbas.
Got to get the ball to Barabbas.
So Lawrence is taking the day to celebrate his birthday.
Yeah.
Happy 12th birthday.
I just hope what happens to newscasters so often on their birthday.
I'm just kidding.
Does not happen to Lawrence on his.
That's what we've been saying. He'll be murdered and set on
fire.
It's a questionable way to celebrate one's birthday. I've always thought.
Yeah.
But I mean, who am I to judge?
Yeah, you're the same guy trying to taxiderm human beings.
Yeah, exactly.
Good evening, I'm Ken Bastida. Dana is off tonight. He was murdered and then set on fire while celebrating his birthday.
Oh, got to pause a little bit longer.
Good reason to be off, though. I don't think
exactly.
I don't think that's going to be contested.
It's a good reason.
He's probably going to.
Do you have the sick days accrued?
He's probably going to be off for a while. One would think.
FMLA.
Dana's not around.
Just take it one day.
I just realized, is Dana a woman? Is Dana a woman on that newscast? Because maybe the newscaster there, the guy filling in, might have felt a little bit more empowered to just go ahead and move to the next story because all the viewers know that Dana is a woman and not a man. What do you think about that? Huh? New theories have emerged.
Well, I will tell you, Speaks, if you've noticed it, I've noticed it.
Thank you, Stoney.
and by the way, as Stoney would say, hey.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Good to see you.
That made awful announcing.
Oh, it sure did. He's now in the aggregation zeitgeist. Every call that guy has is now getting aggregated for the comments.
What was it from last night? It
was that he doesn't like Go Cubs Go.
Oh, right.
Nobody likes Go Cubs Go.
I kind of like Go Cubs Go. Yeah, but I mean, I have no taste in music.
Or
taste.
I wrote it in 2015 after the Cardinals thing, the Cardinals series. I remember writing, you find yourself singing along to a song you hate. You know? Like, I've always talked about that. So how trite it is.
It's a bad song.
It's technically a bad song. It's beneath Steve Goodman as an artist. All of that. The tenses are wrong as they're singing about future tense at the end of the song, all of it. And yet there you are and you're singing along.
Great.
You can't help it. Can't help yourself.
It's a great song.
It's delightful.
Yeah.
And I hate it.
And it's not even so much a victory song the last two nights as it is, thank God we didn't lose to the White Sox.
That is how we are going to be spending the beginning portion of the show. Like,
that's how it feels to me, man. Whoo! We didn't lose to the Sox.
The Brewers got to sweep them. You got to sweep them. But do these actually count as one win? Like, they technically count as a win, of course. But, man, it didn't feel like it. And so that, I want to explore that. Like, do players think that way? Do managers?
No.
I know.
No, players, a win's a win.
Take it and run.
Traditionally, yes. That is not a representative big league outfit.
It's a bad outfit.
No, bad outfit. Have you been following our Joe West saga?
Oh,
Have you
my
been listening?
God.
What happened now?
Cowboy Joe West.
I heard him.
The all-time umpire is now. We are knee deep. We're on day 4 of an evolving saga with Joe West.
So You only heard when he was on and he defended Angel Hernandez, or have you heard anything
Yeah,
since?
I heard him on. Jason and I were going to a movie, and we heard him. We stayed in the car to hear him say wrong things about Angel Hernandez.
Correct. Okay. So then a bad outfit known as MLB Shots Fired on
they're just a bad outfit.
On Facebook tweeted a fake quote from Angel Hernandez, or from Joe West, saying that he loved umpiring with Angel Hernandez because whenever he was on the field with Angel, it made him look better. And this got brought to Joe West's attention, and he does not think that this is funny. And he is looking to sue MLB Shots Fired. He has retained a lawyer, which is the same lawyer that Angel Hernandez sued Major League Baseball with. And he has
that didn't go very well. That's like hiring Alina Habba.
And he's called Shane, Dan, legitimately 4 consecutive days. You're in on this with me. We're going to get damages. I want you to get your piece.
We're going to go to dinner with the damages.
I need a transcript of your whole radio show from that day so that we can prove that me or you.
I got a
nobody
lawyer. I got a lawyer and a techie guy, and I need you because he's part of the posse.
He needs a hobby.
Yeah, he retired, and we say he always calls on the 4 o'clock hour because that's his lawsuiting hour.
Well, he called me.
Oh, getting some lawsuiting done,
Gotta
honey.
find somebody to sue.
Honey, give me my lawsuiting pants.
Exactly.
Today's call came at 11 a.m.
No!
I haven't returned it yet.
You're saving it for the show.
Yes.
Good man.
Smart.
Yeah.
Good man.
Smart.
Always,
Yep.
always
And
be
I
closing.
got a call
But
at
have you
11
sent the audio
a.m.
yet?
I got a call at 11 a.m. and I texted him, I'm going to send the audio. Don't worry. I'll call you back later. And then I got an email from his lawyer. So I've talked to his lawyer.
Holy
Yeah.
Christ.
Wayne.
He's going to spend more time and,
And
money
money.
on this than he's ever going to get.
I said, what is this lawyer?
And what law?
He's also been advised to invest in a reverse mortgage that they offered him.
But
He's gonna,
what law is
he's gonna
he
sell his
fighting here?
gold as well.
What tort has been?
He's going for libel.
And internet justice.
And Dan, the update that Danny didn't give you was yesterday's
God.
when he called me and he said, "Hey, we're looking at this post and one of your people commented on it." And he said, "I don't know who you are, but I'm coming to get you to MLB Shots Fired." Turned out to be part-time producer Robbie Triano.
Oh, yeah.
What's in on
Yet
it?
another person out to get Robbie Triano.
Yeah. Robbie Triano out to get MLB Shots Fired on behalf of
Look,
Joe West.
Because
I think they're just a bad outfit.
They're a bad outfit.
They're a bad outfit.
Like the Delancey brothers. You could never trust to rape and pillage the right way. They never did it. They always pillaged the wrong people. You got to rape first and then pillage.
Stop.
Just talking about the Delancey
riding
too many
into
times.
town, a whomping and a whooping, everything within an inch of its life.
Told you we need you on our posse.
Yeah. Thanks, Shane.
This is a real thing that is happening
Thanks for trying to save you.
every day. So we'll have a new update when Shane calls Joe West back.
Hey,
today.
speaking of...
Wait, Shane, if there's an update on the Joe West update?
Is there an update on the Joe? Yeah. So here's today's Joe West update. Today at 4 o'clock, Shane calls Joe West back off the air and gets the latest legal update in his case against MLB Shots Fired.
Oh, so
Can't
delightful.
wait. We can't wait.
All right.
So this is all 100% true, which is amazing.
Tomorrow after That's Montez,
Yeah.
the Joe West legal update.
His lawyer, Lash LaRue.
All right. Speaking of Facebook baseball groups.
Oh my
okay?
God.
Ty
keeps going.
Cobb, the granddaughter of Ty Cobb, Cindy Cobb.
The
okay?
player, not the former Trump attorney.
No.
Okay.
The
'cause
player.
we were talking lawyers. I just want to make
She
sure.
a few years back, she started a Facebook group, the official Ty Cobb Legacy Group. Okay,
Defending the racist.
and yeah, but
wasn't.
no,
okay.
and so she had this Facebook group that has 2,600 people in it. And this group has been existing for a while. The group was up in arms after Josh Gibson became the all-time batting average leader this week with the Negro League statistics. She fought back against the people posting in the group she had founded, okay, saying that her grandfather actually would have approved of this and thought the Negro
Yes.
Leagues were filled with great players who deserved to play. All of this. She got kicked out of the group. Cindy Cobb has been kicked out of the Facebook group that she founded.
So you're telling me the Tommy Lee Jones movie lied to me?
Yes, it did. The entire
I don't like that.
and Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
We told him to stick it because there was one drunken, mean biographer that did Cobb dirty.
That hated him. Because
And that
Cobb
was
was,
what the
a
movie was based off
jackass.
of?
He was a jackass, but
Yeah,
he was not a racist
He was
jackass.
not a racist. In fact, he was much more inclusive and inclusionary than others of his day. And he was difficult and irascible, and he
Drunk?
was he could be on the field. He could be violent. I mean, he did slide in with his spikes up and stuff like that. He was a rough and tumble player, but not a racist.
Okay.
Yeah. Cobb told the Sporting
Lee
News
Jones.
in 1952 that they had the right to play professional baseball. Who's to say that they do not have the right to play? That they should be accepted wholeheartedly and not grudgingly. That's what Ty Cobb said in 1952.
She got kicked out of the group.
Kicked out of the group she founded.
I mean, that's honestly the first time Facebook ever got anything wrong, as far as I'm concerned. It's unbelievable.
This Joe West thing blows my mind.
Yeah.
Best.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Of all things.
Yeah, of all things that have ever been said about Joe West on the internet. Right. Yeah, incredible.
I'll tell you what, we're coming to get him. We got one last roundup in us. We're gonna find me, Ken Kaiser, Nestor Shylock, Hawk Harrelson,
And Shane Reardon.
Shane Reardon.
We need Shane.
Here we come.
Dan, where's my fish?
I can't fish for the fish that you want.
Oh, you must not be very good.
I don't know how to try to get the fish that you want. It's a bycatch. If I get it, it's yours.
Okay.
That's all I'll tell you.
Tanny's open. We'll kick us off. Dave Wanstead at 4, Mark Grody at 5. We're off for Cubs and Reds around 5:30. What the hell was that last night? Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Get everything for your next roofing project at Menards. Your roof is the first line of defense against the elements. Owens Corning shingles are designed to offer long-lasting performance while providing ultimate protection.
Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick. Let the bass. Let the bass kick.
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie. And the video came out because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an X-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish. There we go. Out of here. Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to leave.
He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw like he cut, and then the guy like reached in. There was like 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights and fish.
We got weights and fish. And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud,
It
right?
is felony fraud. And they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up, I can get it within a quarter of a pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment that I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, This guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money
but
for
they
years
got
off
him.
of this.
But they
got
got him.
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife. And I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it.
Like,
Maybe
what-
not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment. Like when you, I was amazed by it. You cut into like, and drop like the sound.
Thud.
Right.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights and fish. There we go.
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door. And the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this as well. They should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights and fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass and stash them in underwater cages.
And
then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
I'm ready. Give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Do you know the good years when you're in them?
A White Sox winner and a world championship.
Or you just wait for them until you realize that the good years came and went?
What is it that I owe the fans? And I think one of the things that I owe the fans is to get better as fast as we can possibly get better.
Line drive to center going back. Yes! 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 History!
Sox lose a heartbreaker and have now lost 13 in a row.
In a row?
I've said it, and I'll say it over and over again. Whether we win or lose, we got to flush this game. You know, again, we're going to flush this one. Flush. Matching the longest single-season losing streak in club history. The last one happened almost 100 years ago.
Well, if I were a fan, I'd be pissed. I'd be very angry.
I thought it was part of my heritage, and I did feel like I was living through history. And I was actually part of history. The good, the bad, and the ugly part. All of it. But it's history.
I said it felt like deja vu earlier in the game, and that's exactly, unfortunately, how it ended.
It's feeling like life has slipped through your fingers. Like the future's behind you, like it's always been behind you.
I mean, I'm just numb. I'm just numb. 13 in a row.
13. Damn.
Thoughts, Frank Thomas? Are you there?
I really don't have anything to say. I mean, honestly, it's numbing. You know, it's just like, what can you say?
White Sox losing both games here in this crosstown series. Have to hear that song again.
I don't want to be alive.
I would hope and I expect that the next year will be a lot better than this year.
It's a lot more fun than being a White Sox fan.
1, 2, 3, and Here we go, Ted. Here we go. Here we go, Ted. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Two sides of every story. Cubs needed those wins. 13 straight losses and counting for your record pacing Chicago White Sox.
That's great stuff and heartfelt from Chris Tannehill, the White Sox fan. Yeah, Danny, on the
our last one on this show.
Yeah. On pace for the worst record and the worst run differential of all time.
Yep.
32 games under 500. They're 26 games out of first place. It's the 6th of June. They are 8.5 games behind the second worst team in baseball, the Marlins. And this 15-game losing streak that's the worst all time, that was over 2 seasons from 67 to 68, that's obviously in play. Just however you look at it, they're 1-17 in their last 18 games. They're 5-26 on the road. They have 22 blown lead losses. 22 blown lead losses.
That's the Holmes maneuver.
It is remarkable just how bad they are. It's difficult to overstate just how bad this team is. And I had forgotten Reinsdorf said that about this year going to be better than last year.
Well, I thought you were going to reference the
first cut.
Get better quickly.
Well, that's why he brought in Chris Getz.
Yeah.
He's like, he knows the team already, so he can help us get better quickly. That's not the case as of right now.
No. No, it isn't.
And they're going to get worse. They're going to get worse.
They're going to get worse because they are going to trade whatever talent they do have, and it could be a fire sale of Luis Robert and Garrett Crochet.
Yeah, trade Garrett Crochet. Very overwhelmingly likely, everybody says that. And now Crochet will go. Robert might not go just because he's been hurt and you can't get enough for him right now. That's the only reason. So,
I mean, if he tears the cover off the ball for a month or a month and a half, you'd get a lot for him, just given the talent, the upside, and the amount of control on him. You'd get a lot for him if he comes back immediately and has a great stretch. But yeah, they're real bad.
That day,
historically bad.
That day when Reinsdorf spoke to the small assemblage upstairs in his office was one of the more compelling baseball days we've ever spent in this town, when he finally decided to talk. And there's a lot of gold in there that makes him look even worse than you might remember.
Texter point out it's just because they keep running into good teams. But I'm not convinced that that's the case with this Cubs team.
It's at the right time.
And yeah, you just got to get it. You keep catching teams at the wrong
Oh,
time.
that's too bad.
But the
when your partner laughs in your face, is that good?
We're catching teams at the wrong time. Well, there's that. There's a few other reasons, but that's certainly one of them.
I think it's the hitting, the pitching, and the defense that would be the other reasons, mostly.
And the managing.
Well, let's see. When you're this bad, I think the managing is pretty low on the list. Personally.
That's why I added it for you.
Yeah, okay, fine. Base running,
Sure, you can throw that in there.
Yeah, put it on the list. But I got to say, there was not a lot of joy for me when the Cubs won those games. There was a little relief, and then there was a lot of annoyance that it was as difficult as it was. I know a win is a win. I know they all count as one in the standings. I know the Brewers just got to sweep the White Sox, so it's not who you play, but when you play them. And in the case of the White Sox, it's just the who. It's whenever you play the White Sox, it's a good time to play them. But, man, that didn't make me really change my opinion of what the Cubs are or are not right now. It just felt like they eked away 2 comeback victories against an awful AAA at best baseball team.
Well, 2 nights ago, I thought that was a really impressive comeback.
That may or may not have happened if it didn't rain.
Maybe. But last night, I was less impressed last night. That's for sure. I mean, you look at that 7th inning as the White Sox, I mean, the walks, for sure.
The walks in the box.
The hit by pitch. I mean, they're so good at reinventing the ugly blown lead loss. It's remarkable how good they are at that, at delivering variety and how to lose. The walks, the hit by pitch, the balk is inspired.
Yeah.
two balks.
Nice change
Yeah,
of pace.
why isn't anyone talking about how good the White Sox are at being bad? They deserve some credit.
This is where I'm going, Shane.
Thank you.
The
Historic.
constant reinvention of the ugly blown lead loss. The ball 4 wild pitch. I mean, let's applaud.
Yeah, true.
I mean, you're going to have a wild pitch. Do it on ball 4. That's really
Extra bases.
This is like an improv comic giving you nightly inspired gold. I would argue they're the Robin Williams of losing these White Sox. That's how good they are at creative. Yeah. Also, similarly,
we ain't taking that.
Their season is dead. Similarly.
Okay.
That's
I see what you
terrible.
meant.
Like, apologize.
I took it there.
Yeah, but seriously.
No,
I mean,
as we always say, if
so
you're
much
not
variety.
if you're not going to be great, be bad, be historically bad. Don't be boring. Don't be in the middle. This team is comically, laughably terrible. Historically inept.
And they just keep finding ways. It's really astounding. So I hear you. I hear you. Last night, that's not. I mean, there's some moments in there that are terrific. The Talkman at bat in that inning, in that 7th inning, with the 11 pitches and fouling off 6 of them to get that walk in the middle. That's. I mean, he's a badass who obviously had his bigger moment later on with the walk off, but. Yeah, it's not an impressive comeback last night, but from their perspective, they don't care.
Of course they don't care.
And if that gives them confidence, they will ride that and enjoy it, and they should.
I'm just saying, you're always the guy. Like, it's the bat flip that turned the season around. It's the commercial break that turned the season around. It's the rain delay that turned the season around. I need to see a lot more before I'm convinced that anything has actually turned around than just beating that team barely in 2 comebacks. That's not this is not a moment that turned the Cubs season around until it becomes a series of moments. Like, talk to me after the Red series and the series after that and the series after that.
Fair.
You know, I'm not even. It's not even on my radar that this has changed anything real about the Cubs for me.
What's on my radar is the 3 wins out of 4 where the offense had to come alive and did after some bad defense. Seiya doing it after his own bad defense. Morel doing it after his own bad defense. So this is 3 out of 4 where the offense had to come alive when they were down, and it has.
Our guy Nico had a moment last night we examine next on The Score.
A new era of Bears football is coming, led by rookie quarterback Caleb Williams.
Head coach Matt Eberflus.
Understanding the plays and how his feet are married to those plays. And you could see the ball coming out of his hand pretty live when his feet were right.
Running back DeAndre Swift.
What are some of your first impressions of Caleb?
Man, just the talent jumps out at you. Somebody that's willing to learn.
Linebacker Tremaine Edmonds.
You know, you see the offense passionate about it, defense passionate, and that's what we need as a team. We're going to make each other better for sure.
As anticipation grows for the 2024 season, keep it on The Score throughout the offseason for the biggest storyline surrounding the Bears. It all happens right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The finals finally starts tonight.
I could feel in the stands, Danny, I'm sure you could too, the massive dislike for the Brewers that Cub fans have.
I hate them.
I mean...
needs help facing you.
That's
Oh, I
right.
do remember that.
Yeah,
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Well, as someone who's faced you, Darvish, I could definitely use some help sometimes. So. I don't do the player bashing. That's a tough one.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Understood. But the player disliking, you don't have to be specific. But
there's for sure guys in the league that definitely grind my gears.
Yeah, the other thing too is they're 90 miles away.
Correct.
They try to not sell tickets to Cubs fans when the
Correct.
tickets go on sale, but then Cubs fans always invade and it becomes Wrigley Field North. There's like a big brother, little brother thing with Chicago and Milwaukee, and then Wisconsin sports. I mean, the Bucks have been awesome. The Packers have owned the Bears.
God, the Packers, Nico.
It's just a whole rivalry thing with the whole state, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Cubs fans do sometimes or not realize that the players on the Cubs sometimes we don't we obviously are incredibly passionate about the Cubs, but we don't have this deeply rooted Chicago knowledge that the fans do sometimes, even when we mean our best. It's good to hear these things.
That's why we're talking.
We hate him, Nico.
Yeah,
okay? Spread the word.
Okay. Dang, I would have tried way harder last time.
Thank you.
That's the idea.
Honestly, I mean, I was thinking oh man,
bad, guys.
There's an error or two. All of a sudden, I'm like, do these guys not care as much as I care?
That's right. Okay.
ball foul off to the left. So 2-1 the count on DeYoung.
I would think so.
Yeah, we've never seen Nico Horner get ejected from a baseball game in the majors until tonight. So that gives you an idea.
Well, just bad.
Yes.
Yeah, bad. Bad is right. Bad's right.
Vic Carapazza.
Thank you to Zach Zaidman for the very nice plug, though, for the weekly appearance. That's good teammateship right there. Tuesdays at 2:30. Nico Horner. He's told us before, when a thing doesn't go his way or he makes a mistake or whatever, he's crazy, intense, angry for like 15 seconds. Like Willie Harris knows you don't approach him. We've talked about this on all sides, that he burns real hot and angry, and then he can get back to his kind of zen state of being kind of in the middle.
I can relate to that. I gotta say, spending about a minute just giving in full to the rage.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm an idiot.
Well, he kind of snapped over the bad call there. He was angry.
He was angry. I mean, I don't know if that's even a snap. He was annoyed. Throwing the arms up, I guess, is the thing.
Well, we don't know exactly what he said. You can't challenge balls and strikes, right? It's an automatic ejection. He clearly showed him up on an issue of balls and strikes. Let's should we hear the call of it first, Tanny? All right, let's hear the White Sox version of events.
Fetty just painting the corners now. 0-2. Struck him out looking. Back-to-back Ks, and he's gone! Here comes Craig Counsell, the manager, to defend his player. But Horner's already been tossed.
Yeah, as soon as he turned around and started yelling at Carapazza, he said, I've seen enough. Why don't you take the rest of the game off?
And he's gone!
Gone!
I don't know if you guys know this, but that was actually just the audio from El Duque striking out the side in the 2005 ALDS with 2 outs and bases loaded. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't, Tanny?
No.
That was just John Triffin ejecting Nico Horner.
And he's gone!
Shut up. That was the last straw.
Wait, but that was it?
I didn't know we had more straws.
Why? Because
and then he made fun of Go Cubs Go, my ringtone. then that was the last straw after that.
The gleeful ejection of our guy Nico Horner?
Yeah.
He was gleeful.
That was very...
Have to hear that song again.
Oh, see, I go the other way with it, you know?
Yeah.
It's not at all informed by your interaction with him, Speaks, but anyone who dislikes Go Cubs Go after hearing it twice, maybe he's heard it once outside of Wrigley, but he guy's been here 5 minutes, he hears the song twice, and he hates the song. I love that.
Yeah, now Tanny loves Shrift Dog.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah, big time Shrift Dog guy.
Yeah, and you also
Big
like that also like that he blew me off. I get it. It makes you feel good.
I'd be lying if I say it wasn't informed by that.
Yeah, it's an added benefit. It's an added benefit.
Just a contextual ad.
And he's gone!
From his own booth when Speaks walks in.
That is a pretty gleeful ejection of an opposing player.
All right, how
painting corners is what he said after the second strike, which was way outside.
Yeah,
and then the
corner.
third one was even worse. It's okay to be honest about stuff like that.
Yeah, ball was outside.
Yeah.
Nico, though, did speak on his ejection after the game.
Just down by the cages, watching because the broadcast one is delayed, so the live feed is just like the high home view. So it was just kind of tracking the center fielder, and he went back and slowed up, and we won. So it was awesome.
What was your reaction then after?
Oh, I was by myself, so.
Just
I gave
little
us
fist pump.
Yeah, but definitely those games are sometimes those moments when you're not playing are kind of hard to watch when you can't do anything about it, obviously. And there's a lot of great at bats in there, and talks at bat, 10 pitch at bat when the runners advanced and scored, and there's so many moments in a game like that. It was really awesome to watch.
You've never thrown out before, so is there that feeling of what I do now because you've never been through?
Yeah, it was a bit uncharted territory. I wasn't a fan of it. I don't plan on doing it very often. But yeah, you're spot on.
Oh my God.
You're spot on. You figured it out. We were all able to decode that message. I didn't like the strikes.
He's a very good judge of the strike zone, is Nico Horner. And I thought it was connected to the in-hap at bat earlier, just before that, when Appen struck out, and a couple of those were funky. I mean, the strike zone was all over the place. Wasn't it? There was high stuff,
not a great,
wide stuff.
Not a great. I haven't checked the grade of it yet, the home plate grade of it, but it was noticeable, and it was definitely something worthy to be discussed on the broadcast last night. And of course, we'll have a blind defense for Nico Horner in that spot. I mean, the guy's been tossed one time in his career.
Yeah.
Who he got saved. Was it in the Milwaukee series last year? The
Napoli.
first base coach? Yeah, Napoli saved him,
He
right?
said Mike Napoli had his back.
He's helped him out on like 2 would-be ejections.
And when Counsell came out, then that's when Nico walked away.
Yeah, that one was a little weird. I was wondering if he was looking to Counsell to back him up, or if he got tossed so quickly, if he was like, hey, can you guys believe this because of the Happen bat?
Because he looked to the dugout. What you talking about? Yeah, and if you watch the replay, like he screams and says something, throws his arms up, gets ejected, and immediately looks back to the dugout. I took it as like, guys, can you believe this crap? Can you believe he just tossed me for this? This guy's ridiculous. Don't you see it as well?
Cynical view is, hey, is someone going to come out like Counsell should get tossed instead of Nico, but he got tossed so quickly, it kind of seemed like it was like, what the hell's going on here? But I could see the other way on the interpretation. Counsell had just gotten ejected pretty recently. I don't know.
Do you want the Vic Carapazza scorecard?
Yeah.
Overall accuracy, 93%, which is 1% below average.
All right.
Overall consistency, 95%, which is 1% above, and a plus 0.37 run differential for the Cubs.
Okay. Well, so then, that's right in line with how it is. It's just a thing that I don't know if that's confirmation bias or whatever, but that's a reasonably called game.
But 2 bad ones to Nico, and I think at least one bad one to Hap. So
he
small sample.
He clustered. Maybe he had something something in his eye.
5 of 121 called balls were true strikes, and 7 of 53 called strikes were true balls.
All right, so he just had 3 in that cluster.
All right. Odd cluster. Everyone has a bad moment. And Nico got to watch a game.
And he's gone!
Yep. He got to be gone
That was
all
it.
by himself.
Shane's final straw. What was your Schriffen final straw? Light him up.
Veek ejecting Nico. Southside stand up. He's not Benetti.
So many options.
Well, it would be a real good poll question. Caleb has the issue of the OTAs and the minicamp portion. He finally got to address it. You'll hear him next on the Score.
The Cubs sweep the Sox in the first half of this season's Crosstown Series.
Hit in the air, deep left center. Back goes Robert. Cubs win the ball game. Mike Tauchman with a game-winning home run. Listen to this crowd.
Keep it here as we react to where both teams go from here. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's official radio home of the Cubs. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 670 The Score. The NBA Finals are here, finally, and FanDuel is giving you the chance to win alongside the champions.
I love that when you got to Washington, you looked up the program receiving yards records so that you knew what you had to do in order to break them. Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Ooh. Brandon Marshall?
It's a good guess.
It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long way.
Johnny Morris.
How many does he got?
He's got 5,059 yards.
That's it.
In the career?
In the career,
Yes.
man. He played in the 50s and 60s,
Welcome
Rome.
to our world, Rome. Welcome.
Hey, man. Well, I hope I'll go break that record and hopefully add a few thousand to that. So we'll go get after it. But I think we got some offensive power to do some big things over here. So 5,000 is the goal. Then let's get after it.
There we go. It might not happen right away. DJ Moore, pretty good. Keenan Allen, pretty good. So we'll see how many balls there are and how many targets for all you guys. What can you learn from DJ Moore, you think, as a wide receiver? Because we loved watching him last year.
I think I can learn a lot from him. I can't even put a category or a box on all the things that I can learn from him because I think it's kind of limitless. How much I can sponge, take up. But, I know he's a very explosive receiver. I love the way that he, attacks the ball and is very aggressive in his yak mindset. So definitely going to be looking to him for some of those things. But he's an overall great receiver, so learning whatever I can.
By your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score. The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show in Chicago. It's a very, very good show.
Afternoons on The Score.
I feel like we're going to having a little rough spots right now. We got things we got to get on, like cadence-wise and everything, and that's one thing that we got to get better at. And the one thing we always do is in the ITC, what we do is try to imitate that move call with him doing his regular cadence.
How do you do that? Sorry. How do
you want me yelling him?
Just yelling at him?
No, you want me to yell? No, you want me to yell like Billings?
What does it sound like?
Move!
That's the talk of minicamp, is that Caleb now needs to speak the play calls. It seems obvious and rudimentary. We've all heard in Blue 52, whatever the case may be. But in college and in the air raid system and in that Lincoln Riley, Cliff Kingsbury type of offense, it was more numerical and sheets from the sideline. Everyone looks over, there's a check with me and that sort of thing. And so all the players would look over to the sideline, get the play call, and go.
Well, the stuff at the line, the cadence, it might just be for snap count. Might not even be necessarily the play call, but just a sequence for snap count.
Yeah, for hard counts and getting guys to jump off sides, things like that.
Yeah, so just like short stuff, but it's got to be loud. It's got to be really loud. I was so interested by our conversation with Grody yesterday about Caleb and with Tevin Jenkins right there. I was digging around last night. John Elway was great at it. Phillip Rivers had to be trained by a vocal coach, and Cam Cameron found him a vocal coach so he could work on it. Pat Mahomes says his voice, the unique sound of his voice, is something that he uses to draw people off when he does cadence.
Do you remember Mitch Trubisky on the Gruden QB show?
I do not. From pre-draft?
Pre-draft. Did not know what a hard count was.
Wow.
All right, and then I talked to him. I was like, well, Mitch, so it's kind of you go, hut, hut. hut, hut, hut.
Right, you were great at it.
You emphasize like the second one if there's three to try to draw the offense, and I do it well.
Yeah, you do.
Of your voice.
And people are like,
yeah.
and the defensive linemen are like, is that Grover from Sesame Street?
Yeah,
what has happened here?
Blue 12. Hot route. Hot route. Hot, hot.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why he's so
but
good.
I'm not snapping it when I do the emphasis on hot.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's so great
Giving
to have
away
Pat
all the
here.
secrets,
It's
yeah.
like having former Bulls center and coach Bill Cartwright here. It's amazing.
We've got a lot of access.
A lot
here.
of stuff going on. So yeah, the vocal quality and strength for Caleb is a fascinating thing that he actually has to work on.
So here is Matt Eberflus on the progress that he has seen from Caleb Williams over the mandatory minicamp.
Working really in red zone today. So I thought it was better than the first time we were in the red zone. I think it was last week maybe, and him understanding the concepts and where it is. Again, it was windy today, so there were some balls that were flying a little bit wayward, but I thought for the most part I did a nice job.
Can you gauge where his processing is at right now?
I think so, to some degree. I really believe you can, but it's going to look much different when we get back into training camp. Because now we got the pads on. Now we have the rushers rushing. And again, if they win, they're going to work away from the quarterback, but he'll be able to feel that a little bit more. And that will increase as experience increases. So like right now we're kind of rushing and then stopping and not doing that. So it's not the real feel yet, but it will be.
What have you been able to take? What do you take away just from his decision making in those moments? Or
Yeah, really good. Yeah, he's done really good. He's progressed all the way across and hit guys. He's progressed to open spaces in his first two progressions and dotted guys. So I think it's been really good.
Oh, come on, man. Let's go. He's already seeing him progress, like through his progressions, go through all the way from one side to the other, go to the second read, the third read. I know there's nobody out there. I know it's June, but let's go. Oh.
I mean, I'm excited. We're going to have Will Hewlett on the show next week, his quarterback coach. And the interesting thing is going to be, because these guys, all the players have exit interviews after, because we don't get to hear from Caleb again, and we'll hear more with Mark Grody coming up at 5. But we will not hear from Caleb again until training camp in late July, early August. And Hard Knocks first episode's August 6th. So maybe report day in late July.
What's the show called? Hard Knocks?
Hard Knocks.
Oh, thank you.
Hard Knocks. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
But all these guys get little, got to work on this, practice on this, come back at this way. They get little instructions from their position coaches. And we know that goes through to Caleb directly, but then also to Will Hewlett. A big part of what they're going to talk about is the footwork and the timing. We know that. But then he's got to be able to use his voice to, yes, get the guys to jump off sides, but it is also calling plays. It's the working through the whole play call, making sure everyone can hear it, calling 2 plays in the huddle, and having a full vocal command, not just knowing what the play is, but being able to speak the play.
Yeah, last time we spoke to Will Hewlett after the draft and all of that, he was able to share some incredible stuff with us about what he was working on with Caleb leading up to the draft, knowing full well he was going to be the Bears pick. It's just such an interesting person and interesting discussions for our own quarterback education. So be listening next week to every segment because you never know when Will Hewlett's going to pop up.
Oh, so here's Caleb Williams with the Bears media today after minicamp is wrapped up, evaluating his own progression.
Struggles with the cadence has been discussed over the last 2 days. What from your perspective has been the struggle?
Just finding the green line is right in the middle of where we need it. So everybody can be on the same page. That's the biggest thing. And so that the center can hear me, the right tackle, left tackle, right guard, the back, left guard, wide receiver. Everybody can hear me. So it's just finding the balance between it all, not being too loud on certain plays and things like that, not being voice too low. So just working practice wise, just working through it. Obviously in college, a lot of teams are clap cadence, and so just it's been 4 years since I've been verbal, so it's just getting back to the verbal cadence is really what it is.
How do you measure the progress that you're making right now? What standard are you applying to kind of figure out if you're moving along at the rate that they want you to and that you want to?
Yeah, first I ask questions. I ask questions to coach. I ask about my progression. I ask where he wants me to be, where I should be. And then obviously I have my own goals set for myself, and that's to be perfect. Obviously, you strive for something like that, and you don't ever reach it, but you keep striving for it. Whether it's a day that I like, a day that I don't, there's always good and bad in it. And so, just finding my balance and reaching and striving for my goal. And a big part of it is just sticking to the routine, enjoying the process, enjoying my teammates, being a good teammate, going out there and working my tail off.
With all of the first that you're going through right now, what's been the biggest challenge, and what, if anything, has come along easier for you than maybe you expected?
The challenge right now for me, I would say, would be one would be the cadence of putting it all together, because there's a fine line for it, and then the other part was just getting reps of whether it's me being in the huddle and things like that. The verbiage that we use, it's all new to me, like you said. And so that's the challenge is just, like I said, trying to be perfect and work towards that. And understanding that when I don't do it, being neutral, is really important. And being calm and understanding, let's redo it. We're going to, keep working through it, but not make the same mistake again. And then, something that's been, you say, easier. I don't have it's the NFL. I go versus the top 5 defense. I got a lot of great guys on the opposite side of the ball. This job is tough. Playing QB is tough. And so, I wouldn't say it's necessarily been easier or anything like that. It's just, it's been work, working my tail off, getting after it day in and day out.
Was there anything specific during the 3 days that you felt you got better at?
Yeah, I'd say I feel that I've gotten better at the cadence. I feel that progression-wise, going through all the reads, throwing a little bit better with anticipation, get more reps with the wide receiver, that obviously helps. And so with all the reps that we've been able to get and obtain, it's been huge. And so just like today, I feel like progression-wise, being able to throw a little bit more anticipation was a little small step for me.
Damn. I mean, that's a kid who already supposedly is good at anticipation, those anticipatory throws, and he's obviously knowing how important it is and getting better at it just here in the 3 days. Dig it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that all sounds really, really good. Talked about the verbiage in the huddle, the cadence at the line, all the things that he needs to work on. and he's happy with the progress. There's one thing in there that you can tell me if it's a quibble. I can get to it in a second.
Okay,
Go ahead.
but just for the record, I am on lookout about the vocal cords and the possible damage that you can do if you are new to having to scream or having to really project with the cadence. I know this world very well in terms of, like, my mom was a voice teacher. She had big vocal troubles and had surgery. I, as a singer and talker, had vocal troubles about 11 years ago. Didn't get surgery, but had to relearn my entire technique. I could tell you a million things about proper technique to replace, or excuse me, to improve the quality of compromised vocal cords. Yeah, right, exactly. There's a lot of physiology to it. There's technique. There's all sorts of stuff. So I'm interested because I remember when Bill Cartwright, the aforementioned coach, lost his voice.
Sure.
I remember, how many NBA coaches have you heard who eventually have lost their voice and damaged?
It scares me.
Sure.
Right. I mean, what other skill do I have?
Right. And
I lost my voice.
And there are so
It'd be a blessing for everyone out there, but it'd be just, disaster for this empire I'm building.
There's so many levels and different things that he's got to learn. This is another one. I assume that he and his agent and he and his father, whatever, if they have to add a voice coach to the roster, to the group that they've got access to, they will. And I would actually urge them to do that sooner rather than later. Because if he's not used to doing this, because everything's been hand claps, like he says, now all of a sudden you're screaming and you're going to be practicing it a lot. You're in practices. They're saying, come on, scream louder than 80,000 people. If you got a big crowd, you better do that the right way or you could hurt yourself.
Okay. What are like the top 3 tips to taking care of your voice?
Breathing from the diaphragm. So really taking that big, deep breath, supporting the vocal cords with air as much as possible. So the air goes over the vocal cords. And then it's plumbing, it's tubing. You know what I mean? Like when people are watching on Twitch, when I turn to you and speak like this, I am doing less damage to my vocal cords than when I face front and turn my head to you because my tubing is not aligned.
Twisted.
Yeah. So it's things like that. And then you hear it when Wayne Larrivee or Len Casper, instead of going, and being loud on
more arrogance by Matt Nagy.
Right there, he's going, that is like a designed growl in the back of the throat that doesn't hurt your vocal cords. Like there are ways that you can tweak it so it doesn't actually damage your physiology. If you don't know that stuff and all of a sudden you got to do it, you can hurt yourself really fast.
Have you talked to Joe Buck about it?
Very much. Very much. Many times. Since that man had voice surgery, surgery on his vocal cords and had to be quiet for a year. Yeah, we've talked a lot about that.
Yeah, I believe it.
So what did you hear that you wanted to quibble with?
So
yeah. Some of my quality vocal stylings right there. What the hell is that?
I don't know what it is, but I kind of like it.
It was you doing accent background tracks for one of the parody songs.
Oh wow! How often do you guys play that for yourselves?
I haven't heard that in years.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Wow. Very good.
I'm trying to figure out what that is.
What song was that?
Yeah, it was really archived very poorly. It was before I did the sound on the show. November of 2017, so that would have been Mitch Albom stuff.
Mitch Albom, Rick Camp.
Yeah. It sounded familiar.
Let him throw.
Yeah. That's the one I should be able to figure out what that is. That's a background of something. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds like an Adam Sandler character.
Texture says it sounds like the background's on "Want to Be Starting Something, Got to Be Started Something," which I don't think we did as a parody song.
No, because I don't know that song.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't know. Keep going, Danny. See if you remember. We'll pipe it in every once in a while throughout the show today. Maybe it'll hit you.
All right, perfect.
I get over. It is "Want to Be Starting Something." Texture nailed that.
Wow.
Remember, I had my friend Marquell sing that. I don't know if we ever even used it.
Marquell?
Yeah.
This is not a real person.
Making up names.
Marquell. M-A-R.
It's good to have fun with names.
Thank you, Pat. Marquell Jordan, a brilliant singer, saxophone player.
He sang "This Is How We Do It."
That's Montel. Very close. Serious. Hey, you see Marquell Jordan playing out there. You go see that man.
Air Markwell.
You
That's what I
go
call
see
him.
that man. He's brilliant.
Does he
Brilliant
play with Dog?
musician. No,
So,
sometimes.
That's Markwell.
That's Markwell. Well, I'll just to make the point briefly.
Yes.
It's bothering me that everybody is just saying that this is a top 5 defense. I know why Caleb would say it. Of course, he's building up his teammates. I have no issue with Caleb saying it. I do not like fans or media saying this is a top 5 defense. We have no evidence to support that this is a top 5 defense. Nothing close to it. 7 wins last year.
But they were a top 5 defense in the second half of the season.
In some categories.
Where they ranked in the top 5.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
But it's just half a year.
And it was when the secondary was perfectly healthy, and that's after Montez Sweat. You won't be healthy all year. They had 7 wins last year. Can you name the quarterbacks that they beat last year?
It was not Jordan Love.
It was not Jordan Love.
It
That's
was
right.
Jared Goff.
Yep, one time. That was their most impressive, and they easily could have won both. But yes, they beat Jared Goff one time.
They lost to Joe Flacco.
Sure did.
Quarterbacks
the Bears beat last year.
Joshua Dobbs.
That is one. They got him for 4 picks, yeah. Dobbs and Goff.
Okay.
Yep. You got
Who is New England? Did they play New England and
Yep,
beat them?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, nope. You got
Give me the teams.
You got I can just give you the quarterbacks.
Okay, that's good too.
You got Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, Sam Howell, Brian Hoyer, and Taylor Heineke, in addition to Jared Goff and Josh Dobbs. That was not a murderer's row of quarterbacks.
But are wins really a defensive stat, Danny? Are they a quarterback stat?
I
It's a
think
team stat.
I think if we are great,
Don't you like when I used your own arguments against you?
I think if we are talking about a unit's ability statistically to look good, we should talk about the quarterbacks that they looked good against. I think that's totally fair. And so I think they are a good defense. I think they have a very talented back seven. I think they are a very young, talented secondary with no depth on the defensive line.
I hear you.
They are not at all a lock to. They could be. I hope they are, but they are not a guarantee at all to be a top 5 defense this year. So I don't know. I keep hearing everyone say, "Oh, they're a top 5 defense." Maybe. I will say they're they're top half of the league defense.
It's a top 15 defense, but you're right.
Can be great if a few things go their way.
Who said it first? Say, I think that's a top 5 defense. Because you're right. It's an aspirational declaration, which has now become like it's something that everybody says.
Bernsey keeps saying he's like, anybody could coach that team to be a top 5 defense. I'm like, I don't agree with that.
Well, one of them must have said it. Yeah, it looks like a top 5 defense to me. That kind of thing.
Yeah,
So
I don't know. Caleb just said, was it Keenan Allen or DJ Moore? Keenan Allen, right?
Allen.
Yesterday,
Yeah.
Who said they're playing like
looked like a top 5 defense.
Top 5 defense.
Keenan said that 2 days ago.
And
yes.
so everybody's just like saying it. They were not a top 5 defense last year. They were a top 5 defense for a stretch, and in pressure rate and sack rate, like getting the quarterback down, they were, even with Montez Sweat, a bottom 5 or 7 defense. And their turnover numbers last year, very difficult to sustain. Like, you had outlier games from terrible backup quarterbacks who threw 4 picks in a game, like Josh Dobbs. Like I think that we should go into this with realistic expectations of what the defense has actually accomplished before we crown them as being elite. They have not proven.
We should not crown their ass.
That's what I'm saying.
Got it.
They are not like. Hold CJ Stroud to 17 points at home on week 2 of the season.
Yeah.
And I'll start talking about the potential of this defense being elite. They have not proven that they are a top 5 defense yet.
But it's aspirational.
They can be. We hope they are. All that's fine. But they are not a top 5 defense.
Tanny, I think can you play my backup vocals one more time? I think I know it. And I got to say that it was Devin Thompson, not Marquell Jordan, a different friend that I had hired to sing it. And I believe that the song was "Gotta Be Starting Justin, Want to Be Starting Justin, Need to Be Starting Justin, Got to Be Starting Justin." Yeah.
Did
I get over.
I don't know about that.
Not that year, though.
We would have both remembered that, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we didn't do it. I remember we didn't actually put it out.
But he said he heard the audio from 2017 or 2018.
Yeah, that's the date on it. Start date's 2017 November.
Damn it!
So
Then I have no idea what it is.
Gotta be starting Mitchell. Gotta be starting Mitchell.
Gotta be starting
Glennon.
Oh, don't want to be
Harmonizing.
starting Glennon. Want to be starting Glenn. Yeah. Gotta get over. Yeah, there it is. We almost solved it.
Ozzie Guillen told a hilarious story on postgame last night, and we found the antagonist. We found him. We're going to talk to him next on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Studio 41.
But I do think there is something that has happened to and within the organization.
Okay.
There has been a slow curdling and enervation of everything around the owner, where all that's left now is this husk of an organization that is simply existing on inertia. The Reinsdorf ownership is essentially over. Everybody around knows that he's approaching 90. Everyone within and without knows the team is already contractually they're going to be sold when he is no longer with us. Everything else that's been non-Reinsdorf has been stripped away. There's no Kenny, there's no Rick. Everybody is there as an extension of Reinsdorf, or somehow doing one's job in an effort to please, to curry favor with the whim of the day of the owner.
Audience of one.
Whether it's the broadcaster, the manager, the general manager, who obsequiously promised and whispered all kinds of things just to have the job. The organization is out of energy. It just exists. Who is going to spearhead anything a normal baseball business would do right now? Who's got the desire, the energy, or the professional motivation to begin it?
Or the know-how.
Or
the
even if they
expertise.
wanted to do it. Even if
or the permission.
Yes.
You're describing what sounds like, really, and I don't know if it's an apples-to-apples comparison, but the Blackhawks in the final days of Bill Wirtz were very similar in the situation what you just described.
It's the end of an empire.
Yeah.
And this is what it looks like. Like
kind of waiting, unfortunately, waiting for something to happen. And then you feel like until that does, you're not going to be able to do what you need to do to maximize everything about the organization.
Talking about the Ely event yesterday made me so happy, and then I've been in a big JFK like wormhole lately. I saw the movie over Christmas break. I saw Oliver Stone's documentary about it on Showtime the other day, and then it brought me back around to thinking about Les and something funny that he did during the virtual Scorehouse.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away. And I went to the schoolyard. I was in grade school, and I told everybody what had happened because I was watching Bozo's Circus. And then they said, "You're alive." And I told the teachers, "Put on the radio, and if I'm not lying, then I get a whole week off without any kind of penalty." And they put it on. Sure enough, it had happened, and then we found out 5 minutes later that he was deceased.
Great story, Les.
Great story, Les.
Dude, I forgot about that. He kind of got blown away. What vivid imagery to discuss a generational defining moment. He kind of got blown away.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away. And
Kind of got blown away.
Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there.
Yeah. And
The
what a
FBI.
ridiculous question by Mitch. Remember Mitch hosting that score? We were like, oh, we can't do Score House because of a pandemic. Let's put all of the on-air people on together, and we'll just pretend like we're at Score House. But Mitch Rosen is the moderator, and then he would go around to each of us and ask questions. Oh, my God.
Do you remember Spiegs during the Scorehouse virtual reunion? Out on the balcony of that restaurant asking the waitresses to turn the music down?
Yes. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was on vacation, right?
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm doing something very important here. I'm on a virtual Scorehouse on Twitch that none of us are getting paid for. I had way too much wine. That's by far the most inebriated I've ever been broadcasting. It wasn't over the air, right? That was just the Twitch thing?
Just Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Twitch. That's okay. It's not regulated by the FCC. He kind of got blown away there.
The Spiegel show at 670 The Score. I know those guys.
Afternoons on The Score.
There's no way in hell, there's blame to anybody here, especially when we're all given the effort that this clubhouse is giving every single day to win baseball games. So yeah, there's mistakes here and there, but you know what? I'm not even going to harp on those. We'll talk about them. The coaches will address some of the stuff tomorrow, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you, hey, mistake here, mistake there. There's no way I'm going to do that because these guys are giving us above and beyond what they, what they can every single day. So as long as we're doing that, I'm good.
Above and beyond.
Man.
That's the guy who called him flat just over a week ago.
He called him flat after the guy who finished fourth in Cy Young voting last year shut him down for 7 innings on a weekend where I thought they looked okay against the Orioles. I watched that and I was like, God, yeah, they're representing okay in terms of like how they played defensively and such. And then they've looked bad. Last night was bad, man, but he stands behind him. Full now.
They've lost 13 in a row and 17 of 18, and it led to a lot of good stuff on the NBC Sports Chicago White Sox postgame show last night, including this gem of a story, which we have an update to from Ozzie Guillen.
I'm a White Sox fan. I don't want to be embarrassed. Every time now I got to go to Cockio. Hey, Ozzie, what happened yesterday? Hey, Ozzie. The McDonald kid. He worked in McDonald. Okay. Capitan, every time get in my car, hey, I want the chicken, whatever, chicken McNugget. I want chicken McNugget, abuelo. Look at that. Hey, friend. First thing I go, hey, Ozzie, how you doing? We beat you last night. I like, yeah, you guys. The kids from McDonald's, he see me every day.
Wearing you out.
No, he's just kicking my butt. It's like every time making fun of me, like, hey, yes, it's hurt. He's hurt.
Yes.
Hey, these Cubs fans can be rough.
So Capitan is Ozzie's grandson.
Yes, his grandson's in the back of the car. Ozzie's taking him to McDonald's to get him the chicken nuggets, and the guy at McDonald's is making fun of Ozzie Guillen. And because Shane Reardon is the best executive producer in the game, no,
I can't take credit for this one.
I want to give you credit.
Okay,
for it.
I can't do it.
Okay, fine. Well, what an intro. We have him. We have McDonald's Tony, the guy who makes fun of Ozzie Guillen about the White Sox. What's up, McDonald's Tony?
What's up?
Tony.
How's it going?
Tony, so you're the kid from McDonald's who gives Ozzie a hard time every day.
Not every day. It's only when they're playing each other. Most of the time, it's like, "What's up? How are you doing?" I say hello to his grandkids. Sometimes he got the granddaughter too.
So you just so paint the picture from your perspective after that first Cubs Sox game where you're wearing Ozzy out.
Oh man, that game. First of all, that game for the start, it was horrible. Then the rain happened, and luckily they came back. I mean, it was an awesome finish to the game, the whole second half. And then I see Ozzy the next day. I'm working the front register at the time, but I see him through the window. So I give him a big thumbs up, and they have to pull him forward for his order. So I ran it out to him like a few minutes later. And I go, "What's up? How's it going?" And then he's like, "Yeah, you saw the game yesterday, right?" I'm like, "Yep." Yeah, he's like, "Me too." I'm like, "I know, I saw you there."
All right. Well.
So did you seize the opportunity to bring him the food out there on the side? Could that have been anybody? And you were like, "I got that. It's Ozzy Guillen. I'll go ahead and take care of that."
Well, my GM Karen, she knows I'm a big sports fan, and anytime I get the chance to see like anybody that's an athlete that used to play, still playing, it's an opportunity. It's a great, like moment. So it's like they always let me go and talk to him and run his orders out or see him in the window.
Good job by Karen trying to retake the narrative a little bit about her namesake. That's good. So, all right. So, do you trash talk anyone in a White Sox hat at the window or the counter, or just famous White Sox people like Ozzy?
No, I honestly never really. It was just him. But I don't really trash talk him. It's only when they're playing each other. Any other time, it's just normal conversation. Maybe I'll ask him a question about baseball, or even I'll ask him about the Bears. Like last year when the Bears were doing so bad, and I'm like, "You see that game?" And when they got killed the first game of the year, and they were supposed to be really good, he's like, "Oh my God, that was so bad." I'm like, "Yeah, I know."
All right, I'm not gonna lie. We as a show were figuring that this was gonna be like the antagonist for Ozzy Guillen, like the person who goes out there and gives him a bunch of crap, and that's the way Chuck Garfien sold it. Frankly, like you're wearing him out, but it sounds like a lovely relationship.
Yeah, McDonald's Tony sounds way too nice.
This sounds like a lovely connection that you and Ozzy Guillen have, Tony. It sounds very nice.
Yeah, honestly, that's what I'm saying. That I was just calling because this morning they were saying like, "Oh, he trash talks him all the time. He must always bother him every day when he comes." But honestly, it's only when they're playing each other. Most of the time, it's just normal conversation.
Yeah, you don't want him. You don't want him to go to Wendy's or something like that. You got to be careful.
Good point.
At that point,
right? Exactly.
So, Tony, do you get discounts and do you eat it every day, every meal when you're there working?
Good question.
I mean, yes, I get it, but I don't. That's not all I eat. I bring my own stuff too. It's
bringing lunch.
Tiring just to eat McDonald's.
Yeah.
All right.
What's your number one? And why isn't it the breakfast burrito?
Oh, and actually, I do love the burritos.
Right?
Yeah, they would tell you. I always get the burritos.
Any time of day.
Do you guys ever feel bad about giving out old fries?
Well, our store's pretty busy, so fries don't get old at our store.
Fries don't get old at you.
There you go.
They get old at all of them. All right, McDonald's Tony, thank you very much for your interactions with Ozzy Guillen. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm a long-time listener. I feel like I'm in royalty right now, getting this chance to talk on the air.
Well, that's awesome, Tony. Is there anything else that you'd like to say that with your moment here about us, about the Cubs, about anything? What do you got?
The Cubs, yeah, go Cubs. We got this tonight. And shout out to my store, Lamont McDonald.
All right, shout out Lamont McDonald.
That's awesome.
Thank you, McDonald's Tony.
Thank you, McDonald's Tony. See? It's a lovely relationship that Ozzy Guillen and McDonald's Tony have. That was extremely
He's kicking my butt. It's like every time I get in front of me, like, "Hey, yes, it's a hurt."
We got to talk to Garfien. He misrepresented.
I feel like Ozzy told the story a little. He hyped it up a bit. I don't know who to believe, Ozzy or McDonald's Tony.
And so the media was inflaming something?
I know.
To make it seem like there was more conflict?
Also, do you guys believe McDonald's Tony that they never give out old fries?
He said their store's busy. So it's not even an option.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was a terrible thing to say. That sometimes you get less than perfect situation.
I've never had that myself.
All right, I didn't know.
I've never experienced that.
I didn't know.
I do.
It happens at any restaurant.
I do stand with a breakfast burrito any time of day for any meal. It's got protein. It's in a tortilla, which makes it awesome because anything can be in a tortilla. It's always better in a tortilla.
All right.
Life is better in a tortilla. And why not? I'd rather have that than a cheeseburger.
Okay. I go 10-piece nugget, double cheeseburger, ketchup only, large fry.
Speaking of this, you see that the Super Size Me guy died?
I did.
Oh.
Later than I would have thought, frankly.
He had a good run.
He made it into
Considering
his
yes,
choices.
Yes, he had a good run.
He made it into his, early 50s?
It might have even been 61, something like that.
Oh, early 60s? All right. Yeah, it's a good job.
There's no way to know.
Gives me hope then. I can go and eat a 5-piece from Popeyes in my car as I'm driving and still make it into my 60s.
I wonder what he thinks about the White Sox. We could ask him.
So they got to lose the first 3 against Boston to have the franchise record for consecutive losses.
Yeah, because it's 15.
It's 14 in one season, 15 across 2 years.
Yeah.
And they're at 13.
They can do that.
They absolutely can do that.
That's absolutely in play. You know, we haven't mentioned last night.
What did we not mention?
Gavin Sheets at first base. There was some ugliness there. Poor Gavin.
He's trying, though, man.
I know he is.
He's trying.
And I like him. He made a great play in right field 2 nights ago. But last night...
Do you think he was the most surprised that he caught that ball in right 2 nights ago?
It's possible.
It seemed like there was some genuine shock from both broadcasts, from people in the stands, from Gavin himself. That was an unexpected outcome.
On the fielder's choice that resulted in an RBI... in your scorecard is when Gavin Sheets was like 25 feet off the first base line and a ground ball came to his right and he decided to go towards it before he went back to first. And our friend of the show, Nicky Lopez, is just hanging around like, I'd like to throw it. I'd like to throw it to you now. Can I throw it yet? Nope, you're still not there. I'd like to throw it. Now I'm ready to throw it. You're still not there. Now you're there. Here it comes. Here it comes.
He's pacing himself.
You don't know how to play first base. Scott, that's right. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong.
Oh, there we go. Ron Washington appropriately edited in for posterity.
I think that was exactly how it went in the movie.
It's a hard job.
Personally.
It is a hard job, but Gavin
incredibly
Sheets
hard.
didn't do it well.
We got a Bears report from Mark Grody coming up at 5 o'clock. Dave Wanstead at 4 to tell stories, talk minicamp. We got a lot of prompts for Dave Wanstead. We'll see which ones he bites on. But there is a hero from last night's game.
He deserves some love. Very, very much so. The dude from last night.
We're just the guys to give it to him. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes. Middays 10 a.m. till 2.
And half Cubs and the Sox. You're a veteran of these now.
It's always a fun series. You know, the stadium's always packed. The city gets excited for it. Hopefully we can come out of there with a couple wins.
And he hits a drive to right field. On the run, Sheets. It gets past him. It goes up against the wall. Cubs lead a 2-run double for Ian Happ.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes. 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio. 670 The Score. Always live.
Logan Maddox from Jacksonville State. Logan, how are you doing, sir?
Oh, well, I'm doing better than I was last night in the 6th inning after realizing what I said on live air. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great.
We've been having a lot of fun with it, Logan. Not gonna lie.
You handled it perfectly.
Hey, I appreciate it. You know, if there's one thing I've learned in this industry, you know, you got to be able to laugh at yourself when you make a mistake, and you know, that's what happened. So if nothing else, you know, we beat the number 3 team in the nation last night. I wish that all the publicity was about that and not about my flub.
No,
but
you
at
don't.
the same time, I'm happy that, you know, maybe that brought some humor to people on a Tuesday night.
Logan, here's how I know you're lying. Because you retweeted the video that went viral.
I did. I was like, well, here's what's going to happen. I need to acknowledge that it happened and let people know, okay, yeah, you know, I'm going to own up to it. Because if I don't, I'm afraid of what the, you know, response will be to me saying that.
Did you think at all about perhaps not saying that the next pitcher was bringing the gas? Did you think about maybe not?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Whoops. I didn't even realize I said that. God. Man. Goodness. Probably should have reworded that one. You got me there.
Yeah. It was just... Last thing, you can be honest. We're in the trust tree here, Logan. Are you a little disappointed that you're not getting more attention for it?
None whatsoever. Again,
the line cut out again at a really fortunate time.
You know, beating up Ole Miss, you know, the number 3 team in the nation, but you know, at the same time, it was funny, and I'm glad that I was able to bring some laughs to some people.
You're the best,
certainly
man.
did.
Yeah.
Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Logan Maddox.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
All right,
Can you just give us another one, by the way?
Oh, my God.
What an artist.
going on with any of it.
Afternoons on the Score.
Drilled towards left center. On its way. Ball game. Cubs win. Mike Tauchman walks it off. Hello, Chicago. The Palatine Pounder delivers the game winner.
It's a hell of a moment for the local product. Palatine Pounder. Don't know if you've heard that one. Man, leading off too, right? I mean, leading off the game. He finishes the game 2 for 4, 3 runs scored. Also had a walk.
And that walk
was a great,
an 11-pitch walk.
Great at bat.
I've heard Boog say it before when he and JD were just kind of talking about how Mike Tauchman is at the plate. He said, yeah, he's got a gift, said Boog. And I was like, oh, that's an interesting way to think about it. And I think that's true. Like, he's got the focus and the ability to concentrate at the plate is so clearly next level for that guy, to have the patience. And Danny, one of the things I love the most about what we do is when you get a feeling that you're getting to know the person through the way they play their sport a little bit. There's any number of examples. You and I have talked about Joakim Noah, right? Or you just to see the way that a certain person plays, how they go about it, and you get to know the person a little bit. Tauchman is a thinker, is a worker. Anytime I've talked to him, whether it's on the air or off the air, very methodical, careful, chooses words very, very slowly and carefully. And look at him at the plate. He's third in the league in pitches per plate appearance because he has this willingness to just grind and grind.
Fouls a ton of pitches off.
Dude, he fouls them off, and he trusts his eye, and everything is the same, and you see it at the plate. The eye, the patience, the determination. And apparently, that's how he attacks everything. That's how he does every task.
He seems like a very serious, methodical person.
Absolutely.
Measured when we talk to him on the air, almost to the level of, hey, man, loosen up. We're just doing a talk radio show right now. But he's very, very calculated.
After the first time I had him on Hit and Run and I screwed up the interview and we laughed about it.
I do remember.
Yeah, because I said he was from Japan, or he had played in Japan, and he's like, I was in Korea, actually.
Different places.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I went and talked to him in the clubhouse and said, hey, man, sorry I screwed up that interview. I was bad. I didn't realize, and it wasn't quite as prepared as I should have been. He said, that's all right. And then we talked hitting for 8-10 minutes. It was so intense, and I was just trying to be quiet and listen because it was so thoughtful. But that's how he does everything. And it's just the way that his teammates talked about him after the game last night when he had that first walk-off like that, and he's like, I don't know what to do. And he chose to celebrate it the way he did. It was pretty cool and a great moment for him. I thought it was cool to hear his teammates talk about it.
Yeah, let's hear, we'll do Nico, our guy Nico Horner first on Mike Tauchman.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, just the consistency of bat, the ability to play multiple positions, hit lefties and righties, slug, get on base, hit situationally. He's a guy that does all parts of the game at a high level, as well as bringing a really healthy amount of edge to just his day-to-day approach to baseball and all that he's experienced in his career. And he's at the heart of the team on the field, and how he carries himself in a day-to-day in a great way. And it's been a huge deal for us. Yeah.
The average is actually virtually identical, v lefties, v righties, but the slug is, as a lefty, what you would expect. Way better against righties.
It's interesting that the average is the same.
Yeah, I mean, obviously smaller, about a quarter, third to a quarter of the plate appearances, v lefties, v righties. So smaller, but yeah, hitting 269 against righties, 268 against lefties, but it's a 440 slug against righties and a 317 slug against lefties.
Let's follow up on that with Nico on Tuesday. A healthy amount of edge to just his day-to-day approach to baseball. Tauchman's a very serious dude.
A little football-y?
Yes. Football player in high school, huge football fan, as we know.
Yeah.
And he brings a healthy amount of edge. What does that mean? Does that mean he's one of those guys who he's
that Tommy Pham would struggle to kick his ass?
or like he's taking it seriously, so you better take it seriously. You know what? And you need guys like that who actually.
That would be why him and Nico would get along.
Yeah.
Nico takes it very seriously.
But Nico's got like he's got the chilled out side, and he can laugh and stuff like that. I've personally not seen that from Mike in interactions very much.
Right, I don't know.
So
if
it's
he has
interesting.
that.
It's just something to follow up on with Nico, but I love that healthy amount of edge. And then Jamison Tyone was talking about it too.
Here's him on Tyone and what he brings, and that at bat specifically in the 7th.
Talks a dog. Every time he's up there, he's going to have a tough AB. He's going to be prepared. He knows what the opposing pitcher's got. He knows how they're going to try to attack him. Like, there's no one more prepared, and I feel really comfortable when he's up there. Also, just a cool story, like someone everyone should feel really comfortable rooting for. Good dude, has bounced around, gone to Korea, so really cool to see him, getting an opportunity and getting these moments for like his hometown team. It's kind of like a movie.
That's pretty
super
cool.
Steady. Yeah, and I think there's something to be said too about just like he can not play for a while, and then you put him in there, and you're going to get like a quality, solid at bat every time. So I think there's just like a trust thing there with teammates and coaches. Like, you just know Talk's ready. He's going to take care of what he needs to take care of. So I think there's something there with him where everyone just feels comfortable and knows he's prepared and he's ready. I think he fouled off a bunch of fastballs, and then I think their side was probably thinking like, we either got to walk him or get him out here at some point. Like, we can't keep doing this. So they try to change up, and when you throw him like 7 straight fastballs or whatever, you probably lose a little bit of feel. So like the baseball nerd inside me was enjoying watching that kind of cat and mouse game.
I wonder. I mean, he's obviously not been a great average hitter, batting average hitter, but the way that he grinds at bats in terms of like plate appearances and then like getting on base with the walks and stuff, it's kind of amazing that he fell completely out of the game and had to go to Korea. And also last year they totally screwed up, and he should have been on the opening day roster. And I bet they win that division if he's on the opening day roster, as opposed to some of the stuff that they were throwing out there in right field when Suzuki was hurt at the beginning of last year.
He was. The offensive numbers. It was between the Giants and the Yankees, so I don't have a ton of memory of what it looked like in 2021. But he truly terrible.
Yeah, he had one very good year with the Yankees, or at least pretty good year.
Yeah. 2019, he had an OPS of 865.
Yeah, it's a great year.
Great year. Less than 300 plate appearances, 296.
Yeah.
But OPS plus a 128.
They loved him.
13 homers, 18 doubles. A very, very effective at bats, pretty consistently. Played all 3 outfield spots for them in 2019, 2018 big dip, or 2020 big dip, and 2021 had to have been one of the worst offensive players in baseball. What'd I say?
Nothing, big dip, and then there was a stop there.
Dip.
So
dip. There was a big dip.
Dip. Yeah, I got you.
2019 to 20.
But it's just watching him over the last 2 years, you're like, look at everything he does on the field. Like that's a big leaguer. That's a real good, component to have on a big league team.
Lefty. Quality at bat, takes a lot of pitches, can play any of the outfield spots.
Yeah.
That should give you an 8 to 10 year career in the big leagues for sure.
And but right now he is the leader in wins above replacement among position players for the Cubs. He's number 1 in wins above replacement. I don't know. It's just the way that dude goes about it. Tanny and I were texting about him today. What'd you say, Tanny? I'll let you say it.
Well, if I could, if I were building a baseball team, and I'm not saying Mike Tauchman's the best player on the Cubs, even though you guys just said basically the numbers say yes, he is right now.
So far.
But if you're looking to build a player and their approach, someone who you want everyone else in your clubhouse to model their game after, he's the perfect dude. Now, you don't want everyone in the clubhouse to have that type of intensity.
Right.
Like, you need the balance. Like, you need the guys that are just goofing off, but also you need the guys that bring the edge, bring a little bit of grit. But the way he approaches everything, like you guys have been talking about, that's how you want all your players to approach the game, like that, with never ever relenting, no pitches wasted, no at bats wasted. And you might see one here or there, but in big spots and big games, he's not giving away at bats.
Yeah.
And he'll play everywhere for you,
He also has to have just such an incredible, like what Tyone was talking about, the movie aspect of it. He's 33 years old. He's playing for the hometown team after being in Korea.
That's the thing,
man. I
man.
wonder, because he doesn't strike me as that outward with his emotions like with us, but it would be interesting to know genuinely what it means to him, because we've asked him and he's like, yeah, it's great, it's awesome, you've got friends and family, but the level of appreciation that he must have for this opportunity and moment has to be enormous.
Man. It's got to be huge. And there's got to be people in his circle and in his family circle that are just, absolutely thrilled and over the moon about this stuff. And he gets that moment last night. That's why we're talking about it today, because he got that moment. He deserved to have a moment like that. This has been a great chapter of that guy's professional sports career.
Can somebody tell us, is this a major league first? What happened last night? Has there ever been another game that began with a home run and ended with a home run? There's got to be, right?
I think so.
You think so? You think you might have seen one of those?
Nah, I'd remember.
But also, what about the first pitch and last pitch aspect of it? That throws another.
That's what I mean.
Another layer.
Same thing. The first pitch home run, the last pitch home run.
But I mean, starts with a home run could be there could be 10 pitches in. I'm just saying, like
first pitch, yeah.
I can see why this is so popular.
Sounded like you and me sometimes.
I
bring stuff up that you just said.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and then sometimes I quibble unnecessarily.
Yeah.
My favorite baseball games are the ones that end on a walk-off homer, but then they throw 3 more pitches just for funsies.
Just to get a little practice after the game.
I can answer that question in today's Cubs game notes. Last night's game featured a home run with both the first and last pitch of the game. First time that has happened in a game involving the Cubs since May of 1987, when the Reds' Tracy Jones hit a leadoff home run and Bob Dernier ended the game with a walk-off.
But what about the first pitch and the last pitch? Has that ever happened?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Danny, you want to quibble unnecessarily? That's your move.
It could have been the 10th pitch.
Yeah.
There's no way to know.
One of the texts I woke up to from a Sox fan buddy of mine, Kopech should be good tonight. There were 2 pitches last night. Should be good to go against Boston if you're concerned about that.
Good point.
That's a great point.
2 pitches.
Oh,
Didn't help the
great
trade
point.
value.
Yeah. He's 1-6. That's tough. That's tough to do.
David Haugh said it was a good question, smartass. I think he's talking to me.
I think he's talking to you.
Yeah,
Pretty
he just
sure.
texted me. Guy's always listening.
He is. He's on his run.
Running, drinking when running.
I think he's always running while eating a bucket of fried chicken. Right? Or is that just on his birthday?
Bragging about golden retrievers, America's dumbest dog breed.
That's my favorite show.
America's dumbest dog breed.
Hello, and welcome back to America's dumbest dog breed. Today, the Chihuahua.
Looking for a new host after the untimely passing of Bob Saget.
David's typing. I don't know if you want to break it.
No, it's good to be gold.
Well, we need a Joe West update. Have you called him back yet?
No, 4 o'clock hour. Is it the 4 o'clock hour?
It's about to be.
That's the lawsuit now.
All right, it's the lawsuit hour. So we'll have a David Haugh update, a Joe West update. We'll call Dave once that. We got a lot going on. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This fourth, we're throwing a 4 for the.
Then I talked to Mike Talkman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Talkman,
Gotta
the
tell
Palatine
you,
Pounder.
On the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
You got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah,
sure.
man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
Does he think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? You know, who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff. I was
Quarter draft.
super excited.
I got Southport round 1.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay?
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You gotta warm him up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You gotta just a little bit of rubbing around,
break the ice.
Yeah, like loosen him up first.
Yeah,
loosen him up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is like hustling, thinking about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. I was like, oh yeah, we get the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the Pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Talkman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's just It's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is
Yes.
if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like, there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah, there's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
That's he hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock?
670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! You want to pop in here for a couple minutes? I can say hello to you. Mr. Wanstead.
Dave Wanstead.
Shane, wake up.
NFL head coach for 11 years.
The Bears came in here, and Dave Wanstead, there's a happy group of overachievers that have been well coached.
College football national champion.
Dave Wanstead, one of my, really idols.
Super Bowl champion.
I'm a good friend with Wanstead as well. And what's his drink of choice, by the way?
Usually a Manhattan.
Bourbon.
Or Terry Bradshaw bourbon.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, good. I'm an old-fashioned guy myself.
Football analyst for NBC Sports Chicago.
And, Coach, when do you come back for sure? I had some bourbon delivered for you today.
Hey, walk it under. I'll send you a lock and key. Do not let that in your office. We got a bourbon thief in the building.
Yeah, we do.
I'm not letting that lie. I want those security tapes when I get back.
I hope prune juice is all right. It's the only thing I had that was chilled. I'm sorry about that lock on the liquor cabinet. The combination must have just flown out of my head. It's a mental block.
Oh, there's something tall and strong. They get a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. He don't care. I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Cheers. Coach Wanstead is with us. You can see him on Twitch and YouTube. He's on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. What's up, Dave?
What's up, fellas? Miss you guys.
Coach!
Miss you too.
It's great to see you and hear you, and we wish we could be near you. How's everything in your world, Coach?
You know what? It's great. I did a charity thing this morning. Got home. Just got out of the pool, having a sidecar, having a smoke. What can I say? God's good.
Living the dream.
It's good to be Wani, man.
Always.
Smoke weed every day.
I don't believe that's what he
That's what
meant.
you're smoking on, right, Coach?
I don't think so.
No. How about an Arturo Fuente?
There we go.
It's delightful.
Yeah, one of those illegal cigars.
You got a good cigar cutter, Coach, and
Please.
Tell me.
Spigs. Yeah. Please. Spigs. I coached in Miami. Do I have a good cigar cutter?
How many cigar cutters do you own?
And what are their names, Coach?
Oh, please. Forget about it. Let's
Okay.
go. What do you want? Tell Shane, I am Shane.
Yeah, what up?
Yeah, you can just tell him yourself.
I'm here, brother.
I am totally, as much as I enjoyed, and all my compadres down here enjoyed your town car, there's a lot involved in making that. The sidecar is the way to go, buddy.
Yeah, and I don't like cognac that much. I'm surprised you liked the town car with the cognac in it.
Well, I didn't, you know what? The way that they made them down here was Grand Marnier, Bradshaw bourbon, fresh squeezed lemon. Bang, here we go.
And you're doing the one with the amaretto now, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll have that ready for you. When are you coming back?
I don't know. I'm not telling you.
Coach, you said you missed us. What happened?
I just told you I was making you drinks.
I do miss you. Yeah, I'm gonna be back there probably the first week of July.
Okay.
All right. You owe us margaritas and some Mexican food from the Super Bowl bet. That still hasn't happened, Coach.
Okay. I'll go to you know what they just opened up down here, what's the name of it? God, they have one in Chicago.
Chipotle?
No, please. Spigs.
Sorry.
Give me a break. Uncle Julio's.
Oh, yeah, outstanding. That's fine. We'll accept that.
Yeah, it's tough to get an Uncle Julio's. Hey, it's tough to get an Uncle Julio's in Naples, Florida now, okay?
That ours closed here. It's not open anymore.
The one on North Avenue?
Yeah, it's closed.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. All right.
All right. Well, we'll find a place that has nachos and margaritas in the great city of Chicago. I'm sure we could probably find one or two options there.
Yeah.
Dave, we've got a lot of things that we want to talk to you about, and I apologize for starting on a sad note, but he's one of the greats ever. Larry Allen passed away. You had to have I mean, what you knew him obviously. What are your memories of him?
Yeah, Larry, he got drafted by the Cowboys the year after I left, I believe it
Oh,
was.
my
But
apologies.
No, but I did compete against Larry, and I was at several Cowboy functions and met Larry. And it is a tragedy, just as you said, Danny. Probably as dominant a guard. And usually when you look at these offensive linemen, you say, boy, he was a great run blocker, a great pass protector, athlete. Larry was kind of all those things, combined into one. And I know he was John Madden's favorite for 10 years.
Yeah.
And just a tragedy. I don't know what happened. Wade, 52 years old is way too young. I know that.
Yeah, a legendary strength. The video was recirculating of the moment when he benched, was it 700?
700 pounds.
700 pounds that he benched, and the Cowboys teammates just absolutely losing their mind.
In the weight room there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, and he was a good enough athlete to back it up. You know what I mean? So he talked about the first couple of years getting whooped on by Reggie White up there at Green Bay, and how he took that as such a challenge. And what do I got to do? I got to get to the point where I can block Reggie White, So, I mean, he and came from Compton, LA, come from as tough a background. Went to 4 different high schools, guys, before he ended up at Butte Community College and ended up at Simona State up here in LA. But so, I mean, you talk about a guy bounced around from house to house and room to room and still was able to keep his focus and succeed. That's fantastic.
Wow. Well, rest in peace to Larry Allen. We talked a lot about guards yesterday during our Bears report because Tevin Jenkins is sounding really great and thoughtful on the quarterback situation and the offense in general. And then Nate Davis, Coach, when your friend Matt Eberflus talked about Nate Davis, he didn't talk about him in a way that seemed like Nate Davis is locked up as the starting right guard. And I don't know if that's just about his availability or if they like Ja'Tari Carter or the kid Pryor or anything like that. But I mean, would you think that's his job to lose Nate Davis, or do you understand if Flus is a little hesitant?
Yeah, no, Flus is basically telling him, I would guess, that you got to practice. You got to be out here. You got to be part of this thing. This can't be a part-time deal like it was last year. Because, did he do some good things at times? Absolutely. And was he hurt and was he out and not, into it at times? Absolutely. So I think that's the message is Flus saying, I want to see Jenkins have a full year before he starts talking about Caleb Williams. Please. Are you kidding me? That's what I would say. Let's get out there and block somebody for 17 weeks, and then we can talk about Caleb Williams.
He said that too. He said his personal goal this year is to play all 17 games for sure.
That's what he needs to do, and he can. I believe. I hope he does.
The Bears defense is chirping a lot, according to the Bears offense, and there seems to be a legitimate competition of who's going to be the better unit, the Bears offense or the Bears defense. I assume, was that something you tried to cultivate as a coach in your practices?
No, not really. But that's good. I mean, you want competition. When we would have the 2-minute drills on Thursday, I always kept them live on live. And, I wanted our best receivers going against our best defensive guys and vice versa. So I think it's healthy because deep down those guys respect each other. They like each other. And so I don't have a problem with that. But did I cultivate it, to answer your question? No. It just kind of took care of itself, no.
Well, their attitudes maybe are what's taking care of it. That's making it happen. Like Jalen Johnson talking about Keenan Allen and them going against each other. Kyler Gordon talking about Keenan Allen. Like they seem to be enjoying the opportunity to know that they're going against greatness, Coach.
Yeah, greatness speaks. Slow down, but yeah, I think they respect the ability. They respect their teammates on and off the field, and that's all critical to developing a good, healthy culture, a good, healthy chemistry. That's why everything that we're talking about That's why this time of year is so important. They're talking about eliminating this and showing up in June
Mm-hmm.
and trying to develop this type of chemistry and this type of culture when the season is right over the horizon. Are you kidding me? I'm not and I know it's all about money, and they're gonna slip in that 18th game and give the players off. Every player, they're making more money. Why do we don't want to work? Please. Why would you work if you're going to get more money? I mean, so it just makes me nervous for the game, for the development and this team stuff and everything. It's so important to our game of football. It really concerns me, the road that we're going down, as far as letting these guys go on their own for 4 or 5 months and bringing them back. I know Danny's probably a fan of it. Danny never wanted to practice, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, listen, sure, 2-a-days uphill both ways. No, but 4 or 5 months. What are we talking about, Dave? It's June. It's June 6th. They got to practice in the 3rd or 4th week of July. We're talking about 7 or 8 weeks.
Yeah, but he's talking about if they go for the baseball route, kill the OTAs.
It'd be May to August.
Yeah, May to well, they're talking about June, coming back June, right? I mean, they're talking about June, and then coaches, the off season is the time when coaches experiment with new things. We're going to blitz more. We're going to play more man coverage. We're going to play more zone, whatever. Offenses are going to do more play action. And now all of a sudden you say, hey, I don't know if we can afford to do that, guys, because, we got a preseason game coming up here in 5 or 6 weeks in the regular season. I don't want to get fired. Let's not waste time on that. It's going to take something away from the game. And then the last, and there's 10 points I can make, but the other one is experimenting with players. And I don't know how much the Bears are doing, but, I read an article this week about, Jack Campbell from Detroit, the kid out of Iowa. Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, said, we have finally been able to solidify Jack's position this offseason. He is going to be a 4-3 middle linebacker, and that guy is a star. No more playing him outside, blitzing him, doing this. So now you show up in June, are you going to take that chance and maybe move a guy? I don't know. It bothers me. There's a lot of things, and that's 2 of 10 reasons I got where it concerns me.
That's interesting. Yeah, because they're considering that sort of baseball-style approach, and Dave Wanstead giving us good reasons as to why they'd be afraid of it. But you got a problem with baseball, Coach?
I don't have a problem with baseball. Baseball, hockey, NBA, you know what they all have? The preseason. And you can lose 3 or 4 games, Spig, and you're not out of the championship race. You start 0-3 in football, the statistics say you are in trouble. You are in trouble.
College football doesn't have a preseason.
Right, and it's the same deal.
Well, but
what do you think? College football, or is it making the money these guys? I'm just concerned about the game, Danny. You got to start thinking about the game. You got to 5 years from now, where is our game going to be at if we have no off season and these guys aren't developed and we're lining up and we're playing games? What's the product going to look like on the field?
I just think that these guys nowadays, they make millions of dollars, professional athletes, professional trainers. They're not taking carpentry jobs in the offseason. They got personal coaches. They have a high motivation to make a bunch of money. They're not going to just all of a sudden start going to fast food restaurants and lollygagging in the offseason. They're still gonna work out. They're still gonna be prepared.
They're doing yoga. Hot yoga. Okay, good. Go do your hot yoga.
Yeah. All right. How about goat yoga? Would you try goat yoga, Coach? That's quite the craze these days. A lot of people doing yoga. They're doing yoga with goats, and it's supposed to be relaxing somehow.
Oh, God, Spig. Are you kidding me? Let's talk baseball before we're talking goat yoga.
All right, hey, let's talk Hard Knocks.
Yeah, how would you do, Coach, if you were forced to do Hard Knocks? How would that go over in your office if they came in and said, by the way, your team's on Hard Knocks?
Probably the second meeting, if I didn't say it, Tony Wise would. He would say, so-and-so, you never say a damn word during the week in a staff meeting, and you haven't shut up since the camera's been on. To me, I've watched enough of this nonsense. And to me, the guys that have something of substance to say generally don't care about saying it to a national audience. You know, and the guys that have little to say, they're the ones that are on there cussing and screaming, and I don't know. It's good. And let me say this, that HBO has done a fantastic job of the way they put it together and splice it and make the players, there's no embarrassment. The players, the coaches, everybody, and the Bears need this. With the Bears facilities, the improvement, they got facilities second to none. They got great players. I like Flus. I think it's good for the public to see Flus as a person. So I think it's good for the Bears organization, for the Bears fans. Fantastic. Okay, but I just told you what I think happens.
So good for the organization. That's interesting. Just like you think coaches play to the cameras, but what do you think makes it good for the organization?
Facilities, right? Their fan base, their fans.
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna talk about things, and players around the league are gonna say, "Wow, that's the Bears weight room. That's the Bears got 3, 4, 5 practice fields and an indoor." I think there's a lot of good things that the Bears have done over the last 10 years, facility-wise, organization-wise, that I think is a real plus. That probably people assume that it's the old Bears like it was back in the day.
All right. Wait, when Spiegel said, great, I said earlier, Dave, and we got
greatness about Keenan Allen and Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, well,
he doesn't like that.
And you said, greatness, like hold on. That's something that I've been thinking about a lot. People just keep saying, and I get why Caleb says it, or, Keenan Allen say, like, gassing up your own players, talking them up. I understand that. But I feel like a lot of Bears fans keep saying the Bears have a top 5 defense, when there is actually not much evidence at all to suggest that they are a top 5 defense. They played like it occasionally after Montez Sweat was there and the secondary was healthy. They beat Josh Dobbs, Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, Jared Goff, Sam Howell, Brian Hoyer, and Taylor Heineke last year. Not exactly an A-list group of quarterbacks. What do you think is reasonable to say the Bears' defense is based on what they've actually accomplished?
I think they're a top 10 defense, our upper half of the league, and that's all you got to be, guys. You don't have to be a top 5. I had a top 5 defense. I had a number 1 rusher in the National Football League in Ricky Williams. I had an all-pro kicker, and we didn't win a Super Bowl, okay? Because Tom Brady and Peyton Manning performed. I mean, Jay Fiedler was good. He won a lot of games. I love Jay like a son. But it's going to come down to the quarterback, guys. And you can have a top 5 defense. You can run the ball. I mean, I've gone down that route. Please.
Hey, last thing for you, Coach. The big story around here right now is that Caleb Williams has to get used to the cadence at the line of scrimmage, and he's got to be louder because it's been a lot of claps when he was at USC in Oklahoma, and hand signals and stuff. So he's learning it, and but he's got to work on it. Have you have any experience with quarterbacks who weren't loud enough, and you had to lean on him and get him to really, dig in on that kind of thing?
Probably not, to be very honest with you. But I get, the way these college kids are now in the shotgun and not under center. I love it that they're using them up under center some. I mean, I think that changes the whole complexion of how you have to defend an offense. When your quarterback's up under center, and he can obviously do the hard count, and he can change up the play and they can run it better. You can play action better, and you can drop back and throw better. So I love the fact that they're doing under center snaps to some degree. What? I don't know.
Hey, show us the cigar, Coach, before we get out of here. Oh, look at that stogie. That looks good. My goodness. Want to come down there and sit with you and smoke one of those, Coach?
Yeah, like I say, we just take a dip here and then have a smoke and have a little sidecar. Shane, sidecar. I'm taking a break on your time cars, buddy.
You got a problem with that, Shane?
No, I mean, drink what you want. Dude.
Yeah, right. Seems like free country.
If you want the sidecar, we'll make the sidecar. That's fine.
I suggest a Manhattan myself.
Hey, who come up with the locks on the cupboard doors? Tanny? Was that Tanny's at it again?
Yeah, of course it was Tanny.
Yeah. Okay.
What you think?
Who else, Coach? Who else?
Well, my man Terry's out of business.
Oh,
I know. We're gonna find better bourbon.
Why do you think? Yeah. Why do you think it went out of business, Dave?
Oh, hey.
Because I was drinking all of it. You were.
Yeah, you were giving it away for free.
Now tell me, Coach, is he still doing the jerky? Did that business survive?
Oh God, he wouldn't know. He doesn't care.
Okay, why should we?
He's in a. Last time I talked to him, he's in Hawaii for 6 months. He shows up a week before the season.
Oh,
6
my
months.
goodness. That's getting it done. Oh. That's half the year, Coach.
Well, why does he then live in Oklahoma during the season when he has to commute to L.A.? Why not just stay in Hawaii in football season and fly to L.A.?
When we get Terry on the show this year, if we can get him from talking to his parents,
yeah,
we will talk to him about why he spends so much time in Hawaii. He'd rather talk about that than Caleb Williams, probably.
You're not going to give Terry to the morning show like you give all the other guests to the morning show?
Oh, man. Oh, Jimmy would not. He would not be fun to be on our show right now.
I bet it'd be fun. I bet it'd be fun, but he might not,
No. He told the morning show guys, they said, what are you doing now? He said, what am I doing now?
Oh, yeah.
He says, I just iced on the cooler with Heineken. As soon as I hang up, I'm in the boat and I'm out on the ocean. I'm gone. This was at 7:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
Right, so we'd get him after the Heineken.
Coach, you're not getting him after 9. I wouldn't.
In all honesty, the boat is loaded. I've got the ice and the cold ones on it right now, and as soon as I get off this phone, I'm starting the engines and I'm going offshore.
Yeah. Life seems to be going pretty well for you and Terry and for Jimmy as well.
How good is that? How good is that with Jimmy? He's the best.
It's
That
very
is
good.
Outstanding.
All right, Dave, enjoy Paradise, and we'll see you back here in July.
Oh, yeah. I'll be there. Looking forward to it, guys. Love you.
Thanks,
All right.
Coach.
Love you, too.
Love that guy.
That's Dave Wanstead.
Best.
He's the best.
I'm a little worried that Terry's going to be there all off season. I mean, then they can't experiment. They can't work on things for the Fox pregame show.
Also, what a dumb question it would be to Terry Bradshaw. Hey, why do you spend so much time in Hawaii? Oh, I don't know.
It's lovely there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Terry.
Because I'm rich and it's paradise?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's probably a pretty quick answer.
There's that. But you're right. It'd be a shorter flight to L.A. than Oklahoma, wouldn't it?
It just seems like a silly thing to do.
Yeah.
Spend football season in Oklahoma when you could spend football season in any amount of time in Hawaii.
I want to see his cigar cutters. I want to see his cigar ashtrays. I assume he's got like the lighter that looks like a flamethrower. The hell am I trying to say?
I don't know. Texter asks,
struggling.
I just got off work. Any updates on Joe West?
Good question.
That's a good question. Bears report at 5 o'clock. NBA final starts tonight. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m.
House Speaker Chris Welch on the stadium projects with the Bears and the White Sox, the climate in the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago.
It's not 1987. Unfortunately, there's just no appetite for what these teams are seeking right now. And that's not a lack of them trying. There's just no appetite to use taxpayer money to fund stadiums for billionaires.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Kane County Cougars Baseball.
Let the bass kick. Let the bass kick. Let the bass. Let the bass kick.
Look at this.
Here he comes.
Look at this.
He threatened. It's happening.
Are you kidding me?
Look at that.
Tune in to Twitch. Get on.
Look
at this.
That looks unbelievable.
That is a smash
Shane,
burger.
Shane, I want you to know. Okay?
Hold on, Dave. He's got to walk out there and I think
He's got to get yours.
I assume he's got to get mine.
I'm not going to tell you I'm vegetarian or anything, okay, with this burger. Okay?
Thank you, Shane.
I want you to know. You notice how I'm dressed today? Yeah. You kind of gave me a heads up that you were doing this. Yeah. So I put this is wait. When I go to a 5-star restaurant or eat, I don't go for the jeans and I don't walk in a pair of tennis shoes. I get dressed up. This is 5-star.
That's great, Dave. You look great. You dressed up for Shane's burger.
I did. We allowed to eat this?
Yeah, here you go. I'm giving you some
pass some napkins around.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to talk. No, I can't.
Well, no, but I mean, every once. Why don't you take your bite?
You take the first bite.
You take the first bite.
We're the hosts. We're used to that. We can remind people.
Look at this thing, huh?
Yeah, it's a smash burger. This burger.
All right, you guys.
How good is this?
This burger is fantastic. You like it, Dave?
This is the closest thing to an In-N-Out burger in L.A. that I've had.
Oh, wow. That's insulting.
Insulting? You can't.
In-N-Out burger is very overrated, Dave.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Have you ever had one?
Yeah, I have.
Shane, this is unbelievable.
Thank
this
you.
burger. I don't know
Appreciate that.
what'd you do to make the crust of the burger.
Can we just
the way
play
it is?
some music while we eat it?
That's the epitome of the smash burger, to get that crust on the edges where you really focus on, like, when you're smashing it, to round off with your hands so the edges towards the end get much thinner than the center, and then you kind of get that crisp.
Unbelievable crisp. And are you still doing this on the Schmiel app?
I'm going to navigate soon away from the Schmiel and become my own entity, but I am still doing it on the Schmiel app, and a lot easier now.
Where
thanks to that
where can
Blackstone.
somebody buy this at?
My DMs. You just DM me, and then you come by my house.
Folks, Shane's Meat is the real business.
Yeah, this is good stuff. timer,
Richard Sturbridge
of the Oak Ridge Boys.
Can you get Joe West on, by the way?
We want to talk to Joe,
I would love
too.
to talk to Joe West. It's his day. I'd like to talk to him.
Afternoons on the Score.
I think they're just a bad outfit.
The latest on the saga with Joe West, the show, and MLB Shots Fired is...
Here's today's Joe West update.
2 pieces of production for this update.
Joe West called me this morning at about 11:15 before I got in the shower. And yes, I know that's late to be getting in the shower. It was a weird morning. I called him back in the 4 o'clock hour to stay true to the Joe West segment. Joe West did not pick up.
Oh, my goodness.
Joe West did not pick up my phone call. I have sent the audio.
You have? Okay, that's an update.
To the lawyer, Wayne, over at Signal Law. We're just waiting for Joe to call us back, so we will interrupt any programming necessary.
Including the Cubs game.
Yes. I'll call Coom and forward the message along.
Maybe Coom could just slide that into the Cubs game. It's a good idea.
Should Joe call me back?
All right, sounds good. Bears report coming up at 5 o'clock.
I can add this as a listener reminded us earlier. Joe West has an excellent track record when it comes to suing media members and getting damages. Paul LaDuca, the former catcher for the Mets and the Dodgers, defamed Joe West in a podcast, and in 2021. Joe West won a lawsuit against Paul LaDuca and the Action Network in the amount of $500,000.
Right. That's what I've been telling you guys. This is the same lawyer.
From the LaDuca lawsuit.
It's the same lawyer from the LaDuca case.
So I don't think that...
I thought you said it was the same from the one that Angel Hernandez sued baseball with.
No, Angel has used the lawyer, but not for that.
Okay.
According to Joe.
So he went back in his lawsuit hour. He reached into his lawsuit file and said, this is my guy who's going to help me take down MLB Shots Fired because he helped me take down LaDuca. I like it. This is good.
Man, we might get more than dinner out of this.
Also, he's turning into Will Ferrell's impersonation of George Bush.
Yeah.
Strategery.
I'm a decider. Mission accomplished.
Look, my Joe West was unpolished even before this, okay? It's only gotten
You
worse.
certainly have time here to work out the kinks.
I was going to say, we got a lot of updates coming.
In this segment, you mean?
No. You can be done for this segment.
Oh, thanks, Danny.
I'm saying.
What if I don't want to be done?
No, just like, please be done for this segment.
Yeah. It's a better way to ask it.
That's fine.
That's a better way to
That's
ask it.
just a bad outfit.
Yeah,
Bad
that's a
outfit.
request that I will think about granting. Sure.
Media question for you.
Yes,
not
sir.
related to Joe West.
Okay.
How do you believe ESPN will handle Adrian Wojnarowski reporting that the Lakers are zeroing in on Dan Hurley for the Lakers job when Shams Charania reported that J.J. Redick was the guy, and J.J. Redick is the analyst for the NBA Finals tonight with Adrian Wojnarowski as a reporter?
Huh. That's interesting.
Isn't that a...
Because I thought you were just asking in terms of you don't want the story to outshine the finals. Because MLB...
Oh, I disagree in this case.
Well, that's the thing. Well, MLB has a long history of not wanting like free agent stuff or other stories. I remember when the A-Rod contract with the Rangers happened during the World Series, and MLB was pissed that the news had gotten out there to outshine the games themselves. But you're saying from ESPN's perspective, they'd like their story about from their guy.
What I'm saying is, from ESPN's perspective, you have consistently not cut through with your pregame show or your postgame show offering. The NBA scheduling says this is when the NBA finals start, regardless of how long the conference finals go. So it's been, 6 days since a conference finals game?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
What better way than to drive someone and eyeballs to your pregame show than by opening the show with Stephen A. Smith, Michael Wilbon, Adrian Wojnarowski, and Malika Andrews interviewing J.J. Redick? Isn't that a no-brainer?
Yeah.
Hey, JJ.
Are you not getting this job?
I know you're getting ready to coach the finals.
Maybe not opening it, but opening the show.
Broadcast the finals, not coach the finals. Broadcast the finals. I don't know. I see, because I would say you do it early because it's the news of the day in the league, and then you get to normal pregame and hyping it up, and it'll go viral, and the NBA Finals broadcast is on, and people will start tuning in to see if there's any more. Like, I think you open with it. We will get to the finals in a minute. Our top NBA reporter is reporting that our top analyst is no longer the person that had been reported for the Lakers job. JJ Redick, what's going on? He needs to address it tonight.
Yeah,
he needs to address it.
I bet he will. I bet I'm going to say segment 3. That they'll tease it a couple of times and do it that way.
Okay.
That they'll do it
but you think
in
it
the
happens
C block.
on pregame and not during, not in game?
No. I think it happens during pregame. Maybe the B block. But I think it is that the term?
Yeah, B block would be the term. It's TV guy.
Yeah, TV guy.
Yeah. B block would be the term.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's an interesting question though. Another NBA media story while we're here.
Yeah, sure.
Did you see the report from Front Office Sports that TNT is in negotiations to still end up with a piece of the NBA broadcast package? Either the fourth wheel, if you will. You need 4 of them, I think. But
unless it's a tricycle.
Because the other 3 entities will have more games, but they're going to break off a chunk maybe and give it to TNT, and that way Inside the NBA could remain on TNT as part of whatever games they end up on. So it could be that Inside the NBA on TNT in full with Ernie Johnson is not indeed dead, whereas it has seemed that show was destined to be done, at least Ernie being a part of it, since he's definitely going to stay with Turner. So I'm hoping that show remains intact, even if they don't have a prime slate of games.
I was going to say, I'd want them to get big games. I'd want them to have the regularity of it.
Still tune in for it, to watch them over there.
Probably, and I saw that it could be like local games flexed into it too, which would be kind of a cool way to do it.
Well, yeah, because NBA TV does that all the time.
Yeah,
under the umbrella. You know?
So those caliber of games, hey, maybe the Bulls would actually get some inside the NBA games at this point.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, TNT Bulls is
imagine
many years in the past.
Charles and Shaq bitching about the quality of the games that they have.
Al Michaels on Thursday Night Football type of thing.
Yeah.
Well, because they have it for next year. Like, TNT still has it for next year. While it will be very sad to lose inside the NBA, Chuck has said he doesn't want to do it forever. Shaq's a gazillionaire. Ernie's a loyal guy. I do think it would be kind of fun to have them go out with a bang. Like, one more year, we've lost the rights, we're pissed at our bosses, we're pissed at the league, we're pissed at everybody, but we're all made guys, and just go out with the best year that show's ever had.
A texter says, Danny loves the pre-show meeting so much that he's fantasizing about ABC's NBA Finals pre-show meeting.
Did you text that, Shane? I do. I'm just saying, it's an interesting spot.
It is.
You have your main reporter contradicting the second biggest reporter in the sport about your lead analyst for the most high-profile job in your sport. That's an interesting story.
It's another Thursday. It's another friend of Spiegel's coming over to the house to watch NBA. Looking forward to tonight.
Different friend?
Different friend.
Wow, look at you. You're having play dates for the NBA games.
I got NBA buddies, and we always gather. These are... It's a good viewing hang when you don't really have a dog in the fight, and the competition should be high level.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to watch the game tonight. We have a Bears report in 20 minutes. We can get into some of the specifics of the game as we eagerly await Joe West's return phone call. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670.
We got to know each other, and I still do this. Because the twins, the daughters, told me, they were like, we'd like it if you kept doing Buffon.
These are Doug Buffon's twin daughters.
Yes.
Loved your work as Doug Buffon.
Yes.
The quarterback stunk. The offensive line stunk. Special teams stunk. Defense stunk. The running game stunk. The coaches stunk.
We are live from 6 Heavenly at 6 Heavenly, the score. Let's go to Donna. Donna on the 355. What do you got to say for yourself? First, let me talk, and then I'm going to hang up and hear your answer. That was garbage out there today. What they did, they couldn't kick a can down a grocery store aisle if it was open until they did it. I've seen parking lot games better than that. Okay, I watched two guys standing outside of a Jules, right? That got clotheslined by Richard Dent in 1996, and those guys got up and played harder than what I saw today. Okay, I'm sick of it.
Oh God,
I could do it forever.
Everybody's talking about who they're going to pick number one. First of all, how do you have 7 rounds? You end up with 4 picks. Well, there's 3 guys named Doug in the draft right now. All right, take that guy out of West Virginia. You want a Doug on this thing? A lot of people, I know, I line up next to the greatest of all time. All you had to do was look left. Okay? And you might see me over there. I don't care if this guy wears a dress on the field if he wins. I don't care if he has a gin and tonic between the second and third quarter. Call it drink time for all I care. Happy half hour.
So you're okay with the nails if he paints his nails
He
and
can
stuff?
paint his nails anything he wants as long as he paints the town red, winning the game. I can't take it anymore, OB. I'm going to go.
He should have came out firing with brimstone.
Firing with brimstone.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God, it was special radio.
Let's go to the black psychiatrist on line 6.
You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, it's physicists, Doug. I don't care what you are. Just say how they're going to fix this team.
A lot of circumstances going on in the world that are bigger than the basketball kind of competitive side of things.
That's Kyrie Irving, who makes his return to Boston tonight after pledging that he wanted to be a Celtic for life, have his number retired in the rafters if they'll have him, and then he never played another game for him again. The Celtics are a pretty serious favorite. They are a 6.5-point favorite in the game tonight. They are a minus 225 favorite for the series, but they have been here before. They have been close before.
Mm-hmm.
They have never gotten it done. And the best closer is on the Mavericks.
Best players on the Mavericks.
The best players on the Mavericks. And maybe the second best closer is on the Mavericks. We know that Kyrie is not afraid of the moment and the ball in his hand at the end of the game. And there is at least some question about Jason Tatum in that regard, even though I think Jaylen Brown is also fantastic.
I think Kyrie and Luka, the way they're working together, taking turns and playing off each other when necessary, but either one with the ability to take over, I just think it's going to be too much. I think those two guys are, I don't think you're going to outclose those two guys if the games are tight in general. Maybe they won't be tight in general, you know, but I'm taking Dallas. I'm taking Dallas in 6.
You should bet them.
I will. I will indeed.
You should bet them.
Bet Dallas in 6. I'm thinking those two guys can close, and I like the young bigs of Dallas. Young, athletic, springy, willing bigs who are just very happy to do their job as lob catchers and rim protectors, and Lively and Gafford. One thing that gives me pause.
2-1 for it to go 6 games.
Okay.
I'm trying to come up with Dallas in 6 for you.
Danny, what did you say to Young Biggs?
That blocked him?
Yeah. Wait, did you say something to Young Biggs too?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I mean,
yeah, I know. Yeah, the way you reacted made it seem like you weren't paying attention.
I was trying to look up odds for Speaks for Dallas.
I should have hit harder. I'm just going to go kill myself.
No,
don't do it. Don't do it.
No, it's not
Joe
worth
West
it.
doesn't have our number. We need him to get back to you.
I let you down there.
That's
I'm sorry.
why. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Don't do it. Don't do
I'm
it,
sorry.
Shane.
I'll stop looking this
We
up.
enjoy you too much.
I don't know why I can't find it, though. Go on.
So the one thing that gives me pause, a lot of good individual defenders on that Celtics team. If you notice that, Drew Holiday, ladies and gentlemen, you put Drew on Luka, you put Jaylen Brown on Kyrie, or the other way around. Derek White is your third option.
They're gonna throw a lot of people at him.
They're going to throw a lot of people.
There'll be primary defenders. Drew will obviously get very tough assignments, I would guess, on Kyrie.
Drew's the wild card, man. That's a freaking winner who can do a lot of things and has already won a title and is an absolute killer.
Porzingis being back, if he's actually healthy, that top 5 of Tatum, Brown, White, Holiday, and Porzingis
is pretty outrageous.
It's not only is it pretty outrageous,
they can all shoot threes.
Yeah, and if you were going to draft players in this series, would Boston not have 5 of the top 7? I mean, if Porzingis is what he is, and Derek White's a great two-way player, got an all-star vote this year, I think that Boston, while their path to the finals has been such a cakewalk, and Tatum has a tendency to float, he still is an excellent basketball player. He's clearly a top 10 player in the NBA.
For sure. Jaylen Brown might be better, but
so just with that, then the gap isn't that large.
No. But I mean, like we saw it. We saw it against Minnesota. The depth is great. I just think the way that the playoffs happen, the way that it's refereed, the time of all the TV breaks and stuff like that, Kyrie and Luka can be leaned on a crazy amount to play very high minutes, and they will get opportunities to win games at the end, and I suspect they will.
Them closing is a legit thing, obviously. It's just I think the better team is Boston. I think the depth of Boston is going to win out.
By my count, 3 former Bulls in this series. Got the 2 on Dallas.
Yeah.
With
Gafford
and Derek Jones Jr. And then Luke Cornett.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Luke Cornett.
Is there another
gets
one?
run.
He gets plenty of run. I don't think there's another one.
No.
Believe it or not, Jim Boylan said that he reminds him of Robert Horry.
What?
There is that.
Oh, that's Stacy.
There is that.
What would Stacy have done if he heard John Triffin say they were just catching teams at the wrong time?
He would have laughed at him.
What?
He would have laughed harder at him than Stone did. Stone laughed gently.
Yeah. Stacy would have laughed harder.
Laughed a little bit more aggressively.
Probably.
Yeah. It's fun to imagine, though.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, so Dallas and 6.
Dallas and 6, baby. Let's go.
All right, yeah.
You want a piece of that?
I mean, sure.
You want a margarita bet?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Whatever you want to put up on it.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Wait, little margarita bet?
Uh-huh.
Margarita bet. I could take a margarita bet. I could definitely do that.
Does Joakim Noah still owe you, or do you owe him?
That's no. He owes me. That's
3 years
that's
ago.
the last time Boston lost in the finals. Actually, yeah, 3 finals ago.
What's the interest like on a margarita bet? How many more margaritas is that compounded?
I would just be so
Good
happy
question.
for him to have to pay. I would charge him no interest to just have to buy 1 round of margaritas if the two of us could drink them together.
Joe was talking about the margarita bet that he has with you when he and I were having margaritas last week.
Oh man, and I didn't get the invite.
Joe West?
That's
Joe West
cool.
was
Joakim Noah.
You say Joe.
Shane and a bunch of Joes.
You say Joe, and I'm just figuring you're talking about Joe West.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how it goes.
I usually am.
Yeah.
Usually.
You should be.
Just imagine the posse all sitting around having some margs, you know?
Joe Flam, Joakim Noah, Joe West.
Got my lawyer.
Shane.
Got my lawyer from
The
Signal.
techie guy put us onto these margs.
Techie guy Joe.
Techie guy's great with a blender. He rigged the blender to work extra fast. It's amazing.
Big day in Bears land. Mark Grody was there. It's the last day of mandatory minicamp. Sounds like a good time for a Bears report on the score.
670 The Score is always live on the free Odyssey app. Whether you're on the L or on the Metra, take the score with you. What are we doing? We're a radio station. Correct, but a radio station with an app. So when you're going from point A to point B, take the score with you.
Pick us up on the Odyssey app.
You really should. When you're in the comforts of your own home, take the score with you. Whether you're catching us live or on the rewind feature,
I strongly recommend anybody who missed it to rewind on the Odyssey app.
Take 670 The Score with you. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
A secure retirement just doesn't happen by accident. When that day comes...
I said earlier this year, back in October, 3 names, if they were going to fire Eberflus in season that I would want them to pursue. I said Shane Waldron. Last week, or the week, the day that they fired the offensive staff, and Spiegs went through 8 offensive coordinator names. I said, my top guy's not on there. He's like, who's your top guy? I said Shane Waldron. Because given the set of circumstances for this job, do I think that he's a better candidate than Ben Johnson? No. But given you weren't firing Eberflus, so you were not going to be able to interview candidates who were a part of the head coaching cycle, and given that he's worked with a bunch of different quarterbacks, none of whom you would say are tier 1 elite level talents, good players. I mean, Kirk Cousins, good player. Russell Wilson, good player. Jared Goff, good player. But no one would say these are the guys that are great regardless of the system, right? Sean McVay propped up Jared Goff, then he struggled, then he goes to Detroit, arguably the best offensive line in football, very good receivers, very good running game, very good play caller, and Jared Goff has been very good again for 2 years in a row. Russell Wilson started out great, then tailed off, then seemed to bounce back a little bit this year. Kirk Cousins has been up and down, been much better recently. Then, of course, Geno Smith left for, anonymity in the NFL for 8 years, comes back, gets with Shane Waldron, makes the Pro Bowl, completes 70% of his passes, and has a 4,300-yard season with 30 touchdowns against only 11 picks. So Shane Waldron has done a nice job with average to above average quarterback talent. And he's been a play caller. I don't think you can draw a huge conclusion on Caleb or Fields because of the Waldron hire. In theory, he should be able to coach either, as evidenced by the different level of talents that I already mentioned.
Presented to you by your local Hyundai dealer. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago.
The Score!
Here's the man that you fear most in football staring you right in the face.
Mark Grody.
I call him a maniac, a stone maniac.
Covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
You had to overcome the mystique. It was almost like an odor. He exuded a kind of a presence.
His whole damn life was football. Wasn't driving a pretty car. Wasn't going to the local bar, pounding your chest, I'm the greatest. It was the opposite.
Mark Grody.
He was Moby Dick in a goldfish bowl.
Mark Grody with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Mark Grody, our intrepid Bears reporter. Mandatory minicamp is in the past. We will not hear or see Bears until late July. Are you grieving the loss of the Bears?
Only a little bit, Danny, because there's still some OTAs left, but the veterans will not be there. It's just going to be some of the rookies. So yeah, this is always kind of an emotional day because there's the gap now between now and the actual start of training camp. And today was, it felt like the day before summer vacation, a much shorter practice today. They did not do as much as they usually do, or certainly the duration. The wind was whipping around in Lake Forest. That was a bit of a factor today. Caleb Williams and 7-on-7 touchdown passes to Spiegel. Velus Jones Jr. Again. I mean, I was thinking about that, Speaks, about Velus Jones Jr. And now that there are zero expectations for Velus Jones Jr., considering who is here. Maybe he quietly surprises some people, and he catches passes and comports himself well. Who knows?
Yeah, look, if he's got a defined role as the return guy and they use him every once in a while with his speed and such, it's a hell of a lot less pressure. He will be the 9th most important offensive weapon on that team, right?
Yeah. No doubt about it. And just continuing on with just a few other notes from practice today. There was some poor timing on a sideline pass that I saw with Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze, up and down in the final red zone period today for sure. But one of the things that caught all of our eyes, and you had to watch fast because it was the very first play of 11-on-11. They had a little trick play going. Caleb Williams passing it to the sideline or to behind the line of scrimmage to Keenan Allen, who then passes the ball. Keenan Allen passes the ball to DeAndre Swift. It turned out to be incomplete. And I asked Matt Eberflus right afterwards, I said, hey, what was going on with that trick play to start it? And he just kind of looked at me and said, why not? I said, yeah, why
Hard
not?
Knocks.
He's like a trick shot guy.
It was a why not situation. So that was his explanation of that. The big deal today, though, was Caleb Williams to the podium. A very aggressive day with the media. First time in a while that we've gotten to talk to him. And let's start with what has been considerably the biggest issue by all accounts. and that has been the issues with the cadence. And I asked Caleb Williams about that.
Just finding the green line is right in the middle of where we need it. So everybody can be on the same page. That's the biggest thing. And so that the center can hear me, the right tackle, left tackle, right guard, the back, left guard, wide receiver. Everybody can hear me. So it's just finding the balance between it all, not being too loud on certain plays and things like that, not being voice too low. So just working practice-wise, just working through it. Obviously, in college, a lot of teams are clap cadence, and so just it's been 4 years since I've been verbal. So it's just getting back to the verbal cadence is really what it is.
Interesting. 4 years since he's been verbal. So he did it in high school, but just hasn't done it. It's interesting, Groats. This does not seem like something that should derail the man. Unless he has voice troubles of some kind.
No, far from it. I think that this is, he was very confident that this is something that can get taken care of. And like we were talking about yesterday, this is the biggest issue the offense has, and the Bears are in great shape. For the record, I did not detect any issues with the cadence today. There had been the previous 2 days that we were out here. But yeah, and especially since, Tevin Jenkins being open about it, and that in the locker room and in the classrooms where they're working on this stuff, they're all giving input to this guy. This is not something where guys are just going to sit back and wait for it to happen. These offensive linemen and these receivers are going to say, here's what I need, here's what you need to do. So you've got 10 other guys on that offense that are going to be helping to coach Caleb Williams to get that right and telling him what they need. And it's something that, I can't imagine that this won't be something that is good to go by, at least a week into training camp.
Yeah, and like you said, it's so common in college that Jaden Daniels and Drake May, they're going through the same thing. Quarterbacks go through the same thing the vast majority of the time when they make this transition from college to the pros. So this is what he is supposed to be working on in the first week of June.
Yeah, absolutely. And they knew it. They told us. And it, nobody likes hearing it because it sounds boring, like getting in and out of the huddle, calling the plays, all of that. You literally how you use your voice, how you, I
was going to say they talked about that too, right? It's not just the cadence at the line. It's the verbalizing of the play calls too, right? The actual terminology.
Yeah, there wasn't much of that either in college in terms of actually huddling up and verbalizing the calls. So, and as I've said, this is something that is common with many, as you pointed out, Danny, other college quarterbacks, the way it was with Justin Fields at Ohio State and Mitch Trubisky to a different degree at North Carolina. So it's commonplace, and you just hope that he picks it up. But I believe that he will. I thought another interesting thing that Caleb Williams was talking about today, because we project so much on him and we tell you what we think is important. And one of the questions to him was, on his first NFL practices and what it has been like relative to what he may have expected it to be like in the NFL so far.
I didn't come in necessarily with expectation to be and seem like a 13-year vet. I came in to work my tail off, show the guys that I'm here. I'm working my tail off. I'm progressing, and trying not to make the same mistake again. That's the biggest thing, day in and day out, is trying not to make the same mistake over and over and learn from them. And so I think that's been my biggest, thing for me, and also understanding that I'm leading an organization and a team. So, just having that mindset and being in that mind state, and just trying to find my flow.
So, he's an impressive dude. He's an impressive young man, and he's thinking about every level of what that job is. And it's not going to get to hear from him again until what, late July for minicamp?
Yeah, probably the day before training camp starts. And I've got some dates that I'll get to a little bit later on in terms of that. But yeah, that'll probably be it until July. I thought it was interesting too. Some of the follow-up stuff he was asked, like, what's the biggest challenge you're facing right now? And what's something that you thought maybe, that's easier than you thought it would be. In terms of the challenge, he did go back to the cadence, but the part about what's easier than you thought, he basically said nothing is easy. And he credited the top 5 Bears defense, as he put it. So I thought that was interesting. That's the right answer. You don't want to go out here and start saying that things are easy right now, because that would probably not be a good look. And quite frankly, he's doing a lot of thinking out there right now.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. So we'll see how it develops, obviously. The story really was the competitive fire at Topgolf, and then breaking all sorts of restrictions and zoning issues, and you can't keep a business open that late. He's breaking laws already with Topgolf being open till 1 a.m. with Cole Kmet.
Yeah, exactly. They kept it open per, apparently Caleb Williams' request, and the way Cole Kmet was telling us, it was kind of Cole Kmet's fault because Cole Kmet was dominating and beating Caleb Williams. But I'm glad somebody asked about this, because this controversy was straightened out and Caleb Williams gave it a new twist for sure.
I heard about this. I actually haven't seen the clip or something. Cole actually came to me at lunch and said he talked about it. But I couldn't. And let's put it this way: Cole beat me. Cole did not win Topgolf. Let's put it that way. Cole beat me. You see how Cole was. He said that he won. He just beat me. Brett Ripp won. I was competing to catch up to Brett. And then the game turned off. I got cold. After that, I tried to reset it and all of that. And, I ended up coming in third place instead of second or first, which I was shooting for first. But Cole did not win the game. Cole beat me. Let's put it that way.
Wow.
Thanks, y'all. Thanks, everybody. Bye. The Bears.
He did it again.
What an adorable guy.
Was that Go Bears or did you say Dub Bears?
Oh
my God.
I went back and listened to the presser after you hear it the first time. I didn't catch it the first time, but I was like, he did it again. He did Bears.
Oh my God.
I just love it. I love it.
He's adorable, and this whole town has a crush on him.
As they should.
As they
all
should.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Bye. The Bears.
The Bears. He's a child.
He really is.
Our hopes and dreams for the Bears being good rest with a child.
Yeah, and he wants to make sure that everybody knows that Cole Kmet only finished second at their Topgolf
I
gathering.
like that level of petty too. And by the way, the ego of him to think that he could beat Brett Rippon. Didn't Cole Kmet say he's a scratch golfer? And at their golf outing, he bombed one like 340 yards or something off the tee. So I do not believe that Caleb Williams, because I just saw one video of his golf swing from the Bears charity golf outing.
Was it before or after the machine got turned off by accident and he got cold?
This was before the Topgolf. I'm just saying, that golf swing does not suggest that he has any shot at beating a scratch golfer.
Well, good. You know why?
Yeah.
Because he's worried about quarterbacking. Brett Rippon, this is why he's not good in the league, is that he's been spending too much time on the golf game. You with me, Groats?
That's like Manley.
Yeah. By the way,
Manley's job was easier.
It was Danny, not 340. They've been very specific. Brett Rippon, 337. You can't just round off like that.
My bad. 337 is a missile off the tee. So
and Caleb, when he did the Bears thing, he actually had turned around and then came back to the podium to do that. So I don't know if he felt like he owed it to us, but as far as I'm concerned, he could do that after every single one of his press conferences.
Thanks, everybody. Bye. The Bears.
Oh my God. It is really a texter says just how awesome this moment is to be a Bears fan. It's true. You got that feeling of next, which is just an incredible feeling to have for the team overall. And you've got a young quarterback who's showing some stuff on the field and on the podium, and just a different level of maturity, frankly, than both the guys we've been dealing with.
Oh yeah, I mean the personality is. I mean, right when he came out, he's like, "Hey, how you guys all doing?" Like we're not really used to that. Considering Justin Fields over the last 3 years, and we dissected all of his press conferences trying to find out where he is and where's the personality and all that.
Yep.
That's not going to be an issue with Caleb Williams.
So there is a transition at safety for the Bears. All the public comments seem to be going well. What are you hearing and seeing?
My guy, Kevin Byard, I'm such a fan.
Yeah, Byard's great. A lot of players speaking very highly of him. And I asked, Jaquan Brisker was up there today. And I asked him, what's the difference between playing with Kevin Byard rather than Eddie Jackson?
This year with KB, we've been playing a lot, left and right. I'll say that's different. Those guys are both great players. Really no drop off. But that's really the difference. They're playing left and right, and then KB has a lot of football IQ, a lot of veteran football IQ that he has brought to the team, a lot of leadership. He's very vocal and things like that. So it's been good.
Did he have some influence in that, playing left and right? Because when he talked to us first, he kind of said he doesn't like the idea that you have to be in one spot, strong safety or free safety, and that you guys can, play positionless safety.
Yeah, for sure. Us both, we've been playing, free and strong safeties, all of our careers. Even when I was in college, high school, I always been moving around. So just playing left and right, the quarterback can't really, sense, where we're going to be, really know what defense we're in. So it just gives a different look. Really don't know what's going on out there. So I'll say, it's definitely good to have a little switch up.
Interesting. So left and right as opposed to Free being back and Brisker being the box, kind of being up a little bit more, right? What more can you tell us about that delineation, Groats?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was pretty well put, and it's not like you won't see that at sometimes where you have the free safety, where I think in this case would be Byard playing center field, and then Jaquan Brisker in the box. Here's the thing, too, Speaks, like both of these guys like to tackle and get physical. And we know that there has been that, critique of Eddie Jackson through the years. And even when they've had some of these I remember Haugh Clinton Dix when he was here with Eddie Jackson for a while. It was like both of those guys wanted to play center field, wanted to play the free safety position. And now it is just that. And, oversimplifying it, one guy's on one side, the other guy is on the other side. And the idea of it is to make it more difficult for the offense. You are disguising your coverage is what you're doing when you put one guy on the right, one guy on the left, as opposed to one guy forward and one guy back. So that's the name of the game. And Byard, he talked about that and essentially saying that, going back and looking at the way Eddie Jackson and Jaquan Brisker played last year, that he wasn't a huge fan of seeing them in those traditional spots, and now they'll be able to disguise things a little bit better.
So Byard has been listed. He was listed as a free safety for his first 5 years in the league in Tennessee, and he's been listed as a strong safety for 2021, 2022, and 2023. But he is the guy makes plays on the ball, man.
Yeah.
He's got 28 career interceptions. He's got two 4-interception seasons, 2 5-interception seasons, and an 8-interception season, which is just massive numbers for a safety. I mean, think about Eddie Jackson's breakout year in 2018. He had 6. So this is a guy who's put up a ton of consistent takeaway numbers. It's good to have positional versatility, confuse coverages or whatever, but Brisker's a masher. This guy's got more experience as a ball hawk.
See, Brisker as the masher is what interests me. Like if Brisker's playing back more, like a twin safety kind of thing, that it's interesting in terms of what the role will be for Brisker. But I think the key in there might be what he said about making it more difficult for offenses to figure out what they're doing. Maybe if they're playing a little more left and right like that, it helps disguise coverages a bit more, which is obviously a huge part of the modern NFL.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. And as Brisker was saying, both at various times, that Danny pointed out as well, both have played both positions. Now, Brisker more in college and occasionally playing a little bit farther out and free at the pro level, but mostly in the box. It's going to be fun to watch those two working together.
What else do we need to know about from the Floos?
Yeah, one final thing here. As you said at the beginning, Danny, this is the final day of Bears minicamp. So he was asked, what's the message to the team? Final word to his players. And I also think this what you're about to hear can apply to all of us.
Yeah, my parting message today was simple. It was, control the things you can control, which is your work ethic, your attitude, your demeanor, your devotion, your discipline, your determination, the people you hang around, all the things that you can control during this time, and having a plan, going through the process, and really not paying attention to the things you can't control. You can't control how people think about you. You can't control what they say. They can't control, where you're born, when you were born. You can't control all that. You can't control the past, but you can control right here, right now. And you have individual responsibility. And I always tell the guys, in the word win, I stands for individual responsibility. So this is that time of year that we have individual responsibility to each teammate and everybody in the building, and we're counting on you, to come back in a better way, 2 steps up from where you are right now.
Oh my God! What did anyone ask what the W in the N stands for?
Doesn't matter.
No, because I
come
thought
on.
that just learning that was a win. There's no reason to overcomplicate the message. That's his message. We're not going to question his message, Danny.
So the I stands for individual responsibility.
Is that what he said? Yeah.
Individual responsibility. Where's the R? Where's he getting the R from? Wern.
I don't know. That has to have Bernstein tomorrow morning.
Well, no, but I mean, W probably is a 3-word phrase also.
Walking. W stands for walking in Memphis.
Work out hard. Individual responsibility. Next Thursday.
We don't hear enough about the hits principle anymore. So
no, we don't.
Here, Flu's coming out with a little bit of
he was rolling right there. He was feeling it right there. It's like it's about your demeanor, your determination, your domination, your dogmatic, your dedication, your detriment, your deterioration. Like he was just throwing D words at you.
I need everyone to get ready and come back in good shape for Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks, and you can't control where you were born. You can't control that.
Yeah,
there's things that are just out of your control.
Hard Knocks.
Are you a Gemini or a Libra or a Scorpio? Can't control it. What you can't control is your determination
and your diphthong, your diphthong and your dipstick, and your doctor's orders and your individual responsibility.
And your Dippin' Dots.
Your Dippin' Dots.
He's had a good mini camp. I'm just gonna say it. Matty Eberflus has had a really good mini camp in every way, shape, and form.
Here's the thing. He's entertaining. We goof around about it, but dude, that team is bought in hard, right? Like they're feeling it. It's a good moment. He has absolutely been a massive part of building a very good culture, and I feel good about my bet on him to win Coach of the Year.
I in win stands for individual responsibility.
There's no R, but I'm not going to worry about that.
Don't worry. Yeah, that's it. With these things, don't worry about it. Just leave it alone. Don't worry about it.
Follow up.
He'd like
That's a follow-up situation.
We got all year to follow up, Parkins. Don't worry.
All right, my bad. Did we ever find out why Richard Hightower is HMAC?
Oh, man.
Dude, what's going on this beat?
I'm sorry, man. Yeah, like there are lots of things, crack slippers, all sorts of them. We'll have a whole crack slipper segment.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you for keeping crack slippers alive.
Absolutely. I got your back, Spiegs. You know that, buddy.
All right. What Bears Nuggets do we have? Delicious Bears Nuggets.
Bunch of stuff. Neither Caleb Williams nor Roma Dunze have signed their rookie contracts as of yet. Caleb Williams was asked about that. He said that he's not focused on that he's going to let his team take care of it, talked about his lawyers and attorneys. He does not have an agent, so I don't know if that's complicating things, but he did mention Ryan Poles' name. He made it sound like it's not that big a deal. No details to throw you at this point in terms of Roma Dunze in that regard. We also talked to Bears linebacker TJ Edwards today. He said that he's impressed with Caleb Williams' ability to move the defense with his eyes, which you guys know is a huge deal. And he even said, look, that's a huge rarity for a quarterback this quickly to be able to do that, move guys with his eyes. The Bears training camp schedule is out. The team will host a joint practice with the Cincinnati Bengals August 15th. The Bengals are coming to town. And that'll be ahead of their preseason game against the Bengals on August 17th. Rookies will report to training camp on July 16th, veterans on July 19th. The first real practice that the media will get to attend and watch and pick apart will be July 20th. 9 open practice dates for people who are interested in going to Lake Forest and taking in a Bears practice starting on July 26th. And then just a few other notes here. Kyler Gordon missed practice today, apparently a lower back issue. Flus said no big deal. Again, nothing to see here on that he believes he'll be okay. No Braxton Jones for a second straight day. So Larry Borum was playing left tackle. Cole Kmet, Nate Davis, Tyler Scott were all present in practice. But they were not participating. They were riding the stationary bikes. Same deal for Dante Pettis. and Austin Booker, the 5th-round rookie defensive end. And as per we were talking about at the very beginning, Flus he revealed to us it's going to be only rookies in the final set of OTAs next week.
All right, good stuff, Grody. Very thorough, and we'll talk to you next week then.
All right, guys, take care.
Thank you. That is Mark Grody, our terrific Bears reporter.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. And I tell the players all the time, words are awesome.
They are.
He's right.
He's so right.
He's right.
Hey, man.
I agree completely.
It's what we do for a living. We use them.
Yeah.
That's why we use them so much, because they're awesome.
That's amazing.
That's phenomenal. Was there a second half of that? Like, words are awesome, but
no,
you
he
gotta,
said nothing else the whole
nothing
time.
else. It was it.
Words are awesome.
It's
This is walk-off. I'm done saying words. I just want to give a shout-out to words.
Oh, God. I remain enthusiastic.
I know you do.
I really do.
That's good.
I can giggle at the man while remaining enthusiastic. I'm enthusiastic about the Cubs and the Reds. 4 games in Cincinnati.
Assad tonight.
All the good pitchers. Assad and Steele, and hopefully Ben Brown will be better than last time he was against Cincinnati. Then Shota gets another shot on
You're putting
Sunday.
Tyone is not one of the good pitchers?
That's true. That's exactly right. You've nailed that.
Okay.
Yeah. He's the 5th starter. He's the 5th starter out of this bunch. I'd like to see the other 4.
in the mid-3s.
I know. But there was some meatballs there last night.
There were some meatballs there last night. Yes,
man.
Yes, there were.
Yeah.
Yes, there were.
Sometimes it's like, oh, I could hit that. I could hit that.
No, I saw you take batting practice.
Kevin Cassidy could hit that.
Yeah, I don't know that he could hit it either. But yeah, you could not hit that.
But remember that Ian Happ owns Cincinnati. 105 career games against the Reds. He's been great. 49 career games at that ballpark. Dude is hitting .329 with 17 homers and an OPS over 1.1. He just destroys it there in Cincinnati. It's odd, doesn't make sense, but it just continues to happen. So he's comfortable, and he's been on fire in general. Last 13 games, he's got an OPS over 1.1. So that confluence. So bet all your Ian Happ props. And I look forward to seeing what he can do tonight and beyond.
Well, they need it. They need to beat a real baseball team to make me feel a little bit better about the come-from-behind wins against whatever the hell that was the last 2 days.
Yeah. It was a stretch of 24 of 27 against teams under 500. They have they won 2 out of 3 and then 2 in a row, or lost 2 out of 3. They had 3-2. 3-2 so far in 5 games of the 27.
Okay. Yeah, lost the series to the Reds.
We'll check back.
Lost the series to the Reds.
Yeah, they did.
Won both against the White Sox.
Both against the White Sox.
That would be 3-2. Yeah. Now they're back against Cincinnati tonight.
Nailed it.
In Cincinnati. Good job by you.
Thanks, buddy.
You're off tomorrow, so have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Off tomorrow. Hit and Run will be live on Sunday morning. By the way, the PBP, Voices of Baseball, Chip Carey on this week's episode, and it's awesome. Like, he got deep about his relationships with his dad and his grandfather. It was really cool. Really fun.
Thank you to Dave Wanstead and Mark Grody and the McDonald's worker who taunted Ozzie Guillen, even though it really ended up being that they have a very nice relationship. They were our guests on today's radio program. Thank you to Connor O'Donnell and Kevin Lapka, Twitch chat video stream. Thank you, sirs. Anthony Herron will be in for Spiegs tomorrow. Shane Reardon, our executive producer. Thank you, sir. Chris Tannehill making us sound better than we are each and every day. Cubs baseball follows us. For Matt Spiegel, I'm Danny Parkins. We are Parkins and Spiegel. This is The Score.
That's radio, right? I mean, whatever. They tried. Didn't go over well. All good.
And this segment is sponsored by Studio 41.
If you need windows, you need Climate Guard.